You can't even afford to buy me a meal. The moment your girlfriend sat down in the rich kid's sports car, a voice rang out in your head, ding, 10 billion credited. Her mocking words still echoed in your ears, and your knuckles turned white as you clenched your fists. The stinging pain in your chest hadn't even subsided when that voice boomed out, ding. Beginner pack has been issued. Congratulations, host, on receiving 10 billion in cash. You froze in shock, thinking it was a hallucination. But the next second, a supreme card shimmering with golden light appeared out of thin air in your hand. This card has no spending limit. You watched the taillights of the sports car disappear into the distance, a cold smile curving your lips. The game has only just begun. Sheen, let us break up. Inside a Western-style restaurant in Nanjing City. Sue stared coldly at her boyfriend, Sheen, and said, with a bouquet of flowers in his right hand and a diamond ring in his left just as he was about to propose to his girlfriend, Sheen froze in place, both stunned and heartbroken. Sue, why? I know you've been lying to me, haven't you? What did I do wrong? Why are you breaking up with me? Sheen asked, his voice trembling with emotion. He never would have imagined that the innocent, adorable girl he'd been dating for over a year would suddenly change, becoming a stranger, cold and heartless. He and Sue had been classmates in middle school, but they didn't become a couple until a year ago at a middle school reunion, where they hit it off. Back in middle school, Sheen had secretly had a crush on Sue, but because he was too shy at the time, he never dared to confess his feelings until they graduated. At that class reunion, when he found out Sue was still single, he took advantage of a little alcohol to muster the courage to confess his feelings to her. Sue then became his girlfriend and even moved to the city with him to work together. Sue was naturally quite attractive. She'd even been the class beauty back in middle school. Sheen, on the other hand, was of average looks, so when the two got together, they were the envy of countless male classmates. Today is May 20th, and Sheen wanted to take advantage of this Valentine's Day to officially propose to his girlfriend. He'd already bought the diamond ring. Although the ring was very small, so small you could barely see the diamond, it had cost him 3 months' salary. Who would have thought? The outcome would be so ironic. Although he had noticed changes in Sue lately, she'd been a bit distracted whenever they were together and kept him at arm's length. He'd always firmly believed their relationship was unwavering and that they loved each other deeply. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the truth. She had likely lost interest in him long ago and was no longer the person she used to be. Sue cast a disdainful glance at the diamond ring in Sheen's hand, pointed to the latest beige Gucci crossbody bag she was holding, and said, "See that? It's the latest Gucci model, nearly 100,000. You'll have to work for a long time before you can afford it. Just to save up for the down payment on an apartment in this city, you'd have to work hard for years, and you don't even have a car right now. So rather than wasting my life with a loser like you, let us just part ways amicably." Sheen clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. These words stung like thorns, and he found himself unable to refute them. "You're right, but I believe that with my own hard work, my future will definitely turn out well." Sheen tried to persuade her to stay, speaking with a hint of pleading. Sue snorted derisively, "Hard work? Ha, don't make me laugh. Your family is so poor you have no money and no connections. Even if you worked your whole life, what good would it do? I must have been blind to have been with you all this time. I'm afraid all the money you have on you right now wouldn't even cover the cost of a single meal for me. Let us just part ways amicably." With that, Sue turned and walked away. "Sue, since you've put it that way, I hope you don't regret it," Sheen said through gritted teeth. "Well, you'd have to be worth my regret first." Sue turned back and said contemptuously, then added, "Enough said. My boyfriend is waiting for me. Don't bother me unless it's urgent." With that, she swayed her hips as she walked toward the entrance of the Western-style restaurant. Then, as Sue stepped out of the restaurant, she turned and linked her arm through that of a young man wearing a designer suit and holding a bouquet of flowers, and they got into a car. At that moment, Sheen's heart sank. He realized that this woman had already found someone else and had been waiting to break up with him. He felt a mix of disappointment and anger. A vain woman, how had he ever fallen for her in the first place? He shook his head in disbelief, ignoring the curious stares around him, and slumped down weakly where he stood. Looking at the diamond ring he bought for his proposal, he thought to himself that it had been a waste of money he never get to use it. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from his hand, and the diamond ring vanished along with it. Sheen was startled, thinking he was seeing things. Before he could figure out what was happening, a crisp electronic voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the sign-in system. The sign-in system has been activated and is currently binding. 1%, 10%, 50%, 100%. Binding successful. A semi-transparent panel, visible only to Sheen, appeared before her eyes. Host, Sheen. Age, 25. Physique, 50 average. Spirit, 50 average. Skill, none. Check-in progress, 0. Quest, none. System points, 0. Balance, none. Inventory, none. A temporary storage location for physical items distributed by the sign-in system. This sign-in system is the sign-in system. You can receive a gift pack every time you check in. There are 2 ways to check in. First, you can check in once by spending a certain amount of this world's currency. Second, you can check in after completing a quest randomly assigned by the sign-in system. You can only check in once per day, excluding check-ins earned by completing quests. Note, the spending thresholds for check-ins are 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, and 1 trillion. The more you spend, the higher the probability of receiving a high-value gift pack upon check-in. After checking in, any additional cumulative spending can be applied toward your next check-in. Prizes include money, real-world assets, transportation vehicles, as well as other items such as item cards, skills, pills, and pets. The current sign-in system is in its initial phase. Once the host completes a sign-in requiring an expenditure of 1 trillion, along with a specific quest, the sign-in system can be upgraded to the next phase. Items obtained through the sign-in system are legal and compliant within this world and will not cause the host any unnecessary trouble. Am I dreaming? A sign-in system? I have a sign-in system too. Sheen finally snapped out of it, his eyes widening as his mind immediately began racing. A game-changing advantage, or rather, a built-in sign-in system. This was 1,000,000 times better than winning the lottery. Who cares about a girlfriend or so when I have this? It took a long while for his excitement to settle down a bit. Then he thought of the mysteriously vanished diamond ring. Could it be that he'd been bound to the sign-in system because of that ring? Maybe that ring had an extraordinary origin. Somehow it ended up at the jewelry store, and he managed to buy it for himself. He studied the sign-in system panel closely. Check in 1 million? Oh crap, it takes 1,000,000 just to check in once? What kind of crappy sign-in system is this? Sheen felt like the sign-in system had ripped him off. As a lowly employee at a small company, his monthly salary was only around 10,000. In this provincial city where real estate was exorbitantly expensive, after deducting daily expenses and rent, he barely had anything left. Especially since he'd started dating Sue, he'd been spending nearly half his monthly salary on her. Now, his savings had dwindled to a mere few hundred, barely enough to cover the rent. Where am I supposed to find 1,000,000? Just thinking about the money he'd spent on Sue made his heart ache. Ding. Host, since you've just linked to the sign-in system, you're eligible for a beginner pack. Would you like to check in? Sure enough, the sign-in system never disappoints. Check in. Sheen replied telepathically without hesitation. As soon as the words left his mind, the sign-in system's mechanical electronic chime sounded once more. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received 10 billion in cash. The 10 billion has been deposited into your balance. Ding. To facilitate your spending, the sign-in system is gifting you a VIP Supreme card jointly issued by the world's 5 major banks. This card has no spending limits and can access funds from the sign-in system. It has been added to your inventory. The PIN is the last 6 digits of your birthday. 10 billion. This happiness came so suddenly. The sign-in system really is amazing. Sheen glanced at the panel. Host, Sheen. Age, 25. Physique, 50 average. Spirit, 50 average. Check in progress, 0. Quest, none. System points, 1. Skill, none. Balance, 10 billion. Inventory, X1. Making money is way too easy. Besides using it for card transactions, can I withdraw this money or transfer it? Sheen asked telepathically. This money can be withdrawn to any bank card under the hostess name. Payment methods include card transactions, fingerprint authentication, or direct transfers. If I make large amount card payments or transfers, won't that cause any trouble? Don't worry, host. As mentioned earlier, nothing produced by the sign-in system will cause any trouble. Sheen's biggest concern was put to rest. How do I retrieve items from the sign-in system's inventory? The host can issue a direct command to open the inventory and retrieve a specific item, but once removed, it cannot be returned to the sign-in system inventory. Oh. Sheen rubbed his chin. In that case, sign-in system, retrieve the supreme card from the inventory. Ding. The item from the inventory has been delivered to the host. Sheen felt an object appear out of thin air in his hand. He picked it up and saw that it was a black card with a lustrous sheen, featuring gold-threaded text and patterns, and embossed designs on a black background, a truly high-end piece of craftsmanship. This was the supreme card from one of the world's 5 major banks, the highest-tier bank card in the world. Sheen looked at the card with a touch of pride, examining it closely for a few moments before tucking it into his pants pocket. With a thought, he closed the sign-in system panel. Sign-in system, transfer 10 million to my bank card. Sheen couldn't resist issuing another command. It all still felt a bit unreal to him. Transferring some money to his bank card would be the only way to be 100% certain he wasn't dreaming. Ding, cash withdrawal processed. That was fast. Sheen took out his phone and, sure enough, saw an unread text message. He opened it to find a bank deposit notification. Huaxia Commercial Bank, your account ending in 3373 completed a UnionPay deposit transaction on May 20th at 10 a.m. for Huaxia Yuan, balance, Yuan. Looking at the long string of numbers on his bank card was a great feeling. It confirmed this wasn't a dream. Sign-in system, does that check-in just now count? Can I still check in today? Sheen asked again. This check-in is part of the beginner pack that host just successfully linked to the sign-in system. No. It is not included in the limit of 1 check-in per day. As long as host meets the check-in requirements today, they can check in one more time. Just as I thought. After hearing the sign-in system's prompt, Sheen began thinking about what to buy later. He'd have to spend at least 1 million. He then remembered that he hadn't sent any money to his parents since he started dating Sue, and a pang of guilt washed over him. He immediately used his phone's online banking to transfer 200,000 to his father's card. He didn't dare transfer more, afraid his parents might get suspicious. Just as he was thinking of an excuse to explain it, the phone rang. Son, I saw the text message from the bank saying the money came in. Why did you suddenly send so much? You don't save much even after working a whole year. Where did this money come from? After answering, he heard his mother's concerned voice on the other end of the line. Sheen thought for a moment and explained, Mom, you don't know this, but I started a company with some friends last year. The company has been doing really well ever since, and we've made a lot of money this year in particular. You too should feel free to use this money, spend it on whatever you need, buy whatever you want. You don't have to do any more manual labor, just enjoy yourselves at home. When the money runs out, I'll send you more. His mother was still worried and asked a few more questions. Then his father, who rarely spoke, also asked some concerned questions. Sheen explained everything one by one, and it took him quite a bit of effort to brush them off. When the conversation turned to his girlfriend Sue, Sheen answered honestly. Finally, his mother offered a few words of comfort before hanging up. Sheen let out a quiet sigh. Then, remembering something, he asked the sign-in system. Sign-in system, just like when I transferred money to my parents earlier, if I transfer a full million, can I check in? That doesn't count. You must actually spend it on things like daily necessities, assets, or stocks. Sheen nodded, not particularly surprised. It was nearly noon, and he was hungry, so he simply told the waiter to bring him a large Western-style meal. After finishing his meal, he left the restaurant. Outside, people were coming and going. Looking at the towering skyscrapers rising all around him so imposing and majestic, his heart suddenly felt light. As a young man with dreams, Sheen had plenty of them, from big ones like buying a house, purchasing a building, and becoming a business owner, to smaller ones like buying a car or the latest smartphone. And now, none of these were a problem for him. But the most pressing matter was to go to a car dealership and pick up a vehicle. Having a means of transportation would make everything more convenient, and the driver's license he'd earned a few years ago wouldn't have to sit gathering dust in a drawer anymore. He hailed a taxi on the spot and instructed the driver to take him straight to the nearby auto mall. Got it. The driver didn't waste any time. After passing a few traffic lights, they arrived at a complex dedicated to car sales and services in less than a quarter of an hour. He paid the fare and walked into the complex. There were several 4S dealerships here, some specializing in ordinary family cars, while others sold luxury vehicles costing hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. In short, there were brand-name showrooms for all kinds of domestic and international car brands. Finally, he stopped in front of what looked to be the most luxurious and largest dealership. Do you buy luxury cars? The store's decor was quite distinctive, a 4-story building covering several thousand square meters. Inside, they didn't carry a single brand, but rather a collection of luxury cars from various manufacturers, including sedans, sports cars, executive vehicles, and SUVs. Sheen walked into the store without hesitation. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw the entire showroom filled with gleaming luxury cars of various models and colors. The sight was almost dizzying at first glance. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Hey, isn't that Sheen? What are you doing here? A tall woman in a black mini-skirt uniform was about to greet Sheen with a smile as he entered the showroom. But when she got a clear look at him, she stopped in her tracks and said with a hint of sarcasm, Luna, it's you. Sheen also recognized this saleswoman, Sue's roommate and best friend. He didn't have much regard for the woman standing before him. She was extremely snobbish, and back when he was with Sue, she often belittled him. She also frequently whisper in Sue's ear, telling her to find a rich man and not settle for a penniless guy like Sheen. Perhaps Sue's transformation had a lot to do with this woman. Of course I'm here to buy a car. Is there a problem with that? Sheen said indifferently. You're here to buy a car? Luna chuckled. I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. The cheapest cars here start at over $500,000. I just don't believe you can afford one. Xiaoye, do you know this guy? As soon as she finished speaking, a rather short and plump female salesperson walked over. Sister Wang, this is my best friend's boyfriend, a total broke ass. Just look at those cheap clothes he's wearing, you can tell he's broke. Anyway, just ignore him so we don't waste our time. Luna smiled with a hint of surprise and introduced them briefly. Oh. The saleswoman, Sister Wang, nodded, paid no further attention to Sheen, whispered a few words, and turned to leave. I know you're not here to buy a car, you're just here to window shop. I suggest you leave. This isn't the place for you, you couldn't afford to pay for a damaged car. Luna tossed that remark over her shoulder, then ignored Sheen completely, turning instead to flash a flirtatious smile at a pot-bellied middle-aged man who had just walked in. From a distance, he could still hear her cooing, Mr. Lee, you're here. You're here to buy that car you looked at last time, right? I've got the contract all ready for you. Sheen felt a pang of irritation. I really am here to buy a car, you know? All that nonsense about buying a car is just an excuse, and this isn't the place for someone like me. She's looking down on me. But now that the woman had left, at least he had some peace and quiet. He wandered alone through the showroom, stopping and starting as he went, and ended up looking at quite a few cars: Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Rolls-Royce, and Bentley, to name a few. But none of them were quite his ideal type. He always felt like something was missing. Or maybe his outfit was too plain so far, not a single salesperson had come over to speak to him. A few young women were chatting idly at the front desk, including that short, plump woman named Sister Wang. Sheen glanced around, feeling a bit awkward. He wanted to find a salesperson to ask a question, but to his surprise, they were all keeping their distance from him. Just then, a young woman in her mid-20s, who had just served a cup of tea to a customer looking at cars, spotted Sheen standing there from a distance. Yen had just started working as a salesperson at this dealership last month, thanks to a connection through her cousin. She originally thought that since the dealership sold only high-end cars, her commission earnings would be high, but in the past month, she only sold one car, and that was the most basic model. Her performance fell far short of even the monthly quota. Especially as a newcomer, whenever a high-value customer walked in, she was never the one assigned to assist them. With no opportunity to interact with customers, she was limited to running errands and serving tea and water to clients. Seeing Sheen standing there, with the veteran employees showing no intention of approaching him, she walked over. "Sir, may I help you? If you'd like to learn about any specific models, I'd be happy to walk you through them," Yen said politely as she approached Sheen. Since she started at this dealership, she hadn't sold many cars, but she made up for it by cramming a lot of automotive knowledge, especially regarding the models on display here, which she knew inside and out. When this saleswoman approached, Sheen had already noticed her. She was pretty and had a sweet voice, which made her seem much more approachable. "That's right, I'm actually looking to buy a car. Could you help me find one?" Yen's heart skipped a beat. "I'm not sure what your criteria are for a car. What kind of model are you looking for? I've looked at the cars here, but I'm not very satisfied. They're too ordinary and don't meet my standards. Do you have anything better?" Sheen asked. His main purpose for coming this time was to spend money to complete the sign-in system check, and the more he spent, the higher the quality of his check-in metrics would be, which meant the more expensive the car, the better. So naturally, he wasn't impressed by these cars. What? Ordinary? Yen was baffled. After all, the cars on display in this showroom all started at several $100,000, with some even worth $2 or $3 million, yet in this man's eyes, they were all just ordinary. She couldn't help but wonder if this guy was here to cause trouble, but she nodded anyway. "We do have some. Let me take you up to the second floor. The cars there are much more expensive than the ones down here. They all start at least $1 million. Sheen smiled. "That would be great. What's your name?" Yen smiled slightly. "Just call me Yen. M.Iota. With that, she made a gesture of invitation and led Sheen toward the elevator, ready to head up to the second floor. As soon as the two of them left, the staff at the front desk began to discuss the matter. "That guy's dressed in nothing but flea market clothes. He looks like a penniless nobody. I bet he can't even afford a car tire." "Exactly. You can't judge a book by its cover. That's just a saying. Who actually believes it? Xiaoya just said it herself. This guy's nothing but a broke loser. He's mostly here to get a glimpse of what a luxury car looks like, snap a photo, and post it on his social media." A woman named Sister Wang chimed in. "Only a rookie like Yen would take him to look at the cars. What a waste of time. Look, they've actually gotten on the elevator to go to the second floor exhibition area. It's absolutely hilarious." Sigh, that little girl Yen still needs to hone her judgment. Once she has been burned a few times, she'll learn the hard way that life is a dog-eat-dog world. "Look at Xiaoya, that Mr. Li she met with the day before yesterday. That deal looks like it's going to close. It's a Mercedes worth over $1 million. I'm so jealous." Mr. Li is the vice president of a publicly traded company. Changing cars is as easy as eating a meal for him. Now that's what I call a top-tier clients. We'll have to ask her to treat us to dinner later." The group discussed the matter with great interest. Sheen followed Yen up to the second floor, where he saw that the interior was also lavishly decorated and bathed in brilliant lights. The floor was lined with a dazzling array of luxury cars, each one a masterpiece. In the very center was a circular platform protruding about half a meter, on which 3 cars were displayed. Sheen was immediately drawn to those 3 cars at first glance and walked straight toward them. Only after reaching the circular display did he ask, "These look great. Could you tell me a bit about them?" Yen, who had followed him, heard this and pointed to the car on the left, beginning his introduction. The silver sports car is the Lamborghini Silverwing. It's powered by a 6.5-liter V12 engine, has a top speed of 354 km per hour, accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.8 seconds, and retails for around $30 million. The silver-black one is the Rolls-Royce Phantom, priced at nearly $10 million. As for the black SUV in the middle, it's a high-end civilian vehicle developed by TIS the Angel Chiang. This car is even more powerful than most sports cars, with an impressive hybrid range. Although its appearance is a bit ordinary, its biggest highlight is the cutting-edge technology from TIS. Not only does it have extremely strong bulletproof and waterproof capabilities, but it also offers radiation protection and other more covert features. Its handling and comfort are unmatched by ordinary cars. When Yen mentioned TIS, Sheen's eyes lit up. This company was one of the world's top 3, and more importantly, its products were widely used in many military and aerospace fields. The quality of the cars it developed was, of course, beyond question. In particular, this car's understated exterior with its spacious, imposing yet distinctly futuristic body perfectly matched Sheen's aesthetic sensibilities. That's the one. I'll take this car. Sheen pointed at the Angel Chiang and declared with certainty. As for the price, what? You're going to buy this car? As she continued describing the car, Yen suddenly realized what was happening and couldn't believe her ears. Are you sure you want to buy that car? Do you even know how expensive it is? It's fine. I don't mind if it's a bit pricey. I'll just buy this one. Sheen looked completely unconcerned. After all, she was practically sitting on $10 billion in cash. What's a rich person? Today, she was going to splurge in style. Yen was at a loss for words. Perhaps if Sheen had been buying another car costing around $1 million, she might have believed it, but this one? Could she really believe it? $89 million. Even if she could get a discount of $1 million or $2 million, factoring in other fees, the total cost of the new car could easily exceed $100 million. Who would be willing to spend that much on a car? Even if you had that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to invest it in a business or buy real estate or a villa? And this car had been sitting here since before she joined the company. It was practically old inventory. With that price tag, who would be willing to spend that much on a car that looked so understated? However, according to the employee training guidelines, the customer comes first. No matter what kind of customer it is, they must never be looked down upon or questioned. Sir, this car is priced at $89 million. If you're truly interested, you're welcome to take it for a test drive. However, due to the car's high value, company policy requires a deposit before the test drive, which is 10% of the car's value. So you'll need to pay $8.9 million up front. If you're not satisfied after the test drive, you'll receive a full refund. Yen thought for a moment. She deliberately quoted that price in the hope that he'd back down. Sheen was a bit taken aback by the price. It really was expensive. In the past, he'd never even heard of such a price, let alone considered buying it. But right now, did he really care? Without further ado, he pulled out his black card and handed it over. All right, let us do as you say and take it for a test drive first. Just swipe the card for the deposit. Yen took the black card. She'd never handled one like this before and, naturally, knew nothing about the Black Gold Supreme card. She simply assumed it was a high-tier credit or debit card capable of handling large transactions. As she looked at the card, a hint of astonishment crossed her face, and she realized the man in front of her was genuinely serious about buying it. Sir, please wait a moment. Bowing slightly to Sheen, Yen walked as if in a dream toward the second-floor reception desk, grabbed the card reader, and hurried back, feeling both nervous and excited. After all, a test drive usually leads to a sale. And the commission she'd earned from selling this car through her just thinking about it was thrilling. But she was also mentally prepared for the possibility that the card simply didn't have enough funds. She inserted the black card into the card reader, entered the price, and said respectfully, Sir, please enter your card's PIN. Sure. Sheen entered the PIN directly and pressed confirm. Beep. Transaction successful. Watching the receipt print out slowly after the successful transaction, Yen quietly suppressed her excitement. After putting the card reader away and returning the black card to Chin, he said, "Sir, let me take you for a test drive." "Sure." The two walked to the car. Chin opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. His first impression of the car's seats was that they were soft and comfortable. The roof, as dreamlike as a starry sky, and the spacious interior left no sense of confinement whatsoever. The streamlined electronic controls exuded an ultra-modern, high-tech feel, and the interior was unparalleled in its elegance and luxury. As the engine roared to life, that uniquely masculine blend of romance, passion, and excitement surged through him. After the car started, guided by Yen, they took a special elevator down to the ground floor and then sped off down the road. True to its high price tag, the car accelerated powerfully, and its speed was anything but modest. The ride was smooth, not a single bump was felt, and, most notably, even with the blazing sun outside, there was not a hint of glare inside the cabin. After the test drive, Chin parked the car in the first floor parking lot with satisfaction. Stepping out, he said to Yen, "Let us go with this one, but I have one condition." Yen was delighted to hear him agree to buy the car, but when she heard the next sentence, she grew a little nervous. She couldn't help but feel conflicted. Could his condition possibly be that one? Should she agree, or should she refuse? Thinking of the unimaginable commission, she figured it wouldn't be out of the question to do something that went beyond friendship with him. She wasn't entirely opposed to such things, having worked as a car salesperson for over a month. She'd seen and heard enough to understand how the world worked. Anyone who could afford a car like this was definitely not short on money. Besides, this guy was young, wealthy, and even a little handsome, the classic rich, handsome, and successful type. "Sir, go ahead, what's your condition?" "I want to drive this car away today after I buy it, so can you guys handle the registration and licensing today?" "Oh, of course we can. For most other cars, it might take a day or two, but for a high-end vehicle like this, our company has a dedicated staff member to handle it, and we have special license plates available immediately, though the processing fee will be a bit higher." Yen breathed a silent sigh of relief. "I don't mind paying a bit extra for the processing." "That's no problem then." Yen's heart finally settled. "Sir, I still don't know your name. May I ask it?" "Chin." Chin replied simply. "Hello, Mr. Chin. Let me go over the total cost for this car. The list price is 89 million, but we can actually offer a discount of up to 2 million, bringing it down to 87 million. Adding taxes, insurance, and other service fees, the total comes to 98 million. Yen had just called the dealership manager to inquire and arrived at this figure. In fact, the maximum discount was indeed 2 million. Other salespeople might not have disclosed this honestly, or might have had the figure to say something like 1 million, since their commission on selling the car would increase proportionally. But Yen was quite content just to sell the car, so he stated the price as it was. Chin thought for a moment and said, "Let us skip the 2 million discount. Just stick with the original price." It stung a little, 2 million, just like that. If it weren't for the need to spend enough to reach the 100 million mark for the check-in, who would be willing to part with that kind of money? Yen's eyes widened. This was the world of the wealthy. They simply didn't treat money as money. Still, this meant she'd be able to earn even more money, which filled her with joy. "All right, we'll proceed exactly as Mr. Chin wishes." The two returned to the second floor. Given the car's exorbitant price, it was more convenient to handle the contract paperwork in the VIP lounge there. As soon as they reached the second floor, a man in his 40s, slightly on the short side and dressed in a formal suit, came jogging toward them, his face lit up with a warm, welcoming smile. "I assume you're the gentleman interested in purchasing the Angel Chiang. Are you satisfied with the car?" Lu Xing had been outside negotiating a partnership with a supplier just a short while ago. Upon receiving a call from Yen informing him that someone had taken a liking to the Angel Chiang, he immediately rushed back to the car dealership to personally welcome this customer. After all, anyone willing to spend that much money on a car was undoubtedly a top-tier customer, exactly the kind he needed to court. Moreover, if that car sold, as the manager of this dealership, he would not only significantly boost his monthly sales figures but also receive a substantial bonus. When he saw Yen arrive with a young man dressed quite plainly, he was taken aback but hurried over to greet them anyway. After Yen introduced him, Sheen realized the man standing before him was the dealership manager. He shook his hand and said, "I'm satisfied with the car. I'll take it." "Great. That's wonderful." Lu Xing was overjoyed and breathed a sigh of relief. The three entered the VIP lounge, where fragrant tea was served. Lu Xing brought out a bottle of De Hong Pao he'd been saving for a long time and brewed it. Even Yen, the new car salesman, got to enjoy a taste. Upon learning that Qin was paying for the car in full, manager Qin became even more respectful toward him. Yen prepared the purchase contract based on the agreed-upon price. Both parties signed it, and all that remained was the payment. The total price of the car came to 100.03 million. Rounding it off to the nearest 100 million, it came to exactly 100 million. After deducting the previous deposit of 8.9 million, a balance of 91 million remained to be paid. In addition to bank transfers, this dealership also accepted large-amount credit card payments, so Qin chose to pay by card. He calmly entered his PIN into the card reader once again. Lu Xing, Yen, and the finance manager who had just arrived all held their breath at that moment, pricking up their ears and watching Qin's movements with some tension. The amount was simply too enormous. They were afraid the card's balance wouldn't be sufficient and the transaction would fail. After all, he was so young and dressed so plainly. He didn't look like someone worth over 100 million at all. Beep. Transaction successful. Hearing the sound from the card reader, the three of them breathed a collective sigh of relief. Lu Xing glanced at the black card Qin was about to put away, and a hint of confusion flashed through his mind. This kind of card looked somewhat familiar. He felt like he'd seen it somewhere before. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. It wasn't something he needed to worry about right now. The customer had not only paid but also requested that the license plates be issued today. For a client like this, the better the service, the better the work ahead would be. Much busier. With him personally overseeing the process, the car's paperwork would be processed quickly. After paying for the car, Qin sat back down. After exchanging a few pleasantries with manager Lu, he casually picked up a notebook from the reception table and began reading. In reality, he wasn't reading at all. Having just spent 100 million, he was fixated on the sign in quest for reaching that milestone. Sign-in system, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in. You have obtained permanent ownership of Huajian Plaza. Documents regarding the property rights of Huajian Plaza have been stored in your host inventory. Please check your inventory. Qin nearly jumped for joy. Huajian Plaza. Wasn't the place where he worked located right inside Huajian Plaza? The location of Huajian Plaza was considered one of the most luxurious in Nanjiang City, so the rent for the office buildings and retail spaces there was naturally quite high. He remembered that his company paid around 150,000 per month to rent a little over half a floor on the 21st floor of Tower A. That was countless times more than his monthly salary. In the blink of an eye, he had become the owner of the entire Huajian Plaza and the ultimate landlord behind his own company. Just then, the phone rang. He answered, and a man's voice, speaking with great deference, came through the line. "Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Qin?" "That's me." "Who's this?" "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Jiang Shang, General Manager of Property Management at Nanjiang Plaza. I'm calling mainly because some of Nanjiang Plaza's lease and operating contracts still require your personal signature, and I also need you to sign for this quarter's rent. When would be a convenient time for you to stop by?" "All right, I understand. I'll give you a call when I have time and am on my way there." "Very well. I won't keep you any longer. Please give me a call when you're on your way so I can come out to greet you personally." Qin gave a non-committal and hung up. On the other end of the line. After ending the call, Jiang Shang let out a long sigh. He had just received word that Huajian Plaza had a new owner according to the records, a young man who had graduated from college only about 3 years ago. To be able to purchase Huajian Plaza, valued at 4 billion, at such a young age. Previously, the commercial plaza had 4 shareholders, but now it belonged solely to Qin. This clearly indicated that the power and financial resources behind him were no small matter. No matter what, he had to curry favor with this new owner. Wiping away a bead of cold sweat, Zhang Sheng began preparing the materials needed for his meeting with the new owner. After hanging up the phone, Qin opened the sign and system panel again. Sure enough, the inventory column displayed Inventory X1. He ultimately resisted the urge to retrieve the title deed for Nanjian Plaza, deciding to wait until he actually needed it. It didn't take long for all the car registration paperwork to be processed, and the license plate was installed. Qin was very satisfied with this efficiency. He stood up and said, "Now that the car is all set, I should be on my way to thank you, Manager Liu, for your hospitality." "Not at all. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality, Mr. Qin." Lu Xing respectfully handed him his business card and a VIP membership card for the car dealership. "If you'd like to come look at cars next time, you can call me directly. With this card, you'll receive a 10% discount on all cars we sell." Qin politely accepted them. Declining the manager's offer to see him off, he took the car keys and the documentation booklet and headed downstairs with Yen. Back in the first floor lobby, a group of salespeople were chattering away at the front desk, discussing something. Luna was there too. She was somewhat surprised to see Qin again. "Qin, I thought you'd left. I didn't expect you'd still be here. You really dare to come and loiter around even though you're broke." Qin's expression darkened upon hearing this. Being belittled to someone's face, no one would be happy with that kind of tone, so he retorted. "It's not like you own this place. I come and go as I please. It's none of your business. You're just a car salesperson, after all. You're supposed to treat customers like gods. Is this how you talk to your gods?" You. Luna was furious. She never expected him to look down on her like this, especially since he was her best friend's boyfriend. She had it out for Qin for a long time. He was a penniless bum. Of all the men she knew, none were worse than him, yet Sue had to fall for him. "I have no right to tell you what to do, but you're just a penniless bum, a wage slave. What are you trying to pull here?" The woman known as Sister Wang, standing nearby, deliberately asked Yen in a roundabout way, "Yen, you've been looking at cars with this gentleman for so long. Tell us, which one did you end up buying? I hope it's not another I'll go home and think it over situation." "Ha, Sister Wang, don't be ridiculous. This gentleman might want to buy a car, but I doubt he can even afford the down payment." "Don't flatter him," someone else chimed in with a laugh. Sister Xiaoye, on the other hand, sold a car worth over $1 million today. Including this one, that's her 10th sale this month. It's only the 20th, and her sales are already at 7 or 8 million, with commissions running into the tens of thousands now. That's something to be envious of. Let us all work hard, I'm sure. We won't do too badly either." Luna was overjoyed inside. She shot Qin a proud glance and snorted. It was as if she were a phoenix soaring high above, facing nothing more than a lowly country chicken. "Have you heard? The dealership's only Angel Chiaying has just been sold. It's already been registered and is parked on the first floor. I heard it from Sister Lee in the finance department." Someone who had just walked over, looking quite excited, dropped this bombshell. "What? The Angel Chiaying actually sold? Who on earth was generous enough to buy that car? It costs over 100 million. Did any of you see a wealthy tycoon come by to look at the car today?" Sister Wang asked, a bit surprised. "I wonder if it could be Boss Chen. I happened to see him on the second floor today. He is the chairman of Huaxing Pharmaceuticals. He has definitely got the means to buy that car." "That's almost certainly it. The buyer must be Mr. Chen," one person said with certainty. Luna was also intrigued and asked, "So do you know which colleague sold that car to Mr. Chen?" "I heard the manager was there too." "It's possible the sale went through the manager directly." A male salesperson said enviously, "If that deal had landed on my desk, that would be been great. I'd be perfectly satisfied if I sold just one luxury car like that this month." Someone joked, "Come on, just keep dreaming about that kind of good fortune." Hearing the tone of the conversation around him shift suddenly and realizing it was about him, Qin's expression turned strange, and he exchanged a glance with Yen. He shook his head. "Let them discuss this among themselves. Ignoring the group, he turned to head for the exit. By the way, Yen, weren't you up on the second floor the whole time? Did you see if that angel Chiaing was really bought by Mr. Chen? Sister Wang finally remembered and asked Yen. Yen was also about to leave, but her steps faltered upon hearing this. She glanced at Qin and, seeing that he had no intention of stopping her, turned back to face the curious stares. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she whispered, actually, it wasn't Mr. Chen who bought it. If it wasn't Mr. Chen, then who was it? Everyone was taken by surprise and asked in unison. The person who had just announced that the angel Chiaing had been sold suddenly remembered something and exclaimed excitedly, I remember now. Actually, I heard from Sister Li that the salesperson who sold the angel Chiaing was Yen herself. Yen. Luna was astonished. Sister Wang was dumbfounded. Then, one after another, incredulous stares fixed on Yen. So it was you little minx, who sold that car. Sister Wang snapped out of her daze and asked, why didn't you say so sooner? You had us discussing this for ages. Yen could only point at Qin. Actually, it was this Mr. Qin who bought the car in full. Those words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in everyone's hearts. Only now did they realize that this seemingly ordinary man was actually a super-rich tycoon, capable of spending over 100 million on a luxury car in a single transaction. They were the real fools. The salesperson who had chimed in to mock Qin was now filled with regret. A few people were even kicking themselves in frustration. Qin had stood in the showroom for quite a while earlier that day, but no one had gone to assist him. Not only had they seen him, but they even mocked him a bit. Just think, that car was worth 80 to 90 million. The commission alone was nearly $1 million. If anyone had gone over to assist her back then, that $1,000,000 commission would have been theirs. Sister Wang looked utterly frustrated. A commission of over $1 million, even though this dealership sold only high-end cars and the commissions per sale were substantial. It seemed that even her entire year's hard work, including her base salary and commission, wouldn't add up to that much. She could have slapped herself. As a long-time employee, how could she have been so gullible as to believe Luna's words? Especially since she just offended this wealthy man. I don't believe this is true. When Luna heard Yen say that the car buyer was Qin, she considered all the possibilities, none of which could possibly be Qin, and blurted out. Qin? You're a penniless guy. How could it possibly be you? If you were that rich, you wouldn't be renting that rundown apartment by yourself, and you wouldn't be working as a lowly clerk. A luxury car worth 100 million yuan, bought outright. You just blurted that out. You must have paid Yen to put on a show right here in front of us. Yen frowned and said helplessly, the car keys, contract, and receipt are all in Mr. Qin's possession. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Qin yourself. In a fit of anger, Luna rudely took 2 steps forward and snatched the document folder from Qin's hand. Muttering under her breath, I'll expose you both. I'll see for myself. She opened it to find that the vehicle registration and invoice were both in Qin's name. She rubbed her eyes, looked over them several times, and finally fell silent, unable to say a word. No matter how much she refused to believe it, the black and white text was right there. It was absolutely true. Luna felt a deep sense of bitterness. Only now did she realize that the man sitting across from her best friend's boyfriend, had been playing the fool all along. His true identity was likely that of a top-tier heir to a wealthy family, someone far beyond the reach of a nobody like her, and certainly not someone she could afford to offend. How ridiculous that she always looked down on him, calling him a penniless bum. If she'd been just a little nicer to him before, shown him even a modicum of respect, might she have been the one to sell that car today? After all, the Mercedes she just sold today had required her to spend several days entertaining that pot-bellied Mr. Li. The very thought of it made her feel sick. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Still, she was the type to let go of past grievances. After all, someone who could casually shell out 100 million for a single car was certainly worth her setting aside her pride. She bowed deeply to Qin. I'm truly sorry. I apologize for my past mistakes. I was too rash just now. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. As she spoke, she politely handed the reorganized document folder back to Chin. Chin had originally been quite disgusted with this woman, but seeing her attitude change so quickly and recalling her former arrogant demeanor, he felt a surge of satisfaction. M.Iota. He nodded and said indifferently, "Since you've actually apologized, I'll let it slide." After that, several female saleswomen approached him, batting their eyelashes and asking if he needed anything else. Their enthusiasm made Chin feel quite awkward, so he shook his head repeatedly and said he didn't need anything. He deliberately glanced at the time and said, "It's getting late. I'll be on my way." With that, he walked toward the entrance and strode away with a sense of flair. Once outside the car dealership, Chin drove off in the first car of his life, feeling an indescribable sense of exhilaration. He originally planned to drive straight back to his rental apartment, but then he thought to himself, the one thing he certainly didn't lack now was money. With money in hand, why would he go back to that rundown rental? Not only was the place cramped, but it was also stuffy and damp. Returning there would be nothing short of torture. He'd find a hotel to stay in first, then go house hunting in a day or two to fulfill the first dream of his life. A quick search on his phone revealed that the most famous and upscale hotel in Nanjing City was the Azure Hotel, a 7-star luxury hotel that ranked among the best in the country. Located on the riverbank in Nanjing City, it offered views of the river's endless flow. The hotel had hosted numerous celebrities and VIPs, attracting many wealthy individuals and drawing crowds of tourists who came specifically to experience it. The Azure Hotel wasn't too far from where he was standing, about 7 or 8 li away. Chin found the Azure Hotel's official website and looked up the booking information there. After browsing through it, he realized that the only available rooms were standard rooms, priced between 500 and 1,200 yuan per night. As for the luxury suites, they were all booked up, but there might still be options available if he went to the front desk in person to make a reservation. Even the most luxurious presidential suite was nearly fully booked, though one room remained. It was more expensive than the other presidential suites, located on the 36th floor of the hotel, with a daily rate of 110,000 yuan. 110,000 yuan a single night's stay was equivalent to his annual salary. If it weren't for the sign-in system, just one night in that suite would likely bankrupt him. Let us go with this one. Without giving it a second thought, Chin made up his mind and booked the presidential suite on the spot. After filling out his information, he also signed up for the hotel's membership program, entering 30 days as his length of stay. The deposit was converted directly to the full payment. 3.3 million was transferred directly to the bank account and the booking was complete. All that was left was to check in at the hotel. Ring ring. Just as Chin had booked the hotel and was about to drive there, he heard his cell phone ring. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, is this Mr. Chin?" "This is Xian, the housekeeping manager at Azure Hotel. I saw your message. You just booked the presidential suite, room 3601, for a month." "That's right, it's me, Xian. Is there something I can help you with?" Xian's voice had an intellectual elegance, combined with the warm, gentle tone of a mature woman. It was a pleasure to listen to. "I'm so sorry to bother you, Mr. Chin. I mainly wanted to explain some of the amenities and services available in the hotel's presidential suite. Is this a good time to talk?" "Go ahead, I have time right now," Chin said. "Certainly, Mr. Chin. As our hotel's most distinguished guest, you're entitled to the highest level of exclusive services. From chauffeur services to butler services, special services, administrative support, and the hotel's luxurious dining experiences, Xian gave a thorough and detailed explanation of the presidential suite's many amenities. After listening, Chin felt somewhat relieved. No wonder the presidential suite was so expensive. Judging by the sheer range of services, it was clearly worth the price. After explaining the hotel's amenities, Xian asked, "Mr. Chin, do you have any questions about what I just explained?" "You explained it very thoroughly. I don't have any questions." "In that case, when do you plan to arrive at the hotel? We can arrange a private car to pick you up." Xian continued. "No need for a pickup. I'm driving over right now. It should take about 10 minutes. "Very well, Mr. Chin. We look forward to welcoming you." Xian asked for China's license plate number and any special requests before hanging up. Putting his phone away, Xian began to look forward to the presidential suite amenities he would enjoy at the hotel. This was the kind of life one should enjoy when one has money. In less than 10 minutes, his car pulled into the Azure Hotel. However, he saw that the hotel entrance was packed with cars, with several lined up in a queue. Xian had originally planned to drive up, hand his car keys to the valet, and let them park the car. After all, as a VIP guest at this hotel, he deserved to enjoy the premium service he was entitled to. But seeing the situation, he couldn't be bothered to wait any longer and drove straight to the temporary parking spots in front of the hotel. He spotted an empty spot and was just about to pull in when suddenly a white sedan whizzed past his car and beat into it, parking in the spot first. It was a close call. The two cars were just a hair's breadth away from colliding and the other driver had snatched the spot he was about to take. Xian felt quite annoyed. His good mood seemed to have been ruined in that instant. He glanced at the white BMW. It looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Not wanting to make a fuss, he parked in another spot not far away. He got out of the car and walked toward the hotel. "Hey, buddy, sorry about that. I didn't notice you were trying to park there too." A young man in a suit stepped out of the white BMW, smiling at Xian with a look that was part apology and part smugness. Xian stopped in his tracks, his expression turning slightly cold. He, too, had noticed the man's smugness. "No big deal. But if your eyesight is that bad, why don't you go see a doctor?" The young man's expression stiffened, and his smile slowly faded. "Dude, that's not very nice to say. Is one parking spot really worth getting so worked up over?" Just then, a woman wearing a red, white, and blue striped top and pink embroidered high-waisted shorts got out of the passenger seat of the BMW. She stared at Xian in disbelief. "Xian, is that you?" As soon as Xian heard that voice, it sounded all too familiar. Wasn't that Sue, his ex-girlfriend whom he'd just broken up with today? He looked in the direction of the voice and sure enough, there was Sue, who had just gotten out of the car. That cheating couple. Xian seethed inwardly. He also remembered wasn't that right at the entrance of the Western-style restaurant where Sue had gotten into this very car? What a coincidence. "Sue, do you know him?" the young man asked. Sue walked over, slipped her arm through his, and said affectionately, "Brother phone, this is my ex-boyfriend, Xian. I never expected to run into him here." "So he is your ex, huh? Nice to meet you. Looks like fate really brought us together. My name is Feng Yuan. You're heading to the hotel for dinner too, right? Want to go up together?" "No, thanks." Xian's expression was a bit off. Naturally, he still managed to reply. Sue chuckled, "Brother phone, you're flattering him too much. How could he possibly dine at a 7-star hotel like this? Even if he really wanted to, he probably couldn't afford it." "Really? I noticed your ex-boyfriend's car is pretty impressive. I don't know which company made it, but it looks pretty nice. It may not be as good as my BMW, but it's certainly not cheap either." Feng Yuan glanced at the Angel Chiaing parked nearby and didn't dare to underestimate Xian. Sue thought for a moment, then said matter-of-factly, "That car looks brand new. I guess breaking up with me today was such a blow to him that he bought it on installments. It's just a cheap car, what's there to brag about? He's just putting on a front." "I see." Feng Yuan realized. Xian couldn't stand listening to this any longer and turned to walk toward the hotel entrance. He is actually heading toward the hotel. Could it be that he really came here to eat? Let us go. We'll follow him. Feng Yuan's curiosity piqued, and he tugged Sue along as they followed Xian. As they neared the hotel entrance, they spotted a woman in her 30s wearing a navy blue women's suit paired with a tight pencil skirt that ended 5 centimeters above the knee. She had a gentle yet capable appearance and a curvaceous figure. Standing at the entrance in a pair of shiny black high heels, she was looking up expectantly, waiting for someone to arrive. "Hey, isn't that Xian, the manager of the hotel's housekeeping department? Who is she there to welcome some big client?" Feng Yuan recognized Xian. He'd been to this hotel a few times before and had run into her on those occasions, leaving a strong impression on him. Seeing her standing at the hotel entrance, the words just slipped out. The housekeeping manager that's the head of an entire department at a 7-star hotel. Given her status, it's not worth her going out of her way to greet just any guest. Could it be a guest staying in the presidential suite? Sue's interest was piqued as well. She'd long dreamed of staying in a presidential suite, but she knew full well that the price for a single night was exorbitant, especially at a 7-star hotel like this, where the rates were downright staggering. Even if someone were staying in the presidential suite, they wouldn't get Xian to come down and greet them personally. Only VIPs of the highest caliber or the most elite wealthy individuals receive that kind of treatment. Of course. I actually know a few people like that. Feng Yuan said with a touch of pride. Well, when will you be able to introduce me to people like that, brother Feng? Su was immediately intrigued. She glanced at Qin, who was approaching the hotel entrance, and thought to herself with great pride, thank goodness. I broke up with that narrow-minded hick. Compared to Feng Yuan, he's like a world apart. No problem. As long as you take good care of your big brother, I'll definitely take you there, huh? Feng Yuan was thoroughly flattered. But just then, he saw that as soon as Qin arrived at the hotel entrance, Xian went up to greet him very politely, her attitude extremely respectful. A beautiful woman in a business suit following behind him, along with 2 receptionists, all bowed in unison and invited Qin into the hotel. Xian was actually greeting Qin? What's going on? Didn't you say your ex-boyfriend was just a penniless loser? How could he possibly get Xian to wait for him personally at the entrance? Feng Yuan was thoroughly baffled. That's impossible. Could this be a hoax? Sue's face was filled with disbelief. Xian was actually greeting her ex-boyfriend? What happened to the wealthy tycoon? What about the big shot? As for Qin being that wealthy tycoon, don't make me laugh. Could it be that he already knows manager Xian? Come on, let us go inside and find out. Feng Yuan couldn't wrap his head around it, so he tugged Su along and followed them toward the hotel. Meanwhile, Qin was a bit surprised to see Xian waiting at the hotel entrance, and felt a slight flutter of emotion. After exchanging some pleasantries, he ushered the group into the hotel lobby as if they were royalty. It really did resemble the imperial-style pomp and circumstance seen in TV dramas. As the housekeeping manager of a 7-star hotel, Xian had been working there for several years and had naturally encountered all sorts of tycoons and wealthy heirs. It was truly rare for someone to spend over 3 million to book the presidential suite for a whole month, and given Qin's youth, she classified him as a second-generation wealthy heir with an extraordinary background. The hotel needed to go out of its way to please such a guest, so naturally, they dared not be the slightest bit careless with their service. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Qin had browsed the hotel's interior design online, though only in photos, yet he couldn't help but be stunned by the opulent and sophisticated decor he saw before him. The floor beneath his feet shone so brightly it reflected light. A massive diamond chandelier hung from the 2-story high lobby ceiling, and several enormous landscape paintings adorned the walls, creating an atmosphere of grandeur and luxury. Though deeply impressed, he kept his composure as he followed Xian to the front desk. He signed the electronic check-in form, confirming his successful check-in to this 5-star presidential suite. Xian then gestured toward the woman behind him, a strikingly beautiful woman in the hotel uniform who had been following them the entire time, and introduced her. Mr. Qin, this is your personal butler, Tang Qin. Tang Qin stepped forward and gave a slight bow, saying, Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm delighted to be your presidential suite butler. Here's my business card. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to call me first. I'll provide you with the most professional and attentive service. I look forward to working with you. After speaking, Tang Qin handed Qin one of her personal business cards, not one provided by the hotel, but one she had printed herself, which she distributed exclusively to clients she served at the hotel. Qin couldn't help but take a few glances at Tang Qin. She had fair skin, a perfect figure, and a delicate, oval face. Her hair was gently pulled back at the nape of her neck, giving her an air of competence without losing her charm, and she was looking at him with a smile in her eyes. A woman like this was exceptionally beautiful. Even walking down the street, she would turn heads. Hello. I look forward to working with you. Chin took Tang Chin's business card. Mr. Chin, please follow me. I'll take you to your reserved room right away. All right. Chin gave Xian another nod and followed Tang Chin to the VIP exclusive elevator. Tang Chin took out an electronic card and swiped it. The elevator doors opened immediately. She smiled and said, "This elevator is exclusively for the VIP presidential suite. Regular guests are not permitted to use it." Hearing this, Chin nodded in satisfaction and stepped into the elevator. After Chin left, Xian also left the lobby to attend to other matters. Meanwhile, the front desk clerk who had checked Chin in stared blankly for a moment when she saw his room details. A presidential suite costing 110,000 per night, and he is staying for a whole month. Goodness, that is 3.33 million. That kind of money could buy an apartment in this city, yet he is spending it on a hotel stay. Noticing Chin's plain clothes, she thought with a touch of admiration, rich people these days really do like to keep a low profile. Wearing cheap clothes while spending money like there's no tomorrow. Just as she was pondering this, a woman's voice reached her ears. "Hello, I'd like to ask, did that gentleman just check into your hotel's presidential suite?" It was Susan speaking. Ever since she entered the hotel, her eyes had been fixed on Chin. She watched him and Xian approach the front desk, sign in, and then follow another beautiful woman in a uniform dressed like a butler up to their room via the VIP-only elevator. From the surprised tone in Feng Yuan's voice, she gathered that such an elevator was exclusively reserved for guests staying in the VIP presidential suite. Ordinary guests were strictly prohibited from using it. Hearing this explanation, she felt a stir of unease and hurried to the front desk to inquire. The front desk clerk glanced at Sue and offered a professional smile. "Yes, Mr. Chin is indeed a guest in our hotel's presidential suite. May I ask what this is about?" Sue didn't know what to say at first and stammered, "And nothing at all. I was just asking." Just asking. Feng Yuan, who had just arrived, didn't seem surprised at all. He said to Sue, "So what if he is staying in the presidential suite? It's no big deal. I'm sure he is staying in a room that costs only a few thousand a night. Some presidential suites are expensive, but others are affordable. Sweetheart, it's just a presidential suite. If you want to stay there, I'll book it right now. After we finish dinner, we can check in together. Wouldn't that be perfect?" Sue's momentary gloom instantly gave way to renewed energy, and she flashed a seductive smile. "Brother Feng is the best. I knew that Chin guy couldn't hold a candle to you." Feng Yuan gently pinched Sue's smooth chin, a tingling sensation running through him, and laughed heartily. "What's a little money like that? As long as you're happy, that's all that matters." He turned to the young woman at the front desk with a smile and asked, "Do you still have any presidential suites available?" The front desk clerk looked at the two of them as if they were idiots and replied bluntly, "I'm sorry, but the presidential suites are all fully booked right now. We actually had one room available for 111,000 per night, but we reserved it for Mr. Chin who just checked in." "A presidential suite for 111,000 per night? Are you saying the room that gentleman just checked into costs 111,000 per night?" Feng Yuan lost his composure. "That's right, and he is staying for a whole month." The receptionist thoroughly enjoyed seeing the two of them at a loss for words. She even deliberately emphasized the word month with a sharp intonation, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. What a slap in the face! This was like they handed their faces over to be hit as hard as possible. Thinking back on what he just said, Feng Yuan now felt his face burning with embarrassment. He wished the ground would swallow him whole, especially under the receptionist's strange, judgmental gaze. Sue was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Chin, her ex-boyfriend whom she once looked down on the most, the one who hadn't even been willing to buy her a diamond ring, could actually afford a 7-star presidential suite costing 111,000 per night, and had been staying there for a whole month. What was going on in this world? Why did he seem to have changed so suddenly after they broke up? It's just spending a little over 3 million on a hotel stay, a mere 3 million. You have to understand that my family has assets worth over 100 million, coming up with 3 million isn't hard. So, sweetheart, you don't need to be too surprised by this." Feng Yuan thought for a moment, then finally found a very convincing reason to justify his sense of superiority. Upon hearing this, Sue realized he was right and broke into a happy smile. Brother Feng is right. Besides, who knows if the money my ex-boyfriend spent was actually his or if he borrowed it from somewhere. If he borrowed it, with his measly salary, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to pay the interest. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Sue finished speaking, she heard her phone ring. She opened it to see that it was from her best friend, Luna. Xiaoya, what's up? Sue, did you know? Your boyfriend Qin picked up a car at our store today. As soon as she answered, she heard Luna's slightly impatient tone and asked, puzzled, I saw it. Isn't it just a slightly larger, ordinary Chinese-made car? What's the big deal? What? A domestic car? You've got it all wrong. That's TIS's latest model, the Angel Chiaing. It's much more expensive than even the Angel S1, TIS's very first sedan, and there are fewer than 5,000 of them in the world. And the price of this car, you'll be shocked when I tell you. What? A car made by TIS? Sue was startled. She'd heard people talk about cars made by this company before. The cheapest ones started at $1 million, and the S1 model, in particular, cost as much as $10 million. Could Qin really afford a car like that? But when she thought about how he'd just booked the presidential suite for a whole month, she was 80% convinced. Feeling a bit uneasy, she asked, so how much did he pay for that car? A full $100 million. Congratulations, Sue. I never would have guessed your boyfriend was this rich. I guess I just had bad judgment before. I really didn't know a good thing when I saw it. You'd better hold on tight to your boyfriend. He is definitely a super rich heir. He was just pretending to be poor all along. You really do have good taste. Hey, are you even listening, Sue? As Sue listened, she could no longer bear it. Her shock turned to a wave of pain in her chest, and Luna's words from earlier kept flashing through her mind. A 100 million luxury car, a rich heir, that much money if he claimed it was borrowed, that was absolutely impossible. Could an ordinary person just casually borrow 100 million? Feng Yuan noticed that Sue had taken a call and looked somewhat dazed, so he asked. What's wrong? What are you talking about 100 million, some rich kid? Sue glanced at Feng Yuan and gave a wry smile. That's just the price of the car my ex-boyfriend was driving. You're not telling me that the car he was driving just now cost 100 million? Right. How is that possible? I know supercars can cost that much, but the one he was driving, no matter how I look at it, there is no way it could be that expensive, Feng Yuan said with a wry laugh. My best friend called and told me. That car was bought at her dealership, so it shouldn't be a fake. She said it's called the Angel Chiaing. Angel Chiaing, a car made by TIS. Feng Yuan suddenly remembered the company and hurriedly grabbed his phone to search for the model online. Sure enough, he found the Angel Chiaing. The pictures matched the car Qin had been driving exactly, and the lowest listed price was 87 million, which, when all costs were included, came to nearly 100 million. Feng Yuan staggered, his legs nearly giving way. He remembered the parking spot by the entrance. He'd come within a hair's breadth of crashing into a car worth over 100 million. Even a minor scratch on that car would be more than he could afford to cover by selling his BMW. He dared not assume Qin had borrowed the money to buy the car. If someone could borrow that much, he'd love to try it himself. Since it wasn't he borrowed, that meant Qin truly had the financial clout. Someone who can spend 100 million on a car and casually drop over 3 million on a presidential suite is definitely a big shot. Feng Yuan had built up a modest fortune thanks to his parents, but all his assets combined weren't worth as much as that man's single car. Facing such a powerful figure he could only look up to, the other man could probably crush him with a flick of his little finger. With such a gap between them, how could he possibly compare? And yet he had brazenly stolen the other man's girlfriend. It was practically asking for trouble. At the thought, a chill ran down Feng Yuan's spine. He looked at Sue as if she were a time bomb ready to explode at any moment. The only thing he could do now was to stay as far away from this woman as possible. Sorry, I just remembered I have something to do,
so I won't be joining you for dinner. Let us do it another time. I'm heading out now. Bye.
With that, without waiting for Sue to reply, he bolted out of the hotel as if his feet were greased. Sue was left standing there alone, dumbfounded. She ran out of the hotel after him and saw the silhouette of a BMW speeding away as if fleeing. Sue was completely stunned. She never would have dreamed in her wildest dreams that Feng Yuan would act this way when faced with someone he couldn't take on. He ran away faster than a rabbit. Thinking of her ex-boyfriend Qin, she realized that all these years, she never once suspected he was a top-tier tycoon. At that moment, Sue looked utterly despondent and full of regret. If she hadn't broken up with him today, wouldn't she have become the wife of a wealthy tycoon by now? Endless regret consumed her entire being. Come to think of it, even though we've broken up, I'm sure Qin still loves me. After all, we were together for almost 2 years, and we're classmates. He must still have feelings for me. As long as I can get back together with him, I'll still be a wealthy socialite's wife. Sue's eyes lit up again, and she hurriedly grabbed her phone, trying to find Qin's number. Then she remembered she deleted his number long ago, and even his WeChat ID after they broke up. She hurriedly searched through her old call history and finally found Qin's number in an inconspicuous message thread. She dialed it immediately. Qin stepped into the elevator. Not only was the interior exquisitely decorated, with artistic paintings of various styles hanging on all 4 walls, but the space was also very spacious, completely lacking the cramped feeling of the elevators he'd ridden before. As the elevator slowly began to move, he didn't feel the slightest bit of swaying. Just then, his phone rang. It seemed to be Sue calling. He hesitated for a moment, but answered anyway. Qin, I was wrong before. I realize you're the best for me. I just broke up with Feng Yuan. Let us get back together. Hearing Sue's voice on the other end of the line, Qin's mind was filled with question marks. He'd seen through this woman's true nature by now and no longer believed a word she said. She probably just found out the value of his car from his best friend, Luna, and was trying to get back together. Realizing this, he felt even more disgusted with Sue. Are you out of your mind? Don't ever contact me again. With that, he hung up the phone. With a ding, the elevator arrived at the hotel's 36th floor. Mr. Qin, please follow me, Tang Qin said, gesturing with her hand. They stepped out of the elevator, walked down a corridor lined with plush wool carpet, and arrived at the door of Presidential Suite 3601. 2 attendants were standing at the entrance. It seemed they had been waiting specifically for his arrival. They bowed in unison and said, "Hello, Mr. Qin." Then, at Tang Qin's signal, the 2 slowly pushed open the door. When the door swung open, even though Qin had braced himself, he couldn't help but be stunned by the sight before him. As the door opened, his first impression of the presidential suite was its immense size, certainly no less than 500 square meters. The first area they entered was a 200 square meter living area, featuring a sitting room, a bar counter, a wine cellar, and even a private kitchen. Next came the gym, a private conference room, an enormous master bedroom, a guest bedroom, and more. Further back were the swimming pool and garden. It had everything one could possibly need, and its level of luxury exceeded anything he could have imagined. Qin. Upon entering the suite, they toured the entire space. As they walked through, Tang Qin patiently explained each feature, the layout, furnishings, and functions one by one. Listening to Tang Qin's gentle voice, Qin felt thoroughly satisfied. It was one pleasant surprise after another. The wealthy and the common folk seemed like 2 extremes in this world, 2 different tiers of the social hierarchy. And he had suddenly transformed, leaping from an ordinary person to another level, one he had never before experienced. Qin surveyed the entire room with an appreciative eye, then nonchalantly returned to the living room and sat down on the plush sofa. Tang Qin said softly, "Mr. Qin, the hotel has prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. We can serve it whenever you're ready. You're also welcome to dine at the rooftop restaurant on the 51st floor, which is exclusively reserved for guests staying in the presidential suite. Please bring dinner here in half an hour, and bring another bottle of red wine," Qin said with a slight nod. "Certainly, Mr. Qin." Qin then asked, "By the way, does your hotel provide a change of clothes?" I'll need them after I take a shower.
Tang Qin nodded and replied, yes, they're in the closet of the master bedroom. Please feel free to take a look. Good. That's all for now. You may go.
I'll call for you if I need anything. Qin said with great satisfaction.
Yes, sir.
If you need anything else, please don't hesitate to call. We're here to serve you 24 hours a day.
Dinner will be served right on time.
After saying this, Tang Qin curtsied slightly and stepped back out. Qin stretched, stood up from the sofa, and walked into the master bedroom, where he opened the antique wooden wardrobe standing against one wall. There weren't many clothes inside, but they included a wide variety of styles: suits, casual wear, pajamas, and underwear.
Another compartment, however, held women's clothing.
Looking at these brightly colored outfits, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild.
Should he call a few young girls to attend to him later? And find a few sets of uniforms, have them dress up as bunny girls and maids?
Just imagining that scene sent a wave of heat through his body. He shook his head to banish those impure thoughts, picked out a casual outfit, and headed into the bathroom. By the time he finished his shower, dinner had just been delivered. Tang Qin wheeled in an elegant serving cart and arranged the dishes one by one on a refined dining table. As the lids of the food containers were lifted one after another, the aroma that wafted toward him stimulated his taste buds. There were 8 dishes on the table: a fruit platter, a stew, chicken soup, steak, grilled fish, blood duck, vegetarian dishes, and more. All were served in small plates. They looked exquisite, but the portions on each plate weren't large, though they were enough for 2 people.
These are all authentic French feasts.
The chef was specially invited from France and is a true authority in his field. Tang Qin explained, then took a bottle of red wine from the serving cart.
This is a 2016 Lafite.
Although it's not a 1982 vintage, the quality has been quite excellent in recent years. After saying this, she opened the bottle of Lafite with a corkscrew and poured it into crystal clear wine glasses.
M.Iota.
Once she had finished, she said, "Mr. Qin, please enjoy your meal." Qin sat at the table, looking at the feast spread before him, his appetite whetted. He picked out a few dishes and took a bite. True to the reputation of an authentic French chef, they were a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate.
Mr. Qin, are you satisfied with the taste? Tang Qin asked, standing close to his left side.
They were so close that the fresh scent of jasmine wafted over him, mingling with the warm breath from Tang Qin's mouth. It felt very pleasant.
It's excellent. The food is truly well prepared. I'm very satisfied. I'm glad you're satisfied, Mr. Qin. Please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just let me know. I won't disturb you any further.
Feeling it was about time, Tang Qin prepared to leave the room.
Miss Tang, why don't you sit down and join me for dinner?
There is too much food for me to eat all by myself, Qin said suddenly, genuinely hoping to dine with this beautiful woman. In his eyes, Tang Qin was top-notch in both figure and looks. Her fragrance was pleasant to the nose, and dining with such a beauty would definitely be a treat. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Qin, but I have a work lunch at the hotel, so I won't be able to join you.
Besides, it's during work hours, so it wouldn't be appropriate. Tang Qin smiled as she politely declined.
It's just a meal. It's more lively when we eat together, and the food tastes better that way. Qin persisted with his invitation. Seeing that Tang Qin was still trying to decline, he added, "Besides, I'll need your help with something after we finish eating."
If you go to that work lunch, won't that just waste your time?
All right, then I suppose I'll have to accept your kind invitation. Hearing Qin say this, Tang Qin stopped insisting and agreed. After all, as a private butler for the presidential suite, she should do her best to fulfill her client's requests whenever possible. Deep down, she was actually willing. Enjoying a French meal like this was certainly better than eating a work meal in the cafeteria. However, she still needed to maintain a certain level of decorum, otherwise, agreeing too readily might make her appear less respectable.
Qin was delighted. Having a beautiful woman by his side would certainly add no small amount of enjoyment to this dinner.
He casually picked up another crystal wine glass, poured some wine, and handed it to her. After saying thank you, Tang Qin shed her earlier shyness and sat down with confidence. She picked up a piece of steak, and the two clinked glasses. Amid laughter and conversation, they finished the sumptuous meal. During their conversation, Sheen learned a bit about Tang Chin's background. It turned out she had graduated from Magic City University of Finance and Economics and had just started her career as a marketing specialist at a skincare company, where her outstanding performance quickly earned her a promotion to marketing manager. Later, for certain reasons, she left that company and came to the Azure Hotel to work as a private butler for the presidential suite. After the meal, the two had grown much closer. By the way, as I mentioned earlier, I'll need to ask you for a favor later. I wonder if you'd be willing to help. Sheen remembered there was something he needed to do. Tang Chin had just finished clearing the plates and cutlery from the table and placing them back on the serving cart when she blinked. Go ahead, Mr. Chin. Don't worry about whether it's a bother or not as long as I can do it, it's no problem. Great. Sheen smiled. Do you know of any shopping malls nearby? I'm planning to buy some clothes, would you mind coming with me? Oh, there's a large shopping mall right behind the hotel. They have plenty of clothes, they're all high-end brand flagship stores. If you'd like, Mr. Chin, I'd be happy to take you there. That's perfect. Let us head there once you're done with your work. Just give me a moment, I'll be right back. Tang Chin nodded and pushed the food cart out of the room. A quarter of an hour later, Tang Chin returned. Her hotel uniform was gone, replaced by a simple orange-fitted dress. She looked less formal and more youthful and radiant. The two quickly left the hotel and headed for the shopping mall behind it, as Tang Chin had mentioned. Since it wasn't too far, they didn't drive, they treated it as an after-dinner stroll. After walking a short distance, they indeed came upon a 6-story shopping mall covering a vast area, named Nanyue Shopping Plaza. They entered the mall and went up to the 3rd floor, a high-end brand clothing section, which was filled with boutiques of world-renowned brands. Brands like Louis Vuitton, Dior, Gucci, and Anima, where all their smaller brands could only be found on the 4th floor. Mr. Chin, which brand of clothing would you like to buy? Tang Chin asked. Sheen didn't really care about such things. He pointed to the well-presented Anima store in front of them and said, "Let us go into this one and take a look." Welcome. A young female sales clerk standing at the entrance smiled politely as she saw Chin and Tang Chin walk in, showing no sign of looking down on them despite their plain attire. May I help you, ladies and gentlemen? Sheen replied bluntly, "We're just browsing. We'll buy something if we see anything we like." Alright, then I won't bother you. In the past, whenever Chin went into a clothing store to shop, he'd suffer from a sort of shopping paralysis. He wanted clothes that looked good, were affordable, and fit just right, and because of these demands, he'd often spend half a day without being able to pick out a single item. Now that he no longer had to worry about price, he could simply buy whatever caught his eye. It was a breeze. As they walked through the store, whether it was pants, jackets, or t-shirts, Chin picked up anything he liked, selecting several items in a row. Tang Chin stood by, diligently helping carry the clothes. She knew that since Chin could spend over $3 million on a hotel stay, he certainly wasn't short on money. Seeing him shop so extravagantly, never even glancing at the price tag, she secretly stuck out her tongue. She happened to catch a glimpse of a garment priced at 30,000 yuan and was momentarily speechless. After finishing her selection, Chin went to the fitting room to try on a few items, and Tang Chin gave the thumbs up for each one. She didn't bother trying on the remaining pieces and said to Tang Chin, "Miss Tang, thank you for coming to keep me company tonight. There's a women's section over there, you should go pick out a few outfits for yourself. Choose whatever you like, I'll cover the bill as a thank you for your company tonight." Tang Chin quickly waved her hands. "I don't think that's appropriate. How could I possibly spend your money? Coming here with you is just part of my job. Don't refuse. This amount of money is nothing to me. Consider it a reward for your service as my personal butler." "You've worked hard this past month," Chin said earnestly. Tang Chin had no choice but to say, "Alright, then I'll pick one out." That's the spirit. Go ahead, I'll wait for you here. Tang Chin went to the women's clothing section and soon picked out an outfit. Chin took a look. The price tag read 600 yuan cheaper than any of the items he'd picked out earlier. he nodded to himself. Glancing around the store, he spotted a light purple women's suit in the glass display case by the entrance that actually suited Tang Qin's style quite well. He walked over, took it out, and handed it to Tang Qin.
This one looks good to me. Try it on. If it fits, let us buy it.
As soon as Tang Qin saw the price 58,000 yuan, she was startled and hurriedly said, "Let us just skip it.
This is way too expensive. I'm perfectly happy with the one from earlier. It's not that much money."
"Just try it on and see how it looks," Qin said earnestly.
"Not that much money.
That's nearly 60,000 yuan for a single outfit."
Tang Qin muttered to herself under her breath.
Seeing that Qin was determined to make her try it on, she reluctantly relented. "All right, I'll try it on first." When she came out of the fitting room, Qin was very pleased.
"Not bad, it even gives you a bit of a power woman vibe. You don't even need to take it off, I'll just go ahead and pay for it." "Oh my, what kind of hick is this? You actually think anime clothes are as cheap as cabbage? Picking out so many outfits without even checking the prices looks like you've been buying too many street stall knockoffs. I'm afraid you don't even have enough money to afford a single one." Just then, a shrill voice rang out, piercing the ears of everyone present.
A plump, opulently dressed woman was staring haughtily at Qin and her companion, her gaze brimming with malice. Ever since the two had entered the store, especially that vixen-like girl, her husband's eyes had been completely captivated by her. She'd been seething inside for a while, her belly full of pent-up rage and jealousy. Seeing Qin shopping like this, she finally seized the opportunity to speak up and mock them. Qin Ding shot her a cold glance, yet another snobbish jerk looking down on others. He fired back without hesitation. "What kind of vicious dog are you, barking nonsense here? Kid, what did you say?
Are you looking to die?"
A sleazy-looking man in his 50s, dressed in a suit, standing beside the woman, glared menacingly at Qin. In Wang Ji's mind, it was one thing for his wife to insult others, but for someone to insult his wife was a direct slap in his face. As the owner of a company, he had to maintain his authority. Besides, the other guy was dressed shabbily, just a lowly worker. Dealing with someone like that should be a piece of cake. It was a shame that the beautiful woman was actually with such a penniless kid, truly a flower planted in cow dung.
"You actually let a penniless scumbag like this in? Can you even afford to pay for the damage if he soils the clothes here? He is completely dragging down the standards of us business owners."
He turned and complained to the saleswoman who had approached him, a slightly older female employee. The saleswoman gave a wry smile.
"I'm truly sorry, boss. Anyone who walks in is a customer, and as sales staff, we have no authority to turn away any customer."
Wang Ji snorted and muttered, "What a pain." Qin narrowed his eyes and retorted without backing down, "People like you who boast about being so-called rich probably aren't even big spenders, yet you're ranting like mad dogs here, it's laughable."
Instead of getting angry, the woman laughed. "Our spending isn't great, you're the one who is ridiculous.
Let us not even get into other things. I spend over $1 million a year just in this mall alone.
Clothes costing tens of thousands are a drop in the bucket for me. And do you really think you can afford the clothes in this store?"
Qin smiled without responding, pointed to the clothes she'd just picked out, and said to the young saleswoman standing at the door, "Pack these up, I'll take them all."
"Ah!"
The saleswoman froze for a moment, then let out a startled cry. She saw that Qin was holding far too many clothes, yet he was wearing nothing but cheap, run-of-the-mill items, and was now intent on buying all these expensive designer pieces. There were at least 10 items, not counting the dress her female companion was wearing, which cost 5 or 6 10,000.
She'd never seen a customer buy so many clothes at once before.
Wang Ji sneered, "You talk a big game, but do you even realize that the clothes in your hands alone add up to over 300,000? If you can actually come up with that kind of money, don't try to put on a brave face. Someone like you might not be able to afford it, but that doesn't mean others aren't capable of it," Qin said calmly. "My husband is the CEO of a major company, not someone like you, a hick, can compare to him. Never mind these clothes, I can easily afford even more."
M.Iota. "Kid, how about this? If you can pay for all these clothes, I'll kowtow to you and admit I was wrong. On the other hand, if you can't afford them, you'll have to kowtow to me and admit you were wrong." How about it?
Wang Ji's eyes darted around, a sinister smile spread across his face as an idea occurred to him. At the same time, he shot a glance at Tang Qin, his eyes flashing with a hint of greed. He was deeply captivated by her beauty compared to his company as secretary. With her curvy hips and slim waist, she possessed a charm that stirred far more intense desire. If he could make this kid look like a fool and then splurge lavishly, this beauty would realize the gulf between them. Who knows, she might even throw herself at him. Too bad that haggard wife of his was here today.
I accept your wager.
Just don't regret it if you lose later, Qin said casually. The woman, however, looked a bit worried.
Honey, what if he really is rich? Are you seriously going to have to kowtow to him and apologize?
Don't worry. That kid is just bluffing. If I back down now, it'll play right into his hands. Wang Ji looked as calm as a fish on a hook, not even considering the possibility of losing.
That's good to hear.
The wealthy lady finally relaxed and began to look smug again. Qin cut to the chase and instructed the saleswoman, please calculate the total cost of these clothes. Please wait a moment, it won't take long. The saleswoman hurried off to ring up the items. Sir, including this young lady's clothes, the total comes to 340,000. Since you're buying so much, you're eligible for a 10% discount, so 306,000 will do.
Alright, let us go ahead and swipe the card.
Qin took out his bank card and handed it over.
Beep, transaction successful. It actually went through. Kid, you're setting me up.
Wang Ji's face alternated between pale and red, his expression dark and unsettled. This was a massive loss of face. He thought bitterly to himself, that kid probably doesn't have more than 200 yuan on him total, yet he actually managed to come up with that much money.
You were the one who proposed the wager in the first place. How did I set you up?
Qin retorted with a cold laugh. I'll take today's loss, but you won't be so lucky next time. He then said to his wife, let us go. Wang Ji just felt like he had a run of bad luck. He had absolutely no intention of honoring the bet.
Making him apologize in public? That was out of the question.
His wife also realized there was nothing to be gained by staying any longer, but leaving like this with their tails between their legs was too humiliating. She shot Qin a withering glare and had no choice but to follow him out.
You're just going to walk off like that? Didn't you say that if you lost, you'd kowtow and admit your mistake?
You haven't fulfilled the bet yet. It was Tang Qin who spoke. She'd never seen such shameless people trying to walk away after losing a bet, and they were both adults, no less.
Miss, when did we ever make a bet? Which eye of yours saw that?
You can't just make things up like that, the woman said, hands on her hips, spouting a blatant lie. Tang Qin was furious, but seeing the woman's menacing expression, she momentarily couldn't think of a retort.
Sir, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Don't you run a company over at Huajiang Plaza? Qin wasn't angry either. He expected her to deny it all along.
He only made the bet to annoy her. Suddenly, he remembered that he seemed to have seen this man a few times at Huajiang Plaza. No wonder he looked familiar at first.
Now this was getting interesting.
That's right, you know me, Jiang Ji asked suspiciously. I wouldn't go so far as to say I know you, but what I'm trying to say is, you lost the bet.
If you're a good sport, you'll have to honor your promise.
My bets aren't something you can just wriggle out of.
Kid, anyone can talk tough. What are you going to do about it?
Wang Ji gave a cold laugh, didn't look back, and walked toward the door. He noticed the strange stares around him and didn't want to stay any longer.
Qin smiled slightly and said to the two men about to leave, we'll meet again. Don't say I didn't warn you.
I'll be waiting for you. Jiang Ji called back from a distance, and his figure had already vanished. Seeing that Wang Ji had left, the few onlookers around them also began to disperse. The two sales clerks now looked at Qin with a touch more respect in their eyes. Sir, would you like to take these clothes with you, or would you like us to deliver them to your residence? Just send them to the Azure Hotel. Qin then gave the number of his room at the Azure Hotel.
Certainly, sir. We'll pack them up and deliver them right away.
Upon learning that Chin was staying in the presidential suite at the Azure Hotel, the saleswoman became even more deferential.
After leaving the Anima boutique, they continued browsing a few other clothing stores.
By the time they exited the shopping mall, Chin was carrying several shopping bags filled with expensive clothes and a pair of shoes.
As Chin's personal butler, the task of carrying the bags naturally fell to Tang Chin.
"Mr. Chin, coming out with you tonight has really broadened my horizons." After spending half a day with him, Tang Chin had gained a general understanding of Chin's personality and realized he wasn't the stern type. As a result, she spoke much more casually now, even cracking a few jokes from time to time.
"Oh, tell me more.
This is the first time I've seen what life as a millionaire is really like. You can just casually walk into a mall and spend 4 or 50 myriad. Sigh, how are people like us who can't even afford a single piece of clothing on our monthly salary supposed to get by?"
"You're wrong about that.
Poor people have their own joys, and rich people have their own worries.
What are your worries, Mr. Chin?"
"My worries?"
Chin feigned deep thought.
"My worries are actually the same as yours. I'm too poor. I've got nothing left but money, and I have so much of it I don't even know how to spend it."
Ha! Tang Chin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Mr. Chin, you're so funny."
"If that is the case, then there is not a single person in the world who isn't poor." The two chatted and laughed as they returned to the presidential suite where Chin was staying. The clothes they bought earlier had already been delivered.
Tang Chin thoughtfully organized them and even took them to be laundered.
The next day, after finishing the hotel's breakfast, Chin drove to Huajiang Plaza. It was 8 a.m. on a Monday by all logic, peak commuting hours. Chin wasn't the least bit worried about being late for work. He drove along at a leisurely pace.
He made up his mind. He was going there today to resign.
It was time to say goodbye to those hard days of working from dawn till dusk.
By the time he arrived at Huajiang Plaza, another hour had passed.
He parked his car in the underground garage and took the elevator up to the 21st floor of Tower A.
Room 2102.
This was Chin's workplace.
Behind the reception desk, for large characters read Shishang Advertising, the company's name.
Upon entering the office and just as he sat down at his desk, his colleague from the next cubicle, Lu Xiaotong, came over and whispered.
"Chin, what took you so long?"
"We in the design department just finished a meeting about the new game promotional design proposals submitted to Zhou Yuan Games last week. One of them finally got approved, and the manager even praised Zhou Jun right there on the spot."
"Zhou Jun? Zhang Daju's nephew."
Chin furrowed his brow.
"Keep your voice down."
Lu Xiaotong hurriedly shushed him and glanced around, afraid someone might overhear.
"How can you go around calling the manager by his nickname at work?"
"If someone hears that and it gets back to him, you're in for it." As for Zhang Daso from the design department, who was plump with a large head, short in stature, and somewhat stocky, he was notoriously harsh toward his employees and subordinates at the company. He would fine them or dock their pay at the drop of a hat and loved to berate people, so someone had nicknamed him Zhang Big Pig. The employees all liked to call him that behind his back, but to his face, they still addressed him as manager.
Chin remained unmoved and continued, "How could Zhou Jun, who doesn't even know how to design, come up with a design proposal for a new game and have it accepted? What is going on here?"
When Lu Xiaotong heard Chin ask about this, he sighed and said indignantly,
"Actually, everyone knows that Lu Kerson designed this proposal.
They attributed it to the manager's nephew, so it became Zhou Jun's." At the morning meeting, Lu Kerson even got into a huge argument with Zhang Daju, that's manager Zhang.
Now she is just sitting there crying. Who could stand that?
Chin said nothing, his expression darkening. In fact, it wasn't just Lu Kerson. Other colleagues at the company, including him, had worked hard on some fairly important designs that ultimately ended up being credited to Zhou Jun. They could have earned substantial commissions and bonuses, but in the end, they received only a meager compensation. The base salary for employees in the design department was a paltry 2,000 yuan. Their main source of income came from monthly performance-based commissions, which were distributed among employees according to their performance ratios. Zhou Jun relied on the fact that his uncle was the department manager. Despite being a good-for-nothing with no education or skills, he was doing quite well for himself at the company, living a more comfortable life than those employees who were both talented and hardworking.
Lou Kerson was considered one of China's closer friends at the company. The two even lived in the same rental building.
One lived on the third floor, the other on the second, just one floor apart, and Chin had often gone over to Lou Kerson's place to scrounge for a meal.
Chin, you'd better be careful. Because you were late, the manager called you out by name and criticized you during the morning meeting.
If he sees you later, you're bound to get another scolding, and a pay deduction is probably inevitable.
In response to Lu Xiaotong's well-meaning warning, Chin smiled and stood up. It's no big deal. I'm going to stop by Lou Kerson's place first.
Since you're close with her, it's good to go comfort her just in case she is still feeling down.
Lu Xiaotong nodded. Lou Kerson was in another office, working on graphics and text on her computer. When she saw Chin approach, she said somewhat awkwardly, "So you know about what happened to me? I'm embarrassed to have put you in this position."
Chin saw that she didn't seem particularly upset, though her eyes were a little red. It appeared she had indeed been crying earlier. He smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry.
This one just blow over. I'll go talk to the boss in a bit."
Lou Kerson was a little touched and said, "Thanks for your concern, but please don't bother. Something similar happened last time, and someone went to the boss to complain. Not only did it have no effect, but in the end, that person actually got fired.
Don't lose your job because of me. After all, the pay here isn't too bad. Good people get taken advantage of. Some things can't just be let slide.
I've had it with Zhou Jun and Zhang Daju for a long time. It's about time I taught them a lesson." Chin narrowed his eyes, a plan forming in his mind.
"Hey, you little punk, who are you talking about? You dare call my uncle by his nickname? Don't you want to keep your job here anymore?" The speaker was none other than Zhou Jun.
He was lanky and tall, with a triangular face, high cheekbones, and a distinctive sharp-nosed, monkey-cheeked appearance. He was glaring at Chin and his friend with a mischievous smirk.
"What's the matter? Trying to stand up for her, or play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress? Give it a rest. I heard you were late today, and now you dare to call my uncle by his nickname. You'd better hope for the best. Zhou Jun, you shameless scoundrel."
"If it weren't for your uncle, you'd be nothing in this company," Lou Kerson said hatefully, her eyes blazing with fury.
"Huh, so what? Let me tell you straight, I stole your design proposal. What are you going to do about it? And you even dared to talk back to my uncle. If you don't want to work here anymore, you'd better get out now, you jerk. You."
Lou Kerson was also a hot-headed person overcome with anger. She wanted to step forward and punch him. Chin held back Lou Kerson, who was about to strike, and shot a glance at the arrogant Zhou Jun, his eyes growing even colder.
"Zhou Jun, you just admitted it yourself. That proposal for Zhou Yuan Games wasn't designed by you at all. It was Lou Kerson's. We all heard it." A female colleague who was on good terms with Lou Kerson spoke up in support. "Right, I heard it too. Don't try to wriggle out of this. I'm going to report you to the boss right away."
Lu Xiaotong, having caught wind of the commotion, rushed over as well.
These loud exchanges instantly drew a crowd of office employees who gathered to watch.
Many were already aware of the cause of the incident, and since Zhou Jun's reputation at the company was already poor, some began pointing fingers at him, with whispers and murmurs rising in waves. Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that everything was piling up against him, Zhou Jun began to panic. Frustrated and furious, he pointed at Lu Xiaotong.
"Lu Xiaotong, and Li Ping too, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't make false accusations. I never said those things." "What? Can you just brush off what you said like it was nothing and deny it now?" Lu Xiaotong sneered. "Exactly. You don't have any design talent of your own, so you rely on your uncle to steal other people's credit. You dare to say it, but won't admit it. You must be so ashamed you don't know where to hide your face," Li Ping chimed in. "What are you all doing? Why are you all standing here? It's work hours. Don't you have work to do?"
The employees watching the spectacle in the office were startled by the voice and scattered like birds startled by a bowstring. Seeing the department manager arrive, Li Ping and Lu Xiaotong exchanged a glance and quietly slipped away. Although many employees disliked Zhang Daso, he was still their manager, and they had to maintain a certain level of respect for the sake of their jobs. Even Lu Kerson, who just moments ago had been as feisty as an angry little bird, now wilted and dared not utter a word.
Sheen, so it's you. What's going on? Are you trying to rebel?
Not only were you late today, but now you're causing trouble here. Zhang Daso saw the employees retreating one by one, with only Qin standing there motionless, daring to look him straight in the eye. He knew right away that this young man was likely at the heart of the matter. He overheard the whispers earlier and knew the issue revolved around the promotional design for Zhou Yuan Games' new title. Now was the perfect opportunity to use this usually taciturn employee as a scapegoat, a prime example to set an example and see who would dare to gossip behind his back again.
Uncle, you're just in time. That brat just dared to slander me and even called you Zhang Big Pig. Don't let him off the hook so easily.
Zhou Jun, who had been waiting with bated breath for his uncle to arrive, now felt emboldened by his presence and pointed at Qin defiantly. Zhang Daso hated nothing more than hearing anyone utter the words Zhang Big Pig. He had even gone so far as to take drastic measures on several occasions to make life miserable for those who did. Qin, what he said is true, you dared to call me Zhang Big Pig. Lu Kerson also secretly tugged at Qin's sleeve, signaling him to apologize quickly and not offend the other guy too much.
Ha! Qin ignored Lu Kerson's subtle gesture and let out a derisive laugh. So what if I call you Zhang Big Pig? You've always had a pig-like face, I'm not doing you any injustice here. These words sent the colleagues in the office who had been eavesdropping on the commotion into fits of silent laughter. They couldn't help but glance over with admiration. Lu Kerson, standing closest to him, her mouth forming an O, stared at Qin as if he were a monster. She felt like Qin was a completely different person today, no longer the taciturn man of the past, but brimming with confidence and swagger. Fine. Qin, you're ruthless. Zhang Daso's face turned the color of liver, and he gritted his teeth. Qin, listen up. You've lost this month's bonus, and don't even think about getting one the month after next. As for the future, forget about ever receiving any bonuses. Also, by inciting a disturbance and verbally abusing your superior just now, you've violated company policy. The circumstances are particularly egregious. I'm reporting this to the CEO to see if you should be fired. Uncle, an employee like this who shows no respect for senior management should be been kicked out of the company long ago, Zhou Jun chimed in, fanning the flames. Fire me? As it happens, I'm heading to the CEO's office anyway to expose how you've repeatedly bullied employees and stolen their credit. Want to come along? Qin showed not a trace of nervousness on his face. You're just a lowly employee, and I'm a department manager. Who do you think the boss will believe? Naturally, the boss will trust whoever brings the greatest benefit to the company. So, Qin, you're no match for me. Zhang Daso smiled cruelly. Manager Zhang, what's going on? At that moment, the boss, Zhou Shanghua, arrived. He glanced at Qin, then fixed his gaze on Zhang Daso, signaling for him to explain. Seeing Zhou Shanghua there, manager Zhang's previously arrogant demeanor immediately gave way to a sycophantic grin, and he gave a brief account of what had just happened. In his version of events, Qin came across as someone with unrealistic ambitions, lacking in ability and failing to meet performance standards, yet demanding higher wages and bonuses. He had even stirred up a commotion, slandered employees, and verbally abused management. In short, according to Zhang Daso's account, Qin had become a thoroughly depraved employee who had severely disrupted the company's work environment and violated company rules and regulations. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shanghua couldn't help but furrow his brow. If he hadn't overheard Zhang Daso's conversation earlier and known the general outline of the situation, he would have been compelled to believe this account. That's utter nonsense. Lu Kerson stood up, fuming. She had enough of this long ago. Boss, much of what manager Zhang just said is untrue. It's clearly him who has repeatedly stolen employees' credit, attributing the design proposals I worked so hard onto his nephew's name. He also deducts bonuses and wages at the drop of a hat, so he is the one who should be disciplined. Lu Kerson, how dare even you talk back? When have I ever taken credit for an employee's work?
You'd better produce some evidence.
Zhang Daso glanced nervously at the boss, then pointed at Lu Kerson and shouted.
Zhou Shanghua shot Zhang Daso a cold look. Having risen to become the owner of an advertising agency, he was certainly no fool. He was fully aware of the many internal conflicts within the company. However, Manager Zhang had made a valid point earlier. He would naturally side with whoever brought the greatest benefit to the company. He wouldn't automatically support an employee just because that person felt wronged or was being suppressed and marginalized by a superior. He cleared his throat softly, silencing everyone in the room, and demanded, "Manager Zhang, as a company manager, you've allowed your department to descend into chaos, and your employees have serious grievances against you. How is this acceptable? You bear a great deal of responsibility for this. If you fail to get things in order and this happens again, you'll be replaced as design department manager."
"I'm sorry, boss. This is all my fault. It won't happen again."
Manager Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly nodded in assurance.
Zhou Shanghua glanced at Qin again.
"As for this employee, I don't care what grievances you may have against your superiors, but your actions today have seriously disrupted the company's work environment and harmed the company's interests.
So I'm sorry to inform you that you are no longer suitable to be an employee of our company.
You're fired." As soon as the words fell, the office, which had been slightly noisy just moments before, suddenly fell completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. No one could have imagined that the outcome of this incident would be Qin's dismissal. It was as if the boss had raised a sledgehammer, and many feared that blow might suddenly land on their own heads. They didn't even dare to breathe a sigh.
Iota.
Only Lu Kerson was certain that, at the end of the day, this whole affair had started because of her. Gritting her teeth, she was about to throw caution to the wind and speak up for Qin, but Qin waved her off to stop her.
Naturally, Zhang Daso and Zhou Jun were the happiest of all. "Qin, you've been fired from the company.
Please pack up your things and leave immediately. You're no longer welcome here." Qin paid no heed to Manager Zhang's smug words, instead turning his gaze toward Zhou Shanghua.
"Firing me is pointless. I came here today specifically to resign.
However, you've lost all sense of right and wrong by condoning the department manager's behavior.
That is your mistake.
I was originally willing to give you a chance, but since you didn't cherish it, don't blame me." Zhou Shanghua's expression darkened upon hearing this, but he remained silent, his eyes revealing that he didn't take Qin seriously at all.
"Ha, Qin, you're just a fired employee, yet you still dare to spout such nonsense here. Have you been so devastated by your dismissal that you've lost your mind, daring to threaten even the boss? So it was actually you who wanted to quit, not the company firing you. Fine, then I'm withholding your entire month's salary and bonus." Zhang Daso knew Qin's situation well.
Now that he was out of a job and without a paycheck, he'd be reduced to living under a bridge. He'd surely be on his knees apologizing in a moment. Qin ignored these words, giving a wry smile, though his eyes grew a shade colder. He returned silently to his workstation, too lazy even to write a resignation letter, and began packing up his belongings. Manager Zhang sent someone over to keep an eye on him and also had Qin's personal file delivered. There wasn't much including the file folder, it all fit into a small bag. Qin left the company without a second thought, his departing figure appearing to everyone as the final scene of a play. As soon as he stepped out of Qishang Advertising, Qin dialed Jiang Shang, the general manager of Nanjiang Plaza's property management.
When the call connected, "Are you at the property management office right now?"
"Hello, boss.
I'm right here."
"Good.
I'll be there shortly."
After hanging up, Qin knew the property management office was located on the 34th floor, the top floor of the building. Taking the elevator directly from there would get him there quickly. On the other end, Jiang Shang was about to offer to come down to greet him, but before he could speak, he heard the busy signal. He stood there dumbfounded for a moment before realizing that the new boss was coming for an unannounced visit. Fortunately, he made thorough preparations in advance. Sitting across from him was a middle-aged man in his 50s. If Qin had seen him, he would have immediately recognized him as the man who bet with him last night while shopping at the anima store.
He was Wang Ji, the chairman of Zhou Yuan Games. The company occupied the entire 10th and 11th floors of Tower C at Nanjiang Plaza, a fairly large operation.
Wang Ji noticed that Zhang Shang had taken a call. Though the conversation was brief, it was clear that Zhang Shang held the person on the other end in high regard, speaking in a cautious and respectful tone. Although he was a bit curious, he didn't dare ask too many questions. After all, he had come today to ask a favor of the other party.
When Zhang Shang finished the call, Wang Ji cleared his throat lightly and smiled.
President Zhang, the main reason for my visit today is regarding next quarter's rent.
Would it be possible to defer payment for a little while?
I'll pay 2 quarters rent together at the end of August.
Would that work for you?
Zhang Shang furrowed his brow, then said, based on your past rental payment history. Your credit standing is quite good, so it's not out of the question. Here's what we'll do, our company's new owner will be here shortly. I'll bring it up with him, it shouldn't be a problem.
Wang Ji's expression froze. When did Nanjiang Plaza get a new owner?
He hadn't heard a single whisper about it before now. This was a very important matter for all tenants. If the new owner decided to raise the rent at Nanjiang Plaza, a tenant like him who rented 2 floors would have to pay an extra 100,000 to 200,000 yuan every quarter.
Feeling a bit uneasy, he forced a smile and said,
I just found out that your company has a new owner myself. I thought I'd take this opportunity to pay a visit. Later, I'd appreciate it if General Manager Zhang could put in a good word for me with the new owner.
Zhang Shang nodded.
You're one of our company's top tenants, so I'm sure the new owner won't give you any trouble.
With that, he stood up. I'll go welcome the new owner, he should be arriving any minute.
I'll come with you, to it LL show our company's respect for your boss. Zhang Ji, sensing the situation, also stood up and followed behind Zhang Shang. The moment the two stepped out of the property management general manager's office, they saw Qin walking in through the main entrance. Zhang Shang had seen Qin's photo in the company files. Although he looked even younger in person than in the photo, he recognized him as his boss at a glance.
M.Iota.
Somewhat surprised by how quickly he had arrived, Zhang Shang didn't waste a moment. He hurried over to Qin in 2 strides, bowed, and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm truly sorry I wasn't able to greet you. I'm afraid you had to come all the way here on your own.
You must be Zhang Shang.
As long as you do your job well, there is no need for all that unnecessary formalities.
Qin smiled in return.
This man was, after all, the top employee in his own company, and Qin had high hopes for him. Having worked here for over 2 years, he had proven himself capable in managing the property at Nanjiang Plaza, which spoke to his competence. Behind him, however, Wang Ji's previously cheerful expression froze.
Impossible. How could this be? The new boss is actually him. He recognized him, too. The man he'd met last night who, in his eyes, had been nothing more than a nobody, someone he'd even beaten in a bet, had suddenly become the new owner of Huajiang Plaza. Regret.
Fear. If he'd known this man had such influence, he would never have dared to offend him, even if his life depended on it.
This is Mr. Wang Ji, chairman of Zhouyuan Games. He is also one of our tenants here.
Zhang Shang led Qin toward the office reserved exclusively for the owner of Huajiang Plaza. Seeing Wang Ji standing there dumbfounded, Zhang Shang, though displeased, still made the introduction. Qin hadn't expected to run into this man who had refused to honor his bet so soon, and he let out a cold laugh.
So you're Mr. Wang. Pleased to meet you. Wang Ji didn't dare act high and mighty anymore.
Setting aside his role as the landlord of Qin's company, this man owned the entire Huajiang Plaza, worth over 4 billion, with quarterly rent income approaching 100 million.
It was safe to say the two were not even in the same league. Hello, Mr. Qin, hello I.
Wang Ji grew increasingly flustered as he spoke, unsure of what to say, and finally felt the urge to kneel down and kowtow to admit his mistake.
Qin waved his hand to stop Wang Ji. Let us go back to my office first and talk.
Then he continued walking forward. Zhang Shang found this a bit odd, but didn't ask any questions, he simply led the way.
Qin followed Zhang Shang to his office. His office was located in the innermost room.
The room was spacious, and through the floor-to-ceiling panoramic windows, the view below stretched out before them, taking in nearly half of Nanjiang City. The interior was adorned with various valuable calligraphy and paintings, and in the corner stood a wine cabinet and a bar counter. The center of the wine cabinet displayed a selection of red wines. Qin was very pleased with this office. He nodded in satisfaction and sat down in a genuine leather executive chair behind his solid wood desk. Jiang Sheng handed him a cup of freshly brewed coffee, then took out some documents he had prepared in advance and, somewhat nervously, introduced each one in turn.
Mr. Qin, these are the operating rights documents for Nanjiang Plaza. Your signature is required here. These are the latest financial records, and this is the income and expenditure statement for the previous quarter. Please take a look. Qin glanced briefly through them and signed where necessary. After signing and closing the folder, he said, "This is my first visit here today. Could you give me a brief overview of Nanjiang Plaza?"
Jiang Sheng quickly agreed and began his presentation. Nanjiang Plaza has a total area of 15,000 square meters, comprising 3 34-story towers A, B, and C along with 5 low-rise commercial buildings. There are a total of 280 retail units surrounding the complex, including several restaurants, a movie theater, and large-scale retail spaces for banks and corporations, generating quarterly rent of approximately 12 million. The high-rise section includes office spaces, a gym, a hotel, and residential units, totaling about 210,000 square meters, with quarterly rent of around 96 million. When combined with other management fees, parking fees, and so on, the total quarterly revenue comes to about 110 million. After hearing this, Qin's expression remained impassive. A mere 110 million per quarter for someone with nearly 10 billion in the bank, who spends 100 million on a single car, that was nothing at all. Mr. Qin, last quarter's total revenue was 100 million.
After deducting expenses, there's 90 million left. I'll have the finance department transfer it to your account right away. All right. Qin nodded.
Soon after, he received a notification that 90 million had been credited to his account. Jiang Sheng wiped the sweat from the corner of his forehead and let out a long sigh. He was secretly astonished. Qin's demeanor was far too calm, and he showed no reaction whatsoever to the large sum being deposited. It seemed this man was definitely a wealthy young master from some prominent family. In his eyes, this sum was likely just pocket change. Only then did Qin glance out of the corner of his eye at Wang Ji, who was standing off to the side. Wang Ji hurriedly put on a sheepish smile, adopting a subservient demeanor.
"Mr. Qin, I apologize for what happened last night. Please be magnanimous and forgive my rashness."
After saying this, he bowed deeply to Qin. This made Jiang Sheng realize that Wang Ji had offended his new boss. No wonder he'd been acting so obsequious earlier. His gaze toward Wang Ji grew a bit colder. He would certainly have to put on a show in front of his boss later to win the young master's favor.
Qin's fingers tapped slowly on the tabletop.
He said nothing, but his eyes never left Wang Ji, who was bowing his head in apology.
"I don't suppose you've forgotten what happened last night, have you? Do you need me to remind you?"
Wang Ji's heart sank. He understood exactly what that meant.
"Keep your promise, Neil, and admit your mistake." He sighed.
The situation was now against him, and he had no choice but to submit. Having made up his mind, he didn't hesitate any longer. He knelt before Qin and banged his head on the ground 3 times with great force. At that moment, Wang Ji felt as if he were being killed. It was that agonizing. He also hated his wife intensely for starting the trouble last night. If she hadn't taken the lead, he wouldn't have offended this Mr. Qin, and he certainly wouldn't be suffering this humiliation now.
"Get up." Qin finally let a faint smile cross his face.
Wang Ji breathed a sigh of relief and stood up, his movements somewhat stiff.
"Your rent is being raised by 10 percentage points. Do you have any objections?" Qin asked.
Though phrased as a question, it was effectively an order, meaning that whether he agreed or not, he had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, his company would have to find another place to rent.
No objections at all. It's only fair."
Wang Ji was quick on his feet and replied immediately. He was a seasoned veteran himself. Considering Qin's powerful connections, he knew he absolutely couldn't afford to offend him and would do whatever he could to smooth things over.
Even though
His company's lease still had 2 years left. He didn't dare utter a single word of objection. Ever since entering this office, he'd been anxious, trying to figure out how to make up for his mistake. Now that the rent was being raised by 10 percentage points, it gave both sides a face-saving way out. Still, the thought of having to pay nearly 200,000 yuan every quarter made his heart ache. Over the past half year, the company had developed a new game, and who knew how much money it had burned through, leaving the company struggling with cash flow. The upcoming advertising expenses, in particular, were stretching the finance department to its limits. That was precisely why he'd come today, to try to delay the rent payment and free up some cash flow. With that in mind, Wang Ji gritted his teeth and steeled himself to speak.
Here's the thing, Mr. Qin.
My company has been experiencing some cash flow issues lately.
Could you cut us some slack and let us pay the rent for the next quarter all at once?
Qin paused to consider for a moment before replying, "That's not out of the question."
Don't thank me just yet, I have one condition.
Wang Ji's heart skipped a beat. He silently cursed his luck, and the look of delight on his face turned slightly awkward.
What's the condition? I'm sure I can handle it. Your company does business with Qishang Advertising, doesn't it?
Qin was quite pleased with Wang Ji's tact and smiled slightly.
You mean Qishang Advertising, the one renting space in this building? Yes, we've entrusted the promotion of our company's new game to that advertising agency.
Wang Ji replied truthfully, though with some confusion.
Good.
Then cut off that business relationship with them right now.
Well.
Wang Ji was startled.
He wanted to ask why, but after a moment's thought, he changed his tone. All right, I'll call and give the order right away. With that, he picked up his phone. Qin then asked Zhang Shang, when does Qishang Advertising's lease expire?
Anyone with eyes could see that Qishang Advertising had offended Qin, who was now making an example of them. Zhang Shang quickly checked and said, Mr. Qin, this company's lease expires at the end of this month, and the renewal contract hasn't been signed yet. Then contact their boss and tell him we won't be renewing the lease starting next month.
Yes, boss. At that moment,
Qishang Advertising conference room. Zhou Shanghua was chairing a small company meeting to discuss the company's recent operations and the progress on the ad design for Zhou Yuan Games' new game. Although the company had just fired an employee, he had long since put that out of his mind and forgotten all about it. Just then, Lin Chon, the sales manager, received a call from Zhou Yuan Games. After hanging up, his expression turned grim. Boss, we're in trouble. I just got a call from Zhou Yuan Games. They've actually canceled our partnership.
What?
Everyone in the office was baffled.
Did they say why they're canceling this partnership? I asked. Manager Zhang from their operations department said they suddenly received instructions from the company's CEO to terminate our partnership.
It was Chairman Wang's decision. Zhou Shanghua was even more baffled. Recalling that he and Wang Ji were on somewhat friendly terms and that he had the other man's phone number, he said, I'll give him a call first to find out exactly what's going on. After all, Qishang Advertising had already invested a great deal of manpower and time into the promotional design for Zhou Yuan Games' new game, and this incident had occurred just as they were about to finalize the contract. He picked up his phone, but it rang before he could make the call. The caller ID showed Zhang Shang, General Manager of Nanjiang Property Management. He was secretly startled. This was a big shot and didn't dare delay in answering the call. Mr. Zhou, I'm very sorry, but I'm officially notifying you that starting next month, Nanjiang Plaza will not be renewing your lease. Please have your company move out by the end of this month. Zhou Shanghua jumped to his feet in shock, nearly losing his balance at the sudden turn of events. If they really had to move out by the end of the month, the company's losses would be incalculable.
Setting aside 9 Yuan Games, there were many companies here connected to their advertising agency, as well as countless business partners.
Having the company's address here not only strengthened their professional network but also served as a symbol of status and prestige. Many people would do anything to rent an office here but simply don't have the connections. Furthermore, moving out would cause a disruption in the company's operations. If we fail to meet client deadlines, we'll face hefty penalty fees, not to mention the severe damage to our brand's credibility and reputation. The cumulative impact of all these negative consequences is simply unbearable. The financial losses alone would exceed 10 million. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle.
What was going on today? One bad thing after another. President Jiang, what's going on here? Can you tell me?
Whatever your requirements are, or if the company has done something wrong, we'll definitely make the necessary changes and take care of it. If we really have to move out of here, the company simply can't afford the loss.
I beg you to be understanding.
On the other end of the line, Jiang Sheng had the call on speakerphone. He glanced back at Qin, signaling that the decision was up to him. Qin sneered, "Tell him to come here, and have manager Zhang from their company's design department come along too."
Jiang Sheng nodded in agreement and relayed the message over the phone.
"Our boss says you should come up to the property management office first, and bring manager Zhang from your design department with you."
Okay.
Zhou Shanghua replied hastily. By now, he had begun to piece things together.
Could it be that he had offended the owner of Nanjiang Plaza? But he was familiar with the major shareholders here and had never had any dealings with them. How could he have offended them? It was especially puzzling that they had specifically named Zhang Daso to come along.
Though puzzled, Zhou Shanghua hurriedly adjourned the meeting and called Zhang Daso to accompany him. He put aside his plan to call General Manager Wang at Zhou Yuan Games for the time being. Terminating the partnership with Zhou Yuan Games was practically insignificant compared to this matter.
Zhang Daso followed behind the boss.
From the atmosphere in the meeting room earlier, he knew something serious had happened at the company, but he was even more baffled as to why he had been dragged into it. They didn't say much on the way there.
When they met Jiang Sheng, Zhou Shanghua greeted him politely, intending to ask about the owner of Nanjiang Plaza. But Jiang Sheng cut him off and immediately ushered them both into Qin's office. "Qin? It's you? How did you end up here?"
The moment Zhang Daso saw Qin, he blurted out reflexively, his face immediately filled with disbelief.
"You didn't pull this whole thing off, did you?"
Qin's seat was far too conspicuous. It was, after all, the very spot reserved for the chairman of Huajian Plaza. Zhou Shanghua was also stunned to see Qin sitting in the executive chair. His eyes then shifted to Wang Ji, who stood to the side, too afraid to utter a word, and he began to piece things together. The root of it all lay with Qin, the employee he had just fired. What exactly was his status that allowed both General Manager Jiang of Huajian Plaza Property Management and General Manager Wang of Zhou Yuan Games to follow his lead, and to crush his company with a single flick of the wrist?
"This is Mr. Qin.
He recently purchased Nanjiang Plaza, so he is now the sole owner of Nanjiang Plaza."
Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's introduction, the two men froze in their tracks. "Qin, you're actually the owner of Huajian Plaza?"
Zhang Daso's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and his mind was in utter turmoil.
What was going on? Wasn't he just an ordinary person? How could a lowly employee under his command, someone he could easily bully and manipulate, suddenly become the owner of this commercial district?
If you'd mentioned this status earlier, whoever dared to offend you or give you a hard time, even if you'd asked me to treat you like a little god, I'd have had to say.
Yes, of course. Zhang Daso's chubby face turned as sour as a bitter melon.
Zhou Shanghua was even more panicked inside. By siding with his subordinate, he had severely offended Qin. No wonder Jiang Ji had cut off their partnership and Jiang Sheng had forced him to move out. It would be incredibly difficult to salvage this situation. He thought to himself, why did this employee stay so low-key all this time? It's one thing for you to go out and experience life, but you had to come to my company, and on top of that, I went and seriously offended you. It was his own fault for being short-sighted, prioritizing the company's interests and taking his subordinate's side. He truly regretted it now. At that moment, Zhou Shanghua also hated Zhang Daso with a passion he never imagined that his indulgence would cost him so dearly. Qin could afford this commercial plaza. There were likely other businesses behind it, or perhaps a deeper identity.
What did he have to compete with such a person?
Deeply anxious inside, he said apologetically, Qin, I think there was a misunderstanding between us earlier.
Please don't take it personally.
It's all my fault for believing the slander of a villain and misunderstanding you. I'd like to formally apologize to you here.
I'm sorry. If apologies were enough, wouldn't the cost of making mistakes be far too low?
Now that you realize your mistake, you're just trying to push your subordinate out to take the fall, Qin said expressionlessly.
Zhou Xinghua looked embarrassed.
Standing nearby, Zheng Daso went from panic to utter despair in the space of a minute. His face had turned ashen. He knew he was done, for his boss intended to pin all the blame on him and make him the scapegoat to vent his anger at Qin. Either way, he was essentially finished at the company. Even if the company did move out of here, his boss wouldn't let him off the hook. He'd hoped to work hard here for a few more years, but never imagined he'd end up like this. For a moment, his heart ached deeply. Mr. Qin, I'm very sorry for not recognizing your true worth earlier and for any offense I may have caused. As long as you don't make my company move out of here, you can name any conditions you like, I'll agree without hesitation. Seeing that Qin remained silent, Zhou Xinghuai's mind raced. I've decided right now, Zhang Daso, as a company manager, has been favoring his own people and acting recklessly, so he is fired and kicked out of the company. His nephew, Zhou Jun, is also fired. He stole a glance at Qin. Also, starting next month, the rent will increase by 30% on top of the current rate. Seeing that Qin still said nothing, beads of sweat began to form on Zhou Xinghuai's temples.
Meanwhile, Zhang Daso had long since slumped to the floor.
It was over. Having lost his position as manager, if he wanted to find work elsewhere, he'd have to start from the bottom as an ordinary employee. Not everyone can endure the sudden shift from luxury to austerity. Zhang Ji and Jiang Shang also understood. Qin had a conflict with this company, which was why he was ordering them to move out. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to interfere in such a matter.
The office remained silent for quite a while. After a long pause, Qin's calm voice finally broke the silence. After Zhang Daso leaves, Lu Kersen will take over as manager of the design department. Zhou Yuan Games will continue to collaborate with your company.
The sound was like a beautiful, ethereal melody, sending a surge of excitement through Zhou Xinghuai's heart.
Certainly, certainly.
I'll carry out your instructions to the letter, Mr. Qin.
Well then, you two may go back now.
Get back to your work.
I want to see you out.
Qin gave them the hint to leave. Soon after the others had departed, only Qin and Zhang Shang remained in the office. From now on, you'll continue managing Huatian Plaza. I'll raise your salary by 20%, and the salaries of the other property management staff will be increased by the same amount as well.
All right, thank you, boss.
I'll do my very best to handle the job well, Zhang Shang said gratefully.
You can go now, too. Zhang Shang nodded and, without a moment's hesitation, walked out of the office.
Once he left the office, Zhang Shang let out a long sigh of relief, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction wash over him. It seemed that the company's change in ownership wasn't just not a bad thing for him, it was actually his biggest opportunity yet. First, the company had gone from having multiple shareholders to having only one true owner, and his authority had risen accordingly and become more concentrated effectively. He was second in command at Huajian Plaza, right under the owner. Second, the new owner was clearly a very generous person, as evidenced by the pay raise he'd received on his very first visit. Moreover, having met countless people over the years, Zhang Shang knew that a boss this young capable of spending over 4 billion to buy a commercial plaza was shrewd in business and had a background that was far from simple. It was likely he owned multiple businesses, which gave Zhang Shang an opportunity to climb the corporate ladder.
M.Iota. Back in the office, after Zhang Shang left, Qin's previously stern expression instantly softened, and he felt a surge of excitement. This was the first time he had enjoyed the perks that came with power. It all felt almost too good to be true. He stood up, walked over to the wine cabinet, and casually picked up a bottle of red wine. After uncorking it, he poured some into a glass, then sat back down in his executive chair to slowly savor the wine. He pulled out his phone, checked the notification from the silver trading company confirming the 90 million had just been credited to his account, and then glanced at his bank balance. He had 96 million in his account, plus another 9.89 billion in the sign-in system, such a massive amount of cash that even those mid-sized conglomerates probably couldn't come up with. This was the source of Qin's confidence.
All of this was thanks to his integration with the sign-in system. With just 2 check-ins, he had amassed a fortune he could never have imagined before. Thinking about today's sign-in system check-in, a thought struck him, and he opened the sign-in system panel.
Host, Sheen. Age, 25. Physique, 50 average. Spirit, 50 average. Skill, none. Check-in progress, 3.7 million level 1 check-in unlocked. Quest, none. System points, 2. Balance, 9.89 billion. Inventory, X1. So it seems spending 1 million counts as a level 1 sign-in. Even though I've already spent 3.7 million, my current sign-in still only counts as level 1. I'd need to spend at least 10 million to make a single sign-in worthwhile, Sheen thought to himself as he closed the sign-in system panel. He resisted the urge to sign in right away and started thinking about where he could spend enough to reach 10 million. If he didn't want to go out and spend money, the quickest and most convenient way would be. An idea struck him, and he tapped the interface on his phone. In his spare time, Sheen liked to relax by scrolling through Douyin videos, and he often clicked into the live streams of a few streamers he followed. In the past, as a broke guy, he rarely spent money on virtual gifts. Now, he went straight to the top-up page and added 7 million. Seeing that 2 of the streamers he followed were live, he clicked into the live stream of one named Little Swallow. This streamer was none other than Sheen's college classmate, Li Yan. She had started streaming last April, and not long after, Sheen happened to come across her stream and followed her. Sheen recognized this old classmate, but Li Yan had no idea Sheen was following her. Actually, during college, the two weren't very close. They didn't have much interaction and were just ordinary classmates. M.Iota. Sheen was one of her very first fans. She started with just over 20 followers, and now, after nearly a year of streaming, her follower count has surpassed 50,000. Her live stream viewership has also grown from just over 10 people to around 300 online viewers today. Without this comprehensive support and operational services, her viewership would naturally be low, and her follower count would have remained stagnant. She sings quite well, but while her looks aren't bad, she isn't exactly stunning either. Since she doesn't use beauty filters during her streams, it's hard for her to attract big spenders to send her expensive gifts. After all, how many of the men who come to her stream are there just to listen to music? Most are there to check out the girls. As soon as Sheen entered the live stream, he saw that Li Yan had just finished singing a song, and gifts were starting to pour in. However, they were all small gifts, mostly hearts worth a few yuan, with the most expensive being a single firework worth 50 yuan. Sheen thought for a moment. Perhaps Sue's breakup yesterday had struck a chord with him. In the chat, he directly requested the song Don't Think About Her and wrote, "My girlfriend broke up with me yesterday. Could you sing this song for me, host? Thanks." After typing that, he didn't hold out much hope that Li Yan would actually sing it. Although she was his classmate, he had never topped up his account, let alone tipped her, and had only sent a few free small gifts. He was here purely to listen to music and catch a glimpse of his former classmate. Streamers usually don't pay much attention to requests from such a minor fan. A fan said his girlfriend just broke up with him, so he wants to hear the song Don't Think About Her. I'll sing it right now, and I hope this fan named a little salted fish won't be too upset. The beautiful singing began once again. Just let go. Don't think about her. There are so many people in this world who love you. Just let go. Don't think about her. Is he really worth all this worry? As the song ended, a few more gifts appeared in the chat. Sheen felt a bit moved. The slight sadness in his heart had been washed away by the song. Then he, too, began sending gifts to Little Swallow. He selected the most expensive gift available at his current level, Jialianua. Xiaoyanzi was in the livestream thanking the brothers and sisters who had sent gifts. Her eyes looked a bit tired. She had been streaming for 3 hours straight, and since singing streams were the most exhausting, it was time to wrap things up. She usually streamed at night because she had to work during the day. Today was her day off, so she started streaming in the morning. After these few hours, she received a few hundred in gifts, and she was already quite satisfied with keeping 100 or 2 for herself.
Some fans had sent her private messages, offering to help her climb the rankings in exchange for a face-to-face meeting, but she turned them all down. Although she really wanted to earn more money, she found this kind of transaction deeply distasteful. Suddenly, the chat was flooded with a dazzling, breathtaking glow. She recognized this image, both unfamiliar and yet somehow familiar, having seen it in other livestreams. It was Giulianua's special effect. This gift had never appeared in her livestream before. A single gift like this cost over 3,000 more than she could earn in a whole week of streaming. She also recognized the person who sent it. It was the same fan who had just requested a song titled "Sent by a Little Salted Fish." Just as she was about to thank them, a second Giulianua appeared, followed by a third, then a fourth. The chat was flooded with the massive, dazzling effects of Giulianua, leaving Li Yin completely dumbfounded. It started with the first gift comment: "A little salted fish sends host Little Swallow 1 Giulianua." Then it repeated endlessly, with the number of gifts sent increasing non-stop.
X10, X20, X100. A little salted fish sends streamer Little Swallow 100 Giulianua. Finally, 100 Giulianua were sent. When the number of Giulianua sent reached 100, not only did the live stream chat explode with notifications, but the news was visible across the entire Dolong public chat. In an instant, a flood of people poured into the live stream to watch the spectacle. The viewer count skyrocketed from 100 to over 2,000 in an instant, and it kept rising. Li Yin was absolutely thrilled and kept thanking everyone. "Thank you so much to Little Salted Fish for the gift. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, my friends. Moa."
The viewers in the live stream also caught on, and a flood of funny and teasing comments began scrolling rapidly across the screen.
"Holy crap, we caught a real big spender. Let us bow down to him right away. Finally a big shot has come here to make a move.
And he just dropped 100 carnival gifts all at once. That's 300,000.
Gone in a single swipe. Big shot Xianyu is awesome." However, the Giulianua special effects didn't end there. Little Salted Fish sent streamer Little Swallow 200 Giulianua gifts. X300, X400, X600, X1000.
1,000 Giulianua gifts not only flooded the live stream chat but, given the rarity of such a massive donation, also overwhelmed the entire Dolong public chat for 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, the number of viewers in the live stream had multiplied, shooting up from 10,000 to 100,000 in an instant, and still rising. The gifting didn't stop even after reaching 1,000, it just kept going. X1 100, X1 500, X1 666. A Little Salted Fish sending streamer Little Swallow 1,666 Giulianua. It finally came to an end when Sheen had sent a total of 1,666 Giulianua. If he kept going, his fingers would have gone numb. He never imagined that spending money could be this exhausting. Luckily, he could send 10 gifts at once, otherwise, sending 1,666 gifts would have been impossible. It would have been too exhausting. By this point, the number of viewers in the livestream had skyrocketed to over 200,000. What kind of livestream is this? It actually has such a big shot. The Xianyu big shot is so badass. Does big shot Xianyu need any underlings? I'm willing to serve you faithfully. Big shot Xianyu, I want to have a baby with you. Big shot Xianyu, I've followed you. Next time something like this happens, give me a heads up so I can grab a chair and come watch too. Li Yin was completely dumbfounded. 1,666 Giulianua. She was practically knocked out with happiness by such a massive amount of Giulianua. Just think about it, that's nearly 5 million in cash. Even if she only got half, that's still close to 2.5 million. This isn't a dream. Thanks to this tip, she suddenly become a little rich girl. She secretly felt lucky. She suspected that this big shot's decision to send so many gifts at once was partly due to the song she just sung, Don't Think About Her. That song had been requested by a big shot named Little Salted Fish. She vaguely remembered this big shot. He followed her a long time ago but had never sent any gifts before. She'd seen his song request earlier, and instead of ignoring him just because he'd never sent gifts before, she'd gone ahead and sung it. That was her stroke of luck.
Brother Xianyu, thank you so much. I have nothing to offer in return. Is there another song you'd like me to sing for you? Li Yan thought for a moment, then asked directly in the live stream. Oh my, if the host has nothing to offer in return, why not just offer yourself? I don't think Big Shot Xianyu would mind. Big Shot Xianyu is mine, none of you can take him from me. If anyone is going to offer themselves, it has to be me. To the person above, if Big Shot Xianyu were an old man, would you still offer yourself? I have proof that Big Shot Xianyu is still young.
Just now, he requested a song, saying his girlfriend broke up with him, so he wanted to listen to this song, said a longtime fan.
No way. Which girl would dare to dump Big Shot Xianyu? Maybe she didn't know Xianyu was a big shot. If she did, she'd be kicking herself.
Instantly, the comment stream exploded with all sorts of speculation. Sheen also typed a line, responding to the streamer's earlier remark.
Just sing whatever you want, no need to thank me.
Even though I've been listening to you for so long without ever sending you a gift, I'll make up for it today. Sheen's Dolan account had reached level 50, and he was currently the top spender in this stream. As soon as his message appeared on the public chat, his highly conspicuous account level caught the attention of everyone watching the stream.
Damn, Big Shot Xianyu has spoken. Everyone, come check this out. Xianyu Big Shot, I'm a singer streamer too. Why don't you come check out my stream? Xianyu Big Shot, doesn't he feel like listening to songs right now? Do you have any other talents, host? Show us something. Reading these comments, Sheen felt a bit bored and annoyed.
Without typing anything else on the public chat, he simply logged out of the stream. There were a lot of unread messages in his back end, including a private message from Little Swallow.
Hi, Big Brother. I'm Little Swallow. Thanks for the gift. Can I add you on Weiwei? Here is my Weiwei ID. Sheen tapped on Little Swallow's private message.
Seeing that she sent her Weiwei ID, he didn't refuse and added her right away.
Ding! Li Yan has become your friend. You can now chat with her. Hello. Sheen casually sent a message.
Li Yan, who was still buzzing with excitement in the livestream, hurriedly replied upon receiving the message.
Hi, Big Brother. I'm Little Swallow. Li Yan is my real name. Big Brother, is your name Sheen? Li Ziki also saw Sheen's Weiwei username.
The name felt somewhat familiar to her, but she didn't give it much thought.
Someone who casually spends 5 million on virtual gifts, even a fool could tell that person is incredibly wealthy. How could she possibly know someone like that? The name might just sound familiar because it's similar to someone she actually knows. Yes, that is my name. Thank you for your support, Sheen. If there is a song you like, I can sing it just for you when I have time. Li Yan chatted with Sheen via text while streaming. Sure, I really enjoy listening to you sing.
After exchanging a few more messages, Sheen logged out of Weiwei. Meanwhile, with the number of viewers in Li Yan's live stream skyrocketing, she naturally had to sing a few songs to retain some of the new fans. Sheen returned to Dolong and noticed that his private messages were gradually piling up, mostly from female streamers asking to add him on Weiwei. He opened a few of the messages, they all said the same thing, so he stopped reading them. However, his follower count had jumped from just over 30 to 33 or 34,000, and it was still rising. He put down his phone and opened the sign in system panel again. The check-in progress column had gone from 3.7 million to 8.799 million. He was still about 1.3 million short of 10 million. He did a quick mental calculation, then picked up his phone again and opened the live stream of another streamer he followed on Dolang, clicking into her live room. This streamer's name was Nanjiang Hiker Yuyi, and she was an outdoor content creator. Yuyi was her real name. She mainly streamed hiking adventures in Nanjiang City, uncovering little-known local delicacies and historical sites, and sometimes interviewing passers-by on interesting topics. There were 4 people in the livestream. Over 1,000 viewers. She is considered fairly well known. A user named Little Xianyu joined the livestream. As Chin entered the live stream, a message appeared on the screen.
Wow, a level 50 big shot has arrived. Who is this? Damn, it's Big Shot Xianyu. Hello, Big Shot Xianyu. Big Shot Xianyu is here.
Quick, call the host.
The stream instantly came alive, and the comment stream began scrolling non-stop.
Yuyi was live streaming a cooking demonstration when she suddenly noticed the constantly flashing comments. Puzzled, she took a closer look. Wow, she couldn't help but exclaim, covering her mouth in surprise and delight. It was actually Big Shot Xianyu who had joined her stream.
Welcome to the stream, Big Shot Xianyu.
In her case, while it looked like she received plenty of gifts in every stream, the top 1 or 2 gifters on the leaderboard were actually from her guild. Their goal was to boost her stream's popularity and, in the process, attract some suckers to send her gifts. She didn't receive any commission on gifts sent by the guild, and even for gifts from her true fans, her commission was minimal. Just as she was about to take further action to keep this Big Shot, Xianyu, in her stream, a series of dazzling special effects blinded her.
A little Xianyu sent streamer Nanjian hiking Yuyi 1 Jiali Anua. A little Xianyu sent streamer Nanjian hiking Yuyi 2 Jiali Anua. X10. X20. X45. Finally, a little Xianyu sent streamer Nanjian hiking Yuyi 45 Jiali Anua.
Yuyi watched the string of Jiali Anua gifts and was overwhelmed with joy every time a gift lit up. Her heart gave a powerful thump. The spree stopped after a total of 45 Jiali Anua since it didn't reach 100, it didn't appear on the Dolan public chat screen. Yuyi was already completely satisfied with this result. Only then did she realize that, because she'd been so overwhelmed with excitement just now, she hadn't even thanked the big spender for the gifts yet. Just as she was about to speak up, Chin left the livestream. After leaving the livestream, Chin immediately opened the sign-in system panel.
Host, Chin. Age, 25. Physique, 50 average. Spirit, 50 average. Skill, none. Check-in progress, 10,000 level 2 check-in unlocked. Quest, none. System points, 2. Balance, 9.89 billion. Inventory, X1.
Seeing that she had reached level 2 check-in, Chin immediately spoke to the sign-in system.
Sign-in system, check-in. Ding.
Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in. You have earned 500 million in cash.
The 500 million has been deposited into your balance. 500 million in cash.
Chin felt a twinge of disappointment compared to the previous 2 times, the difference was too great. It seemed that next time he checked in, he'd have to spend at least 100 million at the very least, 100 million to qualify. He made a silent resolution.
Just then, his phone rang.
He answered it. It was Lu Kurson calling. What she told him was pretty much what Chin had guessed. Zhang Daso had suddenly been fired, and Zhou Jun had packed his bags and left as well. Zhou Jun, in particular, had immediately dropped to his knees in front of the boss upon hearing the news of his dismissal, begging to stay with the company, only to be dragged out screaming and wailing. The more pitiful he looked, the more satisfying it was. This outcome completely dispelled all the pent-up frustration Lu Kurson had been feeling since early that morning. With her mind at ease, she spoke with her usual liveliness once again. What surprised her even more was that she had actually taken over Zhang Daso's duties and become the manager of the design department. Her excitement was evident in every word, and she asked Chin if he still wanted to return to the company. She could request it from the boss. Chin chuckled to himself. If he really went back, he feared Zhou Shanghua's heart might not be able to take it. After declining Lu Kurson's kind offer, Lu Kurson suggested they have a special dinner tonight and invited Chin to her apartment. Before Chin could answer, she suddenly said she had something else to do and hurriedly hung up the phone.
Chin let out a wry smile.
He had originally planned not to return to his rental apartment. Wouldn't it be better to stay at the hotel? But before he could even say no, the young lady had already hung up. It looked like he'd have to go back after all. Lu Kurson's cooking really did suit his taste. Putting his phone away, he felt much more at ease. Back when he worked at Qishang Advertising, he'd been subjected to no end of harassment from his manager. Today's outcome had helped him vent some of the pent-up frustration from those days, even though he de-orchestrated the whole thing himself. I don't have anything to do right now, so I'll head back to the hotel first and go to my apartment later tonight.
Sheen thought for a moment and decided that staying in the office any longer would be a waste of time. He got up, gathered his things, and left the office. He took the elevator down to the B1 parking garage, got into his car, and drove out of Huajiang Plaza. He was back at the Azure Hotel in no time. Since he planned to return to his rental apartment that evening, he decided not to leave his car in the hotel's underground parking garage. It would be more convenient to park in a temporary spot. He drove to the temporary parking spot in front of the hotel, the same spot he used last night. Just as he was about to pull in, there was a screech accompanied by the piercing sound of tires grinding, and a green Lamborghini came barreling toward the same spot. The sports car seemed to treat Sheen's car as if it were invisible. Without giving an inch, it charged straight at him. Here we go again. Sheen's temper flared. Running into people snatching parking spots one after another, did that mean he was such an easy target?
Even a clay Buddha would lose his temper, let alone someone like him who wasn't exactly short on cash. Filled with rage, Sheen showed no intention of braking. He kept driving toward the spot, even picking up a bit of speed.
Bam!
A thunderous crash echoed as the Lamborghini spun in a circle and was sent flying 2 meters backward. Half the front end was gone, the front bumper and right headlight were smashed to smithereens. Meanwhile, Sheen's angel shadow merely wobbled slightly at the impact. The rear end shifted by the width of a tire, with minimal vibration. However, a large section of the rear was dented in, and the rear bumper had partially come loose.
Looks like this car is going to need major bodywork. It'll definitely be out of commission for a few days.
Sheen got out of the car, took a look, and came to that conclusion. The commotion instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby: guests who had just arrived at the hotel to check in or dine, hotel security guards, and even passers-by in the distance, all of whom rushed over with expressions of curiosity, eager to watch the spectacle.
Wow, that's the latest Lamborghini Xingyo T700 model. It's worth over 8 million and it's been wrecked this badly.
That's terrible.
A luxury car worth over 8 million, it's the first time I've seen a car that expensive.
The repairs are going to cost a fortune.
Wow, this is a once-in-a-lifetime news story.
I've got to shoot a Douyin video, it's sure to get a ton of likes from netizens.
And what's that other car? I've never seen it before. It looks pretty unique. Could it be a new model released in China? Who cares what kind of car it is?
I doubt the whole car is worth as much as the repair bill for the Lamborghini. I feel so bad for the owner, they must be traumatized. Everyone chimed in, excitedly discussing the scene, while a few people pulled out their phones to film the scene. The Lamborghini's scissor doors swung open, and a woman in her 30s, her face caked in heavy makeup, stepped out. She rubbed her still aching arm. The sight of the Lamborghini's dented and mangled front end made her wince, and she glanced over at Sheen's car. Finally, her face contorted with rage as she yelled at Sheen. "Where were your eyes?
You hit my car, can you even afford to pay for the damage?"
"Ma'am, I was trying to park here first, and you drove right into me."
"You're the one who should be paying for the damage," Sheen retorted without a hint of politeness. His good mood today had been completely ruined by this old woman. "Ma'am? How old are you, calling me ma'am?" The woman grew even angrier. "I'm younger than you, that's all." Fine, I won't hold that against you for now."
The woman pointed at the Lamborghini. "Let me tell you, I paid over 8 million for this car."
"Let us see how you're going to compensate me." "Over 8 million?
Sheen snorted derisively. If this idiot knew the value of his own car, she realized that this so-called 8 million plus car was nothing but an underling compared to his, and she still had the nerve to name a price.
"It's just a piece of junk. What's there to brag about?" "A piece of junk? You're calling my car a piece of junk?"
The woman laughed in exasperation. This was the first time she ever heard anyone call an 8 million plus Lamborghini a piece of junk.
Truly, ignorance is bold.
She retorted sarcastically, "Fine, if you think an 8 million plus car is a piece of junk, then what kind of car is yours?"
Is it even worth the price of a single wheel on mine?
The woman's words also sparked a burst of laughter from the crowd. Everyone felt that Cheen's earlier remarks had been a bit presumptuous.
Ha! Cheen didn't respond, just let out a cold laugh. What's the matter? Don't know how to answer? Feeling guilty? Let me tell you, you wrecked my car, so you're going to pay for it. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving.
The woman said haughtily. I really don't know where you got your driver's license. Cheen looked disgusted and, not wanting to argue any further, took out his phone and called the traffic police to handle the matter. After all, he had been backing in first, and this woman had tried to cut in right from the start. Under these circumstances, at most he'd be considered secondarily at fault. The woman bore the primary responsibility. The hotel had surveillance cameras, so once the traffic police arrived, they'd see the truth. Seeing that Cheen had called the traffic bureau, the woman began to feel a little panicked. She wasn't some clueless female driver. She knew this accident would work against her. Her demand for compensation earlier was mainly because her car was so expensive. No matter the circumstances, the other party would naturally have to pay. Ever since buying this car, she'd driven very aggressively on the road. Others always gave way to her. How could she have ever encountered such a clueless fool as this? The woman also took out her phone and dialed a number. The call was for Ma Ichuan, the general manager of the Azure Hotel, and she was none other than Ma Ichuan's younger sister, Ma Wenxiu. She had just divorced her husband last month and had come to Nanjing City from Shanghai today. Since her brother was the general manager of the Azure Hotel, she had checked in here directly. Ma Ichuan was sitting in his office at the Azure Hotel. He wasn't surprised to receive Ma Wenxiu's call. In fact, he had personally arranged her accommodations. His face, which had been cheerful just moments ago, gradually grew cold as she spoke on the other end of the line. After listening to Ma Wenxiu, he reassured her, I'll handle this for you. Don't worry. All right. After hanging up, Ma Ichuan called Zhang Zhong, the security manager, and instructed him to pull up the surveillance footage from the hotel entrance and send him the video of the car accident. Zhang Zhong didn't dare delay and quickly agreed. Before long, a video clip arrived on his phone. After watching the footage, Ma Ichuan sighed inwardly. It seemed his sister, Ma Wenxiu, was indeed primarily at fault for the collision. However, the young man was dressed plainly. He couldn't be anyone important, so this shouldn't be too difficult to resolve. He had served as general manager of this hotel for several years now. He'd encountered countless influential figures, built up a substantial network of contacts, and possessed a keen eye for judging people that far surpassed that of the average person. If his sister had offended someone he couldn't afford to cross, he would naturally have her apologize. But if it was just some insignificant nobody, handling the matter would be much simpler. The only uncertainty was that black car involved in the collision. It looked familiar. After giving Zhang Zhong a few more instructions over the phone, Ma Ichuan left the general manager's office. M.Iota. After finishing her call, Ma Wenxiu looked even more smug. Kid, just wait until you have to pay up. Cheen ignored her remark. Since he'd already reported it to the Highway Bureau, he'd let the Highway Patrol handle it. Why waste his breath? Soon, the Highway Patrol arrived at the scene. After inspecting the scene based on the tire tracks, the position of the cars, and the damage from the collision, it appeared that both vehicles had been pulling into the parking space at the same time, making it impossible to determine who was primarily at fault. Finally, they requested the hotel's surveillance footage, but the security guard standing nearby informed them that the cameras at the hotel entrance had been out of order for the past few days and the footage was unavailable. Cheen cast a puzzled glance at the hotel security guard. Though he found it strange, he didn't press the matter. In the end, the traffic police could only issue a liability determination. Both parties were found to be equally at fault. Although Cheen was somewhat dissatisfied with this outcome, he didn't dwell on it much. At worst, he'd simply pay for the repairs himself. With the accident liability determination issued by the traffic police in hand, he planned to drive the car back to the repair shop himself and had already made plans to buy another one. After all, his primary goal was to spend over 100 million. Whatever he bought would count toward that. What's the matter, kid? You haven't even paid for the repairs on my car,
and now you're just trying to leave?
Ma Wenxiu, seeing that Qin was about to drive away, hurriedly called out to stop him. Qin was just about to get in the car when he heard this.
He turned around, clearly annoyed, and said, "Isn't the liability split 50-50?
I'll fix my car, and you fix yours.
What more do you want?" "No way."
Ma Wenxiu flatly refused. "Of course you're the one who's going to fix my car. I'll cover the repair costs for yours." Qin finally turned his gaze to the traffic police officer, waiting to see what he would say. The traffic police officer scratched his nose and said helplessly, "Since both parties are equally at fault, it's best to handle this based on what you two agree upon. However, if you can't reach an agreement, according to the road traffic law, each party must compensate for half of the total accident damages, meaning each of you would pay half of the combined repair costs for both cars."
"No way." As soon as the traffic officer finished speaking, Ma Wenxiu immediately objected. "My car is so expensive, he has to cover all the damage to it. Let us do it the way I said earlier."
In her mind, the damage to Qin's car was practically negligible. The collision hadn't been that severe to begin with, and the car was worth no more than a few 100,000 yuan at most, so what did a little repair bill matter?
As for the Lamborghini she was driving, the repair costs would undoubtedly be steep. If she agreed to this arrangement, wouldn't she have to cover half the damage herself? That would be a huge loss.
After all, she'd only owned the car for a short time and had only purchased mandatory insurance. If she were forced to pay half the repair costs, the insurance wouldn't cover much. Qin was so exasperated he couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time he'd encountered such an unreasonable woman. The traffic police had already explained the compensation regulations, yet he couldn't believe this old woman was still daydreaming about getting the other party to pay. However, his angel shadow had cost a full 100 million, and the repair costs would likely be no less than those for the Lamborghini. If he went along with what this woman was saying, he might even come out ahead in the end.
"Fine, let us do it your way. I have no problem with that. But we must sign a contract to prevent someone from reneging on the deal later."
No sooner had Qin finished speaking than the onlookers began to stir.
"Is this guy crazy?
The traffic police have already explained the compensation regulations, and he is actually agreeing to that female driver's demands."
"Exactly.
That's a Lamborghini Aventador, a luxury car worth at least 8 million. Just a paint job would cost over 100,000. And with such severe damage, it'll cost at least 2 or 3 million to fix."
"Exactly. Besides, how much is his car even worth? And the damage isn't that severe.
If he really goes along with that female driver's demands, he'll be out of pocket big time. Even if he has car insurance, the insurance company will split the liability 50-50. At most, they'll cover half of the other party's damages, and the owner will have to cover the other half. I don't see how he could possibly afford that." Someone familiar with insurance claims stepped in to explain the terms of the policy. Ignoring these lamentations, Qin smiled at Ma Wenxiu, waiting for her response.
"All right, you said it yourself.
Let us draw up the contract right now," Ma Wenxiu said eagerly, secretly delighted. In the end, the traffic police officer drafted the agreement between the two parties, and the compensation terms naturally stipulated that each party would cover the other's repair costs as agreed. The two signed the document, each taking a copy, and the handling of this accident was considered complete. All that remained was the next step of assessing the vehicle damage and processing the claim. Although the traffic police officer didn't quite understand Qin's approach, since both parties had reached an agreement, he was glad to avoid any further hassle. After helping draft the settlement agreement in triplicate and signing his copy, he left. Qin had also called Lu Xing, the manager of Diyue Luxury Cars, earlier, asking him to arrange for repair technicians to assess the damage, judging by the time they would arrive shortly. Ma Wenxiu, meanwhile, had contacted the nearest Lamborghini dealership in Nanjiang City and asked them to send a tow truck and repair technicians as well.
"Brother, you're here." Ma Wenxiu suddenly spotted Ma Yichuan walking out of the hotel and exclaimed joyfully.
Ma Yichuan, a smile on his face, pointed to the man following behind him and introduced, "This is Li Hong, the front desk manager at the Azure Hotel. And this is my sister, Ma Wenxiu." Li Hong quickly extended his hand and said with a smile, "Hello, Miss Ma.
Welcome, welcome.
I heard you were coming to stay at the hotel today, so we had your room ready first thing this morning. We've been waiting for your arrival."
Ma Wenxiu smiled and shook hands with Li Hang. "Manager Li, you're too kind. It's just that the atmosphere at your hotel is a bit lacking. You get all sorts of people here."
As she spoke, she glanced at Qin out of the corner of her eye, the implication clear.
Li Hong smiled awkwardly.
He, too, had seen the two crashed cars and realized that the general manager's sister must have just experienced an unpleasant incident.
If he wasn't mistaken, that Lamborghini Aventador was hers.
True to her status as the general manager's sister, she could afford a luxury car worth over 8 million. It was a pity the accident happened right here at the hotel. He was bound to get dragged into this as well.
"Hey, this one is."
Li Hang's eyes fell on the other vehicle and realized that black SUV looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, his heart skipped a beat.
Angel Shadow.
Li Hong finally recognized it. He'd seen this model before and had even gone out of his way to inquire about its price. It seemed to cost tens of millions.
Good grief.
I remember seeing this car last time. It was the Fong family's eldest daughter's ride.
That's incredible.
Even if Li Hong used his little finger to think about it, he knew that anyone who could afford a car like this was definitely no ordinary person. With that thought, his gaze immediately turned to Qin.
Qin was standing not far away.
He saw two people coming out of the hotel. The younger man, wearing a hotel manager's uniform, was the front desk manager of the Azure Hotel. The other man, around 40 with a receding hairline, was the woman's older brother. He was no small figure either, judging by his appearance. He was the lobby manager's superior.
Qin found Ma Wenxiu's earlier remark rather jarring, and a flicker of irritation stirred within him. M.Iota.
He thought to himself, once we settle this claim, if you find out that my car's repair bill is even higher than yours, I'll see if you still dare to renege on your word. Ma Yichuan glanced at Qin with a neutral expression. He had seen Qin on the surveillance footage and was somewhat familiar with the cause of the incident.
He asked Ma Wenxiu, "How did it turn out?" Ma Wenxiu recounted their negotiation, and Ma Yichuan nodded.
He was on the same page as Ma Wenxiu and was quite satisfied with the outcome.
Just then, Li Hang's voice rang out. "Hello, are you Mr. Qin, who checked into the presidential suite here last night?"
"I'm Li Hang, the front desk manager at Azure Hotel.
It's a pleasure to meet you."
Ever since he recognized the car as an Angel Chiang, Li Hong had been closely observing Qin. At first, he found him somewhat familiar, and finally, "Oh, so you're the general manager of this hotel." Qin realized why the hotel's front desk manager had been so respectful toward him. He then pointed at Ma Wenxiu and asked, "Is she your sister?"
"She is your sister."
The way those words came out sounded a bit ambiguous.
Ma Yichuan's smile stiffened slightly, and he felt a twinge of displeasure, but he still nodded and said, "That's right.
She's my younger sister, Ma Wenxiu. What happened earlier was all a misunderstanding."
"If I've offended you in any way, Mr. Qin, I ask for your understanding."
"Ha!"
Qin smiled and said, "Mr. Li, you're too kind.
It wasn't really a misunderstanding, just a minor car accident.
We've already reached an agreement, so we'll just proceed according to the terms."
"That's good to hear." Li Yichuan had just learned the outcome of the matter. Proceeding according to the agreement was the best possible outcome.
Ma Wenxiu asked in surprise, "Brother, do you know him? Is he also a guest at the hotel?"
Li Hong, who understood the situation perfectly, was worried that Ma Wenxiu might speak disrespectfully to Qin, so he hurriedly explained, "Miss Ma, you may not be aware of this, but that Mr. Qin spent over 3 million to book the presidential suite for an entire month."
"What? Over 3 million?
Ma Wenxiu was utterly stunned. Only then did she realize that the man she clashed with was no ordinary person.
Over 3 million a month, that's nearly 100,000 a day.
After all, she come here today to stay in a very ordinary presidential suite for just over 1,000 a night, shared by two people.
The difference in their circumstances was like night and day.
From this alone, it was clear that the other party was, at the very least, someone with deep pockets.
Could he be a rich kid?
The thought made her feel a little uneasy, but then she remembered her brother was there after all. He was the general manager of a 7-star hotel. Even if she did offend a rich kid, it wouldn't be a big deal. Ma Wenxiu remained silent, her mind racing with conflicting emotions, torn between hope and fear.
There are a lot of people around here. Why don't we go sit in the hotel lobby lounge for a while? You can leave the car keys with security here while we wait for the auto insurance adjuster to arrive.
Li Hong noticed the conversation had stalled, and with so many people crowding around, it was difficult to speak, so he made the suggestion.
Sure.
Qin glanced at the onlookers. Not only had their numbers not decreased, but they seemed to be growing, and since standing there idly wasn't ideal, he readily agreed. If it weren't for waiting for the auto shop staff to assess the damage, he would ve left long ago. Wouldn't it be much nicer to go back to his room and get a good night's sleep? Ma Wenxiu and her brother were thinking the same thing. They nodded, and the group headed toward the hotel.
As the two parties involved left, the onlookers gradually dispersed, though a small group remained, still chatting.
Just then, a car slowly pulled into the hotel, catching the attention of the onlookers.
Damn, no way.
Because this car was also a Lamborghini T700, and its body color was green, exactly the same as the one that had been hit.
The only difference was that the paint was a bit more worn.
It was practically another crash, though not a real one. It looked exactly the same. However, this car had a local license plate, and someone with a keen eye recognized who was driving it. That's the car driven by Jiang Xian, the second son of the Jiang family.
Who would have thought we'd see two supercars in one day, something you rarely get to see?
It's quite a treat for the eyes. Jiang Xian had come to the Azure Hotel to work out. He held a VIP membership at the hotel's on-site gym and visited once or twice every half-month. As the car pulled up to the hotel entrance, he tossed the keys to the doorman and was just about to enter the hotel with the girl in the short skirt, her hair dyed blue, who had gotten out on the other side of the car. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. He turned around and saw several pairs of eyes staring at him.
What's going on? Why are these people looking at me so strangely?
Driven by curiosity, he kept looking around and then spotted the two cars that had collided. First, he saw the Lamborghini, exactly the same model as his own, with half its front end smashed in. He was surprised. It looked like it had been bought only recently. He turned to look at the other car, and his eyes widened involuntarily as he cursed, "Damn, that's Sister Fang's car." "Brother Xian, do you know the owner of that car?" the blue-haired girl asked curiously.
"Let us go check it out."
Jiang Xian couldn't wait to run over to the two cars. When he reached the Angel's shadow, he saw that the license plate number was different. It didn't have that string of impressive numbers, and judging by the paint job, it was a brand new car that had only been purchased recently. Only then did he realize he'd mistaken it for someone else's. Still, he was quite surprised. This car was incredibly expensive. Not just anyone could afford over 90 million. The damage to the rear end, though not as severe as that of the other sports car, was still significant. If it had been his own car, he wouldn't know how heartbroken he'd be. He'd borrowed one of these cars before. Its performance was beyond imagination. This model was launched by TIS at the end of last year, with only a little over 5,000 units produced. In Longxia itself, fewer than 20 people owned one. Therefore, very few people were familiar with this car.
"Young Master Jiang, do you recognize this car?"
A man in his 30s recognized Jiang Xian. Seeing the second son of the Jiang family hurrying over, completely ignoring the Lamborghini worth over 8 million, yet taking an interest in an unremarkable SUV, one whose manufacturer was unknown, and looking at it with a look of regret, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Jiang Xian looked at the man who had spoken. He seemed somewhat familiar.
Instead of answering, he asked, "Do you know where the owner of this car is, and what just happened?"
Seeing that Jiang Xian was asking for the details, the man hurriedly recounted everything he had witnessed, finally adding that the owners of both cars had gone into the hotel. After hearing this, Jiang Xian couldn't help but burst out laughing. He pointed at the angel Qiang and said to the group, "Not a single one of you recognized this car. If you knew that a single one of these is worth 10 Lamborghini Aventadors, you wouldn't look down on its owner anymore. You'd think he'd gotten the short end of the stick."
"What? This car is worth 10 Lamborghini Aventadors? Then isn't it worth over 80 million?
No, not over 80 million, at least 90 million, and for the average person, it might cost over 100 million. Jiang Xian explained with great swagger, even a touch of pride, as if the car were his own.
Wow, a car worth over 100 million?
That's not just a luxury car, it's a legendary car.
I never would have guessed that, in the end, this car would be the true champion.
I can't believe there's a car this expensive in the world, and I actually saw it with my own eyes. That's really broadened my horizons. Damn, I forgot to check the comments on the video I just posted. Someone actually guessed the value of this car, exactly what young Master Jiang said. Whoever said this car was worth just over 100,000, come out here or I'll beat you to a pulp.
If that's the case, doesn't that mean the lady from earlier got the short end of the stick? Ha, this is going to be a show. The blue-haired girl with Jiang Xian also looked stunned.
Brother Xian, this is actually a luxury car worth over 100 million? I thought the Lamborghini you drive was the most luxurious one out there. I never imagined there could be an even more expensive car. Hee, don't even mention this Angel Shadow worth over 100 million. There are plenty of cars even more expensive than that. You just don't have the clout to know about them yet, Jiang Xian said with a faint smile. Just then, two tow trucks pulled in. Following behind them were representatives from the insurance company and staff from the car dealership conducting damage assessments, who arrived one after another. After receiving the car keys from a hotel security guard who had been waiting there, they got to work.
M.Iota.
Upon entering the hotel, Qin sat down on a sofa in the lobby lounge. There was a glass coffee table in the middle, and Ma Wenxiu and the others sat around it as well. Li Hong, the lobby manager, immediately called over a young woman from the front desk to brew a few cups of coffee and bring them over. Qin took the freshly brewed coffee and took a sip. He thought to himself, I was just wondering how to spend my money. Since my car got wrecked, this is the perfect opportunity to buy a new one. As for what kind of car to buy?
A sports car? Or maybe even a supercar?
Not for any other reason, but mainly because those kinds of cars are expensive. Of course, the Angel Qiying is very expensive, but since he already owns one, and especially given his desire for something new, there is no need to buy the same model again. With that in mind, a plan had already formed in his mind. Considering he did need a way to get around later, and since the hotel seemed to offer a chauffeur service, he picked up his phone, found Tang Qin's business card, and dialed her number. Once the call connected, Qin got straight to the point and asked for a chauffeur.
Tang Qin replied, no problem.
I'll go talk to Xian right away, grab the car keys, and come pick you up.
Qin was taken aback.
From the sound of it, you're going to be my personal driver, too.
Yes, as a service butler, I also take on the role of driver.
Mr. Qin, if you don't want me to be your driver, you can always ask someone else at the hotel.
You can do it.
I was just asking. I'm on the first floor right now, just come down and find me, Qin.
You said with a smile.
Okay. Tang Qin added, oh, by the way, the clothes you bought last night have been washed.
If you want to wear them now, I can bring them down for you.
Oh. Qin suddenly remembered that he bought a lot of clothes last night. Because of his habit of washing new clothes before wearing them, he was still wearing yesterday's outfit today.
No need. I'll save the new clothes for next time.
Okay, see you in a bit then. After hanging up, Qin took another sip of coffee and, out of boredom, started playing with his phone, paying no attention to the conversation among the people nearby.
Ma Yichuan was sitting relatively close to Qin.
Aside from Ma Wenxiu, there were two others seated at the other end of the tea table. One was Li Hang, the lobby manager, and the other was Zhang Zhong, the security manager who had recently joined the company. The hotel's general manager himself was sitting right there, and both Manager Li and Manager Zhang had come specifically to keep him company, though they said very little. After Ma Yichuan and his sister Ma Wenxiu had exchanged some small talk, Ma Yichuan turned to Qin, who was playing with his phone, and smiled.
Mr. Qin, where are you from? I'm curious to know your background. Forgive my ignorance, but I've never heard of you here in Nanjing City.
Hearing the hotel general manager's opening remark, Qin looked up.
He wasn't stupid, he knew the other man was openly probing his background. You old fox. After a moment's thought, he replied, half truth, half lie, there is no need to pry. Actually, I'm just an ordinary guy, a lowly clerk at an advertising agency. I won a big prize on a lottery ticket a while back, and now that I've got some money, I'm just staying here in the presidential suite. Ma Ichuan was taken aback. This melodramatic plot seemed all too familiar. That sounded way too half-hearted. Is that it? She nodded. I don't really see any reason to lie to you, do I? Ha! Ma Wenxiu couldn't help but laugh out loud, muttering, new money. The other two people present also cast strange glances at Qin. Their eyes held a hint of amusement, as well as a touch of envy. Not everyone is lucky enough to win the lottery. If it were that easy, Li Hong and Zhang Zhong wouldn't be working as managers at this hotel. They'd just be buying lottery tickets every day. Ma Ichuan cleared his throat. Upon reflection, he believed about 80 to 90% of what Qin had said. Only that explanation fit this man's unassuming demeanor. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. If that were truly the case, he wouldn't need to pay any more attention to this man. Just then, two staff members in auto shop uniforms walked in, simultaneously handing over the damage assessment reports for both Qin's and Ma Wenxiu's cars. Seeing that the reports were ready, Qin took the opportunity to instruct the auto shop staff to tow his car away for repairs. Ma Wenxiu was a bit anxious as she picked up the damage assessment report for her car and began reading it. Skimming past a long list of repair items, she finally found the total repair cost on the last line. 2.4 million. The figure startled her. Although she hinted during her earlier phone call with the dealership that they should inflate the price a bit, she hadn't expected it to be this high, though it actually suited her just fine. After all, she wouldn't have to pay a dime. Still, it stung. Her nearly brand new car had suddenly become a salvage vehicle. Feeling a bit resentful, she couldn't help but shoot Qin another scathing glance. As far as she was concerned, the other party was entirely to blame for this accident. The other three people present also saw the damage assessment report, not just Qin. Managers Li and Zhang, in particular, were utterly shocked by the repair cost. Both were aware of the negotiations between the two parties and felt a pang of sympathy for Qin. Unspoken, they both silently resolved to steer clear of luxury cars while driving from now on. Qin picked up the damage assessment report for her own car and flipped through it casually. 11 million. That was the repair cost quoted for her Angel Qiaying. The main reason for this price was an electronic device inside the car designed to block electromagnetic interference. It had been damaged in the crash and needed to be replaced. That single electronic device alone cost over 9 million. Qin finally understood why this car was so expensive. It all came down to its cutting-edge technology. Kid, now that the damage assessment is done, just pay me up. Ma Wenxiu looked at Qin with schadenfreude and tossed the damage assessment report in front of him. Qin picked it up, glanced at it, and smiled. Only 2.4 million? I can certainly afford that. Is that so? Looks like Mr. Qin's first prize jackpot was quite substantial after all. Ma Wenxiu said with a smirk. I can transfer the money to you anytime, but before that, shouldn't you compensate me for the damage to my car? Qin took a leisurely sip of coffee. How much could your car possibly be worth? Besides, the collision wasn't that bad at most, 1 or 2 10,000. Just deduct the cost of your car's damage and pay me the rest. Ma Wenxiu said impatiently. Qin handed his vehicle damage assessment report directly to Ma Ichuan, who was sitting nearby sipping coffee, and said, take a look at this. We'll talk after you've read it. Ma Ichuan took it, and when he saw the staggering figure, he nearly spat out the mouthful of coffee he'd just taken. He gasped, 11 million? He glanced at Qin and asked again, is this your vehicle damage report? Hearing this terrifying figure, the few people present were not just shocked, they were downright terrified. Just moments ago, they thought the repair costs for the Lamborghini were astronomical, but now, hearing this staggering figure, their perceptions had been completely shattered. Ma Wenxiu thought she must have misheard earlier. Without a second thought, she hurriedly snatched the damage assessment report and scanned it with urgency. 11 million, not the 1,100 she thought. Was this car made of gold?
A mere bump cost 11 million, enough to buy another Lamborghini Aventador with money to spare. Of course, not just Ma Wenxiu, but even the others found it hard to believe the figure was real.
This is extortion. You think just by plugging a number in, people will believe it? 11 million? Why not just put down 110 million? Ma Wenxiu stood up and pointed at Qin, speaking with hatred in her voice.
Wenxiu, sit down first.
Ma Yichuan's face remained calm, showing no sign of agitation.
He didn't quite believe the authenticity of this damage assessment report either, but there was no need to act impulsively.
Kid, you're taking this way too far. What kind of car are you driving?
A single bump results in 11 million in damages.
May I ask, if you were paying for the repairs yourself, could you get it fixed for just 1,100?
The voice belonged to Manager Zhang from the security department. Now it was his turn to step in, the perfect opportunity to put on a show in front of his superiors.
Who knows? Maybe his intimidating demeanor would scare this kid into meekly admitting his mistake.
If that happened, his year-end bonus for this month would surely double. Meanwhile, Li Hong, the lobby manager sitting upright and stiff, knew exactly what kind of car Qin was driving.
Only now did he recall its price. He felt a twinge of regret. He originally intended to inform President Ma, but had forgotten in the heat of the moment. Bringing it up now would be pointless.
Not only would it fail to curry favor with General Manager Ma, but it would also provoke his displeasure. It might even make him appear to General Manager Ma as someone who handled the situation poorly and failed to report what he knew. Since Qin was, on the surface, a major client of the Azure Hotel, it would be even more inappropriate to target him with harsh words, so Li Hong had no choice but to remain silent.
Qin sneered, I didn't issue the damage assessment report. If you don't believe the price, you can go ask the auto damage assessors. You keep going on and on about a fake report. I really wonder if your IQ has been eaten by a dog. What did you say? Whose IQ was eaten by a dog?
Explain yourself clearly. Ma Wenxiu was furious.
Mr. Qin.
Ma Yichuan was also seething with anger and said coldly, I don't know how much you paid for that car, but even if it were worth 10 million, no one would believe it.
If that car could be bought for just over 10 million, I would bought it long ago. It's worth over 100 million. Ma.
As the general manager of the Azure Hotel, he was generally familiar with the prominent local figures in Nanjiang City, especially this Jiang Xian, whom he met a few times.
The one you're talking about at ISNT, the one at DUA Prestige Cars, is it? Qin asked, sounding a bit puzzled. Yeah, that's the one at DUA Prestige Cars. Brother Qin, don't tell me you bought the Angel Chiaying from Old Lu? Jiang Xian said jokingly. You're right. Qin nodded. Seriously? Jiang Xian's eyes widened.
I saw that car just the day before yesterday. You didn't just pick it up yesterday, did you?
I did buy it just yesterday, Qin replied honestly. That's impressive.
You bought the car yesterday and crashed it today. You're something else.
Jiang Xian gave him a thumbs up, then asked curiously, so tell me, how much did you pay for that car? Not much, just 100 million, Qin answered candidly. 100 million? Not much?
Jiang Xian's smile turned a bit forced. He felt like this rich kid had just seriously looked down on him. Hearing the price of the car, everyone present except for Qin and Jiang Xian was stunned by the figure. Even Li Hong, who knew a thing or two about the car, couldn't help but be taken aback. He only heard rumors that it cost tens of millions, but it turned out to be over 100 million.
Ma Wenxiu's heart was pounding in her chest.
If this car was truly worth 100 million, then repair costs of 11 million seemed somewhat reasonable, but there was absolutely no way she could possibly pay that much. Since her divorce from her ex-husband, Ma Wenxiu had received a substantial share of the assets. This included a property in Magic City and 15 million in cash.
Afterward, she had splurged over 8 million on that Lamborghini Aventador.
Factoring in other expenses, the cash she could actually come up with now amounted to no more than 4 million. Moreover, even though she bought the new car, her insurance was only the mandatory third-party liability policy with a coverage limit of 10,000, which was essentially the same as
covering the entire cost.
Unless she sold the property in Magic City and combined it with her cash to scrape together the money, she'd end up penniless. Ignoring the changes in everyone's expressions, Jiang Xian continued, sounding a bit regretful. Brother Qin, if you'd come to me before buying the car. With that thought in mind, his curiosity about this car worth over 100 million got the better of him. Unconcerned about the awkwardness, he pulled out his phone, typed in the car's name, and started searching.
Even Li Hang and Zhang Zhong reached for their phones. The result left all of them gasping in shock.
Although Ma Wenxiu wasn't looking at her phone, seeing the others' reactions, she knew it was most likely true. That car was really worth 100 million, countless times more expensive than the Lamborghini Aventador she drove.
Yet her hatred and resentment toward Qin only grew. Driving a car worth 100 million, yet keeping such a low profile, does he have to die without showing off?
After much deliberation, she finally gritted her teeth and said to Qin,
I've come to my senses.
Let us do it the way you suggested earlier. Each of us will repair our own cars.
I think that's the most reasonable approach.
Qin looked up at Ma Wenxiu, who seemed to take it all for granted, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth.
He pulled out the contract he'd just signed and said, Do you really think I'd agree to that? You're being way too optimistic. If everything could be changed on a whim, what would be the point of this contract?
Ha, this is the first time I've met such a shameless idiot.
Looks like the show is about to begin. Jiang Xian laughed heartily.
He'd already heard passers-by talk about what had happened, and he'd come here precisely to watch the spectacle. Mr. Qin, how about this? I'll apologize to you on my sister's behalf.
Would you be willing, for my sake, to let us each repair our own cars this time? Ma Yichuan said earnestly.
Mr. Ma, I think you know full well that if my car weren't valuable or if the repair costs weren't high, your sister would never have thought this way.
Since even you two can't manage that, why force it on me?
11 million is simply too much. My sister can't come up with that either.
How about we split the cost 50-50? Ma Yichuan said after a moment's thought.
Brother, there's no need to beg him. I won't pay a single penny toward the repair costs for his car. At worst, we'll each cover our own damages. Whether he agrees or not, I won't admit to anything. Ma Wenxiu stood up and snapped angrily.
Then what's the point of this conversation? Talking to someone like you is a complete waste of breath, Qin sneered.
Wenxiu, sit down.
Ma Yichuan's expression darkened.
Seeing her brother's stern demeanor, Ma Wenxiu felt a twinge of fear and, suppressing her anger, sat back down. Mr. Qin, this is all my younger sister's fault.
I'm truly sorry.
Once again, I apologize to you on her behalf.
Ma Yichuan continued to plead with Qin, is there really no way to resolve this?
This repair fee is probably a drop in the bucket for you, but for her, paying it could mean losing everything she owns. Qin cast a cold glance at Mr. Ma, who was speaking in a somewhat submissive tone, then swept his gaze over the displeased-looking Ma Wenxiu before saying coldly,
Mr. Ma, there's no need for you to speak that way.
From the very beginning, I didn't want to make a big deal out of this, but your sister has been relentless and far too greedy. She must bear the consequences. Over 10 million is indeed nothing to me, but what reason do I have to listen to what you say? Brother Qin is absolutely right. Those words are right up my alley. Jiang Xian couldn't help but chime in. He added, I heard that at first, Brother Qin wanted us to each pay for our own car repairs, but then this idiot insisted on this kind of compensation. Now that he knows the other party's repair costs are even higher, he has gone back on his word.
Jiang Xian shook his head. I have the utmost contempt for people like you.
Turning to Qin, he continued, Brother Qin, I heard you two signed a contract?
That's right. Here's the contract.
Qin smiled and handed Jiang Xian the contract, which had been signed by both parties.
Jiang Xian took it and glanced over it. Very good. Why don't you give me this contract, and have them draw up a power of attorney? I'll handle this for you.
If she refuses to pay, I guarantee she'll have to make up the difference, even if it means selling her house and car.
What do you think?
Ma Yichuan, whose expression had been as stern as stone just moments ago, suddenly changed his tone. Young Master Jiang,
this has nothing to do with you. Why do you insist on getting involved?
He knew that if this matter were truly left to Jiang Xian to handle, Ma Wenxiu would have no choice but to pay up.
The Jiang family's influence was no joke even without that contract. She wouldn't dare renege on her obligations.
If he were dealing with Qin alone,
might still be a way out.
After all, someone who could afford such an expensive car probably didn't place too much value on money. If Ma Wenxiu were to change her attitude, and he continued to intercede on her behalf, she might just agree. Even if she refused, as an outsider, he didn't have much influence here. With Ma Yichuan's connections, he'd eventually be able to get the other party to make some concessions.
Mr. Ma, you're wrong. How could this not concern me? Brother Qin's business is my business.
Besides, I really can't stand your sister's behavior ID step, and even if it were anyone else.
So I'm definitely going to help with this. Jiang Xian turned back to Qin. Brother Qin, what do you think? I'm fine with it.
Thanks for your help, Brother Jiang, Qin nodded with a smile. He'd come to the same conclusion having Jiang Xian handle it was the best possible outcome, saving him a lot of trouble. Although he had the contract in hand, if the other party refused to pay compensation, the only option would be to go to court. But since he wasn't familiar with handling such matters, he had no idea how much time it would waste. He didn't care about the money, time was what mattered. With the sign-in system tied to his account, just 3 check-ins had already netted him such a fortune, so the bottom line was to spend his time checking in as quickly as possible. Although Jiang Xian was helping him, you now owed him a favor. But that favor at worst he could simply pay back with money later. Ma Yichuan sighed inwardly when he saw that Qin had agreed to let Jiang Xian handle the matter. With Jiang Xian stepping in, along with this mysterious Mr. Qin, the situation was essentially set in stone. There was no point in wasting any more effort trying to antagonize these two. He said to Ma Wenxiu, "Wenxiu, we have to give young Master Jiang some face. Just handle it according to the contract, pay whatever compensation is due."
Brother.
Ma Wenxiu stiffened at these words.
Somewhat surprised and deeply reluctant, she asked, "Do we really have to give it to him?" Ma Yichuan nodded helplessly.
"Then let me pay him in a couple of days."
"I can't come up with that much right now."
Ma Wenxiu bit her lip, her eyes reddening slightly. She understood that if even her brother had said this, it meant he was powerless to do anything. It seemed that this man named Jiang Xian had powerful connections behind him, connections they couldn't afford to cross.
But coming up with 11 million?
She didn't have nearly enough cash on hand. She'd either have to sell her car or her house. Now that she was divorced and had no source of income, she was about to go from someone who never had to worry about food or clothing to a penniless pauper in the blink of an eye.
Pauper, what a terrifying word that was.
Since you put it that way, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I hope you can come up with the money within 2 days. Out of the 11 million, I'll deduct the cost of repairing your car, and you'll pay whatever's left.
Remember, you only have 2 days.
Jiang Xian grinned. Mr. Qin, I've already prepared the car for you. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Qin turned to see Tang Qin walking toward him. Her voice reached him before she did. "All right, please wait a moment," Qin said, nodding at Tang Qin. Just as Tang Qin was about to speak, she caught a glimpse of the hotel general manager and the lobby manager sitting on the other side out of the corner of her eye. A hint of confusion flashed across her face, and she hurriedly addressed Ma Yichuan respectfully, "General Manager Ma, you're here too."
Ma Yichuan merely gave a faint nod in response. "Tang Qin, it's you."
Ma Wenxiu was surprised to see Tang Qin and exclaimed excitedly, her eyes flashing with a hint of venom.
"Mrs. Li, it's been a long time."
Upon hearing this, Tang Qin also noticed Ma Wenxiu sitting there, and her expression changed slightly. However, she quickly regained her composure and greeted Ma Wenxiu in turn.
"Do you two know each other?" Ma Yichuan asked curiously.
Ma Wenxiu hesitated, then shook her head and said indifferently, "We're not very close." She had originally wanted to say something, but with the 11 million compensation payment weighing on her mind, she didn't continue, or perhaps she simply didn't have the heart to.
Ma Yichuan didn't press the matter further.
He stood up, apologized to Jiang Xian, and took Ma Wenxiu by the arm as they left.
With everything settled, staying any longer would only make them look foolish. After the two left, the restaurant's security manager, Zhang Zhong, also followed them out. It was the front-of-house manager, Li Hong, who exchanged a few polite words with Jiang Xian, said a few more things to Qin, handed him his business card, and only then left with a smile. As far as he was concerned, he didn't really care about the matter between Mr. Ma and Qin. What was truly important was building good relationships with these wealthy young men. Only Qin and Jiang Xian remained in the lobby lounge, along with the blue-haired woman who had come with Jiang Xian and Tang Qin, 4 people in total. Brother Qin, what is your Wee ID?
I'd like to add you as a friend so I can contact you once I've helped you secure the car repair funds, Jiang Xian said with a smile to Qin after the others had left.
Sure.
Qin replied, immediately pulling out his phone to add each other as wee friends. They also exchanged phone numbers. Brother Jiang, thank you so much for your help today.
I haven't asked your name yet. I'm Qin.
After saving Jiang Xian's number on his phone, Qin asked with a smile.
My name is Jiang Xian. I'm 24 years old. Brother Qin, how old are you? I'm a year older than you, 25.
Oh, so you're actually a year older than me.
From now on, I'll call you Brother Qin. You can just call me by my first name, or brother is fine too. That'll make things much easier. What do you think?
Then I'll go ahead and call you Brother Jiang, Qin said with a laugh. Ha, I really like your straightforward nature, Brother Qin.
We hit it off right away. If you ever need my help here in Nanjing City, just let me know.
Alright, Brother Jiang. I don't have many strengths, but I do have one, plenty of money. If you ever need funds or want to invest in something, feel free to reach out to me.
Jiang Xian was delighted.
Great.
I'll definitely keep that in mind, Brother Qin. Hello, Brother Qin. My name is Yuing.
It's a pleasure to meet you, said the blue-haired woman standing beside Zhao Xian, smiling as she extended her hand.
Hello, Miss Xu, Qin said, shaking her hand. And this is...
Jiang Xian pointed to Tang Qin standing behind Qin. Although Tang Qin was wearing the hotel uniform, she was strikingly beautiful, the kind of beauty that stands out in any setting, making it hard for Jiang Xian not to notice her.
Hello, Mr. Jiang.
My name is Tang Qin, and I'm Mr. Qin's personal butler, Tang Qin introduced herself. So, Brother Qin is staying at the hotel now, Jiang Xian realized. Qin nodded and added, my car has been towed to the repair shop, and I'm not sure how long it'll take to fix. So I'm planning to buy another car later and I really need your help with that, Brother Jiang.
Do you know where I can find one of those limited edition sports cars?
Oh, so Brother Qin likes sports cars too. But since you already own luxury cars worth over 100 million, why not just buy a regular sports car? Limited edition sports cars aren't cheap, and you can only get them used. Qin smiled and said, it's just that I'm the kind of person who, when buying something, has to have the best in cars or no exception. I've long heard that limited edition sports cars are hard to come by, so I wanted to ask if you have any connections, little brother.
That makes sense, otherwise, you wouldn't have bought the Angel Chiang.
Jiang Xian continued, you've come to the right person. I have an aunt who deals in reselling used cars, mostly top-tier sports cars worth several million or more. As for limited edition sports cars, she has those too.
If you really want one, I'll take you there. It's a bit far, though, in Dongxiu District, Nanjing City.
It'll take at least 30 or 40 minutes by car.
Qin asked, won't that take up too much of your time? It's fine. I'm just out having fun today anyway, it doesn't matter where I am.
That's great, then. Here's what we'll do, it's almost noon now, right around lunchtime. I'll treat Brother Jiang to a meal here at the hotel, and then we'll head over afterward.
What do you think?
Alright, I'll go along with it, Jiang Xian said with a smile. Then Qin invited Tang Qin to join them, and the group of 4 headed straight to the rooftop restaurant on the 51st floor of the hotel for lunch. Since they'd be driving later, they didn't drink any alcohol and just ordered a few bottles of soft drinks. After lunch, Jiang Xian drove off in his Lamborghini Aventador. Shu, who had come with him, went to the hotel gym instead and didn't he follow. Qin got into the Rolls-Royce driven by Tang Qin and followed behind the two cars headed straight for the used car dealership in Dongxiu district that Jiang Xian had mentioned. At the hotel entrance, the two wrecked cars had been towed away, and the onlookers had all disappeared. On the way, Tang Qin, who was driving, couldn't he help but ask Qin if he knew the general manager of the Azure Hotel or that Mrs. Li. The Mrs. Li you're talking about, she's actually general manager Ma's sister. You don't know her, Qin said in surprise. So she's general manager Ma's sister. Tang Qin gripped the steering wheel a little tighter, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. I really didn't know that. I've never seen her since I started working at this hotel. Since you call her Mrs. Li, you must have known her before, Qin asked. Tang Qin nodded. As I've told you before working at this hotel, I worked at a skincare company. And Mrs. Li was the wife of that company's general manager. I see. No wonder you call her Mrs. Li. Then how did you end up sitting with them? Actually, it was just a stroke of bad luck. Qin briefly recounted the car accident and the subsequent dispute over property damage compensation, which finally made Tang Qin burst out laughing. Serves her right. Someone like Mrs. Li deserves a lesson like that. It's a case of being too clever by half. The only downside is that the other party was clearly at fault, but the surveillance camera happened to be broken, probably tampered with by General Manager Ma. The security camera at the hotel entrance had to break down right at this moment of all times. Maybe so. Qin agreed with Tang Qin's speculation, though he didn't really care. He asked, You seem to really dislike Mrs. Li. Did she give you a hard time back when you were at that skincare company? Well, you could put it that way. Tang Qin didn't want to dwell on the topic and changed the subject. You mentioned earlier that your car cost over 100 million? What, don't you believe me? That car really did cost 100 million, Qin said with a laugh. I was just asking, of course I believe you. I never imagined there were cars that expensive. If I'd known, I would have gotten out of the car sooner to see what you look like driving it. Tang Qin exclaimed. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Tianyun Road in Dongxiu district and pulled up in front of a large car dealership. Before them stood a 6-story building covering an area of about 3,000 square meters. The entire structure was encased in a glass curtain wall, giving it a magnificent and luxurious appearance. Nanyun Xing. 3 massive characters were embedded in the wall, presumably, these were the dealership's name. Parking the car in the open space in front of the dealership, the 3 of them got out and walked toward the building. A female employee in a uniform was standing at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Xian, Qin, and the other person approaching, she hurried over to greet them. Young Master Jiang, and this gentleman and lady, welcome. Su Wei, where is my aunt? Is she inside the dealership? President Yun is currently entertaining a guest on the 3rd floor. Would you like me to notify her now? No need. I'm just here to bring a friend to look at some cars. Just stick close to me if we find a car we like, you can handle the paperwork. Hearing that his aunt wasn't there, Jiang Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Qin, let us go inside and see if there's a car you'd like. Thanks for your help, Qin said, then followed Jiang Xian into the showroom. Su Wei was secretly surprised. She knew Jiang Xian's status, and never would have imagined that this man, dressed in such inexpensive clothes, would be addressed as Brother Qin by young Master Jiang. It seemed this man wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. At the same time, she quietly memorized Qin's appearance, categorizing him as the kind of customer she needed to curry favor with. Upon entering the car dealership's 1st floor lobby, Jiang Xian began his introduction. This is the 1st floor showroom. There are over 300 cars on display here, some of which are brand new, all priced under 5 million. Over there is the luxury sedan section, and over there is the sports car section. The 2nd floor houses the sales offices, the back office service area, and the pre-delivery preparation workshop for newly arrived used cars. Limited edition models and luxury cars priced above 5 million are all displayed on the 3rd or 4th floors. Qin couldn't help but laugh. Brother Jiang, it seems you know this dealership better than the staff themselves. Of course. After all, it's my aunt's company, so I naturally come by often to help her keep an eye on things. Sometimes I bring friends here to look at cars.
Over time, I'd become incredibly familiar with the place.
So, whichever car you set your sights on, I can make the call and give you a discount right away.
Alright, then I won't hesitate to take you up on that. Sheen replied offhandedly. M.iota.
In truth, he didn't care about that small amount of money at all, but since the other person had offered, he naturally had to accept the favor. Just then, he heard the voice of a cool, aloof older woman coming from behind him in a detached tone. Xiao Xian, you've really come into your own running the store now. As long as you don't come here every time to take my car out for a spin, I'll be grateful. Jiang Xian had been feeling rather smug, but his face suddenly turned pale upon hearing this. He stiffly turned his head and forced a laugh.
Auntie, weren't you supposed to be negotiating a deal with a client? Why did you come down here? The deal's done.
The woman gave a half smile.
Are you disappointed to see me? Are you that afraid of running into me?
But you're here just in time. I still need to settle the final accounts with you.
Please don't, Auntie. I actually came here today to introduce a big client to you. Jiang Xian, what big client? It can't be this loser standing right next to you, can it?
The speaker was a man standing beside the woman, wearing a blue shirt and head-to-toe designer labels, with a crew cut.
This man looked even younger than Jiang Xian, though he was somewhat thin, and he was staring at Jiang Xian with a mocking expression. Zhao Song, what are you doing here?
Jiang Xian's expression turned cold as he asked, his tone laced with hostility.
Why can't I be here?
This is a car dealership, of course I'm here to buy a car.
What, do you have a problem with that? Buy a car?
Jiang Xian shot him a sidelong glance.
What kind of car did you buy?
After saying that, he turned his curious gaze to his aunt, hoping to get a definitive answer from her. Young Master Zhao came to look at cars, but unfortunately, that one was too expensive, so he didn't end up buying it.
Oh. With a faint smile on his face, Jiang Xian said to Zhao Song, looking at you, you can't even afford a car. That doesn't quite live up to your reputation as the esteemed young Master Zhao, does it?
Oof. It's perfectly normal not to be able to afford a car that costs over 100 million. As for you, buying a used Lamborghini for a few million and still running a tab, I'd be embarrassed for you if word got out.
You. Jiang Xian was getting a little worked up. He snorted and said, so what? It's my aunt's car anyway, we're family.
I can pay her back slowly. It's our own business, it's none of your concern.
You just can't come up with the money, so you're dragging your relatives into it. It's only because Mr. Yin isn't holding it against you.
Damn it, Zhao Song, I think you're asking for a beating. Jiang Xian felt his pride was at stake, especially in front of Brother Qin, whom he just met. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw a punch. He and Zhao Song were both scions of prominent families in Nanjiang City.
Because their families' businesses overlapped in many areas, they'd always been rivals.
This had strained their relationship every time they met. The air was thick with tension as they constantly tried to outdo one another. In particular, 2 months ago, the two had engaged in a high-stakes gamble, and Jiang Xian had ended up losing over 50 million to Zhao Song. Because of this, his pocket money had dwindled, his savings were gone, and he was still living a struggling life.
Jiang Xian, I think you're the one asking for a beating. How dare you act so brazenly here?
Jiang Xian's aunt shot him a piercing glance, her voice commanding without a trace of anger.
Sorry, Auntie, I wouldn't dare do anything.
Jiang Xian immediately gave an awkward laugh, his earlier defiant demeanor instantly deflated. Zhao Song had also been startled just now. He had a history of brawls with Jiang Xian, but unfortunately, his frail build made him no match for his opponent, and he ended up with a black eye and a swollen nose. Ever since then, he'd been left with a considerable psychological scar.
Jiang Xian, don't get out of hand. This is Mr. Yun's shop.
If it comes to a fight, I'm not afraid of you.
Oh. Is that so? Why don't we go outside and settle this?
Oof. I wouldn't stoop to such crude behavior as fighting.
If you really want to settle this, let us have another race and see who is better. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because I won once. I'll challenge you again once I find a good sports car. Jiang Xian's face darkened with gloom. Fine, I'll be waiting. After dropping that line, Zhao Song didn't want to stay any longer and took his leave from Jiang Xian's aunt. Ms. Yun, I'll be going now. Could you please speak to the owner about that car?
170 million is way too high a price. I'll pay 130 million at most.
If he is willing to sell, he can contact me anytime. Sure. Jiang Xian's aunt nodded. Zhao Song didn't linger any longer and left immediately. Auntie, what kind of car costs as much as 150 million? Even if I told you, you couldn't afford it. Jiang Xian gave an awkward smile and said, let me introduce you. This is my buddy, Brother Qin. He came here specifically to buy a car. This is my aunt, Yun Xiaoting. She is also the owner of this car dealership. What do you think? Isn't my aunt beautiful? She is known as the most beautiful woman in Shijiang City.
Qin felt his neck grow warm. A bit embarrassed, he extended his hand and said, hello, Ms. Yun.
Hello, Mr. Qin. Yun Xiaoting smiled and gave Qin a light handshake.
The reason Qin felt a bit embarrassed was mainly because, from the moment he first laid eyes on Yun Xiaoting, his heart had started racing involuntarily. She was simply too beautiful. Standing about 1.8 meters tall with a peach-shaped figure, she had delicate features, especially her face, which was every bit as stunning as any female celebrity's, and an elegant, otherworldly aura. This woman, her beauty would surely make any man's heart skip a beat. He had originally assumed that Jiang Xian's aunt might be a woman in her 40s, but he never expected her to be such a stunning beauty.
Mr. Qin, what kind of car do you prefer?
Let me make a recommendation for you, Yun Xiaoting asked, putting on a professional smile.
Do you have any limited edition sports cars?
Yun Xiaoting looked slightly surprised.
Of course we do. We actually have 2 available right now. However, since they're limited editions, they're much more expensive than new cars. Price doesn't matter.
Just tell me about them, Qin said bluntly. Yun Xiaoting raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity appearing on his face.
Alright, let me introduce these 2 supercars to you.
The first is a Faraday LaFara released 6 years ago. It's red, with a global 500 units worldwide, with a maximum horsepower of 963, priced at 36 million. The other is an Aston Martin Phantom released 3 years ago. It has a white body, a global production run of 77 units, a maximum horsepower of 760, and is priced at 73 million. With every car Yun Xiaoting mentioned, Jiang Xian couldn't help but swallow hard. He was a die-hard sports car enthusiast who often organized racing events with fellow car enthusiasts. Naturally, he was drooling over these exorbitantly priced, limited edition supercars. Although he'd seen such limited edition sports cars before, his family kept a tight rein on him and restricted his spending. He used to have about 500,000 in monthly pocket money and had saved up a personal nest egg of over 20 million. Ever since he lost that race against Zhao Song, and his previous supercar, worth over 10 million, was totaled in the crash, his secret stash was gone. His monthly allowance had shrunk to a paltry 200,000, and he was deep in debt. The Lamborghini he was driving now was a used car he'd bought here last month, paying only 2/3 of the original price. So he is living hand to mouth these days, and buying a car like this is out of the question.
Auntie, why don't you lend me one to drive? Jiang Xian couldn't help but ask. Forget it. You'd better not touch a car like that unless you buy it outright.
Yun Xiaoting glanced at Jiang Xian and smiled at Qin, saying, Mr. Qin, I wonder if you'd like either of these 2.
Qin paused for a moment before saying, Isn't there another car priced at 170 million?
The one that guy named Zhao Song mentioned earlier. In truth, Qin knew next to nothing about sports cars. His decision was based entirely on price. Even if he bought that 73 million Aston Martin Phantom, it wouldn't come to 100 million. Spending nearly 200 million on another car would cost him a lot more, but he wanted to give it a try. He wondered if the gift package from the sign-in system for a nearly 200 million yuan purchase might be worth even more. That way, he could make a bigger profit. That's why I haven't made it public yet. I've only informed a few wealthy individuals with the means to purchase it. The original price for this car was 80 million.
The owner is now asking for 170 million. Isn't that asking for the moon? Zhang Xian asked about the price. You don't have to buy it. That price is simply too high. It's more than double the original price. Could you lower it a bit?
Zhang Xian acted as a negotiator, trying to help Qin haggle. For sports car enthusiasts, a car like this is practically a dream come true, but no one wants to be taken for a ride. 100 million, not to mention the rich second-generation heirs. Even big-time business tycoons wouldn't be able to come up with that much cash on the spot. Last year, a car owner at Feiying sold a Voice of the Night for 110 million yuan, so asking 170 million for this Wind of the Night is indeed high.
Yun Xiaoting admitted.
But the main reason this owner is asking for such a high price is that his company needs that much capital to keep running. He also said at the time that if he couldn't sell it for that price, he'd rather not sell it at all.
Although the customers who come to view this car are very interested, they've all been deterred by the price.
Currently, the highest bidder is Zhao Song, who just left. He offered 130 million.
Yun Xiaoting's explanation was thorough and his meaning clear. The price was non-negotiable.
If it could be lowered, it would have sold long ago.
How does that kid have so much money to afford 130 million? Zhang Xian said resentfully. It's all because of you.
With the 50 million you lost to him, plus the funds he already has on hand, 130 million isn't that difficult for him to come up with. Yun Xiaoting shot Zhang Xian a sidelong glance and said indifferently. Next time, I'll definitely win back that 50 million with interest, Zhang Xian said, grinding his teeth so hard they nearly shattered.
How about we go take a look at the car first? If I like it, I'll buy it. Qin was tempted and was considering buying it as well.
Only 3 were produced worldwide, each bearing a unique name. It sounded incredibly impressive and flashy. The exorbitant price might deter others, but it was no obstacle for him.
Brother Qin, you're not seriously going to buy that car, are you? Zhang Xian asked, somewhat excitedly. He knew full well that since Qin had already bought the Angel's Shadow, which cost over 100 million, purchasing another car, even a more expensive one, wouldn't be a problem for him. Qin nodded and said, of course, but I'll only buy it if I'm satisfied with it. If Brother Qin really does buy that car, it'll be absolutely fantastic. Even though I can't afford it myself, I'll still have beaten that kid Zhao Song to it. He'll definitely be bummed when he hears the news. Zhang Xian added with a sycophantic smile, but you've got to let your brother take it for a spin when the time comes. Of course, no problem. But I haven't bought it yet. It's not even on the drawing board.
Let us go check it out first, Qin said with a smile. As long as Brother Qin wants to buy it, it'll be a piece of cake. Zhang Xian still looked very happy, as if Qin buying that car were a done deal, already imagining some wonderful scenarios.
Yun Xiaoting gave Zhang Xian a suspicious look, then glanced at Qin. Mr. Qin, you aren't seriously thinking of buying the Dark Night Wind, are you? M.Iota. Auntie, you don't need to doubt Brother Qin's capabilities. The car he drives himself is an Angel Chiaing worth over 100 million.
Seeing the look of disbelief on Yun Xiaoting's face, Zhang Xian explained.
An Angel Chiaing worth over 100 million? You're not pulling my leg, are you? How could I dare to lie to you?
That's exactly the one from Dua luxury cars that Brother Qin bought. Only then did Yun Xiaoting nod, smiling at Qin. My apologies, Mr. Qin. I'll take you up to the 4th floor to see the car right away.
Thank you for your trouble, President Yun, Qin said.
Then, Zhang Xian hurried forward to lead the way, pressing the elevator button, and the group quickly arrived on the 4th floor.
The Dark Night Wind was parked in a small, private exhibition area on the 4th floor.
The moment the lights came on, its distinctive black carbon fiber body unfolded before their eyes like the depths of a dark night. It truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier supercar.
Zhang Xian walked around the car once, unable to resist exclaiming in admiration. With its unique design, sharp yet elegant, it was the most stunning supercar Jiang Xian had ever seen.
The sleek, black carbon fiber body, crafted entirely by hand, the seamless transition from the front fascia to the side windows, Bugatti's signature horseshoe-shaped air intake grille, and the continuous taillight wrapping around the dense exhaust grills at the rear, all these elements exuded the car's nobility. Although Qin didn't know much about this type of sports car, he fell in love with it at first sight. After taking a few glances, he said, "President Yun, could we start it up and take it for a test drive?"
"Sure."
Yun Xiaoting then instructed Su Wei, who had followed them in, to fetch the car keys. The keys were brought over quickly, a pure black, oval-shaped smart key about half the size of a cell phone.
The car's ignition, door locks, and monitoring functions could all be controlled via this LCD key.
As the car started, the ambient lights flashed brilliantly a few times. A melodious roar, like that of a giant steel beast, echoed through the exhibition hall and lingered in everyone's ears, sending a shiver down their spines. Then, the roar of the engine slowly subsided as it idled, until not a single sound could be heard.
Qin opened the door, got in, and gently pressed the accelerator, triggering another sharp roar.
From the car's color to its exterior design, and on to its performance and features, there wasn't a single flaw to be found. Qin nodded in satisfaction, got out, and closed the door, only then realizing that everyone's gaze was fixed on him.
"Why are you all staring at me like that? Don't tell me I've got something on my face," Qin said sheepishly. This Bugatti Nightwind had left everyone present utterly awestruck, not only because of its unique appearance, but also because of its price.
170 million, a price that could be called the world's most expensive car ever sold. Especially for Tang Qin and Su Wei, who came from humble backgrounds, this figure was an astronomical sum, a vast fortune they could never hope to touch.
"Brother Qin, what do you think? Do you like this car?" Jiang Xian asked, a touch of nervousness in his voice.
His eyes had been sparkling ever since he first laid eyes on it. He was dying to take it for a spin and show off. No wonder Zhao Song was willing to offer 130 million.
Qin smiled and nodded. "This is the one. I'll take it." "Ha, bringing Brother Qin here today was definitely the right move," Jiang Xian exclaimed happily.
Tang Qin's face also betrayed her excitement. She looked at Qin with a mixture of surprise and admiration. Although she hadn't interacted much with Qin, she developed the illusion that he seemed to have an endless supply of money. No matter how high she estimated his wealth, she always ended up realizing she underestimated him.
Su Wei was even more stunned.
She hadn't underestimated Qin from the start, but she never imagined the outcome would still be so far beyond her expectations.
Yun Xiaoting was much more composed.
Although Qin's decision to buy the Dark Nightwind exceeded her expectations, her expression remained largely unchanged. She asked, "Mr. Qin, the owner is asking 170 million for this car.
Are you willing to accept that price?"
Qin replied, "Of course.
Since I've decided to buy it, I naturally have no objections to the price. You've already said the owner has no intention of lowering the price, so why should I waste my breath?"
Yun Xiaoting smiled charmingly and said, "Mr. Qin, you're truly generous.
However, I forgot to mention something earlier."
She paused for a moment before continuing. "The asking price of 170 million is what the owner is asking for, but we'll be taking a 5% commission on the transaction amount, that's 8.5 million. This fee includes the registration and transfer fees, but it does not include car insurance."
"Oh." Qin grumbled to himself, "This dealership is really a ripoff. That 8.5 million is practically pure profit." He thought back to his old life, when he'd work his fingers to the bone all year just to make a little over 100,000.
He said, "In that case, calculate the total cost for me." Yun Xiaoting did a quick mental calculation and replied, "Car insurance is around 1.8 million, so the total comes to 180.3 million.
All right, that's the price. Charge it to my card."
Qin didn't beat around the bush, he simply asked to pay. Over 180 million, it might seem like a lot, but knowing he'd earn even more after spending it, he didn't feel too bad about it. Seeing that Qin was determined to pay and had no intention of haggling, Yun Xiaoting smiled broadly and said, "Mr. Qin, you're very straightforward, but I still need to check with the owner first. It won't take long, please wait a moment."
No problem, Sheen said. Please wait a moment, then. With that, Yun Xiaoting walked over to the side and took out her phone to make a call. Mr. Qin, you really bought this car? Tang Qin walked over, her tone a mix of inquiry and amazement. This was the most expensive car she'd ever seen. She couldn't even afford a year's worth of insurance on it. Yes. I'm very satisfied with this car, Qin said with a smile. But it's over 180 million. You could haggled a bit. President Yun said the car has been on the market for a few days, and the highest bid was only 130 million. I figure if I'd added another 30 million or so, I could gotten it. That would save me a huge chunk of money, Tang Qin said, sounding a bit regretful. You have a point. Qin couldn't deny it, but added, the main thing is that this car is truly a rare find. If I'd let the price hold me back and missed out, only for someone else to snap it up in the end, that would been a real shame. So I'm willing to spend a little extra. I don't really mind that much money. Tang Qin was at a loss for words. It seemed her earlier comment had been unnecessary. He clearly didn't care about that amount of money at all. Brother Qin, once you buy it, remember to let me take it for a few days, Zhang Xian said as he walked over, sounding a bit sycophantic. Of course, no problem. You can drive it for as many days as you like. Qin promised without hesitation. After all, Zhang Xian had helped him so much today, and once the angel shadow was repaired, he'd mostly be using that one anyway. A top-of-the-line limited edition sports car like this was fine for the occasional drive, but driving it regularly would be too flashy and that wasn't his style. I love hearing you say that. Zhang Xian laughed heartily. He could almost picture the moment he'd drive this dark night wind out to show off. It would truly blind a whole crowd. Especially Zhao Song. That kid had been eyeing this car all along. He wondered what Zhao Song's reaction would be when he saw him pull it right up in front of him. Mr. Qin, I've already contacted the owner. We can make the payment and sign the contract right now. However, there is one small favor I'd like to ask. The original owner would like your contact information. If you agree, please give me your phone number, and I'll pass it along to him. Yun Xiaoting walked over after finishing his call, sounding a bit apologetic. Of course, if you'd rather not give him your number, that's fine too. The sale will proceed as usual. It's no big deal. I'll give you my number in a moment, Qin said nonchalantly. Yun Xiaoting thanked him and bowed slightly. Please follow me over here. Let us take a seat in the office first. Once the company's accountant arrives, we can proceed with the transfer. All right, Qin nodded. Then the group left the private showroom and headed to the office across the hall. Soon, the dealership's accountant arrived. Signed the purchase contract. Swiped the card. Beep. Card swiped successfully. From that moment on, the dark night wind belonged to Qin. All that remained was to complete the transfer of ownership and get the license plates before he could drive it away. The moment the payment went through, he became the most mysterious, wealthy, and handsome man in the room. A payment of nearly 200 million, not a bank transfer, not a cash transaction, but a credit card swipe, and he handled it with such nonchalance. Not to mention Tang Qin and Su Wei. Even Yun Xiaoting's gaze toward Qin was tinged with admiration. What defines a handsome man, after all, if not this kind of lavish spending and indulgence in a life of luxury? However, when Qin pulled out his black card, Yun Xiaoting's expression changed, and her heart began to race. She wanted to say something but held back in the end, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. Since the dealership handled the car insurance, transfer of ownership, and registration, Qin simply filled out some personal information, signed a power of attorney, and provided his contact number. Once everything was settled, Yun Xiaoting took out her own business card and, at the same time, presented a purple gold membership card that looked like it belonged to a private club. Upon seeing the membership card, Zhang Xian said enviously, "This is the purple gold card for the South City Club, the most exclusive private club in Nanjiang City. Even true business elites might not possess this card. My aunt is one of the directors there, which is why she has this card to give away. I've been asking her for it for ages, but she wouldn't give it to me, and now she is giving it to you, Brother Qin, on our very first meeting." South City Club? Qin couldn't help but feel curious. This was the first time he'd heard of this club,
so naturally, he knew nothing about it. This club encompasses 80% of the business tycoons in Nanjiang City and other parts of Nanjiang Province, and to date, there are no more than 30 people who hold a purple gold membership card, Jiang Xian explained. Qin nodded, beginning to grasp the significance of this card.
Possessing it meant truly integrating into Nanjing City's most exclusive circle of the ultra-wealthy.
From this alone, it was clear that Yun Xiaoting was far more than just the owner of a used car dealership. Ms. Yun, I really have to thank you for giving me this card, Qin said, expressing his gratitude after learning its value.
Don't mention it, Mr. Qin.
If you want to show your appreciation, just come by and support our business more often. Yun Xiaoting added with a smile, or how about this, from now on, you can call me sister, and I'll call you little brother.
Calling me Ms. Yun all the time feels too formal. Sister? I don't think that's a good idea.
In Yun Xiaoting's smile, Qin saw a hint of mischief.
Little brother Qin, I don't mind at all, why should you? Am I not worthy of being your sister?
Yun Xiaoting said, feigning a slight pout. All right, then I'll call you Sister Yun, Qin relented. He'd come to terms with it, having such a beautiful older sister didn't seem so bad after all.
That's the spirit. Since you're calling me sister now, let us stay in touch. You can call me anytime if you need anything. Okay, Sister Yun. Brother Qin, you've accepted my aunt as your sister, what should I call you now?
Jiang Xian asked, sounding a bit put out.
Just keep calling me Brother Qin.
We'll each stick to our own titles, Qin replied quickly. He certainly didn't want to end up with such a young relative just because of his relationship with Yun Xiaoting.
That is fine.
After exchanging a few more words, Qin took his leave and walked out of the car dealership with Tang Qin. Although they had purchased the Dark Knight Wind, the paperwork for transferring ownership and registering the license plates would take another day or two to complete. They would come back to pick up the car once those formalities were finished.
After Qin left, Yun Xiaoting asked Jiang Xian, how did you meet him? You're asking about that?
Jiang Xian briefly recounted what had happened that afternoon at the Azure Hotel, explaining that Qin had wanted to buy a limited edition sports car, so he brought him here. After listening, Yun Xiaoting nodded and said, you're always loafing around, but today you actually did something productive.
So you think highly of Brother Qin, too? After saying that, Jiang Xian pulled a long face and added, how can you say I'm just loafing around all day? I come over here all the time to help you run the business, don't I? Give it a rest.
If it weren't for my sister, I'd be glad if you didn't come over and mess things up. Besides, you're only here to avoid being dragged off by your dad to work at his company, you're not here to actually do any work.
Yun Xiaoting called out Jiang Xian's ulterior motive.
Still, bringing Qin here to buy a car today was a major contribution.
Really, Auntie?
You said it yourself.
So, do I get a commission?
You know, I played a crucial role in getting Qin to come here to buy a car. Jiang Xian perked up and asked with a smile.
No problem.
Yun Xiaoting said, I'll give you 1.5 million.
Is that enough?
Really?
Jiang Xian's jaw nearly dropped.
Yun Xiaoting said with a smile, minus the remaining balance on your Lamborghini that LL settle the debt exactly.
Jiang Xian's smile froze.
Well, how about you give me the money first, and I'll pay you back for the car later, you know how hard it is to get by without money these days. You have two options, 1, no commission on the car, and you can pay it off slowly.
2, I give you the commission, and the car payment is settled in full.
The choice is yours, Yun Xiaoting said firmly.
M.iota.
Come on, then I'll take the second option, Jiang Xian had no choice but to say. You said it yourself.
By the way, Auntie, I'm a little curious.
You met Brother Qin for the first time and gave him a purple gold membership card for the South City Club right away. You know, you don't have many of those purple gold cards, and plenty of big shots are dying to get their hands on one.
Jiang Xian's eyes darted around. Could it be that you've taken a shine to Brother Qin, love at first sight? But he is not even that handsome. Ouch, ouch. Let go.
Before Jiang Xian could finish, a searing pain shot through his ear, and he cried out in pain, begging for mercy.
You're such a smart aleck you even dare to tease your auntie. Yun Xiaoting released his grip on Jiang Xian's ear and snapped.
Jiang Xian rubbed the reddened tip of his ear, offering a wry smile.
Thank goodness there's no one else here. If someone had caught that, my reputation would been ruined for good. You have it coming.
Yun Xiaoting picked up where He left off. The main reason I gave him the purple gold card and acknowledged him as my younger brother wasn't because of his wealth, but because he possesses a black gold supreme card from one of the world's top 5 banks.
A black gold supreme card? Isn't that really impressive?
Jiang Xian was a bit confused. The name of the card seemed both familiar and unfamiliar, but it certainly sounded impressive. That's why I always tell you to read more and learn more, it never hurts. Yun Xiaoting had no choice but to explain. The world's 5 largest banks, including Longsha Bank, have jointly launched a special class card primarily intended for the world's top tycoons.
Jiang Xian chuckled, I know that.
The 5 Elements premium cards you mentioned have 3 tiers, the Royal Platinum card, the Royal Diamond card, and the highest tier, the Imperial Purple Gold card. With one of these cards, you can make large sum withdrawals, transfers, and purchases within your credit limit. You can also use it as a credit card and enjoy various exclusive privileges and services around the world.
Basically, these 3 cards already tower above ordinary bank cards. Jiang Xian asked, somewhat puzzled, but what about this supreme card you mentioned? Yun Xiaoting laughed.
The black gold card is also a type of 5 elements privilege card, but its rank far surpasses even the imperial level purple gold card. Only 18 have been issued, and the holders are all the heads of major conglomerates, the patriarchs of financial dynasties, or the heirs of reclusive families. Moreover, to qualify for this card, they must not only have 5 trillion in bank deposits but also wield significant global influence. So, for a card like this, people who haven't reached a certain level of status simply have no way of knowing it even exists.
5 trillion in deposits.
Jiang Xian felt his breathing grow heavy and his tongue go dry as he asked, then how do you know that the card Brother Qin just swiped was the supreme card you're talking about? If you told me Brother Qin had a few billion, or even over 100 billion, I'd believe you, but 5 trillion.
He clicked his tongue and added, how am I supposed to believe that? Yun Xiaoting rolled his eyes at him and said, at least 90% of it is definitely true.
I was closest to him at the time, so I saw it clearly. The design on the card he was holding was exactly the same as the one I'd seen before. He added, however, even if my guess is correct that it was a supreme card, it doesn't necessarily belong to him.
It's possible an elder in his family gave it to him to use. I see. Jiang Xian nodded. That makes sense. It puts my mind at ease a little. Yun Xiaoting continued, no matter what, Qin's background is beyond our imagination.
The fact that he spent nearly 200 million without batting an eye and that someone was willing to let him use that card gives us a glimpse of the bigger picture.
He might very well be the heir to one of those top financial conglomerates or a reclusive family.
We certainly can't afford to cross someone like that.
All you need to do is get along with him as best you can, but under no circumstances should you investigate his background, understand? Jiang Xian nodded solemnly. Don't worry. I know what to do.
Qin left Nan Yunxing and got into the car, with Tang Qin naturally serving as the driver.
Mr. Qin, where would you like to go now? Or should we head back to the Azure Hotel first? Tang Qin asked from the driver's seat. Qin glanced at the time. It was almost 3 p.m. Let us head back to Jingyun District, to Lingtang New Village, he said.
He just spent 180 million, and the sign-in system's check-in quest was complete. All that was left was to check in again once the system refreshed tomorrow. For now, he stopped by his rental apartment on the way and meet up with Lu Kerson and her 2 roommates that evening. After not returning for a day, he found himself missing his little rented apartment a bit. After all, he lived there for so long that he'd grown quite attached to it.
Okay, Tang Qin turned on the navigation and began driving along the suggested route. The Rolls-Royce drove for about an hour before finally pulling up in front of a rental building in Lingtang New Village. He got out of the car, and after Tang Qin drove away, Qin opened the door and entered the building. She walked up the stairs to room 301 on the 3rd floor. Just as she was about to unlock the door with her key, it swung open on its own.
A figure emerged from inside. It was none other than her ex-girlfriend, Sue.
Sue smiled sweetly and said gently, "Darling, I've finally been waiting for you to come back. Come on in." Her demeanor was somewhat reminiscent of a graceful hostess coming out to greet her man.
"How did you get here?"
Jean asked after a long moment of stunned silence.
"I went to the hotel to look for you today, but the staff said you weren't there.
I called your coworkers, and they said you no longer work at that company.
I figured you might have gone back to your rental, so I came looking for you," Sue explained with a smile.
"Oh, what do you want with me? Didn't we break up?"
Jean said somewhat coldly. Only then did he remember that Sue still had a key to his apartment. Although she had a key, she rarely came here. He'd asked her to move in with him before, but she flat out refused.
Now that they'd broken up, she'd shown up uninvited. He didn't even have to think to know what Sue was up to. Want to get back together? Dream on. Honey, I've thought it through. You're still the best for me. You still love me, don't you? Let us get back together.
I don't ask for anything. I'd be perfectly content just to be by your side." Sue put on a pitiful act.
She added in a coquettish tone, "You used to ask me to move in with you, remember? I'd even agreed to it, okay?"
Jean stared at this woman, who was feigning shyness, utterly speechless. Not only did her words fail to move him, but they actually made him feel repulsed and contemptuous. He must have been blind back then. How could he have fallen for such a materialistic woman, and been so devoted to her? Without a word, he walked into the room. He'd been standing outside talking for too long. He didn't want to cause a scene or be the butt of others' jokes.
However, once inside, his anger only grew.
A slacker in his early 20s, barely 1.6 meters tall, was lying on the couch playing a video game, his stinky feet propped up on the table, which was quite off-putting.
This was Sue's younger brother, Soo Kwon.
Only when he saw Jean walk in did he reluctantly put down his phone and sit up.
"Brother-in-law, you're back. You kept me waiting. Brother-in-law."
If Jean's memory served him right, this was the first time the kid had ever called him brother-in-law. In the past, to curry favor with this future brother-in-law, he'd spent a fortune topping up his game credits, treating him to meals, and even footing the bill for a phone that cost several thousand. Keep in mind, Jean was still using a Xiaomi phone he'd bought years ago. Yet despite all that, Soo Kwon had never once given him a second glance and had even blamed his sister for not finding a wealthy boyfriend. As for himself, ever since following his sister to the city, he'd been living a carefree, idle life.
"I think you've got the wrong person.
I'm not your brother-in-law. Your sister broke up with me a long time ago," Jean replied coolly.
"I didn't get it wrong.
My sister has already agreed to get back together with you, so of course you're my brother-in-law."
"Don't you agree?"
Soo Kwon grinned and added, "Now everyone knows just how rich you are. Not only did you spend over $3 million on a hotel room, but you also bought a luxury car worth over $100 million. You'll have to let me borrow that new car for a few days later so I can drive it around and show off, especially to my friends. I'm out of money myself, but I don't need much. Just give me another $2 or $3 million, and I'll agree to let my sister get back together with you."
"What do you say? Little brother, keep your mouth shut." Sue walked in and saw Jean's expression growing increasingly grim as Soo Kwon spoke.
Sensing trouble, he quickly snapped at him.
"Sis, I didn't say anything.
My brother-in-law is so rich now it's only natural for me to ask for $3 million. We're family. His money is my money too," Soo Kwon said, sounding a bit resentful. "Sue, I don't want to say much more. You two should just leave. Since you've already broken up, getting back together is absolutely out of the question," Jean remarked coldly, his face betraying no emotion. Jean, there is no way you're going to just brush my sister off like that. If you hadn't deliberately pretended to be poor, my sister wouldn't have broken up with you. You kept saying you loved her, yet you wouldn't even splurge on a single decent, valuable gift. Back when I asked you to top up a few thousand game coins for me, you acted like it was the end of the world. You really put on a convincing act. Let me tell you this, either marry my sister, or pay tens of millions in a breakup settlement. Take your pick."
Soo Kwon finally lost his temper.
Sheen had never treated him this way before, so he stood up and started spouting harsh words.
Ha! Sheen laughed in exasperation and retorted bluntly, tens of millions in breakup compensation? Why don't you just ask for a few $100 million?
You know, you were the one who initiated the breakup, Sue, so you're the one who should be paying.
In the year or so I've been dating you, I've spent quite a bit of money on the two of you.
You're clearly just pretending to be poor to toy with my sister's feelings.
If you weren't pretending to be poor, why would you break up in the first place? Sue Cohen retorted. Pretending to be poor.
Sheen couldn't stand the shamelessness of these two siblings.
Still thinking about getting back together?
Even if he didn't have the sign and system now and had reverted to being the penniless guy he used to be, there was no way they'd get back together. But as for paying them back, that was even more out of the question. Still, these two were so shameless they clung to him like a stubborn leech, making it hard to shake them off. He should ve known better than to come back here out of sight, out of mind.
Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he continued, "Who said I was pretending to be poor? Sue, do you really think I'm rich now? Ha, that's ridiculous. What did you say?"
Sue froze for a moment, then asked incredulously. "I originally planned to pretend to be rich to win you back, but now I've changed my mind.
With a gold digger like you, it doesn't matter either way. M.iota.
Sheen seemed to have thrown caution to the wind.
Let me be blunt, forget tens of millions, I can't even come up with a few hundred right now.
As soon as those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent.
What? After all that talk, you don't have any money at all? You're still the same broke loser you used to be? All of this was just an act for my sister? Sue Cohen quickly caught on, staring in disbelief. That's right. Sheen admitted bluntly. Ha ha.
Sue didn't look disappointed. Instead, she let out a laugh.
Sheen, I know you're saying this on purpose so I'll realize you don't have any money and stop bothering you. Rest assured, I've already said I'm not interested in your money at all. It's you as a person that I like. Besides, how could you not have any money?
Luna told me herself that you bought a luxury car worth over $100 million, and I saw with my own eyes that you checked into a 7-star presidential suite. So, there is no need for you to lie to me about these things anymore. Seeing that the other person had voiced exactly what he'd been thinking, Sheen didn't panic. He nonchalantly sat down on a stool. That's right, I did buy a luxury car at the dealership.
But what you don't know is that I've already quit my old job and found a new one. My new job is as a full-time driver at the Azure Hotel.
It just so happened that the hotel had purchased a brand new, top-of-the-line car from that dealership, so I just drove it back.
As you saw, I just happened to drive back there and ran into you and your current boyfriend. Go ahead and make that up.
I saw with my own eyes that you were staying in the presidential suite, and I even checked with the front desk to confirm it. That can't possibly be a lie.
As a hotel employee, do you really get to stay in the presidential suite for free? Do you have benefits that good? Sue laughed coldly.
Sheen scoffed, the whole thing is actually quite simple. I already told you I work at that 7-star hotel now, and a few of the front desk staff recognize me. Last night, I arrived at the hotel before you two just to ask them to play along with me. If anyone asked about me, they were supposed to say I was a guest staying at the hotel who had booked the presidential suite for a month. In the end, the front desk really did tell me you'd asked about me, and you even called me.
I never thought you'd actually fall for such a petty trick.
Don't you ever stop to think? You've known me for so long, you probably know what kind of person I am better than I do myself. If I had money, would I still be holed up here for so long?
As Sheen spoke, she secretly admired her own acting talent. This was even more thrilling than starring in a TV drama.
Sue looked at Sheen's smug expression and was momentarily speechless. But soon, another thought crossed her mind. She laughed and said, "Sheen, then explain this to me. Why was the housekeeping manager at the Azure Hotel waiting for you at the hotel entrance, and why was she so respectful?" Sheen was still patting himself on the back for his wild fabrication when his face froze upon hearing this. He felt like he was about to spit blood. This was going to be tough to cover up. Maintaining a confident smile, he saw Sue staring intently at him. Not wanting to back down, Chin's mind raced, and he finally came up with the most ridiculous excuse.
Hee, Sue, there is something you don't know, actually, that she is my cousin.
She is the one who got me that job at the hotel. I don't want to say much more about it, but if you don't believe me, you can go straight to her and ask her yourself.
Sue said suspiciously, she is your cousin? You have a cousin who is the hotel manager, didn't you tell me that before?
I saw how polite and even a bit respectful she was toward you. Her attitude toward you was clearly the same as how she treats hotel guests.
Chin had no choice but to feign complete bewilderment. Respectful? Were you drunk last night? Which eye of yours saw her being so respectful toward me? You're not talking about those two hostesses in the back, are you?
They thought I was a hotel guest at the time. That kind of attitude is perfectly normal.
He added earnestly, Sue, think about it carefully, wasn't that exactly how it happened?
Well. Seeing how serious Chin looked, Sue couldn't tell for a moment whether he was lying. In all the time she'd known him, although he hadn't been able to provide her with much in the way of material things, he had never once deceived her. Besides, she wasn't entirely sure about what she'd seen last night. It seemed to match what Chin had described. At that moment, many thoughts crossed her mind. She knew Chin came from a farming family. Their hometowns were only about 30 kilometers apart, both within the same prefecture-level city. They'd even been classmates in junior high, and since they'd been dating for nearly 2 years, she was quite familiar with the details of his life. If not everything, then certainly most of it. If he were a secret millionaire, she really couldn't think of any reason for it.
Unless he won the lottery.
But she hadn't heard of anyone winning such a huge jackpot recently, and winning the lottery wouldn't be enough to casually buy a luxury car worth over 100 million. By now, Sue was already 80% convinced. However, another thought crossed her mind. If he'd been lying just now, he would surely have driven that 100 million yuan car back here.
After all, with a car that expensive, what employee could just casually drive it home? Little brother, go downstairs and see if there is a brand new black SUV parked there. Sue stopped trying to hide anything and simply ordered Sue Cohen to go check. Okay, just give me a moment.
Although Sue Cohen was a bit puzzled, he was told and hurried downstairs.
Do you want to see if I drove back here? Chin chuckled, that is unnecessary. I actually took the subway all the way back here, and it was packed.
He smirked inwardly. It seemed Sue really believed him.
Sigh, it wasn't easy.
In fact, there were still plenty of loopholes in what he'd said earlier.
For example, all the paperwork for the car purchase was signed in his name, and Luna had seen it too.
If anyone were to investigate thoroughly, it wouldn't hold up to scrutiny, especially that last part about Xian being his cousin. It was nothing more than a poorly concocted excuse. He'd simply been taking a gamble on Sue's intelligence, and it seemed he'd won. Sue stood there silently, and seeing that Chin was still wearing the same clothes as before only strengthened her belief.
Iota. If he really hadn't driven back, it was almost certain that what he'd just said wasn't a lie.
It was her own fault for being too impatient at the time. She hadn't thought of that. If he were truly wealthy, no matter how well he hid it, after spending so much time with him, how could she not have noticed?
Sis, I went down to check.
There's no car parked down there.
Sue Cohen ran back up quickly, saying breathlessly. Just as she thought. Chin, do you think I'll look at you with new respect because of this? Forget it, there's no way I could ever like you.
Sue's face flushed alternately red and pale before she finally exploded. I thought you'd made it big and had money, but it turns out it was all an act.
Thank goodness I broke up with you. Damn it, you little punk.
No matter what you say, you're still just a broke bum.
What are you trying to pull in front of me? You think my sister would fall for you like this? Dream on. Sue Cohen shouted back. Are you two done talking? If so, please leave. You're not welcome here.
Chin ignored their shouting and directly told them to get out.
Chin, I haven't even settled the score with you for deceiving my sister yet, and you dare talk to me like that? Watch out, or I'll beat you up.
Sue Cohen sounded like a thug as he issued his threat.
Oh, well, let us see whose fists are tougher.
Sheen narrowed his eyes, his expression betraying not a shred of fear.
I've had it with you for a long time, bring it on.
Soo Kwon rolled up his sleeves, looking as if he really intended to charge forward.
Fine, go ahead and try. Sheen blared fiercely back at Soo Kwon.
When it came to fighting, he might have been afraid in the past, but now, with a fortune of hundreds of billions, if he won, he could simply throw money at any trouble. If he lost, how could that be possible? In truth, he'd never taken Soo Kwon that little nobody seriously. How could he possibly lose? His previous fear of Soo Kwon had stemmed solely from the fact that Soo Kwon was his future brother-in-law. Plus, having just met the Jung family as second son today, dealing with a small-time thug like this was even easier. Hold on. Sheen thought of something and called out to Soo, who was about to leave. Soo had just stepped out of the room when he stopped and asked, "What else do you want?"
It seems you've forgotten you still haven't returned my apartment key.
Who cares? Soo pulled out the key, tossed it on the floor, and turned to leave.
Watching the two of them walk away, Sheen let out a sigh of relief. Those two nuisances were finally gone.
He picked up the key from the floor, locked the door, tidied up the room a bit, and then sat down. That exchange had taken quite a bit of mental effort, and now he felt a bit tired.
She checked the time. It was 4:30 p.m.
She went back into the bathroom for a shower, changed into a fresh set of clothes, then lay down on the bed and drifted off to sleep without even realizing it. Meanwhile, Soo went downstairs and immediately pulled out her phone to dial a number.
"Sis, who are you calling?" Soo Kwon asked from beside her. "Don't say a word for now."
Soo was, of course, calling Fong Yuan. Since she couldn't count on Sheen anymore, she naturally had to make the most of her newly confirmed relationship with her rich second-generation boyfriend. Soo guessed that his sudden departure last night had something to do with Sheen's identity. Now that she knew it was all a facade, this was the perfect opportunity to tell him the truth. Not only would it ease his concerns, but she could also use this to her advantage. It took 2 whole rounds of calls before the other party finally picked up, somewhat reluctantly.
"Soo, what do you want?" "Brother Fong, let us grab dinner tonight. I actually need to talk to you about something." "Oh, what is it?" "It's about my ex-boyfriend. You saw him last night, too."
"Actually, he tricked you. The car he bought was fake, and the hotel stay was fake, too."
"No way. Are you saying your ex-boyfriend was putting on a show for us?" Fong Yuan perked up and asked.
"That's right. He actually works as a driver at the Azure Hotel, and the car he was driving last night was one of the hotel's company cars. As for him staying at the hotel, he arranged it with the receptionist. He was deliberately pretending to be a big shot in front of us. Plus, the housekeeping manager at that hotel is actually his cousin."
"Oh my god, no way. That guy, I never would have guessed he was such a good actor."
Fong Yuan said resentfully. "Honey, you promised to treat me to a fancy dinner and a suite at a 7-star hotel.
Why did you bail on me last night?"
"Oh, I'm so sorry. It's my fault, really. If it hadn't been for that sudden emergency last night, I wouldn't have had to leave in such a rush." Fong Yuan hurriedly apologized and explained. "Here's what we'll do. I've got a few things to take care of right now, but let us meet at the usual spot at 7 o'clock sharp tonight. I'll treat you to dinner at Ipin Tang, and then I'll make it up to you."
"How does that sound?" "All right."
Soo glanced at Soo Kwon and added, "But my brother will be there too. Can he come along?"
"Oh, your brother. No problem, your brother is my brother, isn't. Just come over with him when the time comes."
"Well then.
No need to be so polite."
"All right, see you tonight. Bye."
Soo hung up the phone, and Soo Kwon couldn't help but ask, "Sis, who are you talking to on the phone? It's not a new boyfriend, is it?"
Soo nodded.
"That's right. His father is also the boss of my company."
"Your company?" Soo Kwon knew where his sister worked. "So your current boyfriend is the young master of Rohingya supermarket." He added happily, "Your boyfriend's pretty great. I hear his family's supermarket chain has over 10 branches. They're well off. He is a million times better than that penniless guy you dated before."
He is treating us to dinner tonight. Are you going? Of course I'm going. Soo Kwon was a little excited. He rubbed his hands together and said, that'll give me a chance to keep an eye on things for you. Even though he is rich, we still need to see if he is sincere with you or just playing games. He added, I've heard there are plenty of rich kids who just like to toy with women. You're so pretty, sis, so you've got to be careful. You shouldn't just look for a rich boyfriend, you need to find one who is truly sincere with you. How are you even supposed to tell if he is sincere or not? Sue said exasperatedly. It's simple. Haven T, you always wanted to buy a place in this city? I'll bring it up for you and see if he is willing to buy you an apartment. If he agrees, it means he is sincere. Sue rolled her eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? We've only been dating for a short while. Buying a house is no small matter, it requires a huge amount of money. How could he possibly agree? Though Sue said this, she was secretly a little tempted. Soo Kwon could tell his sister was a bit tempted, so he chuckled, look at you, how will you know he won't agree unless you try? Don't worry about this, I'll talk to him. Ring ring. Sheen heard her phone ringing as she lay half asleep. She struggled to open her eyes, picked up the phone, yawned, and asked, who is it? Sheen, where are you? Come over for dinner. Didn't I say I'd treat you tonight? It's past 7, and dinner is ready. Oh. Okay, hold on a sec, I'll be right over. Hearing Lou Kerson's voice, he finally remembered what she'd said, and just then, his stomach growled in protest at the perfect moment. Okay, then hurry over. With that, Lou Kerson hung up. Sheen got out of bed and checked the time, it was already past 7 in the evening. He hadn't realized he'd slept for so long. He quickly tidied up his hair, went downstairs, knocked on the door, and entered Lou Kerson's rental apartment. The apartment was a 3-bedroom, 1 living room unit much larger than the room Sheen lived in. Besides Lou Kerson, 2 other beautiful women lived there, Hui Yafeng, who worked in real estate sales, and Li Qiuping, who worked in the hospitality industry. Li Qiuping usually worked the night shift, so they rarely saw each other, but tonight they were all gathered here. The food had been set out on the table a while ago, along with a few bottles of bay wine. Sheen arrived just in time. He said hello and sat down without hesitation. He took the disposable bowl and chopsticks, picked up some food, and took a few bites, repeatedly praising how delicious it was. Look how hungry you are, why didn't you come down sooner to help out? Li Qiuping shot him a sidelong glance and said, sounding a bit annoyed. I was asleep, I didn't notice, Sheen said as he ate. Li Qiuping, cut it out. Hui Yafeng said to Li Qiuping, then picked up a disposable wine glass. Come on, let us all raise a toast to Lou Kerson to celebrate her promotion and pay raise. She has been promoted to department manager. Alright, congratulations to Lou Kerson on her promotion. Cheers. Sheen raised his glass as well and toasted Lou Kerson. After they all set down their glasses, Li Qiuping winked at Sheen. Sheen, you're in the same department as Kerson. Now that she has been promoted to manager, when will it be your turn to get a promotion? Well, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Sheen spoke frankly, I don't work there anymore. What? You quit? When did that happen? Li Qiuping was completely taken aback. You were doing so well, why did you suddenly quit? To be honest, I'm actually to blame for this, Lou Kerson said with a hint of apology. How so? Even Hui Yafeng, who was usually elegant and reserved, asked curiously. Lou Kerson briefly recounted what had happened that morning. I can't believe there is such a despicable manager out there. He deserves to be fired by the company. Li Qiuping, having grasped the gist of the situation, was furious and spoke indignantly. But what really impressed me was how well Sheen handled this. She showed real grit. So what if she lost her job? She'll just find another company. Here, let me toast you. Li Qiuping gave a look of approval and raised his glass to Sheen. Finally, the 3 girls all raised their glasses to Sheen in unison. Sheen, feeling a bit embarrassed, clinked glasses with the 3 of them.
After taking a sip, he said, "It's no big deal, you're all making a mountain out of a molehill. Actually, I was planning to go to the company today to hand in my resignation anyway, which is why I had the courage to do this."
"Oh, why are you quitting? Did you find a new job?" Li Qiuping asked.
"I haven't found a new job yet, I just want to take some time off." Qin didn't want to explain too much, so he gave a casual reply.
"I see. What about your girlfriend? Won't she have a problem with you quitting?" Li Qiuping asked again.
"We broke up," Qin said with a wry smile. Seeing the three of them looking over at him with curious expressions, he hurriedly explained further.
"You don't need to ask. It's simple, Sue found a rich guy and dumped me. That's all there is to it."
"Oh."
All three of them simultaneously wore expressions that said, "I knew it."
"Since Qin broke up with his girlfriend, and you don't have a boyfriend either, Sister Fawn, why don't the two of you just give it a shot?" Li Qiuping winked at Qin and Gui Yafang, her small mouth holding a pair of chopsticks as she smiled mischievously. "You little brat, you're such a chatterbox. If you meddle in other people's business one more time, I'll tear that big mouth of yours to shreds." Gui Yafang exclaimed in feigned anger, scooping up a generous helping of food and plopping it into Li Qiuping's bowl.
"Since your big mouth has nothing better to do, just eat a few more bites."
Lu Kurson covered her mouth and giggled, but said nothing. She, too, wanted to set the two of them up, but she knew Gui Yafang's temperament all too well, it was impossible. Qin lowered his head to eat, pretending not to notice.
He and Gui Yafang had a history.
Gui Yafang had a classic round face and was the most attractive of the three girls. Qin had been smitten with her from the moment he first saw her and had tried to court her several times. When Gui Yafang realized how Qin felt, she neither accepted nor rejected him, but bluntly described her ideal partner: young, rich, and good-looking. Only someone who met all three criteria could meet her standards, so given Qin's circumstances, he stood no chance. They couldn't be boyfriend and girlfriend, but they could still be good friends. Her words were very realistic and not at all discriminatory, and that's how Qin received the first friend-zone rejection of his life.
After that, he gave up hope and never harbored any inappropriate feelings toward Gui Yafang again.
By the time he started dating Sue, he had completely forgotten about the whole thing.
Li Qiuping and Lu Kurson both knew about this incident and often teased him about it. "How about this, Sister Fong? You make good money as a real estate salesperson. Are you still hiring salespeople? Why not just shove Qin over to your place?" Li Qiuping's eyes twinkled. "That's not a bad idea. Real estate sales really do pay well."
"Yafang, is your company still hiring? I heard you mention last week that Tianhu Real Estate has a new development on Beixiang 2nd Road in Jingyun District that's about to go on sale. They must be in desperate need of salespeople."
Lu Kurson also asked about this seriously.
She'd been feeling guilty about Qin getting fired from her company, believing she was largely to blame. If Qin could find a better job, she'd be very happy.
"Guaya."
Fang shook her head and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I haven't heard of the company hiring real estate salespeople recently, but I can ask around about temporary positions at the sales office." "No, don't get involved in this. I don't want to go back to work for now, I'd like to take a break for a while," Qin hurriedly said.
"I get it now." When he woke up the next day, it was already 10 a.m.
After freshening up, Qin sat on the living room sofa and opened the sign and system panel.
Host, Qin. Age, 25. Physique, 50 average. Spirit, 50 average. Skill, none.
Check-in progress, 180,300,000 level 3 check-in unlocked.
Quest, none. System points, 3. Balance, 10.2097 billion. Inventory, X1. Sign-ins, check-in. Qin couldn't help but instruct the sign-in system to check in right away. "I wonder what I'll get from this check-in." He felt both nervous and a little excited. This level 3 check-in had cost a whopping 180 million, a far cry from the last one, which had cost just 100 million. He figured this check-in surely couldn't be worse than the last one. "Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received a 35% equity stake in the Azure Hotel. The relevant equity certificate has been issued to your host inventory. A 35% equity stake in the Azure Hotel? He was speechless. Sheen pondered for a long time. He couldn't help but feel that although this check-in had cost a lot of money, it was nowhere near as valuable as the Huajian Plaza he'd received last time. Why wasn't he at the entire hotel, but merely a 35% equity stake? How much could that possibly be worth? It seemed he'd been too quick to assume that the more money he spent, the greater the value he'd received from the check-in. Unless, of course, he'd advanced to a level 4 check-in. This was a miscalculation. Having wasted so much money, Sheen felt a sharp pang of regret. Still, he was curious, just how much was this 35% equity stake in the Azure Hotel actually worth? He picked up his phone to search online but couldn't find any information about the Azure Hotel's valuation. After thinking it over, he finally found Tang Chen's phone number and dialed it. "Hello, Mr. Chen," came Tang Chen's respectful voice from the other end of the line. "Tang Chen, I'd like to ask, do you know how much your hotel is worth?" Chen cut straight to the point. "Oh. Why are you asking that?" Tang Chen was taken aback. "No particular reason, I just wanted to ask if you knew."
"Well, I'm not entirely sure, but it does remind me of something," Tang Chen mused.
"What is it?"
"A while back, I overheard a colleague mention that the hotel's major shareholder wanted to spend $2 billion to buy out another shareholder's 25% stake. Rumors about this are still circulating, and I imagine the acquisition will go through soon."
"If we go by that, the entire hotel's valuation would be around $8 billion. $8 billion.
Sheen muttered, sounding quite disheartened.
"Right, that should be about right. Is there anything else, Mr. Chen? Do you need me to drive over and pick you up to bring you to the hotel right now?" "Thanks for letting me know.
I don't need a ride for now, I'll let you know when I do."
"You go ahead and focus on your work."
"Sure. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything." Tang Chen hung up the phone, feeling a bit at a loss.
"Damn sign-in system,"
Sheen muttered under his breath. If what Tang Chen said was true, that 35% stake wasn't even worth $4 billion, what a ripoff. Feeling a bit down, she vented her frustration but decided not to dwell on it. Just as she was feeling hungry and about to go buy some breakfast, the sign-in system's mechanical voice sounded again. "Ding, new quest, acquire Azure Hotel.
Obtain 100% equity in Azure Hotel. Quest perfectly completed, you can receive a level 4 check-in.
Acquire more than 51% equity in Azure Hotel.
Quest completed normally. You will receive a level 3 check-in. There's a quest from the sign-in system too?"
Sheen recalled that the sign-in system had indeed mentioned this before. Aside from the daily paid check-ins, there were also quest-based check-ins. This was the first time he'd received a quest notification.
After completing it, he could check in one more time.
"This damn sign-in system is really sneaky, I just mentioned it, and it throws a quest at me. But it's not bad, and if I complete this quest perfectly, I'll get a level 4 check-in."
Sheen was grinning from ear to ear. 3 updates today, all finished by 4 p.m.
It would take $1 billion to get a level 4 check-in. But first, the check-in gave me a 35% stake in the hotel, and now there's a quest to acquire the Azure Hotel. Isn't that a bit too much of a coincidence?
Never mind that for now.
I need to figure out how to acquire the Azure Hotel.
I currently own 35%. Who are the other shareholders?
Shunyu fell deep in thought, momentarily at a loss as to where to start or how to contact Azure Hotel's shareholders to proceed with the acquisition. Especially since he'd just learned from his conversation with Tang Chen that the hotel's major shareholder was in the process of acquiring another shareholder's stake.
This was a problem. If that acquisition succeeded, the entire hotel would effectively become a one-man show run by the major shareholder.
If that shareholder held onto their shares, he feared he might not even be able to complete a basic quest by then.
What a headache. By the way, I want to ask you something. Do you know who owns the Azure Hotel? Do you know any of them? Brother Chen, why do you ask? I have some questions I'd like to ask. Do you know anything about it?
I actually know a bit about that, especially one of the shareholders. He is actually a buddy of mine.
Sheen was delighted.
Then please introduce me to them. Jiang Xian's, the Azure Hotel has 3 shareholders in total. The largest shareholder is Yun, the current head of the Yun family and chairman of the Azure Hotel. His grandfather founded the Azure Hotel. After securing financing, 35% of the hotel's shares are held by Longxia Trading Company, and another 25% are held by Cao Cao. Sheen's mind clicked. He now understood that the equity share from the sign-in system had come from Longxia Trading Company.
Hearing Jiang Xian refer to another shareholder as Cao, he asked, "So you know this Cao guy?"
"Right. He is also the group admin of the sports car club, and we hang out together often." "Brother Qin, now that you've bought a sports car and a top-tier supercar, that I'll mention it to him and get you added to the group.
He'll definitely be thrilled. So, can you get in touch with him right now?" Qin wasn't really interested in the details. He cut straight to the point. "Of course I can. Is there something you need from him, Brother Qin?" "That's right. It looks like I'll need to trouble you with something." Qin smiled. "What is it?"
"Just tell me. Don't worry about whether it's a hassle or not. Whatever Brother Qin needs is my business." Jiang Xian didn't beat around the bush and replied immediately. After hearing what his aunt had said last night, he was now eager to do as much as he could for Qin.
"Actually, it's quite simple.
I want to buy the Azure Hotel.
Could you contact him for me and see if he is interested in selling?" What? Brother Qin, you're not joking, are you? You want to buy the Azure Hotel?"
Jiang Xian was taken aback, thinking he must have misheard.
"I'm not joking. As long as he is willing to transfer his shares, price isn't an issue." "Brother Qin, you're serious?" "No problem, I can reach out right now."
"But do you even have that kind of capital?"
"To buy the entire Azure Hotel, you'd need at least over 8 billion.
Jiang Xian still found it hard to believe. Even though he knew Qin had a supreme card, that legendary item was something he couldn't truly grasp in terms of its value. Now that Qin was saying he wanted to spend over 8 billion to acquire the Azure Hotel, that was an unimaginable sum of real money, a figure
beyond comprehension. "Don't worry about that. Just help me make the contact.
And do it quickly, because I heard that Jin Dong from the Azure Hotel is already in touch with your friend Chao, trying to buy the shares he holds."
"Here's the thing.
If Yun Dong buys Chao's shares and adds them to his own holdings, the Azure Hotel will effectively belong entirely to him, and it'll be much harder to buy it from him after that. That's exactly why this is somewhat urgent. Here's what we'll do. You help me keep a close eye on this situation and stay in touch with your friend Chao. Ideally, I'd like to meet with him in person to discuss this as soon as possible. No matter how this turns out, you don't need to give me that 8.6 million, just consider it a token of my appreciation for your hard work."
"That won't do. How could I possibly take money from Brother Qin?"
"These matters are nothing to speak of. Talking about money would only strain our relationship," Jiang Xian hurriedly refused.
"I understand how you feel, but if you don't accept it, I'll feel a bit guilty. This small amount means nothing to me, just take it."
After a brief back and forth, Jiang Xian finally took 4 million, agreeing to have the remainder transferred once Qin sent him his bank card number. Jiang Xian hurried off to contact Chao. Bored while waiting, Qin went downstairs to the street to buy some breakfast.
Shortly after finishing breakfast, Jiang Xian's call finally came through. "Brother Qin, I finally got in touch with Chao.
I explained your situation to him. At first, he refused to do business with you. Because of his friendship with Yun, he had already verbally agreed to transfer his shares to Yundong and was planning to come to the Azure Hotel tomorrow to sign the transfer agreement. In the end, after much persuasion, I pointed out that your offer was higher and even brought up my aunt's status as a purple gold member at your Nancheng club. He finally reluctantly agreed to meet with you.
The meeting is set for noon tomorrow at the Azure Hotel."
Jiang Xian changed the subject and added, "But he made it clear that he'll sign the contract with Yun Dong right after meeting you. I've done my best for this guy. Whether the deal goes through is up to you, Brother Qin.
You did great. Just getting this meeting set up is a huge win. Jean breathed a sigh of relief.
As soon as Chow arrives at the hotel tomorrow, I'll arrange for you two to meet right away. That be by the way, you're still staying at the hotel, right? I've booked the presidential suite for a month. I'll be at the hotel all day tomorrow.
Brother Jean, you're so generous. A month in the presidential suite, not just anyone would be willing to spend that kind of money. The two discussed tomorrow's arrangements for a few more minutes before hanging up. Whether the acquisition of the Azure Hotel would succeed or not would have to wait until tomorrow.
Putting that matter aside, Sheen began thinking about where to spend his money next to complete tomorrow's quest. Glancing at his somewhat run-down and dim rental apartment, a plan formed.
Buy a house?
No, if I'm going to buy, I'll buy a villa, and the best kind at that. Speaking of buying a villa, Sheen also thought of a specific place. Every day off, he would often go to Bayshang Park in the new city district to jog and enjoy the fresh air. The air there was fresh and clean, with mountains and water nearby. The location was quite excellent. And on Bayshang First Road near the park, there was a very upscale villa community. People had only just started moving into that community this year, so naturally, there were still many unsold villas. Once he made up his, he nodded to the security guards who came to.
What do you know? Mr. Chen is so capable.
Hello, sir.
I'm very sorry about what happened earlier. Is there anything I can do to help you?
The speaker was none other than Zhu Yuan, the sales office manager. She had just been giving Chen Jihong a tour of the property when she overheard Chen's words of discontent. Glancing over, she immediately understood the situation. Fearing that Chen might affect the customer she was currently assisting, she walked over and asked politely. At the same time, she shot a stern, reproachful glance at the employees who had been speaking with Chen moments earlier.
You're the manager here, right?
I'm here to buy a villa, but these people won't let me.
I just want to ask, do you only sell to certain people here?
I'm truly sorry, sir.
We're delighted that you've come here to buy a property. Those employees were out of line just now. I apologize on their behalf.
Zhu Yuan's apology was sincere, though she felt some dissatisfaction with these employees in her heart. Even though the customer wasn't here to buy a property, there was no need to treat him so dismissively. Not only did that violate the company's employee code of conduct, but with such a high-profile customer present, it showed a complete lack of tact. The woman standing next to Chen Jihong, who had been looking at the model of the development, also looked over curiously. Seeing Chen, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and a pair of flip-flops, she found it somewhat amusing. As she watched, Chen suddenly seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection, she finally remembered who this person was.
She hurried over and asked, Chen, is that you?
Chen was taken aback when she heard someone call her name. Seeing that it was the woman standing next to Mr. Chen, she was even more puzzled.
I'm Chen. Do you know me? The woman giggled and said, You don't recognize me?
It's only been 3 years.
I'm Luo Aki, don't you remember? Luo Aki? You're my classmate Luo Aki. Chen realized, I remember now, you're my old classmate.
Compared to her college days, this classmate looked like a completely different person. She wore light makeup, designer clothes, and a string of jewelry around her neck. Her youthful innocence was gone. Her appearance and figure had become even more graceful, and she exuded an air of sophistication. If he hadn't looked closely, he really wouldn't.
All right, let us take a look.
Just make it quick, I'm in a hurry to get to dinner, Chen said.
Luo Aki chuckled. Chen, looking at properties isn't like strolling through a farmer's market. A villa can easily cost tens of millions, so naturally, we need to be thorough and can't rush. Chen just smiled at that.
This way, sir. Here's a scale model of the entire villa complex. You can take a look at these models first, and if you like any, I'll take you to see them in person. Zhu Yuan gestured invitingly, a smile on her face as she led the way. The sales office's main hall was over 300 square meters wide, and a massive scale model in the center took up half the space. Walking up to the model, it gave one a truly spectacular impression. Nanyun Mountain Villa covers an area of approximately 130,000 square meters and contains over 100 properties, including 40 small villas, 30 medium-sized villas, 25 large villas, and 5 estate villas. All are detached villas with private entrances and courtyards, featuring natural light from all sides and excellent landscaping. This is the south gate, which is also the main entrance. This is the north gate, and this is the entrance and exit to the underground parking garage. The main thoroughfare runs through the center. Here is an artificial lake, and behind the greenbelt lies an antique-style garden design, along with a playground and other amenities. Zhu Yuan gave the tour while pointing to various spots on the sand table with a small spotlight. After finishing the overview of the infrastructure, she moved on to discuss the properties. Out of 100 villas, 60 have been sold so far. These marked floor plans represent the remaining 40 unsold villas. However, only 15 of them are medium-sized or larger. Take a look and see which location you like best. If you find a style or floor plan you like, we can select it and take you directly to view the property. Luo Aki then asked, "Do you have any larger, fully furnished villas here?" "We still have 2 large, fully furnished villas available. One is at Villa number 3 on Fukong 1st Street. Zhu Yuan pointed to Villa number 3 with a small pointer and explained, "This is the one. It sits on a lot of over 1,000 square meters, with a 3.5-story main building and a floor area of 1,000 square meters. It's also in the best location. Inside, there's a 400 square meter garden. It's a small estate-style villa." The other one is at number 51, Fukong 3rd Street right here. It has a land area of 430 square meters. There's no garden inside, just a small courtyard. Although it's much smaller, this villa has a higher building-to-land ratio. So, how much do these 2 fully furnished villas cost?" Luo Aki asked, getting straight to the price, the issue she was most concerned about. The number 3 estate villa is priced at 112 million. It's second only to villas number 1 and number 2 at Nanyun Mountain Villa. The other one, the medium-sized villa at number 51, has a very good location and is also fully furnished, so the price is higher than similar properties. It's listed at 48 million. Hearing this price, Luo Aki knew full well that a villa costing over 100 million was beyond her reach. Without much hesitation, she chose villa number 51. After further inquiries and discussions, Luo Aki finally settled on this fully furnished villa number 51. In addition to this property, there was another unit of the same size and unfinished unit that she was also considering. She was just waiting to view it in person. Chen Zhihang accompanied her throughout the entire process, leaving the selection entirely up to Luo Aki. From this alone, it was clear that Luo Aki was the one who would actually be living in the house. "Qin, which villa do you like? Is there one you're interested in?" Having found a villa she was satisfied with, Luo Aki had some free time. Spotting Qin deep in thought nearby, she asked with a smile. "If Mr. Qin has his eye on a particular villa or prefers a specific floor plan, I'd be happy to give you a brief introduction," Zhu Yuan added with a smile. "No need to go to all that trouble. I heard your introduction earlier, so I'll go with this fully furnished large villa. I'll take a look at the finished property later, and if everything is in order, I'll buy it." Qin pointed to villa number 3. "Mr. Qin, you want to buy villa number 3? Zhu Yuan thought she must be seeing things. "Not one of those small villas with a lot size of just over 200 square meters? That's right, this one. I was planning on buying a fully furnished one anyway," Qin explained. "Don't be ridiculous. That's a house worth over 100 million. Do you even have that kind of money?" Luo Aki said exasperatedly. "Is 100 million a lot?" Qin asked. Luo Aki was at a loss for words. Is 100 million a lot? That's such a pointless question. "You're not joking, are you?" Luo Aki finally said, somewhat at a loss for words. As for Chen Zhihang, he found Qin even more inscrutable. "Am I mistaken? Is this kid actually just a hothead, or is he here on purpose to cause a scene? Since Mr. Qin is interested in this property, I'll have a sales representative take you to see it. I'll go ahead and show Miss Luo and Mr. Chen around the other properties." Upon hearing that Qin intended to buy that estate villa worth over 100 million, Zhu Yuan not only failed to show much enthusiasm but responded with a touch of coldness. Qin nodded. "It doesn't matter. Just have a staff member take me there. Lu Haiyan, you take Mr. Qin to have a look, Zhu Yuan instructed a female staff member who had been standing nearby watching the spectacle with a mocking expression.
Manager Zhu, I.
The employee looked somewhat flustered, her face betraying her reluctance.
Qin recognized her immediately. Wasn't he the tall, heavy-set employee who had been mocking him just moments ago? Manager Zhu, I don't like this employee. Could you send someone else? All right. Zhu Yuan sighed in exasperation, her gaze sweeping over the other real estate consultants.
Wherever her eyes fell, they all looked away, trying to avoid her gaze.
We're not stupid. We've been around here long enough to see right through this. This gentleman is just putting on a show for his classmates and making fools of us. Who wants to go through all that trouble for nothing? Let whoever wants to go.
One employee muttered under his breath, his gaze toward Qin filled with disgust.
Hello, sirs, and you, ma'am.
Please have some tea, said a petite girl with shoulder-length hair, looking to be about 18 or 19, as she walked over carrying 3 cups of tea. Qin was a bit thirsty himself, so he took a cup and gulped it down in a few swigs. Sir, would you like me to brew you another cup? The girl asked when she saw how quickly Qin had finished his tea.
No, thank you.
Qin looked at the girl and thought she seemed quite nice.
He asked her, Are you a real estate consultant here too? Yes, hello.
My name is Kong Xiaoyi, and I work in the sales office, the girl replied, nodding shyly.
Qin, in a rare show of kindness, smiled slightly and pointed.
Kong Xiaoyi, he said to Zhu Yuan, I'll have her show me around. All right, Xiaoyi, please take this gentleman on a tour of the properties, Zhu Yuan said, visibly relieved.
Me?
Kong Xiaoyi pointed at herself, her eyes wide with surprise at the sudden request.
You don't want to?
Qin furrowed his brow.
No, that's not it.
Kong Xiaoyi hurriedly explained, Sir, I'd be more than happy to, but I've never shown a customer around a property before.
I'm afraid I might not do a good job and give you a bad experience. Oh, I see. Qin smiled knowingly. It's fine. Just grab the keys and take me to see the place.
No need for a formal tour, I'll just take a quick look around.
All right, then. Thank you for your consideration, sir. Kong Xiaoyi smiled as well.
Qin seemed to take a liking to this shy young woman, especially when he heard her say she'd never shown a property to a client before. It really struck a chord with him.
Manager Zhu, if I end up buying that villa, please credit the commission to this employee.
She played a major role in my decision to purchase it.
That was a good suggestion.
Given how everyone had treated him earlier, which had left him feeling quite displeased, he'd already decided not to buy a property here. This area wasn't limited to just this one villa community not far away. It seemed a new development had just opened, offering both high-rise apartments and detached villas.
No problem.
If Mr. Qin buys villa number 3, the commission will go to Kong Xiaoyi, Zhu Yuan said decisively. This left Kong Xiaoyi feeling even more flattered and surprised, especially when she realized that the property she'd taken the client to view was actually villa number 3. There were 5 estate villas in the entire Nanyun Mountain Villa complex, each priced at over 100 million.
One of them was none other than villa number 3.
It was as if a major client had fallen into her lap from the sky.
If this villa really sold, just imagine how much her commission would be.
For someone like her, who only earned a base salary of 4,000 a month, this would undoubtedly be a huge leap forward. Especially now that she hadn't closed a single villa deal in days, but if she sold one, the commission would be substantial. It wasn't like during the initial launch period, when although there were many buyers, the commission for each sale was very low, less than 1%. This customer clearly intended to buy a villa. Such a golden opportunity had fallen into the lap of someone like her, who was just doing menial tasks and killing time here. She glanced at her colleagues sitting there, their eyes fixed on her with a hint of schadenfreude, and found it even more baffling. Baffled or not, Kong Xiaoyi eagerly grabbed the electronic keycard for villa number 3 and walked over, saying, Sir, I'll take you to see villa number 3 right now.
Great.
Qin saw that Chen Zhihong and his classmate had already left with manager Zhu, and he'd been wanting to leave the sales office for a while anyway. The sales office was part of the Nanyun Mansion complex, but villa number 3 on Fukang First Street was still quite a distance away, so the two walked there together. Mr. Chin, Villa number 3 is a mansion-style property priced at over 100 million.
Are you really going to buy it? Kong Xiaoyi asked with a shy smile.
She learned Chin's name at the sales office and found him to be an easygoing customer who didn't put on airs. Seeing they still had a ways to go, she made small talk.
Your name is Kong Xiaoyi, right? If there aren't any issues with the house when we see it, I'll naturally buy it. Qin replied as they walked, glancing at the young woman and teasing her, what's the matter? Don't you believe me, or do you still doubt that I can afford that villa?
No, I believe you, Mr. Qin. Kong Xiaoyi hurriedly replied, even though I've never shown a client a property before and haven't closed a single deal, I trust that you wouldn't lie to me. It's just that I can't believe it, not that I don't trust you, but that I'm so lucky today that I might actually sell a villa worth over 100 million.
Qin smiled knowingly. Don't worry. Even if I don't like that house, there will always be other suitable ones. No matter which building is purchased, the sales consultant will choose you. You've never sold a house before, so your monthly salary isn't very high, is it? Qin asked. That's true.
Here, most of us are basically just scraping by on the base salary. And it's not just me, there are quite a few colleagues in the sales office right now who are in the same boat. When we first opened at the end of last year, there were lots of customers coming to view and buy properties, and we had more than twice as many sales staff as we do now. Once the peak period passed, basically everyone who could afford it had already bought, and those who couldn't still weren't buying. I didn't manage to close a single deal even during that peak period, let alone now.
Did those former employees quit, or were they transferred to new developments in other industrial parks? Qin asked curiously. Kong Xiaoyi explained, the colleagues who already sold units all left one by one after receiving their generous commissions.
Some of those who hadn't closed a single deal also left. As for those who stayed, aside from earning the base salary, the main reason is to see if they can get lucky if there's a chance to land a customer with the financial means to buy a unit. After all, sales commissions now are more than double what they were during the initial launch.
So, are you still working here as a real estate agent partly to try your luck? Qin asked with a smile.
It would be great if I got lucky, of course, but even if I don't, I'm pretty satisfied with the 4,000 yuan monthly base salary.
After all, finding a job isn't exactly easy, Kong Xiaoyi said.
You're pretty laid back about it, but that salary is still a bit low for a provincial capital.
What's your educational background? Qin asked curiously.
I left school after high school, and I'm not the brightest, so a lower salary doesn't really matter to me.
Qin nodded silently.
As they spoke, they arrived at the front gate of Villa number 3, which was equipped with a high-end electronic lock on the gate. Besides swiping a card, you can also set up your fingerprint to unlock this electronic lock, Kong Xiaoyi explained. She then swiped her key card, and the door opened. Upon entering the villa, they passed through a garden featuring a rockery, a flowing stream, and a pavilion leading to the 4-story, antique-style mansion. The first floor consisted of an enormous living room and 2 guest bedrooms. The decor was the epitome of luxury. Floor-to-ceiling windows 5 meters high and 10 meters long stretched along both sides, while a magnificent chandelier hung from the ceiling, exuding an air of nobility and distinction.
The master bedroom is on the 2nd floor.
The 3rd floor houses a home theater and a fitness area. The 4th floor covers only about half a floor's worth of space and features an indoor swimming pool. Qin recalled that Huayuan also had an outdoor swimming pool. What a lavish lifestyle.
But I love it.
After touring the 4 floors, we headed down to the basement to take a look around. The basement has excellent natural lighting and ventilation, with several spacious, open rooms that could serve as storage areas or be used for other purposes. Apart from that, the remaining space is an enormous garage capable of holding dozens of cars. If she were to find a flaw in this house, honestly, with Gina's current perspective, she really couldn't find a single one. After all, she grew up in the countryside, and even though she has been living in the city for so long now, she has never seen such a beautiful and magnificent house before. Qin had already decided to buy this grand villa, so she said, "Let us go.
We should leave now."
Okay, but aren't you going to look around some more?
Kong Xiaoyi asked, sounding a bit disappointed. No, I'm in a hurry. It's almost noon, and I'm hungry. Qin checked the time and walked out of the mansion. Okay. Kong Xiaowei had no choice but to follow. Mr. Qin, there are other villas. Would you like to take a look at them?
Kong Xiaowei closed the front door, caught up with him a bit out of breath, and asked with a hint of anticipation. Qin stopped in his tracks and asked, puzzled, no need.
The villa we just saw is quite nice. I don't want to waste any more time looking at others. You should hurry back and prepare the contract. What? Mr. Qin, you weren't dissatisfied with that villa, you've actually decided to buy it? Kong Xiaowei asked, staring blankly. That's right. What are you still standing there for?
Qin said with a smile.
Mr. Qin, thank you.
Kong Xiaowei snapped out of her daze, so happy she wanted to jump for joy as she laughed, she suddenly felt like crying.
Qin was startled to see Kong Xiaowei suddenly burst into tears and hurriedly said, Xiaowei, why are you crying? Don't do that. If someone sees you, they'll think I'm taking advantage of you.
Kong Xiaowei wiped away her tears and said sheepishly, I'm so sorry, Mr. Qin.
I just got too excited and couldn't help but cry. You.
Qin said with a sigh.
Let us go. Okay. Back at the sales office, Kong Xiaowei didn't make tea this time.
Instead, she brewed a cup of coffee, handed it to Qin, and then hurried off to prepare the contract paperwork. Unable to find manager Zhu, she called the real estate company's finance department herself and asked the accountant to come over. Qin sat leisurely in the lounge, took a sip of coffee, and then called Tang Qin, instructing her to come directly to the Nanyun Mountain Villa sales office. With a private car, he no longer had to go outside to wait for a ride. After all, when he come here earlier, he waited a long time for a taxi but couldn't catch one, and in the end, he had to take a motorcycle.
At the sales office front desk, several employees were sitting on bar stools, killing time out of boredom.
Seeing that Kong Xiaowei had brought a guest back so quickly, they all wore expressions that said, I knew it. The looks they cast at Qin were even more dismissive and mocking. Especially the tall, heavy-set employee, Lu Haiyan, who said smugly, see? This guy isn't here to buy a house at all. He is clearly just pretending to be rich when he can't afford it. Isn't he just making a mockery of us? Good thing we didn't take him to see the properties earlier. We'd be better off just sitting here. Exactly. A veteran employee in her late 30s, still radiating charm, nodded and said, before they even went to see the property, seeing how confident this gentleman looked, I secretly regretted it. I was afraid he might actually buy a villa. I was also worried he might be a low-key, wealthy playboy, which would have played right into that clumsy girl Kong Xiaowei's hands. Turns out I was overthinking it. There aren't that many surprises in this world. Sisterly, you really have an active imagination. Villa number 3 costs 110 million, right? An ordinary person couldn't earn that much in several lifetimes. Even General Manager Chen didn't buy it. Do you really think someone who rode a motorcycle here, dressed so shabbily, would have that kind of money? You're right. The group couldn't help but laugh. Qin had almost finished his cup of coffee. Seeing that Kong Xiaowei still hadn't prepared the contract, he glanced at the time with a sigh. It was already past noon. Just as he was wondering whether to go and give her a nudge, Luo Eiki and the others returned to the sales office. Luo Eiki was holding Chen Jihanya's hand, a blissful smile on her face. Zhu Ai, trailing behind them, had a faint, wry smile on her lips. We've settled on the house. Seeing Luo Eiki's expression, Qin guessed she must have been very satisfied with the villa she'd gone to view. It's not bad. I bought it for 45 million. Now we just have to sign the contract and make the payment, Luo Eiki replied, her words brimming with pride. 45 million? Qin was a bit puzzled. I thought the house you went to see was listed at 48 million. Did you end up settling on a different one? It's that fully furnished villa. It was listed at 48 million. Don't you think there's room to negotiate? I see. Qin realized. Mrs. Chen really haggled hard. She cut my commission by more than half. If it weren't for Mr. Chen's influence, I wouldn't have been able to secure this price, Zhu Ai said with a wry smile. As they were talking, Kong Xiaoyi, running over, sweating profusely, holding a contract. She said apologetically to Qin, Mr. Qin, I'm sorry I forgot to ask you. Are you buying that house in installments, or are you paying the full amount in one lump sum? In full. Okay, the contract will be ready soon. It's fine, no need to rush. Although Qin felt a bit impatient inside, seeing Kong Xiaoyi drenched in sweat actually made him chuckle. Buying a house in full? Qin, you bought a villa too? Luo Aki snapped back to reality, clearly incredulous. Mr. Qin, which house did you set your sights on? Zhu Yuan was equally shocked. Qin shot Zhu Yuan a strange look. Villa number 3, of course. Kong Xiaoyi just showed it to me. Villa number 3? At that moment, the entire room fell silent. Pairs of stunned eyes fixed on Qin, their expressions filled not only with shock but also with regret, heartache, and jealousy. Especially those who had looked down on Qin, they now felt as queasy as if they'd swallowed a fly. A female office worker who had just walked in noticed the strange atmosphere among the group and asked what was going on. Her gaze toward Qin was also filled with shock and bewilderment. She was the accountant for this real estate company and had rushed over after receiving a call from Kong Xiaoyi. She knew a customer had bought a property, but never imagined it would be villa number 3. Not only did this buyer look ordinary, but she was also so young. Not only is she buying villa number 3, but she is paying in full? Luo Aki simply couldn't make sense of this college classmate. Back in school, she heard that Qin came from a modest background. She was even from the countryside. At university, Qin had worked part-time jobs to earn money, often taking on odd jobs to supplement her living expenses. And now, just 3 years after graduation, she could afford to buy a villa worth over 100 million on her own. Luo Aki had also started working right after graduation, so she knew how difficult it was for a working-class person without any connections to make it big and earn a fortune. At that moment, Kong Xiaoyi had prepared several copies of the purchase contracts and handed them to Qin, waiting for him to fill in his personal information and sign them. Then, after the payment was made, the invoice would be issued, and the finance department would stamp it, at which point the entire process would be complete. Zhu Yuan glanced at the purchase contract, spotted a problem, and couldn't help but ask, the purchase price is 112 million? Luo Aki immediately understood what this meant and hurriedly asked Qin, did you buy that house for 112 million? Qin nodded in confusion, yeah, isn't that the price? You didn't haggle. Do you have to haggle when buying a house? Luo Aki was at a loss for words. Of course you have to haggle, especially now that properties here aren't selling well. The initial sales rush has passed, and there is much more room for price reductions than before. Villa number 3 cost so much even if you didn't want to haggle. You should at least drop to 0. I see, Qin realized. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. I completely forgot about the price. Let me revise the contract and adjust the price, Kong Xiaoyi said sheepishly. She'd been so excited at the time that she hadn't thought of this at all. Oh, how much can the price be lowered? Qin asked. Kong Xiaoyi did some quick calculations and said somewhat sheepishly, 3 million, I suppose. That's the maximum discount I'm authorized to offer. In reality, the discounts offered by ordinary sales staff here were quite meager for a 100 million yuan villa. The maximum discount was less than 1 million. But with a 2% commission, Kong Xiaoyi's offer of 2 million meant her commission would be cut by more than half. Mr. Qin, how about this? I'll step in and give you an additional 1 million discount. Would that satisfy you? Zhu Yuan was also worried that Qin might back out of the purchase because of the price. Although the commission from selling this villa would go to Kong Xiaoyi, her performance bonus would also increase accordingly. Furthermore, this was also a way to build a good relationship with Qin. She had underestimated him earlier and left him with a less than favorable impression, so this was the perfect opportunity to make amends. So that means the house can be discounted by 4 million. Qin thought for a moment, then asked Kong Xiaoyi, if you give me these discounts, won't your commission be reduced as well? Kong Xiaoyi didn't hide the truth. She nodded. Then there is no need to change the contract, let us stick with the original price. It's only 4 million, it's not worth wasting any more time over such a small amount, Sheen said, putting on an air of arrogance. In that moment, the image of a tycoon who treated money like dirt was deeply etched into everyone's minds. Seeing this, Zhu Yuan couldn't help but envy Kong Xiaoyi's luck. She thought back to when she'd taken Chen Zhihong and another person to view a property. She'd spent countless hours haggling, slashing the price time and again, only to end up with a commission of 20,000 at best. It was nothing compared to what Kong Xiaoyi had just secured. If she hadn't been suspicious when Qin mentioned wanting to buy Villa number 3, she would definitely have taken him there herself first. In that case, a commission of 2 or 3 million would have been a sure thing for her.
Unfortunately, some things simply can't be achieved through envy alone.
One female employee was so deeply shaken that she fainted on the spot. What shocked her wasn't Qin's wealth, but the commission Kong Xiaoyi stood to earn. Everyone looked over. The employee who had fainted was none other than Lu Haiyan. She couldn't bear to face the reality. If Qin were to buy that estate villa without any discounts, just how much commission would Kong Xiaoyi receive? She did the math, it came to over 2,100,000. If she agreed when manager Zhu asked her to show this gentleman around the property, wouldn't those 2 million have been hers? The stroke of luck she'd been longing for was ruined right before her eyes. In that moment, her regret overwhelmed her, causing her to faint. Someone pinched her philtrum, and she slowly came to. By then, Qin had already filled out his personal information on the contract. He signed it and was just waiting for payment. The total amount wasn't 112 million, it was actually 114.2 million, including an additional 2.24 million in deed tax that the real estate company would handle for him. He chose to pay directly by credit card. When Qin pulled out his black gold card, Chen Zhihong, who had remained silent the entire time, finally showed some reaction. His eyes fixed intently on the black card in Qin's hand, and he walked toward Qin, his steps slightly unsteady. He said very politely, "Mr. Qin, may I take a look at that black card in your hand?" "Oh, this? Go ahead and take a look." Qin was momentarily taken aback by Chen Zhihong's sudden change in attitude. He had become so polite. Chen Zhihong took the black card with both hands and examined it closely. Upon seeing the striking 5-element symbol, his suspicions were further confirmed. "President Chen, is there some secret to this card?" Luoaki noticed that the moment Qin pulled out the black card, Chen Zhihong's attitude toward him had done a complete 180-degree turn, even showing a hint of respect. Was she seeing things? Unable to contain herself, she voiced the question on her mind. Many others were equally puzzled. After all, Chen Zhihong was the general manager of Huaxing Pharmaceuticals. He held shares in the company and was a prominent figure in Nanjiang City, frequently appearing on television at various business events. For someone like him to treat an ordinary young man with such deference, what kind of status must this young man possess? No wonder he bought a luxury mansion worth over 100 million without batting an eye. At the same time, many people felt even more bitter inside. They had been hoping Qin wouldn't be able to afford the apartment, and that pulling out that card was just a show. Now it seems their hopes were nothing but wishful thinking. "Mr. Qin, I've had a look at this card." "Thank you. If I may ask, is this black card the Wuxing Supreme card?" Chen Zhihong ignored Luo Akia's question, returned the black card to Qin with both hands, and asked cautiously, with a mix of anticipation and respect. "Oh, this one, huh?" Qin took the black card and smiled. "That's right, it's the black gold card you mentioned." After saying that, he handed the card to Kong Xiaoyi and instructed her to swipe it immediately. Although he was already 9/10 certain, hearing Qin's answer still sent waves of emotion surging through Chen Zhihong's heart, leaving him unable to calm down. A while back, he had tried to apply for Wuxing's Royal Platinum card but was ultimately rejected because his net worth didn't meet the requirements. The Royal Platinum card is the lowest tier among the exclusive credit cards issued by the 5 major banks. Above it are the Royal Diamond card and the Imperial Purple Gold card. As for the Supreme card, it exists only in legend. No one has ever seen one in person. One can only imagine just how staggering the status of Luo Aki, the classmate who owns the black card, must be. Even if the black card wasn't his, say, he borrowed it from someone else, his status would still be equally staggering. It's safe to say that Chen Jihang wasn't even in the same league as this person. It was laughable that just moments ago, when he saw Qin about to buy Villa number 3, he still hadn't believed it in his heart. Kong Xiaoyi took the black card and, without hesitation, swiped it through the card reader.
She entered the PIN and boom, the transaction went through.
Once the finance department finished handling the paperwork, the purchase contract officially took effect.
The property deed would arrive in a few days.
Once the contract and the villa keys were handed over to Qin, Villa number 3 would officially belong to him. He could move in with just his luggage at any time.
Just then, his phone rang.
It was Tang Qin calling. She said she was already on the street below the sales office and asked if he wanted to come in.
Qin told her to wait a moment, he'd be right there. Then, grabbing the contract and the villa keys, he left.
This time, as he left, many sales office employees wanted to see him off, hoping to make a good impression on him. Some young, attractive women even secretly slipped him their business cards. The implication was obvious. For a moment, Qin became the center of attention there. However, the only ones who actually saw him off were Chen Jihang, Luo Aki, Zhu Yuan, and Kong Xiaoyi. Just the four of them. Halfway there, Luo Aki and Qin exchanged phone numbers. After Qin got into the Rolls-Royce driven by Tang Qin and drove off, Chen Jihang and the others stood by the roadside for quite a while before finally returning to the sales office.
President Chen, do you know exactly who Mr. Qin is? Upon returning to the sales office, Zhu Yuan finally voiced her curiosity.
Luo Aki was equally curious. She, too, wanted to know the true status of this former college classmate, someone whom even Chen Jihang, the CEO of a major conglomerate, had to treat with such caution. Had she known all this back then, she would have pursued Qin relentlessly to win him over.
You don't need to know too much. Just understand that Mr. Qin's status is far beyond anything you could imagine.
In the end, Chen Jihang didn't reveal the origins of the Supreme Card. He merely offered a hint. He dared not speculate in the slightest about someone of such stature, fearing he might say too much and slip up.
Zhu Yuan nodded, seeming to half understand, and changed the subject. Then I'll go handle the purchase paperwork for Villa number 51 for you now.
Manager Zhu, wait a moment, Chen Jihang called out to Zhu Yuan.
Mr. Chen, is there a problem? Zhu Yuan's heart skipped a beat.
We won't be taking that villa after all, Chen Jihang said. Zhu Yuan's expression froze as she looked at Chen Jihang with a questioning gaze, waiting for him to elaborate.
Mr. Chen?
Luo Aki was about to say something but was stopped by Chen Jihang. Manager Zhu, I'd like to ask which villa is closest to Mr. Qin's.
There's also Villa number 5. Zhu Yuan seemed to understand what Chen Jihang meant. Villa number 5 is just across the main road from Villa number 3. It's also a large-sized villa.
The price isn't much lower than Mr. Qin's villa, and it isn't fully furnished.
So, how much is it? 95 million.
If you're interested in buying it, I can knock 4 million off the price for you.
Alright, let us go with this one. We won't even look at the ready-to-move-in properties, just sign the contract right away.
Chen Jihang made his decision decisively. Buying Villa number 5 was, of course, a way to get closer to Qin. Qin was already so far above him that a single word from him could leave Chen with no chance of recovery. Likewise, a single word from her could propel him to great success and take him to the next level.
Moreover, Luo Aki was his classmate, and with the added connection of being neighbors, this had become his greatest opportunity.
Luo Aki didn't know that, because of their classmate relationship, Chen Jihang had come to value her much more deeply, so much so that he changed his mind about not marrying her. After getting into the car, Qin first stopped at a nearby restaurant for a meal. After dinner, he went to a cell phone store and spent over 10,000 yuan on a new phone. Then he went to a store specializing in high-end residential furniture, where he spent over 2 million yuan to buy some new furniture for the villa, along with bed sheets, mattresses, and bedding. Once the workers had moved the furniture into the villa, installed it, and left, Tang Qin helped clean and tidy up once more. By then, it was getting late, and just then, the 2 takeout orders Qin had placed arrived. After finishing the takeout, Qin thought it over and decided not to stay at the hotel that night. Although the presidential suite at the hotel offered a much better environment and comfortable, pleasant service, he had just bought the villa, so naturally he wanted to spend more time exploring his new home.
He instructed Tang Qin to drive directly over the next morning
to pick him up, and then Tang Qin drove back to the hotel. Qin curled up on the leather sofa and remembered that he bought a new cell phone today. Now was the perfect time to swap in his old SIM card. He took out both phones, thought for a moment, and casually opened the WeChat app on his old phone. He wanted to see if anyone had sent him a message. It had been a day since he last checked. He saw 3 new friend requests. One was from Yun Xiaoting. One was from Kong Xiui.
And the other was from Tang Qin. Qin tapped accept for each one.
Little brother, you're so busy you're just now adding me as a friend? Yun Xiaoting messaged him almost immediately.
Qin, sorry, Sister Yun.
I just opened WeWe and saw your friend request.
Yun Xiaoting, aren't you going out to have fun tonight?
Qin, no, I'm at home.
Yun Xiaoting, little brother, you still like staying home? Don't you guys usually go out at night and sleep during the day? Why don't you take a photo of yourself at home and send it over?
I just can't believe it.
Qin, all right.
Qin, feeling exasperated, took a selfie and posted it.
Yun Xiaoting, you really aren't out?
I misunderstood you. I thought you'd gone out with that kid Zhang Xian.
Yun Xiaoting, by the way, little brother, the paperwork for your car transfer was finalized today.
I even found you a super cool license plate for you, and it's already been installed on the car.
Why don't you post a photo so I can see the plate?
Qin's interest was piqued.
Qin, send it over so I can take a look.
Yun Xiaoting, okay, hold on.
Soon, a photo was sent.
It showed the Bugatti Nightwind that Qin had bought, along with the newly installed license plate, Jiangnan. The car was eye-catching, but the license plate was even more impressive. Qin stared at it in silence for a long time, until Yun Xiaoting sent another message.
Yun Xiaoting, are you surprised by this license plate?
Qin, I love it.
Sister Yun, where did you get a plate like this?
Yun Xiaoting, I asked a good friend of mine for it.
Qin, who is your friend?
Finding a license plate with numbers like that must have cost a pretty penny. Tell me, and I'll transfer the money to you. Yun Xiaoting, don't worry about it, it's no big deal, and it didn't cost a thing. Just come visit your big sister more often when you have time, little brother.
Qin, alright then, I want to say thank you.
Yun Xiaoting, that's the spirit. You can come pick up the car tomorrow. I've got all the paperwork ready for you.
Qin, okay, Sister Yun.
Yun Xiaoting, gotta go. Talk to you later.
Qin sent an okay emoji, and their conversation ended there. Then, Kong Xiui sent a message as well.
Kong Xiui, Mr. Qin, thank you for today.
When are you free?
I'd like to treat you to a meal.
Qin, sure, I'll keep that in mind.
You can treat me next time. Kong Xiui, I forgot to mention the company has waived your property management fees for Nanyang Mountain Villa for 3 years. You don't need to pay them for now, just go to the property management office to register when you have time.
Kong Xiui, don't mention it, Mr. Qin.
You just bought a villa, and with all the organizing, cleaning, and moving in, if you need any help, just let me know. I'd be happy to lend a hand. Qin realized that although he had bought the villa, a house this large would require hiring a housekeeper to manage the cleaning and upkeep.
Qin, thank you for your kindness. Do you know of any domestic service agencies that could help me find a housekeeper?
Kong Xiui, that's no problem. Manager Zhu is quite familiar with this area, so I'll ask her about it tomorrow. Qin, I'd really appreciate your help with that.
Kong Xiui, no problem at all.
Kong Xiui, Mr. Qin, what kind of housekeeper are you looking for? Do you have any specific requirements?
Qin, I don't have any specific requirements.
The main thing is that she has good character. I don't mind if her salary expectations are a bit higher.
Kong Xiui, do you have any age preferences?
Would you prefer a younger housekeeper, or would you be open to someone a bit older?
Qin, someone younger, I guess.
Kong Xiui, okay, got it. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. I know what to do, and I'll definitely make sure you're satisfied.
Sheen. After exchanging a few more words, they ran out of things to say.
He exited the chat window and saw several unread messages in his inbox, one of which was from Jiang Xian.
He tapped on it. Jiang Xian, Brother Qin, are you there? Send me your bank card number so I can transfer the money. The message had been sent at noon. Qin thought for a moment, then sent his bank card number anyway. After waiting a while and seeing no reply, he closed the chat. He tapped on another unread message, sent by Li Yan last night. Li Yan, hello, Brother Qin. Are you there? Qin typed 2 characters. Qin, I'm here. He waited a moment, but still didn't see a reply. He figured Li Yan must be offline. He exited the chat and tapped on another unread message. This message had just come in. It was from Li Shi, his old middle school classmate. Li Shi was the classmate he'd been closest to in middle school. After graduating, he stopped going to school and became an auto repair apprentice. Now he owns an auto repair shop. Their hometowns were just one town apart, and they were among the few middle school classmates who still kept in touch regularly. Li Shi, Qin, are you okay? Did you break up with Sue? Qin typed a few question marks. How did he know about my breakup with Sue? Qin, what could possibly be wrong? How do you know I broke up with Sue? Soon, Li Shi sent a reply. Li Shi, didn't you check the class chat group? Class chat group? He remembered that junior high class chat group he'd joined it the year before last. At first, he'd been interested in chatting there, but as time went on, he gradually realized that everyone in the group had changed for the worse. It was all bragging, self-promotion, and comparisons. Who'd been promoted to manager, who'd become a boss, or who'd bought a car or a house. In short, every conversation was either about showing off or on its way to doing so. The classmates who hadn't made it in life either gradually disappeared or became deep water fish, forever lurking beneath the surface, and Qin was among them. After that, Qin set the middle school classmate group to Do Not Disturb, blocking all new messages from the group. Out of curiosity, and since he had nothing better to do anyway, he tapped into the middle school classmate group chat. As soon as he entered the group, he scrolled up to the older messages. Then, as he scrolled down, he noticed that several people had tagged him. Finally, he realized what was going on. Among the group messages were several selfies of Sue, all intimate shots of her with another man. The backgrounds ranged from lavish dinners to luxury hotel rooms to the interiors of high-end cars. In the photos, Sue's face radiated happiness and contentment, and Qin recognized the man beside her. It was Feng Yuan. Those 2 bastards, Qin cursed under his breath. He remembered how Sue had tried to get back together with him just yesterday. Thinking about this scheming woman now, he felt sick to his stomach. He'd been a total idiot to ever fall for her in the first place. As soon as these photos surfaced, the group chat exploded. Everyone was buzzing with speculation, and the most common question was whether Qin and Sue had broken up. Sue's response was blunt. Of course she'd dumped that broke guy, Qin. She went on to trash Qin, saying she'd gotten nothing out of their relationship. He'd never bought her anything valuable and didn't know how to spend money on romance. She even deliberately mentioned that Qin was no longer working at the advertising agency. He'd been demoted to doing menial work at a luxury hotel. This sparked a wave of mockery from her classmates. Finally, she boasted about how rich her new boyfriend was and how much he loved her. Not only had he given her designer handbags and a luxury car, but he was also planning to buy her an apartment. The 2 were about to have a grand wedding, and they would even invite all their middle school classmates to the reception. Many classmates were envious and said that Sue's breakup with Qin was a case of leaving the dark for the light. To balance things out, they inevitably dug up some dirt on Qin from Sue. Sue seemed to take great pleasure in putting Qin down, never tiring of exaggerating and pointing out his flaws. As Qin read through these posts one by one, he couldn't help but ask himself, was he really that terrible, just a selfish, penniless loser? Scrolling further down, he saw schadenfreude, insults, and flattery all mixed in with these comments, and many people were tagging him. Finally, a female classmate named Gu Qianqi popped up and asked, "What's going on?" The group exploded with activity once again. Aside from one message answering Gu Qianqi's question,
the rest were all attempts to get on her good side. Then, many people started mentioning another classmate, a guy named Li Junxiao. With Gu Qianxi's appearance, Su stopped posting messages altogether and vanished without a trace. When Qin saw this, he stopped reading. He left the group chat, exchanged a few more words with Li Shi, and then logged out of Weiwei.
Li Junxiao.
Qin murmured, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. A classmate he'd once considered out of his league. Who knows, maybe in the future, Li Junxiao would be the one who couldn't measure up to him.
He woke up the next day. Sign-in system. Check-in. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received 5 billion cash. 5 billion cash has been deposited into your balance. 5 billion? Not bad.
I hope I can successfully acquire the Azure Hotel today and get another chance to check in a level 5 check-in, no less. Thinking about acquiring the Azure Hotel, he opened the sign-in system panel.
Host, Qin. Age, 25. Physique, 50 average. Spirit, 50 average. Skill, none. Check-in progress, 0. Quest, acquire the Azure Hotel uncompleted. System points, 5. Balance, billion. Inventory, x2. Sign-in system, balance is 15 billion.
Combined with the money in my bank card, that's enough to buy the entire Azure Hotel. Qin closed the sign-in system panel and pondered for a moment. His phone rang. It was a call from Tang Qin. Qin assumed Tang Qin had already driven over to pick him up but might have been stopped by the security guard at the entrance to the villa complex, which was why she was calling. Unexpectedly, when he answered the call, he heard Tang Qin's apologetic voice.
Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, but I can't come pick you up. Why?
Qin asked, furrowing his brow slightly.
I'm no longer an employee of the Yunjian Hotel.
I'm calling because I was afraid you didn't know this and were still waiting for me to arrive.
Tang Qin said. What happened? Out of the blue, why aren't you working at the hotel anymore? I was fired.
Tang Qin said with a wry smile.
Qin was even more taken aback. Can you tell me exactly what happened?
Tang Qin was silent for a moment on the other end of the line before she replied. Actually, the main reason comes down to one person. You've met her before.
It's Mr. Ma's sister, Ma Wenxiu.
She is the one known as Mrs. Li, though now that she is divorced, she can't really be called that anymore.
So you're saying she used Mr. Ma to get you fired directly? You could put it that way. You didn't do anything wrong. How can Mr. Ma just fire an employee on a whim? Qin was getting a little angry.
This wasn't just about standing up for Tang Qin. She was also his dedicated butler at the hotel.
Tang Qin's dismissal meant he'd have to find another dedicated butler. The hotel hadn't even called to let him know. Weren't they afraid this would affect him, one of the hotel's biggest clients? On top of that, he'd really rubbed Ma Wenxiu the wrong way yesterday. Could Tang Qin's dismissal be connected to him in some way? Was the hotel trying to find a way to get back at him? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before she said, "It's easy for them to come up with an excuse. I'm just a lowly employee. I'm no match for the higher-ups, so I'll just have to accept it." Qin agreed. Wasn't that last remark just a given?
After all, he'd gone through something similar just the day before yesterday. When a superior, especially a general manager, wants to get the upper hand, it's all too easy.
Tang Qin, where are you right now? Qin asked after a moment's thought. I'm still at the hotel, in the finance department.
I'm just finishing up my payroll and getting ready to leave, Tang Qin replied.
All right, don't leave the hotel just yet. I'll come find you later. Okay.
I'll wait here at the hotel for you to come. After hanging up, Qin didn't linger at the villa. He walked out without even eating breakfast. It took him a few more minutes to walk out of the Nanxi Mountain Villa complex. A taxi happened to be parked there, so he hailed it and got in. On the way, Qin made a decision in her mind. She absolutely had to buy a few more cars and hire a few more drivers. That way, she wouldn't have to go through such a hassle when leaving the house in the future. There was one more thing. it was time to hire a secretary. In the future, her assets would continue to grow. She couldn't possibly devote too much energy to managing them, so she would definitely need to find a secretary to help her handle things. Moreover, her funds would keep accumulating, and she'd need to make investments and spend money, all of which would require a secretary to manage. Choosing the right secretary was, of course, extremely important. She didn't need to be exceptionally capable, but she had to be loyal and someone he knew well. Tang Qin had graduated from Magic City University of Finance and Economics and possessed a solid background in corporate financial management. From their interactions over the past few days, he gained some insight into her personality. She'd be easy to work with. For now, she was the best candidate to be his secretary. The car soon arrived at the Azure Hotel. As he got out, he saw Tang Qin standing at the hotel entrance, dressed casually and looking up expectantly.
You weren't going to stand out here the whole time, were you? You could have just waited for me inside the hotel. Why come all the way out here? Qin asked, a hint of reproach in his voice. Tang Qin gave a wry smile and pointed to a hotel security guard behind her.
They wouldn't let me stay inside the hotel, so I had no choice but to wait for you out here.
What's going on? Qin's expression turned icy.
Tang Qin hurriedly gave a brief account of what had happened. After being fired from the hotel, she had called Qin and then sat in the lobby lounge, waiting for him to arrive. Unexpectedly, Ma Wenxiu had spotted her. She immediately summoned a front desk security guard, intending to have her kicked out of the hotel. She claimed that since Tang Qin was no longer an employee or a guest, her continued presence not only harmed the hotel's reputation but also affected the mood of the guest. The security guard recognized Tang Qin and didn't heed Ma Wenxiu's orders. Instead, he spoke up on her behalf. This enraged Ma Wenxiu even more, and she immediately summoned the security manager, Zhang Zhong. In the end, Zhang Zhong reprimanded the security guard, whose name was Zhang Xiao, and called over another guard to escort Tang Qin out of the hotel.
Why is that woman surnamed Ma so hostile toward you? Did you have some major conflict with her in the past? Qin asked.
You could say that. Tang Qin explained, I used to work in marketing at that Weijia skincare company. The general manager was Ma Wenxiu's ex-husband, and he had been pursuing me. When Ma Wenxiu found out about this, she came to the company and caused a huge scene. After that, I resigned from my position as marketing manager. Actually, because General Manager Li kept harassing me, I'd long since grown tired of working at that company. If it weren't for the fact that
jobs are hard to come by, I would have quit long ago.
Perhaps fate has a way of playing tricks. As luck would have it, I ended up working at the Azure Hotel, and it turns out there's this connection to Ma Wenxiu after all. I suppose her divorce from her ex-husband made her resent me even more, and on top of that, after she suffered a major setback here yesterday, today was the perfect opportunity for her to take it out on me. She nodded and laughed. So, it seems I'm a factor in this as well.
Mr. Qin, you're joking.
Even without you, given Ma Wenxiu's narrow-minded and vindictive nature, once she found out I was at the Azure Hotel, I wouldn't have been able to avoid getting fired.
Qin sneered, don't worry.
I'll make sure she pays for this. That woman, Ma Wenxiu, just because her brother is the general manager of this hotel, she thinks she has that much power. Not only can she fire an employee on a whim, but she can even boss around the security manager. He paused for a moment, then added, come with me into the hotel first.
I want to discuss something with you.
Okay, Tang Qin nodded. In the 2 days she worked as Qin's personal assistant at the hotel, she witnessed his immense wealth and power and knew he was no ordinary figure. Being suddenly fired by General Manager Ma, it would be a lie to say she wasn't upset, and Qin was the first person who came to mind. She also hoped that Mr. Qin would be willing to step in on her behalf, at least to make things a little awkward for Ma Wenxiu. She'd be very grateful. Qin led Tang Qin toward the hotel, only to be stopped by the security guard standing at the entrance, who was eyeing them warily. Hello, sir. You may go in, but I'm afraid this lady cannot enter.
Qin was amused by his audacity.
It seemed the hotel's security manager was truly devoted to Ma Wenxiu. To curry favor with his superior, he dethroned all sense of decency to the wind. Suppressing his anger, he said, this lady is my friend. Tell me, what reason do you have for not letting her in? I'm sorry, but this is an order from our senior manager, the security guard explained, sounding tough on the outside but weak on the inside.
You mean the hotel's security manager? Does he have the authority to do this? As a guest in this hotel's presidential suite, I'm being stopped from bringing a friend inside and this is your security manager's order? Aren't you afraid I'll file a complaint?
Sheen said sternly. Hearing that he was a guest in the presidential suite, the security guard grew nervous and stood there, at a loss. He hadn't expected Tang Qin to know the guest staying in the presidential suite. The manager hadn't mentioned any of this to him either. He knew full well that if he really offended this guest, he wouldn't be able to take the blame.
Let us go.
We're going in, Sheen said, glancing at Tang Qin before ignoring the security guard.
The two of them walked into the hotel lobby together. Tang Qin, you vixen, how dare you come in here? Where's the security guard? Why didn't he kick her out?
Sheen hadn't expected that, as soon as they entered the hotel lobby, they would run into a group of people who had just come down there. The man leading the group was none other than the hotel's general manager, Ma Ichuan. Behind him were the lobby manager Li Hang, whom Qin had met once before, the security manager Zhang Zhong, and 4 others who appeared to be managers from other departments of the hotel. Ma Wenxia was there as well, glaring at Tang Qin with a furious expression on her face, then casting a venomous glance at Qin. Judging by the scene, this group had come down together to welcome someone's arrival. Qin had a hunch as to who it might be. It was likely the hotel's chairman, Junjin Tian.
I'm curious, since you're not part of the hotel staff, what authority do you have to order my friend to be thrown out? Qin asked Ma Wenxia in a very blunt tone.
Hearing Qin's question, Ma Wenxia gritted her teeth so hard they creaked. The two people standing before her were, on the one hand, the vixen who had seduced her ex-husband, and on the other, the man who had cost her over 10 million. She could handle Tang Qin, but this Mr. Qin was beyond her reach. Even here at the hotel, he was a major client. After finally suppressing her anger, she said coldly, she is no longer an employee of this hotel. Her continued presence here is only hurting our business, and as a guest staying at this hotel, isn't it reasonable for me to voice my concerns? She may not be an employee here now, but I brought her with me. I'd like to ask, is there a rule that says a VIP guest staying in the presidential suite isn't allowed to bring a friend? Qin said. Ma Wenxia was at a loss for words. Finally, she snorted, who knows what you two are up to? A man and a woman alone who has to say you aren't here to check into a room? Ma Wenxia, that's going too far. Tang Qin snapped angrily. Ma Wenxia sneered, how is that going too far? You're nothing but a vixen who specializes in seducing men. Old hag, you can sleep around all you want, but you can't just say whatever comes to mind. Be careful, slander like that will bring trouble upon you. Don't think you can act with impunity just because your brother is the general manager of this hotel. Qin sneered, who knows? Your brother's tenure as general manager of the Azure Hotel might just end today. Mr. Qin, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Whether I'm fit for this position or not is not for you to decide, Ma Ichuan said, unable to hold back as the heat of the argument turned toward him. General Manager Ma, I'd like to offer you a piece of advice. Qin Shuang narrowed his eyes slightly. Since you're willing to follow your sister's orders and fire a hotel employee for no reason at all, you'd better be prepared to be fired yourself. Go ahead and act tough. Anyone can throw around threats, Ma Wenxia sneered angrily. Whether or not I get fired is none of your business, Ma Ichuan retorted with a cold laugh. He wasn't afraid of Qin. As early as yesterday, he used his connections to thoroughly investigate Qin's identity and background. His only concern was that Qin had befriended Jiang Xian. He feared the influence of the Jiang family. Then let us wait and see. With that, Qin turned and left the room with Tang Qin. After Qin had gone, someone whispered, who is that guy? He is so arrogant he even dares to stand up to General Manager Ma. In any case, you can't afford to mess with him. When the big shots clash, keep your mouth shut. The speaker was Li Hang. The man could only nod and remain silent. Just then, someone ran in and said to Ma Ichuan, General Manager, Chairman Yun's car has arrived. It's almost at the entrance. Good.
Ma Ichuan's spirits lifted. He cast aside the slight annoyance from earlier and addressed the group. All of you, pull yourselves together. Make sure to put on a good show in front of Chairman Yun, not a hint of disrespect. After today, Chairman Yun will be calling all the shots here. Only by making a good impression on him can you guarantee you'll keep your jobs. Got it? Don't worry, General Manager Ma. We know what to do. We'll make sure both you and Chairman Yun are satisfied. Only then did Ma Ichuan nod.
Turning to Ma Wenxiu, he said, stay right by my side.
I'll introduce you to Yun Dong in a moment. Make sure you're on your best behavior, understand?
Ma Wenxiu replied excitedly, got it, bro. After giving these instructions, the group hurried out of the hotel to welcome their chairman.
At the same time,
Xin and Tang Qin were waiting for the elevator to the 36th floor when they happened to run into Xian, the housekeeping manager, coming down from the elevator.
Xian, I was just looking for you,
and here you are, Qin said expressionlessly to Xian, who was stepping out of the elevator.
Mr. Qin, what can I do for you?
Xian asked, somewhat puzzled by Qin's grim expression.
Let us go to my room and talk. I have some questions for you.
Qin paused for a moment, then stepped into the elevator and said to Xian.
All right.
Xian exchanged a glance with Tang Qin and followed him into the elevator. Soon, they arrived at Presidential Suite number 1 on the 36th floor of the Azure Hotel.
Xian, please have the hotel staff send up 2 breakfasts. I'm starving right now.
After all three had sat down, Qin instructed Xian.
What kind of breakfast would you like, Mr. Qin? Anything will do. Just send a little of everything.
Sure. Xian picked up the hotel's built-in intercom and spoke a few words. Then, Qin got down to business.
Tang Qin has been fired. As her supervisor, I assume you're aware of this. Xian gave a wry smile. Actually, I just found out myself.
It was an order issued directly by General Manager Chen to the Human Resources Department. I was just about to go down to speak with General Manager Chen to see if there is any way to turn this around. You fired Miss Tang, but it's already affected me, a guest at this hotel. I had originally planned to have Tang Qin drive over to pick me up this morning, but then this whole mess happened. Qin said reproachfully.
I'm very sorry.
This is my failure, and the hotel has indeed handled this poorly. If I'd known about this, I would have arranged for another employee to be assigned exclusively to serve you right away. So, you're saying the biggest fault in this matter lies with your general manager Ma, then?
Xian fell silent.
Qin asked again, when I entered the first floor lobby, I did run into your general manager Ma, and he was followed by several of the hotel's managers.
Do you know where they were headed? You mean that?
The hotel's chairman is coming over. He is due to arrive right about now.
So, they're all heading downstairs to greet Yun.
I was quite busy with work, so I didn't go down, Xian explained.
Isn't there another shareholder from your hotel who is supposed to arrive as well? Qin asked again. Yes, how did you know? The other shareholder is Di Jinghua, right? Do you know what time he is coming here? Qin didn't answer Xian's question and moved on to the next one.
Xian thought for a moment and said, I've only heard that he is coming today. I'm not sure exactly when. Perhaps the chairman or general manager Ma would know better.
Qin continued, where is your chairman's office?
It's on the floor below, room 1 on the 35th floor, Xian replied directly, without holding anything back.
After pondering for a moment, Qin said, Xian, could you do me a favor? If Di Jinghua arrives, could you let me know as soon as possible? Well.
Xian didn't answer right away, a look of hesitation crossing her face. She could tell that something was off about this situation. If Qin ended up offending the company's 2 bosses because of her, it simply wouldn't be worth the trouble.
Qin noticed Xian's hesitation and smiled. Don't worry. It's no big deal, just a phone call.
He paused for a moment.
M.iota.
Qin knew that if he wanted Xian to genuinely do him a favor, he'd have to give her a reason worth her while.
Wait a moment.
With that, he stood up and walked into the master bedroom. He then retrieved the certificate of ownership for 35% of the Azure Hotel from the sign and system inventory. Returning to the main hall, he gave Xian a faint smile. To be honest with you, I hold a 35% stake in the Azure Hotel, so I suppose that makes me your boss, too.
A 35% stake? Both Xian and Tang Qin were taken aback.
Xian said, Mr. Qin, you must be joking.
I'm well aware of the hotel's 3 shareholders.
One is Chairman Yun, who is also the largest shareholder, holding 40% of the hotel's shares.
Another is Mr. Di Jinghua, holding 25%. The remaining 35% is pledged to Longsha Trading Company.
So, Mr. Qin, I'm not sure where you got this 35% stake.
Qin smiled but offered no explanation. Instead, he handed over the Azure Hotel share certificate he was holding.
Since Xian doesn't believe me, I won't bother explaining further. Just take a look at this. Xian took it with a look of puzzlement, opened it, and examined it for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, this really is proof of a 35% stake in the Azure Hotel, and it's even in Mr. Qin's name.
He asked again, could it be that the shares pledged to Longsha Trading Company have ended up in your hands?
The company hasn't heard a single whisper about something this significant.
You believe me now, don't you? Qin said.
Xian handed the share certificate back to Qin and smiled wryly.
Mr. Qin, you're joking. You've even produced the certificate for 35% of the Azure Hotel's shares. How could I not believe you?
In that case, regarding what happened earlier, I wonder if you'd be willing to help me out.
You're my boss now, after all. It's only natural to help my boss.
Xian glanced at Tang Qin again and smiled mischievously. Mr. Qin, did you reveal your identity for Tang Qin's sake?
You want her to stay, don't you?
Actually, it's quite simple. As long as President Ma knows you're a shareholder of the hotel, he wouldn't dare go against your wishes.
Tang Qin blushed. She was curious to know if what Xian said was true.
Qin, however, replied, I have other plans for Tang Qin.
I don't mind telling you, Yun.
Zhengang came here today, no doubt to acquire the Azure Hotel shares held by Di Jinghua. And my primary objective right now is the same as Yun's. I'm here for that 25% stake in the Azure Hotel. Xian's expression turned startled.
So that's it.
Mr. Qin, you're snatching food from the tiger's mouth right in front of Chairman Yun. You must know that the Azure Hotel was originally a Yun family asset, but they've faced 2 crises in the past. During the first crisis, they pledged 35% of the hotel's shares to Longsha Bank to secure financing. During the second crisis, they spun off another 25% from the Yun family and transferred it to young Master D again for financing, but also to secure the support of young Master D's faction. The Azure Hotel is, after all, a prime asset, generating substantial annual profits.
The Yun family won't transfer their shares unless absolutely necessary. If Yun finds out that the shares pledged to the bank have fallen into your hands, Mr. Qin, and that you're also planning to acquire the shares held by young Master D, he'll certainly do everything in his power to deal with you.
Qin nodded in agreement with Xian's words.
You don't need to worry about that, Xian. Just keep an eye on Yun for me.
As soon as Xin Jinghua arrives at the hotel, give me a call immediately.
He paused for a moment, then added, if I succeed in acquiring the shares held by Xin Jinghua, I'll promote you to general manager of the Azure Hotel. Really? Xian's eyes lit up. I have no reason to lie to you.
I've been very dissatisfied with General Manager Chen all along, and in my opinion, you're the best candidate to replace him.
Well then, I wonder what Mr. Qin's chances of success are.
After a moment's thought, Qin replied, as long as I can meet with Di Jinghua and he hasn't transferred his shares yet, my chances of success are no less than Yun's.
All right. Since you say so, Mr. Qin, I'll follow your lead.
Qin smiled and shook hands with Han Xian. After giving him a few more instructions, Xian left the room. In the presidential suite, only Qin and Tang Qin remained. This time, Tang Qin was no longer there in her capacity as Qin's personal assistant. For some reason, she felt a twinge of nervousness. Especially now that Qin had taken on the additional role of shareholder at the Azure Hotel. In Tang Qin's eyes, he had become even more enigmatic and inscrutable. Tang Qin, I need an assistant, something like a personal secretary to help me manage some of my business assets.
And I'd like you to be the one to take on this role. I wonder if you'd be willing to accept.
Sheen didn't want to beat around the bush. He stated his intention directly.
Oh.
Tang Sheen let out a gasp of surprise. This was truly unexpected. Becoming Sheen's secretary, she wasn't sure if she should feel surprised or excited, but it was definitely not a bad thing. After all, she was well aware of the vast wealth behind Sheen. If she could become his secretary, it would undoubtedly be a huge opportunity in her life.
What's the matter? You don't agree?
Seeing that Tang Sheen hadn't spoken for a long time, Sheen furrowed his brow slightly.
Mr. Sheen, I accept. It would be an honor to work for you,
Tang Sheen snapped out of her daze and hurriedly replied.
She smiled slightly and added, so should I call you Mr. Sheen now, or boss? Sheen smiled as well. Just call me boss.
Sheen had once dreamed of becoming the boss of a company, with hundreds of employees greeting him with a respectful "Good morning, boss." Now, that dream seemed within easy reach.
Okay, boss.
You didn't even take a moment to think it over, or ask how much I'd pay you. You agreed so quickly, Sheen said with a laugh. Tang Sheen shrugged and smiled. I'm unemployed anyway, so this job comes at just the right time. Besides, President Sheen is generous. It surely won't be less than what I earn as a butler.
That's hard to say.
Sheen teased, it depends on whether you're a competent secretary.
If you're not, don't count on a high salary. Oh, well then, President Sheen, what does it take to be considered competent?
Tang Sheen said, her breath fragrant. Is it like what they show on TV? Seeing Tang Sheen feigning shyness and speaking in a soft, coy voice, Sheen felt deeply flustered.
Admitting defeat, he cleared his throat and said,
For now, let us set your annual salary at $3 million.
On top of that, there are bonuses and commissions, though those will depend on your performance.
If you do an outstanding job, your commissions won't be any less than your base salary. Hearing this, Tang Sheen became serious.
$3 million? Isn't that too much? You're offering such a high salary, what if I can't handle the job? Tang Sheen was secretly stunned. An annual salary of $3 million, plus commissions no less than her base pay?
That wasn't a secretary's salary, it was clearly the compensation of a CEO.
Don't worry.
Your main responsibilities are actually not much different from those of a hotel concierge, mostly helping me handle some minor tasks, and also consolidating some of my business holdings. Upon hearing this, Tang Sheen felt even more daunted.
I'm afraid I might not be capable enough on my own and end up holding you back. Let us do this.
Sheen thought for a moment and said, First, help me handle the paperwork to register an investment company.
Let us call it Tianyu Investment.
This new company will allow me to consolidate my existing assets and engage in venture capital investing in other high-quality companies or industries. Of course, before that, you can start by recruiting top business talent to build a core team. Once that's in place, your role will be to oversee the big picture.
Establish a new company and build a core team. Tang Sheen's eyes lit up.
As a graduate of Magic City University of Finance and Economics, this wouldn't be difficult for her. If she did it right, she'd become a founding member of the company, a far cry from her current role as a concierge at the hotel. Moreover, given Sheen's financial resources, any new company he established was bound to be a major one. It was as if she were going from rags to riches.
Boss, what should I do first? Tang Sheen suppressed her inner excitement and asked Sheen for guidance. Give me your bank account number.
I'll transfer some money to you first, and then just follow my instructions.
Okay.
Tang Sheen paused for a moment, then handed her bank card to Sheen. Sheen took it and tapped on his phone a few times in front of Tang Sheen, but in reality, he was instructing the sign-in system to transfer $10 billion to her bank account.
Ding, transfer successful.
$10 billion has been transferred to the bank account specified by the host. Upon hearing the sign-in system's notification, Sheen returned the bank card to Tang Sheen. I've already transferred $100 million to your account, he said. When the time comes, I'll give you my ID, and you'll help me register the company. Use $100 million as the registered capital for Tianyu Investment. The remaining funds should be deposited into the new company's account, whether for investments, working capital, or recruiting talent. It's entirely up to you to manage. Also, set aside 3 million as your annual salary for now, Qin added. Tang Qin had also seen the text message from the bank confirming the 10 billion had been deposited. Her throat felt a little dry. She swallowed hard and said, stammering slightly, "Boss, you've put so much money in my account. Do you really trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll take this huge sum and run away?" Qin smiled slightly. "I trust my judgment, otherwise I wouldn't have hired you as my secretary." Tang Qin nodded and said earnestly, "Thank you, boss. I will never let you down." After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Where will the company be located? Should we rent an office building first? I'd actually forgotten about that." Qin considered it and said, "Here's what we'll do: go to the commercial district at Huajian Plaza first, find the property manager, Zhang Shang, and give him my name. Then, personally pick out a large office space to serve as Tianyu Investment's temporary address." "Boss, what is your relationship with Huajian Plaza? Will they agree to this?" Tang Qin asked curiously. She was, of course, no stranger to that commercial street. That area was also the most concentrated commercial hub in Nanjiang City, and Huatian Plaza was a fairly well-known commercial complex there. "Huatian Plaza is mine personally. Do you think they'd refuse?" Qin laughed. Although she had suspected as much, hearing Qin say it with his own mouth still sent a whirlwind of emotions surging through her heart. Tang Qin gave a wry smile. "Boss, I'm all set now. I'll head over to Huatian Plaza in a moment to finalize the new company's address." Qin nodded with a smile. Just then, a hotel waiter brought in the breakfast Qin had ordered. "Come have some too. I ordered 2 breakfasts. We'll need to eat our fill before we get down to business." "Sure, I'll gladly accept your offer," Tang Qin said with a smile as she sat down. At that moment, one floor below where Qin was staying, the chairman's office at the Azure Hotel. Ma Yichuan stood respectfully across the desk from him. Seated in the chairman's chair was a man in his 50s. The man wore an air of authority. He was Yun, the chairman of the Azure Hotel and the hotel's largest shareholder. "Ma Yichuan, how has the hotel's business been lately?" "Nothing major, I hope?" Yun asked. Although he was the chairman of this hotel, he was also the head of the Yun family in Nanjiang City. In recent years, the Yun family's business focus had shifted. Their core interests were no longer in the hotel but in their real estate company. As a result, he rarely visited the hotel. Essentially, all hotel affairs were entrusted to Ma Yichuan. Yun, the hotel's business volume has been steadily increasing, especially in the first quarter of this year, which saw a 30% growth compared to the previous quarter, Ma Yichuan replied. "Very good." Yun said, "I'm sure you know why I'm here today. Young Master D has agreed to transfer his shares to me and will be here today to sign the contract. Draft the share transfer agreement for me right away. Make sure there are no complications." Once the contract is signed, the hotel will once again be under the sole authority of the Yun family. "You've done an excellent job, and I'll promote you. By the end of the year, not only will your funds double, but your salary will also see an increase. Thank you for your trust, Yun. I will certainly live up to your high expectations," Ma Yichuan said happily. You may go down for now and wait for young Master D to arrive. Report to me as soon as he gets here." "All right, Yun, I'll take my leave then." Yun nodded. After Ma Yichuan left, he muttered to himself, "Azure Hotel, once I acquire the 25% stake and regain full control, this crucial move will finally be made." In the past, the Yun family's main businesses included not only 100% ownership of the Azure Hotel but also more than a dozen large restaurants and banquet halls. Back then, in Nanjiang City, aside from the Feng family, the Yun family was the most powerful force. They were at the height of their glory. No one dared to cross them, but they also made many enemies in the process. After old Master Yun passed away, the Yun family lost its greatest pillar of support. Their influence plummeted, and they fell from being a first-rate aristocratic family to a second-rate one. Their numerous businesses faced various forms of suppression and marginalization, and their cash flow was on the verge of drying up. Old rivals and surrounding factions were watching with hungry eyes, all eager to take a bite out of the family's assets. Left with no other choice, Yun was forced to make a drastic sacrifice. He sold off all his businesses, retaining only a 40% stake in the Azure Hotel. He took a large sum of money and moved to another region to start a real estate company. Now, the Yun family has secured the backing of a heavyweight patron. The family has risen from the brink of collapse to become a colossus that no one dares to offend lightly. Therefore, Yun immediately set out to reintegrate the Azure Hotel. Coincidentally, Di Jinghua was looking to invest in a project during this time. He was in urgent need of capital and was also interested in transferring his stake in the Azure Hotel. The Azure Hotel not only generates massive annual profits but, more importantly, offers other hidden benefits.
Its network of connections is something no one dares to underestimate.
As a renowned 7-star hotel in Nanjiang City, the Azure Hotel provides access to people at all levels of society.
For the Yun family, cultivating a good relationship with even one of these top-tier power brokers would yield immeasurable benefits. After breakfast, Tang Qin headed out first. She headed to Huajian Plaza to select an office location for the new company she was planning to establish. Qin waited for about an hour.
Feeling a bit uneasy, he picked up the phone and called Jiang Xian.
Jiang Xian, have you gotten in touch with Di Jinghua yet? When is he arriving at the hotel? Qin asked as soon as the call connected. Don't worry, brother Qin.
He said yesterday he'd be at the hotel by noon, and it's still 2 or 3 hours until noon.
Jiang Xian yawned, as if he'd just woken up.
Here's what we'll do, try contacting that Chow guy of yours again to see if he can come over early. I'm right here at the Azure Hotel.
Okay, brother Qin, hold on a moment, I'll give him a call right now. With that, Jiang Xian hung up.
A few minutes later, his phone rang. On the other end of the line, Jiang Xian said somewhat sheepishly, "Sorry, brother Qin. I've tried calling Chow a few times, but I can't get through. His phone might be turned off. I sent him a text too, and I'm waiting for his reply." Qin frowned in frustration.
Come to the hotel first.
We'll wait for him here together.
Okay, I'll be right over.
I'll call you when I get here.
Alright, hurry up.
Qin hung up the phone, feeling a nagging sense that something wasn't quite right about this whole situation.
This is the very first quest issued by the sign-in system. If we can't complete it, won't the sign-in system look down on us and mock us?
Qin muttered to himself.
Half an hour later, his phone rang again.
Qin thought it was Jiang Xian calling, but when he answered, it was Xian's somewhat anxious voice on the other end.
Mr. Qin, I'm so sorry.
I just found out myself. Young Master D arrived at the hotel 15 minutes ago, but I happened to be away on business at the time. Right now, they're in the chairman's office on the 35th floor, and Ms. Wang, the CFO, is there too.
They've already reached an agreement and are preparing to sign the share transfer contract.
Qin jumped to his feet, cursing under his breath.
Xian, where are you right now? I'm heading down immediately.
With that, he headed for the door.
I'm right outside the chairman's office. Can you stop them for me first?
Qin spoke into his phone as he walked.
Well, I'll try.
Qin stepped out of his room and headed straight for the stairwell. The chairman's office at the Azure Hotel. Yun couldn't hide the excitement on his face as he signed his name on all 3 copies of the share transfer agreement. A 25% stake in the Azure Hotel had cost him a full 2.2 billion, a sale at a premium. 5 years ago, when he handed these shares over to Di Jinghua, the other party had offered only 800 million. Thinking back on that, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. But in the end, the shares are back in my hands, so it was all worth it. After signing the contract, he handed it to Di Jinghua, who was sitting across from him, and smiled. Brother D, it's your turn.
Sign this contract, and our transaction will be more than halfway complete. I'll transfer 500 million to your account first. Once Director Wang
has finalized the handover procedures, I'll immediately transfer the remaining 1700 million to you.
Alright, head of the Yun family, you're a man of your word.
I'll sign it then, Di Jinghua said with a smile. He picked up the pen, just as he was about to sign.
Wait a moment, Mr. D.
The voice that interrupted him belonged to Xian, who had just walked in. She bowed slightly to Di Jinghua with composure and said, "Mr. D, please excuse my interruption.
Someone wishes to see you."
It wouldn't be too late to meet with him before signing.
"Xian, you're not doing your job. Why are you meddling in matters that don't concern you?"
As the chairman of the Azure Hotel, Yun was familiar with the company's senior management, especially Xian, the manager of the housekeeping department. He felt a surge of anger. Just as Di Jinghua was about to sign, this uninvited guest, Xian, had thrown a wrench in the works. It was clear she had ulterior motives. "Xian, this is a private matter between the two business owners.
Don't you think it's a bit presumptuous of you to barge in like this?" Ma Yichuan's expression was equally grim.
If Xian's outburst caused any complications, he, as her direct supervisor, might have to take responsibility. In that case, he could forget about a raise or bonus. He might even lose this year's bonus entirely, not to mention giving the chairman the impression that he hadn't kept his staff in check. Faced with two piercing stares, one from a business owner and one from her boss, it would be a lie to say Xian wasn't nervous. She also knew that from the moment she burst in to stop Di Jinghua from signing, she had already placed herself on the opposite side of Yun. If she failed, she'd have to pack her bags and leave. If she succeeded, she'd rise to the top overnight and become the general manager of the Azure Hotel.
"Mr. D, Mr. Qin will be here shortly. He'd like to speak with you," Xian said, forcing a smile.
Inwardly, she prayed that Qin would hurry.
"Mr. Qin?"
A look of confusion crossed Di Jinghua's face. He set down the pen he'd been using to sign and seemed to recall something. He asked, somewhat oddly, "The Mr. Qin you're referring to, his name isn't just Qin, is it?"
"That's right, it's him." "You know him too, Mr. D."
Xian's heart, which had been pounding with tension, secretly relaxed a little.
"It really is him.
He is quite influential. Not only does a manager at this prestigious hotel run errands for him, but that kid Zhang Xian speaks very highly of him as well."
Di Jinghua smiled faintly. "In that case, just to save face for Zhang Xian, I'll wait for him to arrive."
In fact, when Rui Jinghua received Zhang Xian's call yesterday, he had indeed taken some interest in Qin, especially after learning that the man had spent over 180 million to buy a Bugatti Nightwind. Later, upon further reflection, he felt this man was simply too young. He likely didn't understand how much it would cost to buy the shares of the Azure Hotel. He held something that couldn't be compared to buying a supercar. Furthermore, Yun, the hotel's majority shareholder, also wanted to acquire his stake in the Azure Hotel. Under those circumstances, it wouldn't be easy for an outsider to muscle in. So he hadn't given the matter much thought. If it weren't for Xian's sudden reminder, he would have almost forgotten about it entirely.
"Qin? Is that him? Is he also interested in Boss DS shares?" Ma Yichuan's expression darkened. "You know this person, too."
Yun's expression grew even more grim, and a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. It seemed as though everyone knew about this person who was coming to compete with him for the hotel's shares except for him.
Just as Ma Yichuan was about to explain, Qin walked in.
Qin was still cursing under his breath. The safety door to the hotel's stairwell was really hard to find. Luckily, he'd run into a cleaning lady. After asking her for directions, he'd managed to get there in record time. The chairman's office was spacious. Besides the desk, there was also a large conference table. 3 people were seated there, and Ma Yichuan stood behind a middle-aged man in his 50s wearing a traditional Chinese suit. This middle-aged man had a touch of gray at his temples, which made him look a bit older, but his eyes were bright and lively. He must be Yun, the chairman of the Azure Hotel. Seated next to him was a woman in her 40s, who was likely the Azure Hotel's chief financial officer. Across from them sat a man a few years older than Qin, wearing a white shirt. "You must be Chao."
"I'm Qin.
Zhang Xian has often spoken highly of you, Chao. You truly are a man of distinguished bearing." Qin walked over, politely extending a hand to the man in white, and smiled casually.
"Brother Qin, you're too kind. I've heard a lot about you as well. Meeting you today, I can say that seeing is truly better than hearing." You don't refuse a smiling face. Although Di Jinghua was surprised by Qin's plain attire, he still extended his hand and shook Qin's. "This must be Chairman Yun."
He looks vigorous and has a truly remarkable presence. Sheen still had his eye on the 40% stake in the Azure Hotel that Yun held, and wanting to make a good first impression, he greeted him very politely.
Mr. Chin, you flatter me.
You're not bad yourself. Yun's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a stiff smile. However, his gaze quickly turned sharp again.
Mr. Chin, I assume you're here because you're interested in the Azure Hotel shares held by my younger brother, D?
Chin nodded, making no attempt to hide his interest.
That is correct.
I heard that Chow intends to sell his stake in the Azure Hotel, and I'm very interested as well.
Humph.
Yun slammed his fist down on the table and snapped angrily, Mr. Chin, the Azure Hotel has always been the property of the Yun family.
Reclaiming those shares is only natural, moreover, this is a share acquisition among the hotel's shareholders. Unless I give my approval, you an outsider have absolutely no right to interfere. Chin smiled. Come now, Jun, that is not true. It's a mutual agreement between buyer and seller.
The shares are in Chow's hands, they don't belong to you yet.
As long as he wants to sell them to someone, that is his business.
Ha!
Yun smiled. Mr. Chin, you don't even understand this.
As the majority shareholder, I have the right of first refusal. Besides, young Master D and I have already reached an agreement, and I've signed the contract. So, Mr. Chin, you're too late. Please leave.
Oh.
Chin was startled and thought to himself, this isn't good.
Am I really too late?
Mr. Chin, they are indeed preparing to sign the contract, but young Master D hasn't signed it yet, Shen said softly.
Chin also noticed the contracts lying in front of Di Jinghua and breathed a sigh of relief.
He smiled at Di Jinghua and said, Chow, I imagine Jiang Xian has already told you that I'm also very interested in the Azure Hotel shares you hold. As for Chairman Yun's right of first refusal, that depends on how much each of us is willing to offer.
If he can match my offer, then I have no objection.
Seeing this, Yun was even more furious.
Chin, don't be so unreasonable.
I've already told you that Brother D has agreed to transfer the shares to me, there is no way he'd sell them to you. Yun, I'll call the hotel security right now to escort Mr. Chin out. After all, this isn't a place for an outsider like him to be.
Ma Ichuan said tactfully.
He was also terrified that Chin might actually buy the hotel shares held by Di Jinghua. He had already offended Chin, and if Chin became a shareholder of the hotel, he might be the first target.
Ma Ichuan even suspected that Chin's main motive for trying to acquire Di Jinghua's shares was simply to humiliate him. All right. Yun gave Ma Ichuan an approving look, then turned back to Chin and said bluntly, Are you going to leave now, or do we need to call security? Who dares to kick my brother Chin out?
The voice belonged to Jiang Xian, who had just rushed over. He hadn't expected Di Jinghua to arrive at the hotel so early, and Di's cell phone was turned off. He had originally planned to look for Chin first upon arriving at the hotel, but an acquaintance told him that Boss D was there. Fearing he might miss the opportunity, he hurried straight up.
Damn, didn't you already agree to give my brother Chin the hotel shares? How did they end up going to Yun instead? As he spoke, he gave Chin a sly wink, signaling, Watch this.
Chin's heart skipped a beat, and he silently gave him a thumbs up.
You.
Rui Jinghua, who had been watching the drama unfold just moments ago, saw Jiang Xian walk in and blurted out a remark that caught him off guard. With the heat of the situation now directed at him, his interest in the spectacle vanished. He pointed at Jiang Xian with a touch of irritation, his expression shifting between anger and frustration. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, as if just remembering something, and said to Yun with a look of exasperation, Look at me, I really have a terrible memory.
I only just remembered.
It's true that a while back, I did promise Jiang Xian I'd transfer my shares in the Azure Hotel to a friend of his. But I'd had a few drinks at the time and didn't give it much thought. As time went on, by the time I sat down with you to discuss the share transfer, I'd completely forgotten about it. Now that I've also promised to transfer the shares to you, head of the Yun family, this really puts me in a bind. After saying this, Di Jinghua looked genuinely troubled. Seeing Di Jinghua like this, Yun said helplessly, If that is the case, I wonder what you have in mind, Brother D.
Standing nearby, Ma Ichuan cursed under his breath. Qin and Jiang Xian had only met the day before yesterday. Where on earth did that earlier remark come from?
But he didn't dare voice his doubts. He didn't want to offend Jiang Xian, and he certainly didn't want to offend Di Jinghua either.
Here's what we'll do, Di Jinghua said after a long pause.
Since both of them have the same goal, and I've already made a promise to both of you, let us renegotiate.
Whichever of them offers the higher price gets it. How does that sound?
Yun felt a bit put out, but after a moment's thought, she smiled slightly and said, in that case, it's not out of the question.
But if the highest bid from either of them ends up being lower than the price we agreed upon, does that count? Well, Di Jinghua choked on his words, momentarily at a loss for what to say.
He couldn't help but hesitate, glancing at Qin. He didn't know Qin's background. All he heard was Jiang Xian's one-sided account. If Qin couldn't come up with that much money and the final bid ended up being low, wouldn't he be taking a huge loss?
Here's what we'll do.
If Chow wants to transfer the shares to me, I can add 30% on top of the price you two agreed upon.
What do you think?
Qin said with a casual smile. Finally, the conversation had turned to price, and on this point, he wasn't afraid of
anyone. Oh, brother Qin, are you joking? Do you even know the true value of the Azure Hotel shares I hold?
Upon hearing Qin's words, Di Jinghua had initially felt a mix of surprise and delight, but upon further reflection, he grew concerned that this might be an exaggeration. Yun also sneered coldly at this point. Mr. Qin, anyone can talk big.
Don't you think about your own situation? Can you really come up with that much money? Qin smiled faintly. If you don't believe me, that's easy to fix. Turning to Di Jinghua, he said, what is the final price between you two? 20 billion, or more than that.
Here's what we'll do, I'll transfer 30 billion directly to Chow's account, and we can negotiate the details later. If Yun ends up offering a higher price than me, I'll accept that Chow can just transfer the money back.
What do you think? Are you serious?
Di Jinghua finally showed a look of surprise and delight, his eyes fixed intently on Qin.
3 billion, that was a full 800 million more than Di Jinghua's reserve price.
This was no small sum. Even Di Jinghua himself couldn't just casually come up with 800 million in cash. Especially now, when he was in desperate need of money. He hadn't believed Qin could afford the shares he held, and had dismissed Qin's earlier remarks as mere naivety. But now that Qin was offering 3 billion outright, there was no way it could be a bluff.
No rich second-generation heir would dare to casually trample on his own credibility.
Jiang Xian was quite shocked to hear 3 billion, but when he recalled that Qin possessed a 5 Elements Supreme card and had just offered to acquire the entire Azure Hotel outright, he wasn't quite as surprised.
Qin said confidently, I mean every word. Chow, why don't you give me your bank account number? I'll transfer the money immediately. Any bank account will do? Any bank is fine.
Well, should I write you a receipt or sign a contract? After all, you're transferring a huge sum of money. Without any proof, if I were to keep it all for myself, there'd be nothing you could do about it, Di Jinghua said with a laugh.
You have a point. Qin smiled, feigning deep thought, but secretly asked the all-powerful sign-in system, Present. What are your instructions, host? Here's my question, if I transfer money to the other party's account and they deny receiving it, can I still get that money back? Host, yes, but it will consume system points. System points?
Qin recalled that there was indeed a system points section within the sign-in system. Since there was a way to get the money back, he didn't dwell on it any further. Qin then said to Chow, no need to write a receipt.
I trust you, Chow. Just give me your bank account information.
Since Brother Qin says so, I'll give you my bank card. Chow smiled as he took out a bank card and handed it over, saying, this is from the China Construction Bank in Longsha.
Just transfer the money to this card. Qin took the bank card and pulled out his phone. Sign-in system, transfer 30 billion in cash to this bank card.
Ding, withdrawal processed. Qin smiled as he returned the bank card to Chow and said, 30 billion has already been transferred to your account.
Is that all? Chow was dumbfounded. He transferred large sums himself before, though never this much.
Even 800 million had required several separate transfers, all done on a computer. Yet the man in front of him had simply tapped his phone a few times and transferred 30 billion into his bank account.
What kind of trick was this? Could it be this kid's messing with me?
Just as Chow was growing increasingly convinced he'd been played, the sound of a text message alert rang out.
He opened it to find a deposit notification from Longsha Construction Bank. 3 billion credited.
He read the message over and over, making sure he hadn't misread it, then laughed heartily. Brother Chin, you're truly a man of your word. The 3 billion has already arrived in my account. Now we can all sit down and take our time discussing the transfer of my shares. With those words, it was confirmed that Chin had indeed transferred 3 billion to Chow's account.
No one was happier than Shen Shidi made the right bet.
The extreme nervousness Shidi felt just moments ago had turned into overwhelming excitement. She knew full well that 3 billion was the absolute maximum anyone could offer for the 25% stake in the Azure Hotel held by Chow. No matter how you valued it, the Azure Hotel wasn't worth 10 billion, and this offer far exceeded even a 10 billion valuation. The only variable was the possibility that Yun might not be able to come up with the money and could try to interfere. But the hotel shares held by the bank had long been in Chin's hands, so that concern was unfounded. In terms of status, while Yun Genoa's standing was certainly formidable, Chin's was by no means inferior. He had managed to quietly acquire the 35% stake in the Azure Hotel held by Longsha Trading Company, and to lavishly spend 3 billion to buy out the shares held by Chow. That's a feat that absolutely surpasses everyone present. Head of the Yun family, as you've seen, Brother Chin has already offered 3 billion.
I wonder how high you're willing to go. Chow sat back down and smiled calmly at Yun. Brother Chow, why ask a question you already know the answer to? Yun gave a wry smile. There's no way I can come up with 3 billion.
Even I'm tempted by that price. I can't help but want to sell my own shares as well. There was another thing that shocked Yun, Chin's maneuver just now. To have 3 billion credited to a personal account in a matter of seconds, that was something even he couldn't pull off. Since Mr. Yun can't match that price, I'll have to sign the contract with Chow, Chin said. Yun's expression wavered. He had considered calling a shareholders' meeting to block the transfer of shares, but realizing that the Yun family's position was still somewhat unstable and that the other party appeared to have significant backing, he suppressed that thought. He said, "Kid, I'm truly impressed that you can afford such a high price. If you're that eager to buy a stake in Azure Hotel, why shouldn't I let you have it?" Chin bowed slightly to Yun, feeling a sense of relief. "Chow, let us go ahead and sign the share transfer agreement." "All right," Chow replied with a pleased smile. So, Sister Wang, the CFO, drafted 3 new share transfer agreements and placed them in front of the 2 men. All 3 contracts were signed. One was handed to Sister Wang for safekeeping, and the others were taken to complete the transfer procedures. Seeing that the matter was settled, Chow stood up and said with a smile, "I still have to meet with a friend, so I want to be able to stay and chat with you too." Although Brother Chin hasn't completed the equity transfer procedures yet, he is still considered a shareholder here. As for the hotel's affairs, you should seek more advice from head of the Yun family.
Let us meet again next time.
Chin replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Chow.
Since you have other matters to attend to, let us talk another day. I'll be leaving now. And Mr. Yun, I'll take my leave. No need to see me off.
Take care, Chow." Chow stood up and glanced once more at Jiang Xian.
Jiang Xian caught the hint, gave Chin a quick nod, and then left the office alongside Chow.
Only after Chow and Jiang Xian had left did Jin turn to Chin with a forced smile. "Mr. Chin, although you acquired a 25% stake in the hotel through Chow, I'm still the one calling the shots here.
After spending so much money, isn't it a bit of a waste?"
Chin sat down and smiled. "Whether it's worth it? I know that in my heart, so there's no need for you to worry about it, Yun. Now that you're a new shareholder of the hotel, Mr. Chin, let us hold a shareholders meeting."
"Yun, if you have something to say, feel free to speak your mind." Yun swept his gaze over the people present, finally settling on Xian, and let out a cold laugh.
he said, as the majority shareholder, I hereby decide to formally dismiss Xian from his position as housekeeping manager at the Azure Hotel.
What do you think, Mr. Qin?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone realized that Yun was asserting his authority while simultaneously giving the new shareholder a taste of his power. Everyone understood that Xian had long since thrown his lot in with Qin. Cracking down on Xian was tantamount to slapping Qin in the face.
Qin also smiled. Yun, what if I object to your proposal? Your objection is ineffective. Ma Ichuan also let out a cold laugh.
Yun, I will immediately notify the company of your proposal and formally relieve Xian of his duties. He knew full well that he and Qin were by no means on the same side. Yun wanted to crack down on this new shareholder. It couldn't have come at a better time, and he was only too happy to kick him while he was down. Although Qin had become the new shareholder here, he'd been stripped of all power. No one listened to him, and from now on, he'd be nothing more than a paper tiger. So what was there to fear? Qin watched the two of them with great interest. Yun, since it's your decision, I'll naturally support you. I agree to remove Xian from his position as manager of the housekeeping department. As soon as those words were spoken, Sister Wang, the CFO who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines, was taken aback.
Mr. Qin.
Xian, who had been somewhat dismissive until then, suddenly changed her expression upon hearing this and looked at Qin in disbelief. She tried to speak, but Qin raised his hand to silence her.
Mr. Qin, what a broad-minded and magnanimous gesture.
Yun seemed to have anticipated this and wasn't particularly surprised, but he still couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. It's only for the best that Mr. Qin can bring everyone to a consensus. Ma Ichuan also sneered, looking at Qin with a touch of contempt. Xian is indeed unsuitable for the role of the hotel as housekeeping manager, but he'd be perfectly capable as the hotel as general manager.
Yun, I wonder what you think. Qin ignored their mockery and calmly presented his proposal.
Ma Ichuan, whose face still bore a mocking expression, froze in place as if the words had frozen him solid.
If Xian were to become the hotel as general manager, what would that make of him? Wouldn't that mean he'd be removed from his position as general manager?
Ma Ichuan suddenly recalled that just a short while ago in the first floor lobby, Qin had mentioned that his tenure as general manager of the Azure Hotel would come to an end today. It seems this Mr. Qin is clearly targeting me, he thought.
But he quickly let out a cold laugh. As long as Yun didn't agree, any attempt to bring him down would be futile. Having realized this, Ma Ichuan looked at Qin with even greater derision. Mr. Qin, by appointing Xian as general manager, aren't you trying to take my place?
Young man, don't think that just because you've acquired a small stake in the hotel, you can do whatever you please here. As long as Yun is here, it's not your turn to call the shots yet.
Qin smiled, ignoring Ma Ichuan's words. He was just a minor lackey after all. Turning to Yun, he said, Yun, what do you think of my proposal? Yun smiled as well.
Mr. Qin, I don't know what your background is or what you're relying on. But I have to tell you, I won't accept your proposal. Even though you hold shares in the Azure Hotel, you should just collect your dividends from now on.
As for management decisions, please don't interfere.
Since you refuse to replace the general manager, we'll have no choice but to put it to a vote at the shareholders' meeting.
Qin had no choice but to say. Don't you think this is a waste of time?
I hold 2 votes, representing 75% of the shares. You, on the other hand, have only 1 vote, and that is from the smallest stake.
Don't you think this is a pointless endeavor?
Yun said with some impatience.
Who says I only hold 25% of the shares?
Qin's face still bore that same smile.
Mr. Qin, what do you mean by that?
Mr. Qin has already acquired 35% of the Yunjiang Hotel's shares held by Huaxia Trading Company. You're just unaware of it yet, Xian interjected on Qin's behalf, speaking aloud to the group with a look of pride. Xian, are you saying that the hotel's shares pledged to Longxia Trading Company have long since passed into Mr. Qin's hands?
Yun's heart sank, and he asked Xian angrily.
Yun, you don't need to doubt me. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Qin directly.
I wouldn't joke about something like this. Yun stared intently at Qin, his eyes unblinking, and said, enunciating each word clearly, is that true? Ma Ichuan snapped out of his daze and panicked as well. How is this possible? Why haven't I heard a single whisper about this? If this were true, his position as general manager would truly be at an end. He prayed incessantly, hoping this wasn't true, that Xian's words from just now were all lies. Over the past few years, since Ma Ichuan had taken the helm at the Azure Hotel, who knows how much he'd skimmed off the top. His annual salary was 5 million, but his bonuses exceeded 10 million every year. Chairman Yun rarely visited the hotel, so Ma Ichuan had free rein here. He could have whatever he wanted, and the benefits he received, both overt and covert, were even greater. In particular, leveraging his position as general manager of a 7-star hotel, he had befriended many wealthy business elites, and countless people were eager to curry favor with him. If Qin truly held absolute controlling interest and fired him, all the glory he had built up would fade along with his position. How could he possibly accept such an outcome? Sister Wang, who had been watching the drama unfold from the sidelines, also looked stunned. She hadn't expected such a dramatic turn of events, and her expression grew serious. As one of the hotel's shareholders recruited from elsewhere by a headhunting firm to serve as chief financial officer, her primary duty was to the 3 shareholders, not the board of directors. She wouldn't simply follow the orders of a single person regarding hotel affairs. If Qin held 60% of the shares in the Azure Hotel, her role would inevitably undergo some adjustments. Qin said, Xian is right. I do, in fact, hold 60% of the hotel's shares. If you don't believe me, you can call Longxia Trading Company to verify it. Yun remained silent for a long time, seemingly deep in thought, and only after a moment did he glance at the CFO. Sister Wang understood immediately and pulled out her phone to make a call. The call was brief and ended quickly. Somewhat shocked, she said to Yun, Yun, it's been verified the bank has indeed transferred the shares to Mr. Qin's name. Aren't those shares pledged to the bank? How do they have the authority to transfer them? That's illegal. Ma Ichuan's face turned ashen. He couldn't believe it and refused to accept this reality. Yun shot Ma Ichuan a piercing glare, which immediately silenced him. He didn't dare say another word. He stood up, looked at Qin with a complex expression, and said in a hoarse voice, Mr. Qin, not only are your tactics impressive, but you also possess a boldness that others cannot match. It's no exaggeration to call you a rising star among the young. He sighed and said, I, Yun, concede defeat. I'll leave the matter of this hotel to you. I won't interfere any further. It's time for me to go. Goodbye. With that, he turned to leave, looking somewhat disheartened. With matters having reached this point, all of Yun's plans had been thrown into disarray, leaving him somewhat caught off guard. He didn't want to stay here any longer. He needed to go back and sort things out. At the very least, he had to investigate Qin's background more thoroughly before deciding on his next move. Yun, please sit down for a moment. There is one more thing I'd like to discuss with you, Qin said hurriedly as he saw Yun about to leave. Mr. Qin, whatever it is, please feel free to speak, Yun said curiously, sitting back down. Qin didn't beat around the bush and said directly, although I now own 60% of the Azure Hotel, I'm also quite interested in the 40% you hold. I wonder if you'd be willing to sell it to me. You actually want to buy my shares? Yun was quite surprised. So, Mr. Qin, how much are you willing to pay for it? Naturally, the same price I paid Chao. What do you think? Qin replied directly. In truth, he was a little nervous. If Yun agreed, the level 5 check-in feature of the sign-in system would be within his grasp. If Yun refused, he would inevitably have to make some concessions on the price. But he didn't dare to hold out much hope that the deal would ultimately go through. After all, the Azure Hotel had always been the Yun family's business. Now that they only held such a small stake, wouldn't it be a bit underhanded to try to buy it up? Qin felt a bit embarrassed, but if the other party tried to ask for an exorbitant price, he wasn't about to be taken advantage of. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Qin's response, Yun became quite excited. Are you serious? Yun's heart leapt with surprise as he asked Qin. Qin replied, somewhat taken aback, of course it's true. But you just paid 30 billion. Do you still have the cash on hand to buy the shares I hold?
To be honest, if you want to pay in installments, I won't agree to transfer the shares to you. The underlying implication of this statement was that if he could come up with that much money, the deal would go through. Sheen was overjoyed. So, as long as I have that much cash on hand, you'll agree to transfer the hotel's shares to me at the price we just agreed upon?
That's right.
Great. Then calculate the total amount, prepare the transfer contract, and I can wire the money to you at any time, Sheen said with a smile. This statement made it clear that Sheen was fully capable of coming up with that much money. The two concluded the deal with almost no negotiation at all. Yun found himself increasingly unable to read Sheen. He quietly calculated that, based on the share purchase price Chow had just quoted, his stake was worth nearly 5 billion.
That meant Sheen would have to spend nearly 8 billion today.
Even heirs to major families with assets in the hundreds of billions wouldn't have the ability to come up with that much money. A rare smile appeared on Yun's face. All right, in that case, I agree to transfer my shares in the Azure Hotel to you. Yun was quite satisfied with this outcome. Selling the shares at this price would provide a large sum of cash to expand into other businesses, which would help open up new markets and strengthen the Yun family. Of course, if he had acquired Chow's shares today, he wouldn't have agreed to sell so easily. Or, had he known in advance that the Longshare Trading Company's stake had fallen into Sheen's hands, Sheen wouldn't have been able to strike a deal with Chow so effortlessly. Sheen was the happiest of all. She truly hadn't expected Sheen to ultimately acquire all the shares of the Azure Hotel, meaning she would face no obstacles in her role as the hotel's general manager going forward. Of everyone present, only Ma Ichuan looked ashen. The way things had turned out was truly beyond his expectations. How could this Mr. Sheen be so formidable, willing to pay such a steep premium just to acquire the entire Azure Hotel? If he'd done it solely to oust him as general manager, and managed to complete the acquisition in just a day or two, Ma Ichuan, a mere nobody, simply couldn't bear such treatment. At this thought, he felt lightheaded and nearly fainted. He hoped it wasn't what he feared. Losing the position of general manager at a 7-star hotel wasn't the worst-case scenario. What truly terrified him was that a single word from this Mr. Sheen could make it impossible for him to continue working in Nanjing City. The value of the 40% equity stake was quickly estimated. 4.8 billion. The contract was drafted by Sister Wang, the CFO, in triplicate. After both parties signed, Yun provided an account number. Yun had originally suggested that Sheen didn't need to pay the full amount right away. He could start by transferring a 10% deposit, 480 million, and then, once the CFO had completed the procedures for the equity transfer and registration, he could use the company account to transfer the remaining 4 billion plus. However, Sheen gave an inscrutable smile and declined the suggestion.
Yun, why go through all that trouble? I trust you. Is 4.8 billion a lot? I'll just transfer it to you right now.
As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up his phone and pretended to process the transfer.
Is 4.8 billion a lot?
That single sentence deeply stung Yun's heart, as well as the others present. It seemed that, apart from this Mr. Sheen, they were all practically penniless.
Sign-in system, transfer 4.8 billion to Yun's bank account.
Sheen issued the command directly through his thoughts.
Ding, transfer successful. Sheen glanced at the holographic display.
Sure enough, the sign-in system had deducted 4.8 billion from his balance, leaving just over 6.28 billion. He gave Yun a slight smile. Yun, I've already transferred the full 4.8 billion to your account.
Check it. That fast? Yun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
Then he picked up his phone and dialed a number. The account Sheen had transferred the money to wasn't Yun's personal account, but rather the Yun family's treasury, a corporate account. After making the call, Yun confirmed that Sheen hadn't lied. He had indeed transferred the 4.8 billion. A one-time payment of nearly 5 billion through a personal account, even though Sheen had just transferred 3 billion to Chow moments earlier, once again blew Yun's mind. Generally, large transactions exceeding 1 billion are rarely handled through private channels. They always go through the company's finance department.
First, it's unsafe and offers little legal protection.
Second, very few people have personal bank accounts with such extensive authority that they can access that much money in a single transaction. At that moment, Yin's attitude toward Qin became even more courteous, shifting from the initial hostility upon meeting to a somewhat fawning demeanor. Setting aside Qin's background, he was, after all, a veritable god of wealth. Mr. Qin, now that you hold full ownership of the Azure Hotel, it's time for me to step down as chairman. We've hit it off right away and are practically soulmates, so I'll take the liberty of calling you Brother Qin, and you can just call me Big Brother, Yin said with a hearty laugh.
You're too kind, Yun.
In that case, I'll take you up on that offer, Qin replied with a smile of his own. Ha, Brother Qin, you really are a straightforward guy. Come visit the Yun family sometime when you have the chance at LL. Give me a chance to play host.
Sure, I definitely will.
The two chatted happily, and a sincere smile spread across Qin's face.
He just secured his level 5 check, and how could he not be happy?
Wang, the CFO, had also
already left.
She had taken the relevant documents to help Qin process the transfer of the 2 shares. It was now 11 a.m. There was still plenty of time, and the process would be completed soon. Ma Yichuan, standing there in silence, witnessed this scene and no longer dared to harbor even a shred of resentment toward Qin. Even if he had any grievances, he buried them deep within. If anyone was to blame, it was his younger sister, Ma Wenxiu. If not for her, things wouldn't have come to this, offending Qin and losing his position as general manager of the Azure Hotel. He had always been careful and cautious in his dealings, but in the end, he had still failed to live up to that standard. Yin glanced at Ma Yichuan, whose face was ashen, thought for a moment, and said, Ma Yichuan, you've shown competence in running this hotel over the past few years.
Although you can no longer serve as general manager here, why don't you come work for me? I have a newly established company that would be a good fit for you to manage.
However, the benefits there are nowhere near those of a 7-star hotel general manager. The salary and bonuses are only on par with a department manager here.
Are you willing?
Of course. If you're not willing to go, I won't force you. It's entirely up to you.
Upon hearing this, Ma Yichuan gave a wry smile. Thank you, Director Ma. I'm willing to work by your side.
Yun nodded, then turned to Qin with a smile. Brother Qin, I hope you don't mind if I take Ma Yichuan with me.
Don't say that, Yun. Of course I don't mind. Here's what we'll do, Ma Yichuan, you and Xian should handle the handover first.
Once that's done, collect your annual salary for this year before you leave. Then, Ma Yichuan and Xian went out together, while Qin and Yun stayed in the office sipping tea and chatting casually.
A few minutes later, Ma Yichuan returned.
Yun stood up to take his leave. Before leaving, he exchanged contact information with Qin, then walked out with Ma Yichuan.
Qin sat quietly.
Once Yun had left, he finally couldn't resist opening the sign and system panel to check. He was disappointed to find that the quest column in the sign and system still showed the quest as uncompleted. After thinking it over, he figured he'd have to wait until the equity transfer procedures were finalized and the Azure Hotel was transferred to his name before this quest would be considered complete.
Suppressing that hint of disappointment, he took a sip of tea.
Just then, the office door opened, and 2 graceful figures walked in.
Mr. Qin. Boss, I'm back.
It was Xian and Tang Qin speaking. You're here.
Have a seat.
Qin gestured for them to sit across from him, then asked Tang Qin, have you picked out an office location for the new company? We've already chosen one. The entire top floor of Tower B at Huajiang Plaza. That location is great. It happened to be vacant and hadn't been leased out yet, so I finalized the deal with President Jiang. I'm just not sure if you'll like it, boss. Would you like to go take a look later?
No need.
Since you've set your sights on that place, let us go with it. It's just a temporary office anyway. We'll have to move again once the company grows.
Mr. Qin, what is this about a new company you're talking about?
The more I hear, the more confused I get.
Xian couldn't help but ask.
Sister Xian, the boss hasn't told you yet, has he?
Let me explain.
After all, you're now the general manager of the Azure Hotel, so you need to be clear on these matters.
Tang Qin smiled at Xian.
Tang Qin, then tell me quickly. So Tang Qin explained that Qin was planning to start an investment company for her to manage, and that Huajiang Plaza was also part of Qin's holdings.
M.Iota.
At first, Xian didn't think much of it, but when she finally heard that Huajian Plaza was also one of Qin's assets, her expression shifted from calm to one of wide-eyed astonishment. She exclaimed in shock, "Mr. Qin, I never would have guessed that not only did you spend over 10 billion to acquire the Azure Hotel, but you also own Huajian Plaza, which is worth 4 billion. You really are a man of few words. You're a tycoon with a net worth of nearly 20 billion.
Sister Xian, are you saying the boss now holds 100% of Azure Hotel?"
As Tang Qin's beautiful eyes flickered, the look in her gaze toward Qin deepened.
That's right.
Mr. Qin is incredibly wealthy. Not only did he spend 3 billion to acquire Chow's shares, but he also spent 4.8 billion to secure Yun's shares as well.
Too bad you weren't there.
Otherwise, Mr. Qin's regal air like a monarch surveying his kingdom would have left you utterly spellbound.
Sister Xian, don't make fun of me. What do you mean, spellbound by the boss? Which eye of yours saw that?
But I really never would have imagined the boss would shell out that much money to acquire the hotel.
Ahem, what on earth are you two talking about?
Qin was flustered by what these two were saying.
Couldn't they see that the domineering CEO was sitting right here? How dare these two employees speak so freely? Was it that he lacked authority, or was he simply too handsome?
Seeing that the two had stopped joking and were looking at him seriously, Qin spoke in a stern tone.
Leave the matter of registering the new company to Tang Qin. The new company will be called Tianyu Investment.
At that time, the Azure Hotel and Huajian Plaza will also be incorporated into the Tianyu investment system, becoming wholly owned subsidiaries. Xian, you will serve as the general manager of the Azure Hotel, responsible for managing all of the hotel's operations.
I'm entrusting you with full authority.
Your annual salary and bonuses will be based on the previous general manager's compensation package, and if you perform well, you'll naturally be promoted in the future. As for Tang Qin, in addition to serving as my assistant, she will also serve as the general manager of Tianyu Investment, as well as vice chairwoman of both the Azure Hotel and Huajiang Plaza.
Once the companies are integrated, Tianyu Investment will establish a board of directors.
I'll set aside some shares to reward key members of the management team, and of course, that includes both of you. Regarding Tang Qin's salary, let us raise the originally agreed upon 3 million annual salary to 10 million. You can draw this 10 million from that 10 billion for now. Realizing that paying salaries could also serve as a sign-in system quest, Qin said magnanimously.
Boss, thank you.
Upon hearing 10 million, Tang Qin felt as if she were dreaming and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. A 10 million yuan annual salary, coupled with multiple key positions, it was truly a meteoric rise, like a sparrow turning into a phoenix. Qin continued, as for your appointments at the hotel, Xian will draft 2 letters of appointment shortly. Have her submit them to me for my signature, then affix the company seal and circulate them throughout the company.
Finally, he asked, do you have anything else to add? Mr. Qin, should I call you chairman or boss from now on? Xian thought of a crucial question and asked with a smile. Just call me boss.
Okay, boss. Xian continued, now that both the hotel's owner and general manager have changed, only one deputy general manager is aware of this. The rest of the management is still in the dark. I'll go convene a senior management meeting right away, chaired by the boss, to formally announce this.
What do you think?
I won't be attending. Have Tang Qin go in my place. As my assistant, you can contact her directly for anything in the future. Qin had no desire to spend too much energy managing his business. Registering a company, appointing Tang Qin as his spokesperson, the purpose of all this was to grow and strengthen his business, which would only waste his time and energy. The main reason was to make it easier for him to invest in and spend money on sign-in system quest. In the future, whenever he checked in and acquired companies, shares, or real estate, he'd just hand them over to Tang Qin to manage.
Isn't it great to be a hands-off boss, a slacker who only knows how to spend money?
Okay, boss. We'll head out to work now. Xian glanced at Tang Qin, and the 2 women stood up and excused themselves.
10 minutes later, Tang Qin brought in 2 more personnel appointment letters.
After Qin signed them, she left again. Qin glanced at the sign-in system panel again and saw that the quest column still showed the status acquire Azure Hotel uncompleted.
She checked the time, it was almost noon. Was she really supposed to wait until the afternoon? Looks like there's no rushing this.
Jean sighed, took out her new phone, swiped through it, and opened the Weiwei chat app.
3 unread messages.
The first was from Jiang Xian, sent at 2 a.m., saying the money had been transferred to his account. The second was from Kong Shui, sent a short while ago, saying she'd already found a nanny for him thanks to manager Zhu's help. She asked when Jean would be available to bring the nanny in for an interview.
Jean replied, "No rush. I'm out right now.
I'll bring her over when I get back." The third message was from Li Yan, sent a little after 11 p.m. last night.
He tapped to open it.
Li Yan started by apologizing, explaining that she'd been in the shower at the time and hadn't noticed Jean's message. She ended by asking if he was still there, then asked if he wanted to hear her sing, and finally asked if he wanted to see her selfies. In the end, she really did send a few photos. Jean scrolled down, and when he saw one quirky photo after another, he'd just taken a sip of tea but couldn't help spitting it right back out. His eyes were glued to the screen. There were photos that projected the image of a strict, high-level female manager, some where she was pulling funny faces, some in a bikini, and especially one where she was wearing a sheer nightgown, revealing her slender, fair, long legs. Jean saw plenty of photos like this all the time, but the thought that these might be from a former female classmate from college was pretty thrilling. Especially since she had no idea he was her old classmate.
Damn it, this was a blatant attempt to seduce and tease him.
To be honest, he really hadn't expected that former classmate who hadn't been particularly striking looking back then to be this hot.
Should he reply to her?
Jean thought about it for a moment, then decided against sending a message. Right now, his sole focus was on completing the sign-in system quest, everything else was just a distraction. Jean casually saved the photos one by one to his phone, then logged out of the app. Just as he was about to open Dolan to scroll through some videos to kill time, his phone rang. He looked at the screen, it was Jiang Xian calling.
"Brother Qin, are you done with your business? Chao and I are in private room 8 on the 3rd floor of the Azure Hotel right now. We're about to have dinner.
If you're free, come down and join us, we'll wait for you."
"Alright, I'll be right down." After hearing Jiang Xian's message, Qin realized he was feeling a bit hungry too.
He put away his phone, got up, and headed out, taking the private elevator straight down to the 3rd floor of the hotel. As Qin was looking for private room number 8 on the 3rd floor, he heard a surprised exclamation from behind him, followed by someone calling his name.
"Hey, Junxiao, that guy looks like Qin, an old middle school classmate.
I saw him at the last class reunion."
"You're right.
I wouldn't have remembered him if you hadn't mentioned his name," said the other man. As soon as Qin heard the name Junxiao, he knew who the two men behind him were.
That name felt like a stumbling block in his mind.
He turned around, and sure enough, it was just as he'd guessed.
He said, "So it's you two, old classmates Li Junxiao and Gu Qianxi. What a coincidence. Qin, it's been a long time. Are you here to eat, too?"
Before Qin could answer, Gu Qianxi seemed to remember something and exclaimed, "I remember now, I saw Sue mention in our class group chat that you're working at a hotel. I suppose that hotel must be this one.
It's a 7-star hotel, the pay must be pretty good working here, right?"
"Qianxi, you're jumping to conclusions. Even though I work at a high-end hotel, I'm just a general helper, my salary can't be that high," Li Junxiao said impassively.
"You're right," Gu Qianxi nodded involuntarily.
She looked at Qin, a flash of recollection crossing her face, a mix of sympathy and regret.
"Qin, we all know you and Sue have broken up. You need to look on the bright side. If you're having any trouble, since we're classmates, we won't hesitate to help if we can. M.Iota.
Thanks in advance for your kindness, Gu, but I don't need any help.
I'm doing just fine right now."
Deep down, Qin didn't really like these two classmates. From their gazes, he could sense a sense of superiority, aloofness, and disdain, especially from Li Junxiao. Back when they were in junior high in Shachang, Li Junxiao was the teacher's favorite, a brilliant scholar, the ideal partner in the eyes of the girls, and the object of envy and jealousy among the boys. He consistently ranked at the top of the class, was strikingly handsome, and was unanimously recognized as the class heartthrob and even named the school's heartthrob. To make matters worse, his father was a renowned tycoon in Shawchang, raking in a fortune from the construction business. A rich second-generation heir who was both academically gifted and handsome. What girl wouldn't like him? Especially Sue, who had been pursuing Li Junxiao since 7th grade and remained his steadfast admirer all the way through 9th grade, which was one of the main reasons Qin disliked her so much. It wasn't until their 3rd year of junior high, just as it seemed Li Junxiao was about to be won over by Sue's sincerity, that Gu Qianqi transferred into their class out of the blue. Gu Qianqi also came from a good family background, and her looks were in a whole different league compared to Sue's. She instantly knocked Sue off her throne as the class beauty and eventually became the school's most popular girl. In the end, the school's most popular girl ended up with the school heartthrob, a perfect match that left everyone envious. After finishing middle school, Li Junxiao and Gu Qianqi both got into the same high school, and Qin didn't know what happened after that. It wasn't until last year's middle school reunion that the two appeared together at the event, becoming the center of everyone's attention. Qin was particularly struck to hear that Tianhu Real Estate, founded by Li Junxiao's father in Nanjiang City, had long since surpassed 10 billion in market value, making the Li family the wealthiest in Shawchang. In everyone's eyes, Li Junxiao had clearly become the darling of the heavens. Hearing this news dealt Sue a heavy blow, which was precisely why she had agreed when Qin confessed his feelings to her. "Qianqi, let us not get in the way of our classmate Qin's work. We need to make the most of our time to pay our respects to a few influential figures and, while we're at it, discuss a deal worth over 10 billion. Li Junxiao, who no longer even acknowledged Qin's presence, said to Gu Qianqi. "Okay, Junxiao. Qin, we'll be going now. We'll talk another time." With that, the two of them, hand in hand, brushed past Qin. Gu Qianqi glanced back at Qin, who was still standing there, then turned her gaze back to Li Junxiao. She couldn't help but reflect inwardly, although the two men had once been in the same class, their achievements had long since sealed a world of difference between them. Li Ruojuan stood out wherever he went, whereas as for this Qin, if it weren't for the fact that his ex-girlfriend was Sue, she wouldn't have even known Qin existed among their classmates had she seen him today. Roommate on the 3rd floor of the Azure Hotel was a rather luxurious medium-sized private dining room. The dining table, large enough to seat over 10 people, was adorned with a chandelier shaped like peacock feathers that exuded opulence, while the wall coverings and flooring materials shone with imperial splendor. 4 people were seated at the table. One was a middle-aged man with a potbelly, a receding hairline, and a ruddy complexion. He was Li Daizhou, the owner of Tianhu Real Estate and Li Junxiao's father. Qin also recognized the other 3, seated as follows. At the head of the table was Chao. To his right was Chen Zhihang, the general manager of Huaxing Pharmaceuticals, and next to him was Jiang Xian. The 4 of them were sipping tea and chatting. "Chao, you mentioned a friend was coming. I'm not sure which family's son he is, so I'd appreciate it if you could introduce him to me later." Li Daizhou smiled broadly, holding a teapot as he poured half a cup of tea for each person at the table. Chao said, "To be honest, this is the first time I've met that friend myself. Although he is from out of town, he comes from a distinguished background. Please don't neglect my friend later." "Chao, don't say that. Your friends are always my honored guests. How could I dare to neglect them?" Li Daizhou replied hastily. Chao glanced at Chen Zhihang, who looked completely at ease, and said to Li Daizhou, "We've been business partners before, so I know why you're hosting this gathering today. Since President Chen helped you invite him, we're all on the same side here. Let us speak frankly, there's no need to beat around the bush in business." "Yes, yes. Chao conducts himself with integrity. It's I, Li, who've been too petty." Li Daizhou hastily apologized, then bowed his hands toward Chen Zhihang with a smile. "President Chen, I've asked Chao to do me a favor today by inviting you here, my old friend, specifically to invite you to co-invest and take a stake in the development of the new plot for Phase 2 of Tianhu Century City. I wonder if you're interested." Chen Zhihang raised his teacup, took a sip, and smiled faintly. "Chairman Li, you're joking. Phase 2 of Tianhu Century City is a massive project. Its scale is half again as large as Phase 1. I've heard the investment exceeds 15 billion.
After all, I'm just a hired hand. What capacity do I have to participate in such a huge project? As one of the top 10 real estate giants in Nanjiang City, Tianhu Real Estate should be able to cover 15 billion even though it's a huge sum, so why do you still need to raise funds? Li Dezhou sighed and said, Mr. Chen, you're not aware of the full situation. Phase 1 of Tianhu Century City nearly depleted all of Tianhu Real Estate's reserve funds. We also took out a significant bank loan, and in the end, we had to rely on Chao's investment of 2 billion to finally complete construction. Although sales launches tomorrow, cash flow won't return that quickly. Especially since pre-sales haven't been ideal. We've only sold 150 units, which is far short of the expected 700. That's the fundamental reason we're asking you for funding. As for that plot in the new city district, we acquired it last year on credit and we're still waiting for funds to be injected so we can break ground. We can't get a loan from the bank right now, and a lot of the funding hasn't come through yet, which is why I'm so worried today. I have no choice but to swallow my pride and ask you for help. If that's the case, why not put the new plot on hold for a while? It's not too late to start construction after the funds have been recovered, Chen Zhihang asked, puzzled. M.Iota. Mr. Chen, you may not be aware of this, but we've already made significant upfront investments to develop that new plot at South. Also, Tianhu Real Estate's key project this year. The entire company, from top to bottom, has been preparing for months both in terms of manpower and equipment, and now it's time to break ground. If we delay construction, thousands of workers are waiting for their paychecks. So the longer the project is delayed, the greater the company's losses will be. Li Dezhou looked somewhat helpless. As the general manager of a major conglomerate himself, Chen Zhihang understood the intricacies of the situation the moment he heard this. He nodded and then asked, so, how much funding is still needed to develop that new plot? Li Dezhou replied, that plot covers 220 mu, and we spent a total of 2 billion to acquire it. In addition to the planned construction of more than 40 residential buildings, there will also be a school and surrounding commercial buildings. The total investment required is 23 billion, and the current funding shortfall stands at 16 billion. Of course, as long as we have enough funds for the initial development phase. As for the rest, in a few months, proceeds from the sale of the first phase of the residential complex will start coming in, and we'll be able to keep up. Chen Zhihang said, so you're saying that right now, the only shortfall is the initial development funding for that plot of land. As long as we fill that gap, it's not necessary to have all the development funds in place. Exactly. Li Dezhou explained, the initial startup capital is 9 billion excluding the land cost. Tianhu Real Estate has already invested 5 billion, leaving a shortfall of 4 billion. So, as long as Chao and President Chen are willing to contribute a combined total of 4 billion, that's all it takes. As for how the shares are allocated, you can handle that however you see fit. Chen Zhihang asked again, there are already several housing projects on sale in the new district, and quite a few under construction as well. With so many residential units, won't this lead to a glut of unsold homes in the future or even price cuts? As he spoke, his eyes glanced intentionally or not toward Chao. Chao lowered his head to sip his tea and chuckled, there is really no need to worry about that. Word has it from the Nanjiang City General Affairs Office that the new district in Jingyun will be designated as an emerging industrial zone in the future. As industrial parks and science cities are built there in the future, the demand for housing will naturally remain high. Chen Zhihang said, Chao, you place great importance on this new Tianhu real estate development. How much do you plan to invest in it? Chao replied, I do indeed place great importance on this real estate project. In fact, after hearing from Chairman Li that developing the new plot in the new city district requires additional investment, I sold my shares in the Azure Hotel and plan to invest 20 billion into Yun. After all, if there aren't other industrial projects requiring funds, and considering that the returns from the first phase of Tianhu Century City haven't coming yet, I might even invest an additional 10 billion. 20 billion? Chen Zhihang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Chao to be able to put up 20 billion. After thinking for a moment, he said, here's the deal, I only have 5 billion in cash on hand. I'll hand that 5 billion over to Chairman Li. Li Dezhou was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. Chao's contribution of 2 billion had been agreed upon long ago. Chen Zhihang was only putting up 500 million, far short of his expectations.
He had originally thought Chen Jihan would also contribute 2 billion. If it was only 500 million, he might as well not invest at all. Just then, a man and a woman walked into the private room, none other than Li Junxiao and Gu Qianqi.
Dad. Hello, Uncle.
The two greeted Li Dezhou in quick succession.
You're here.
Seeing his son and future daughter-in-law arrive, Li Dezhou quickly stood up with a smile and introduced them to the group.
Let me introduce you. This is my son, Li Junxiao, and his girlfriend, Gu Qianqi.
This is Chao Chao, the young master of Huaxing Pharmaceuticals and a partner at Tianhu Real Estate. I'm sure you're already familiar with this gentleman Chen Jihang, general manager of Huaxing Pharmaceuticals. And this is Jiang Xian, the second son of the Yun family. Li Junxiao and Gu Qianqi looked thrilled.
As Li Dezhou introduced them, they bowed to each person in turn, repeatedly addressing them. Nice to meet you, Chao. M.Iota. Hello, General Manager Chen. Hello, Young Master Jiang.
Chao and the others sat calmly upon hearing Li Dezhou's introductions. They simply nodded in acknowledgement, signaling their recognition. As for Jiang Xian, who had been sitting there idly scrolling through his phone, having been unable to join the earlier conversation, he now took the rare opportunity to exchange a few words with Li Junxiao when the two greeted him. However, once he heard Li Junxiao mention that he currently held the position of Deputy General Manager at Tianhu Real Estate, he lost interest in the conversation. Li Junxiao and Gu Qianqi didn't take offense at this. On the contrary, they remained quite polite and warm. Thanks to Tianhu Real Estate, Li Dezhou had amassed nearly 10 billion in assets, but in Nanjiang City, he was still considered little more than a nouveau riche. His accumulated prestige fell far short of that of the city's true local elite families. During his several years in Nanjiang City, Li Junxiao had struggled to integrate into the local circle of wealthy second-generation elites. This was mainly because his family had made their fortunes solely through real estate development. As outsiders with insufficient pedigree, they had consistently faced various forms of exclusion. But the most crucial factor was the lack of a mentor. He had long heard of this Chao. He was, after all, the leading figure among the city's wealthy second-generation elite. If he could build a good relationship with this man, Li Junxiao's status and standing would rise to a whole new level. At the same time, he would distance himself even further from his former middle school classmates.
Junxiao, since you're also the Deputy General Manager of Tianhu Real Estate, why don't you give everyone a brief overview of the development plan for Phase 2 of Tianhu Century City?
Once Li Junxiao and his companion had taken their seats, Li Dezhou spoke up and gave the instruction.
Sure, Dad.
Li Junxiao quickly cleared his throat, sat up straight, and said, I'll give a brief overview then. He then spoke at length, patiently explaining everything from the preparatory work before construction began to the pre-sale schedule and the subsequent profits. Just then, the door to the private room opened and a man walked in. It was Qin, who had been searching for quite some time to find this private room number 8. He pushed the door open and scanned the group seated at the table. His gaze immediately fell on Li Junxiao and the other person sitting directly facing the entrance, and he couldn't help but pause in surprise. These two had come to the same place as him. If he'd known, he would have come with them earlier and wouldn't have had such a hard time finding private room number 8. Gu Qianqi was engrossed in Li Junxiao's eloquent monologue when she saw the door open and Qin walk in. She froze for quite a while before snapping back to reality, thinking to herself, what a coincidence. However, she assumed Qin must be working here as a waiter and had come in to ask if they wanted their meal served. Seeing that Li Junxiao had just finished speaking, she tapped him on the arm, gesturing toward Qin. Prompted by Gu Qianqi's hint, Li Junxiao also spotted Qin and had the same thought. He simply assumed Qin was here to serve dishes. With a slight smile, he said to the group, everyone, the server has arrived. I wonder if we can have the dishes served now. As soon as those words left his mouth, Li Dezhou's expression shifted slightly, and he finally cast a questioning glance at Chao. Chao looked somewhat annoyed and was just about to speak when Jiang Xian interjected with a tone of displeasure. What's the rush? My brother Qin hasn't even arrived yet. It's still early. We can serve the food once he gets here. Upon hearing this, Li Junxiao also grew flustered. He hadn't expected another person to be missing, one who appeared to be in the same group as young Master Jiang. He blamed himself for being too rash. He hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry, young Master Jiang.
It's all my fault.
I didn't know you had another brother who hadn't arrived yet. I'll send the waiter away right now and have him come back later. After saying this, he shot a reproachful glance at Qin, who was approaching. Just as he was about to speak, Qin's voice, tinged with apology, drifted over.
Jiang Xian, Chow, I'm late, sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, brother Qin's here.
Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Xian jumped to his feet and walked toward Qin with a broad smile.
I was just getting bored, brother. I've been waiting for you. Come, sit over there.
As he spoke, he grabbed Qin's hand and pointed to the spot where Qin had been sitting earlier. Chow also stood up and walked toward Qin. The two shook hands warmly.
Laughing, he said, Brother Qin, come on, sit down. Let me introduce you to two friends of mine. Chow, you're too kind.
I hope I'm not too late, I'll just sit over there with Jiang Xian. Qin said with a smile.
The group's warmth left Li Junxiao and Gu Qianxi, who were still sitting there dumbfounded, completely bewildered. Isn't Qin a waiter here? Do Jiang Xiao and Chow both know him? Is Qin the brother they've been waiting for?
Their minds were in a whirl of confusion, but an even greater shock was yet to come. Chen Jihan also hurriedly stood up, his gaze toward Qin filled with surprise, delight, and a touch of solemnity.
He rushed over to Qin, appearing even more cordial than Jiang Xian. Mr. Qin, what a coincidence, it turns out you know Chow as well. Mr. Qin? The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell into a momentary silence.
Not young Master Qin, nor Mr. Qin, but the title Mr. This clearly showed Qin's standing in Chen Jihang's eyes, a title that transcended that of his peers.
Jiang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Qin, tell me, what other impressive credentials haven't you revealed yet?
Not only do you know President Chen, but he also addresses you as Sir.
If I stick with you, I get to ride your coattails too? Qin ignored Jiang Xian's remark and smiled at Chen Jihang. Mr. Chen, you're too kind. Please don't call me Mr. Qin, it's too much honor for me. We've met once before, so from now on, just call me by my first name. Chen Jihang seized the opportunity and laughed. In that case, we're on equal footing.
I'll take the liberty of calling you little brother, and you can call me big brother.
What do you think?
Since you put it that way, Mr. Chen, I'll call you Brother Chen from now on. Li Dezhou hadn't dared to remain seated the moment Chow stood up.
A look of curiosity and surprise flashed across his face, followed by bewilderment and shock.
Now, with a broad smile and a hint of respect, he stood behind Chen Jihang.
This is the host of the dinner, Li Dezhou, chairman of Tianhu Real Estate Group. This is Mr. Qin. Chen Jihang turned around to introduce the two. Hello, Mr. Qin.
So it's Mr. Li after all. I'm sorry to have intruded today, I hope you don't mind.
Mr. Qin, don't say that.
Your presence here is a great honor for me, it truly graces this gathering.
Li Dezhou chuckled, a hint of flattery evident on his face. Mr. Li, please don't call me Mr. Qin. Just call me young Master Qin, or even just my first name. Calling me Mr. might lead to misunderstandings. Of course, young Master Qin.
Li Junxiao stared blankly at the scene, feeling as though none of it were real. A middle school classmate whom he had once deemed not worth a second glance was now standing there, basking in his father's flattery.
Qin, who was he?
Just a poor kid from a small village under the jurisdiction of Shachang County.
And his father a prominent figure, a household name and the preeminent tycoon in Shachang.
At that moment, their roles seemed to have been reversed. Qin had become the big shot looking down on them from on high. Just as he was struggling to come to terms with this reality, Gu Qianxi tugged at his sleeve twice, and he suddenly snapped out of it, hastily standing up.
No matter how he felt inside, everyone else was standing. How could he possibly remain seated?
After everyone had taken their seats again, Qin sat down next to Jiang Xian.
Mr. Qin, let me introduce you.
These two are my son, Li Junxiao, and his girlfriend, Gu Qianxi. After Li Dezhou went out to instruct a waiter standing at the private room door to serve the meal, he returned, sat down, and hurriedly introduced them to Qin. Li Junxiao and Gu Qianxi didn't dare to act presumptuous. They quickly stood up again and said with some mixed emotions, "Hello, young Master Qin." A smile flitted across Qin's face. He merely nodded, making no mention of the fact that the two were his old classmates.
A complex expression lingered in Gu Qianqi's eyes as a mix of emotions swirled within her.
Just moments ago, upon encountering Qin, she had been reflecting on how the gap between Qin and Li Junxiao was like 2 points on opposite ends of a balance beam growing ever wider until they were as far apart as the ends of the earth. It wasn't until this moment that she realized just how naive that thought had been. Others were the ones who truly kept their true selves hidden, while the only ones who had been putting on a show the whole time were the two of them. Li Junxiao, I recall you just referred to my older brother Qin as a waiter.
I'd like to ask, where have your eyes been?
At that moment, Jiang Xian's blunt words rang out. Upon hearing this, Li Junxiao's expression changed, and for a moment, he was at a loss. Junxiao, you were utterly disrespectful just now. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Qin, Li Dezhou hurriedly scolded Li Junxiao.
Young Master Qin, that was a slip of the tongue.
I apologize to you here, Li Junxiao said helplessly, bowing his head in resignation. Qin silently stared at Li Junxiao, who had been so smug when they met in the hallway just moments ago, yet now could only hang his head and apologize to him with a grimace, a sense of indescribable satisfaction flickering in his eyes.
A long moment passed. No need to apologize. We're former classmates. You know I'm from the countryside, so it's understandable that you mistook me for a waiter here.
Qin said slowly, and in doing so, he revealed a bit about himself.
So you two are actually old classmates? Li Dezhou was surprised and asked curiously, which school did you attend together?
I never would have guessed that Junxiao had a classmate like you, young Master Qin.
Chao, Chenjihan, and Jiang Xian all cast inquiring glances their way. Uncle, let me answer that.
Young Master Qin, Junxiao, and I were all middle school classmates. We went to school in Shacheng, Gu Qianqi said. As she spoke, she and Qin both sat down.
So young Master Qin attended middle school in Shacheng. May I ask if you're also from Shacheng? If so, wouldn't that make us fellow townsfolk?
Li Dezhou said with a smile.
Mr. Li is quite right. My hometown is Qinjiazhuang in Shacheng, Qin admitted. That's true indeed.
Young Master Qin and Junxiao were classmates, and you're all from the Shacheng area.
If you ever have the chance, please come visit the Li family. I will certainly welcome you with the utmost sincerity on behalf of the Li family.
With Mr. Li's invitation, I'll definitely have to come and impose on you then, Qin laughed as well. As they spoke, a variety of steaming hot delicacies and several bottles of premium baijiu were brought to the table one after another by the waitstaff. Upon learning that Qin was from the countryside, Li Dezhou's attitude toward him subtly shifted. He was no longer as warm as he had been when they first met. Chao didn't notice anything amiss, but Chen Jihan, on the other hand, always treated Qin with a touch of respect.
The liquor was excellent, and every dish clearly reflected its high price tag. After they declinked glasses and exchanged a few toasts, Jiang Xian couldn't help but ask Qin, Brother Qin, how is the Azure Hotel acquisition plan coming along? You've bought Chao's shares. Have you acquired any other shares yet? Chao asked, somewhat taken aback. Brother Qin, from what Jiang Xian is saying, are you still planning to acquire additional shares in the Azure Hotel? Li Dezhou also asked in surprise, Chao, are you saying you've transferred your shares in the Azure Hotel to young Master Qin? That's right.
Brother Qin paid 30 billion to buy out my shares.
30 billion?
Li Dezhou was even more surprised.
Chao, don't joke around. Didn't you say the other day that it was around 20 billion?
That was the price I negotiated with the head of the Yun family, but Brother Qin came by today with deep pockets and simply snapped up my shares for 30 billion.
I see. Li Dezhou's gaze toward Qin suddenly brightened considerably. Brother Qin, you still haven't answered my earlier question. Is what Jiang Xian said true, that you intend to acquire all the shares in the Azure Hotel? Chao turned back to ask. There's no falsehood in what Jiang Xian said.
Qin replied, my original plan was indeed to buy the entire Azure Hotel, and now that plan has succeeded. I'd also like to thank you, Chao, for agreeing to sell your shares to me. Otherwise, this plan might not have come to fruition.
So how much did you spend in total?
Chao was taken aback by Qin's words. Exactly the price we agreed on for our transaction.
12 billion? Chow asked in disbelief. That's right. Sheen nodded.
Just then, his cell phone rang. When he answered, it was Sister Wang, the CFO of the Azure Hotel. She reported that all the procedures for the share transfer had been completed. The Azure Hotel had been transferred to Chin's name, and he now held 100% of the shares and served as the legal representative. Regarding the taxes and fees incurred by the share transfer, she had already discussed the matter with Yoon over the phone. In the end, Yoon suggested using the hotel company's reserve fund to pay over 800 million. In short, everything was settled. Hearing this, Sheen realized Yoon was trying to curry favor with him. In truth, he didn't care about the 800 million. He'd actually been wondering how to spend the money, but it turned out that Yoon's good intentions had backfired. Regardless, he was still very excited. He'd finally achieved level 5 check-in. After hanging up, he noticed an unread message confirming that Azure Hotel was now registered under his name. He said to Chow, "The hotel's CFO just called. The Azure Hotel has now been transferred to my name." As soon as those words were spoken, everyone present realized one thing: the 7-star hotel they were sitting in, worth 12 billion, now belongs solely to Chin as a wholly owned enterprise. Jiang Xian and Chen Jihan, one had known all along, the other had suspected as much, showed no surprise. In fact, they took it for granted. No one was more stunned than Li Junxiao and Gu Qianqi. They had just realized that Qin was no ordinary person. Though surprised, they could still accept it. Perhaps this former middle school classmate simply had connections that were more powerful than theirs, connections that even Li Dezhou would have to respect to some extent. But when it came to wealth, he might not even measure up to Li Junxiao. Yet, to their astonishment, he had actually put up 12 billion to acquire a 7-star hotel. That alone exceeded the combined wealth of the entire Li family. When even his own father couldn't measure up to this man, what did Li Junxiao have to compete with? This was a true crushing defeat. Li Junxiao let out a bitter laugh. In front of Qin, he had completely set aside his pride and begun to consider how to mend their relationship. Perhaps, in the future, by leveraging this connection, he could gain entry into that exclusive circle of wealthy second-generation elites. Gu Qianqi's feelings were no less intense than Li Junxiao's. How had she failed to notice such a hidden gem among her classmates back in middle school? It was laughable how short-sighted she had been. At the same time, she thought about Su's breakup. Su really had terrible luck. Not only could she not compete with Li Junxiao for her attention, but in the end, she lost a man who was countless times more prestigious than Li Junxiao. And it was Su who initiated the breakup. Clearly, she knew nothing about Qin's true status. If Su knew all this, would she regret wanting to jump off a building? If she were in Su's shoes, even if she hadn't jumped, she would have gone mad. Gu Qianqi sat there in a daze. She felt that the radiance emanating from Qin was so dazzling it had long since overshadowed Li Junxiao. "Brother Qin, you've really surprised me time and time again. Looking at you, I can't help but feel that you're the real rich second generation, while I'm nothing but a penniless nobody." Chow exclaimed in admiration, "When you casually spent 3 billion, I knew I was no match for you. In the end, I really did underestimate you." Chow is absolutely right. I feel the same way. In front of Brother Qin, we're all just beggars. From now on, I'm tagging along with Brother Qin. If you have any perks, just let your little brother in on a little bit of them, and I'll be more than satisfied. Jiang Xian laughed. "Don't make fun of me. That over 10 billion wasn't actually spent, it was just invested in the hotel. If Chow wanted to, I'm sure it wouldn't be that hard for him either." Qin said modestly. "Young Master Qin, there's no need to be so humble. To be able to single-handedly put up that much money to buy a 7-star hotel, that kind of financial clout and boldness is something I, Li, can't even begin to match. Here, let me toast you. I'll drink first to show my respect. You take your time." Li Dezhou said with a smile, raising a small porcelain cup of baijiu, nodding toward Qin, and downing it in one gulp. Qin had no choice but to take a sip as well. "Young Master Qin, I wonder if you're interested in real estate investment. I have a very promising project on my hands. As long as you're willing to put money into it, it's practically a sure thing." Only after Qin set down his cup did Li Dezhou, still smiling, reveal his true intentions.
Chao's interest was piqued. He glanced at Qin, waiting to hear more. Qin narrowed his eyes.
Almost a sure thing, that sort of empty rhetoric was best taken with a grain of salt. Anyone who took it at face value was a fool. When it came to investment, he was actually quite interested, but he'd have to wait until Tang Qin had set up her company before handing the matter over to her to negotiate.
Mr. Li, why don't you tell us more about it?
Li Dezhou promptly launched into a detailed explanation of the development plan, growth prospects, and future returns for Phase 2 of Tianhu Century City. He mentioned that the total investment for the new Plot S development would be 23 billion, leaving a shortfall of 16 billion. However, as long as the initial funding was sufficient, which, combined with the land cost, totaled 9 billion, the remaining shortfall would be 4 billion. Finally, he pointed out that Chao was willing to contribute 2 billion, and Chen Zhihong 500 million, so if Qin was interested, she could invest 1.5 billion as well.
The details of how the equity would be allocated could be worked out later.
Chao has also invested 2 billion into it, so it sounds like you're very optimistic about this real estate project, Qin said, looking at Chao.
Chao replied, as Mr. Li said, this real estate development project does indeed have good prospects.
If you're interested, Brother Qin, it would be a great opportunity to invest and take a stake in it. Qin nodded. He trusted Chao's words, but 1.5 billion was simply too little. Moreover, the new company hadn't been set up yet, and Tang Qin didn't have the time to negotiate and follow up on this investment for the time being. If he were to handle it personally, it wouldn't be worth wasting his energy on a mere 1.5 billion. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Li Dezhou had mentioned that they were still short 1.5 billion in funding, but he didn't necessarily have to invest that amount himself. Tianhu Real Estate had a major development project about to go on sale. Why not just buy a few buildings outright?
That would be far more convenient than running around handling the investment.
Of course, the prerequisite was that it had to be for the sign and system quest. As for that quest, it seemed he'd spent 7.8 billion today, leaving him 2.2 billion short of reaching level 5.
Qin's heart gave a little jolt. Another level 5 quest. He was on a roll.
Mr. Li, I'm not interested in investment or business ventures right now.
I've been pretty busy lately.
If you're not in a rush to start this project, we can discuss it again in a while.
Li Dezhou gave a wry smile. Young Master Qin, you don't realize it's precisely because I'm in a rush that I'm scrambling to secure investment.
For every day that construction on that plot is delayed, Tianhu Real Estate loses at least 10 million.
Then there is nothing I can do about it.
That is fine. Since you say so, young Master Qin, I won't push you.
We'll collaborate again next time. Opportunities will always come up, Li Dezhou said with a forced laugh. You mentioned the total investment is still short by 16 billion.
After deducting the 4 billion for initial development, there is still 12 billion needed for the later stages. If you're looking to raise investment for that 12 billion, I'll definitely be interested then, Qin said after a moment's thought.
Li Dezhou's eyes lit up. No problem.
With you saying that, young Master Qin, I have nothing to worry about. I'll remember your words. Don't blame me for coming to you with a thick skin to ask for investment when the time comes.
Qin smiled.
Rest assured, Mr. Li. I'll put that on the record. It'll hold true whenever the time comes. Changing the subject, he added, although I'm not interested in investing right now, well, your Tianhu Real Estate ads have been everywhere lately, and I've naturally seen them.
It seems Tianhu Century City is set to officially open for sales tomorrow.
I'll join in on the fun and buy a couple of buildings just for kicks. I wonder if Mr. Li would be willing to give me a discount.
Oh, young Master Qin wants to buy some property too? That's easy to arrange.
Forget about discounts. I'll just give you 2 units for free.
Li Dezhou said generously.
Suddenly, he heard Li Junqiao whisper beside him, Dad, young Master Qin said 2 buildings, not 2 apartments.
What? Young Master Qin, are you saying you want to buy 2 buildings?
Li Dezhou hurried to confirm with Qin, though he remained deeply skeptical of the statement's veracity.
That's right. I do want to buy 2 buildings.
Chairman Li, Brother Qin just bought a villa worth over 100 million at Nanyun Mountain Villa. Why would he be interested in a 100-plus ping apartment in your development? Buying two buildings at once that's more in line with brother Qin's status, Chen Zhihong interjected.
Nanyun Mountain Villa? Li Dozhou nodded. So young Master Qin has already bought a villa there.
Since you're interested in buying two buildings, that means you're honoring me, and you're also helping me out of a tight spot. Naturally, I'll give you the best discount and select the buildings with the best locations in the complex for you.
June. Xiao, do you know which two buildings in Tianhu Century City have the best locations and are still completely vacant ones that haven't been bought yet?
Li Junxiao replied, Dad, there aren't any units that have been sold off individually, but buildings 3 and 5 are in good locations.
Good, Li Dozhou nodded.
Young Master Qin, let us go with those two buildings.
What do you think? No problem.
As for the price, that area in the new city district has only just begun to be developed in recent years, so property prices are generally low. A 130 square meter unit sells for 4.5 million. If an entire 38-story building is sold, the original price is 100 million. Young Master Qin, you just need to pay 500 million.
500 million for a single building? Won't Mr. Li be getting a raw deal? Qin asked with a smile.
Rest assured, young Master Qin. To be honest, after deducting costs, this price actually leaves a small profit margin.
Here's what we'll do.
I don't want to take advantage of you, so let us settle on 550 million per building. Pick out two more buildings for me that makes 4 in total, so let us say 2.2 billion, Qin declared decisively.
Young Master Qin, are you saying you want to buy 4 buildings, or are you buying them at 550 million each?
Li Dezhou asked, sounding a bit excited.
Exactly.
I'll just head straight to your sales office tomorrow to sign the purchase contracts, Qin said.
That's the charisma of a super rich tycoon.
Jiang Xian had seen Qin act this pretentious twice before, so he didn't think much of it. Chen Zhihong, who had some understanding of Qin's true capabilities, also didn't think much of it, while Chao was slightly taken aback. Li Junxiao and Gu Qianxi, these two former classmates, were the ones with the greatest conflict. Today's events, from the initial shock of discovering Qin's extraordinary status to the later revelation that he spent 12 billion to buy this 7-star hotel, had left them utterly stunned, making them acutely aware of the gulf between Qin and themselves.
M.Iota.
Earlier, when they heard Qin say he wasn't interested in Li Degang's investment proposal, they assumed he was just making polite small talk because he was short on cash. Little did they expect that moments later, he'd be spending 2.2 billion to buy 4 buildings. What else could they say?
They were all numb.
Qin had already become a figure they looked up to, just as Qin had once looked up to them. Li Dazhou laughed heartily. Young Master Qin, since you've put it that way, I, Li, can only be deeply moved. Not only are you supporting my Li family's business, but you're also solving our most pressing problem, our greatest financial crisis.
Here, let me toast you again. With that, he raised his glass. Tianhu Century City.
I have a stake in that too. I'm involved in Boss Li's new project. Brother Qin has really helped me out here. Come on, let us all raise a glass to Brother Qin, Xiao said. With that, everyone raised their glasses, and Qin had no choice but to follow suit and finish his drink. The table was bustling with excitement, and the meal lasted an hour before they finally parted ways.
No one was happier than Li Dezhou.
He had perfectly achieved his goal and had also made the acquaintance of a wealthy big shot like Qin. After instructing the waiter to come over and pay the bill, he exchanged contact information with Qin, then left with Li Junxiao and Gu Qianxi. Earlier, Li Junxiao had also handed Qin a business card along with his father and mentioned that he would personally welcome Qin at the sales office the next day. Soon after, Qin, Chao, Chen Zhihong, and Jiang Xian also left the private dining room. Once they reached the hotel entrance on the first floor, Chao and Chen Zhihong were each picked up by their drivers and left first. Jiang Xian, on the other hand, had called a designated driver. When the driver arrived, he somewhat tipsy said goodbye to Qin and got into the car to leave. Qin had also had a few drinks earlier and was just thinking of heading back to his hotel room for a short nap. He had only taken a few steps when he noticed several people standing near the front desk in the lobby. Tang Qin, Xian, the lobby manager Li Hang, and a man in his 40s were standing there. Qin was curious, so he walked over. As he approached, he saw that Tang Qin's expression was serious, exuding an air of authority without even raising her voice.
He asked, "Tang Qin, what brings you all here?"
Tang Qin's face, which had just been filled with anger, immediately softened upon hearing Qin's voice.
Zhang Yan smiled and said, "Boss, you're here."
"Boss."
Xian also hurriedly greeted him.
Li Heng's reaction was a bit over the top. He put on a broad smile and said somewhat obsequiously, "Hello, Chairman Qin.
This is our second meeting.
The first time we met, I was immediately struck by your distinguished bearing and extraordinary appearance. You are truly a role model for people like us.
Look, I've already become your boss.
From now on, just give me any orders. I'll be at your beck and call, serving you with all my heart and soul, until I die." Li Heng racked his brain, trying to think of more words to flatter his new boss and prove his loyalty. That if he could win his boss's favor, he too could soar to great heights, just like Tang Xian. But as he spoke, his words caught in his throat, and his expression shifted from sycophantic to one on the verge of tears. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Tang Qi's beautiful eyes fixed on him like knives, her face covered in a layer of frost. It seemed he had just made a fatal mistake. Wasn't he stealing her credit right in front of her? Ever since the impromptu executive meeting held earlier that day, where he learned that Qin had become the owner of the hotel, Chen Yichuan had been fired and replaced by Xian. What he never expected was that Tang Qin, formerly just an ordinary hotel employee, had now been promoted to vice president, a position even higher than Xian's. Since becoming vice president, Tang Qin had been like a completely different person. When she flew into a rage, she was every bit as fierce as the former Ma Yichuan. If he offended this lady now, he'd be in for a world of trouble later. Xian noticed the change in Li Heng's expression, then glanced at Tang Qin. She seemed to have caught on to something and chuckled to herself. Tang Qin was not only the vice president of the Azure Hotel but also Qin's personal assistant. The only person who could run errands for Qin day and night was Tang Qin herself, and yet he dared to try to poach her. After Li Heng finished speaking, he lowered his head and dared not say another word.
Qin looked puzzled, but didn't he ask any further questions. He didn't care for such flattery anyway.
"You must be Chairman Qin. I never imagined the new owner would be so young, truly a rising star.
I'm Yan Baik, the hotel's deputy general manager. It's a pleasure to meet you, Chairman Qin."
Another man in his 40s, having confirmed Qin's identity, hurriedly introduced himself.
Qin smiled slightly and said, "So you're deputy general manager Yan.
I'll be counting on you to take good care of the hotel's affairs from now on. Work closely with General Manager Han to run the hotel well. If you prove your capabilities, a promotion and a raise are sure to follow."
Yan Pike replied happily, "With your assurance, Chairman Qin, I'm put at ease. I'll definitely make sure your work is satisfactory from now on." Only then did Qin ask Tang Qin the question he'd been holding back, "What is going on? Why are you all standing here?"
Tang Qin explained, "Here's what happened. The necessary documents are ready, and I was about to head out to handle the task you assigned. I thought I'd request a car from the front desk. Although cars are in short supply at this hour, after checking, I found that one company car was available, the Rolls-Royce you rode in last time."
"And then?"
"Then I instructed a security guard to bring the car over, but we couldn't find it anywhere. I then asked staff from both the housekeeping department and the front desk, but neither knew where the car had gone. So I called Deputy General Manager Yan down, but he didn't know either. I was going to ask the security department, but the security manager wasn't there.
I've just sent a security guard to look into it." "I see.
That's strange. I rode in that car just yesterday, and now it's gone," Qin said. He didn't pay much attention to the car's disappearance. It was just a car, after all. However, he knew that Tang Qin had gone out on his behalf, so this would affect him to some extent. "Chairman Tang, I've figured it out," a security guard said, running up, drenched in sweat. "Zhang Xiao, you know who drove the car away," Tang Qin said, recognizing the security guard and addressing him by name. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to the security guard. Zhang Xiao didn't flinch. She stood up straight and said, "Chairman Tang, that car was appropriated by Manager Zhang of our security department. He said it was for a hotel guest." He stole a glance at Tang Qin, feeling a bit moved. Just that morning, he felt some sympathy for her, but in the blink of an eye, she become the hotel's vice chairwoman, a turn of events so dramatic that even TV shows wouldn't dare to portray it. So it was taken by manager Zhang for a guest use. Yen Bike said reproachfully, all the hotel's vehicles are supposed to be under the unified supervision of security. Manager Zhang took one without authorization to use for a guest and failed to report it to the front desk department.
No wonder we couldn't find a single clue. Li Hong remained silent, though he felt considerably relieved inside. Tang Qin continued, Zhang Xiao, have you found out which guest manager Zhang gave that car to? Chairwoman Tang, I asked about that too.
They said it was for General Manager Ma's sister.
I see.
Tang Qin nodded and said to Li Hong, go check which room Ma Wenxiu is staying in.
Yes, Chairwoman Tang. Please hold on a moment.
Li Hong immediately instructed the front desk clerk to look up Ma Wenxiu's room information.
They found it quickly. We found it. Ms. Ma is staying in a standard deluxe suite, room 5 on the 15th floor. The rate for one night is less than 1,000 yuan. Tang Qin let out a cold laugh. So she doesn't even qualify to use the executive car.
Yet manager Zhang not only failed to report this but also took it upon himself to assign a very expensive executive car to an ordinary guest. This disregards the hotel's regulations and interests. It's a serious dereliction of duty.
Chairwoman Tang, look isn't that Ms. Ma Wenxiu? She is entering the hotel. Li Hong, with his keen eyes, spotted Ma Wenxiu walking into the hotel lobby.
Upon hearing this, Tang Qin turned her head toward the hotel entrance, and sure enough, she saw Ma Wenxiu, looking rather smug. She sneered, managerly, go get the car keys back from her.
Don't let people like that use them in the future.
Yes, Chairwoman Tang, I'll go right away, Li Hong replied, hurrying toward Ma Wenxiu. He no longer dared to be the slightest bit careless in front of Tang Qin, even though rushing over to demand the car keys from Ma Wenxiu would risk offending his former boss, but after weighing the pros and cons, he knew that Tang Qin's word was now gospel. Ma Wenxiu's mood these past 2 days had been as changeable as the weather. Just yesterday, she'd been in an exceptionally bad mood after losing over 10 million and having her new car totaled. If her brother hadn't lent her several million, she wouldn't have known where to come up with the enormous compensation payment. Today, however, she not only used her brother's position to fire the woman she once despised the most, but most importantly she will soon take over the position of human resources manager at this 7-star hotel, replacing the manager who was about to retire.
This move has even received the personal approval of the hotel's chairman, so there are essentially no obstacles in her way.
With her brother's position as general manager, combined with her own status as a member of the hotel's senior management, she would have her way with everything at this 7-star hotel from now on.
What did losing over 10 million even matter?
She was confident she'd earn it back in no time. Just as Ma Wenxiu strode into the lobby with her head held high, looking at the hotel staff as if they were her subordinates, a voice halted her steps.
Miss Ma, wait a moment. I'd like to speak with you about something. Manager Li, what do you need from me?
Seeing Li Hong approaching her, Ma Wenxiu had no choice but to stop and ask.
Miss Ma, here's the thing, you have the keys to one of our hotel's company cars, don't you? Could you please return them to me now?
Li Hong said with a forced smile.
Oh, you mean that?
Ma Wenxiu narrowed her eyes slightly.
Manager Li, aren't you mistaken? I'm a guest staying at this hotel. It's perfectly normal for me to borrow a car, isn't it? Miss Ma, I think you're mistaken.
Your room package doesn't include a private car. Since you put it that way, Manager Li, I'll be frank with you, Manager Zhang from security handed this car over to me.
If you have any questions, go ask him. Ma Wenxiu's expression gradually turned cold.
Manager Zhang's actions were against the rules to begin with, so please don't put me in a difficult position, Miss Ma. Just hand over the car keys, and we can all call it a day. Li Hong refused to back down either.
Miss Ma, Manager Li, what are you two standing here arguing about?
Zhang Zhong walked in, spotted the two of them at a glance, and asked curiously. He left the hotel that morning to attend to some business, so he hadn't attended the executive meeting and knew nothing about the hotel changing owners or general managers. Manager Zhang, you're just in time. This manager Li is demanding the keys to the hotel car from me. What do you say, should I give them to him or not? Ma Wenxiu, seeing Zhang Zhong arrive, said morosely. What? Li Hong, aren't you meddling too much? Don't you know that Miss Ma is President Ma's sister, and that she'll soon be taking over as the hotel's HR manager? She doesn't have a car to use right now. Letting her use one of the hotel's cars is such a minor matter. Why are you being so petty about it? Zhang Zhong looked at Li Hong as if he were an idiot. No sooner had he finished speaking than they heard someone approaching. Manager Zhang, is this the reason you're acting on your own authority, casually handing over the hotel's official car to an ordinary guest? Who gave you the nerve to do that? Ma Wentu recognized the voice as somewhat familiar and looked in that direction. Tang Qin, it's you. A cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. So it was you who complained to Manager Li? That's why he asked me for the car keys. He wanted to use this to get back at me. How ridiculous. Don't you realize what your position is now? Do you really think these petty tricks will work? Zhang Zhong knew Tang Qin well. Tang Qin, you're no longer an employee of this hotel. Is this any of your business? You'd better leave here right now. Manager Zhang, you're quite bold, aren't you? President Yan, you're here too. Only then did Zhang Zhong notice that the hotel's vice president was present, and he began to panic slightly. He also noticed Xian and that Mr. Qin standing behind them. It dawned on him that these people had come to stand up for Tang Qin. Manager Zhang, you've gone too far with this. You'd better hurry up and ask Ms. Ma to return the hotel's private car keys. Yan Baike's tone was somewhat stern on the surface. He was reprimanding Zhang Zhong, but in reality, he was helping him. He just didn't know if the young man would get the hint. This was also because he wasn't aware of the situation between Tang Qin and Ma Wenxiu. If he had known, he wouldn't have spoken up so rashly. Zhang Zhong steeled himself and said, President Yan, you may not be aware of this, but Miss Ma is President Zhang's younger sister, and she is about to take over as manager of the hotel's Human Resources Department. Chairman Yun also holds Miss Ma in high regard. Miss Ma's car was damaged in an accident and is currently being repaired. Lending her the hotel's official vehicle temporarily is just a matter of convenience. Even if President Ma found out about this, he wouldn't hold it against us. This remark startled Yan Baike for a moment. He then realized that Zhang Zhong was still unaware the hotel had a new owner. If he knew this, he wouldn't be acting so brazenly. With that in mind, she looked at Zhang Zhong with a touch of sympathy. At the same time, knowing that Ma Wenxiu was the former general manager's sister, she remained silent. As soon as the new owner took over, she dismissed the hotel's general manager. It was clear to everyone that she disliked Ma Yichuan. Zhang Zhong was still defending this Ms. Ma. He was practically asking for trouble. Zhang Zhong, you have seriously violated the hotel's rules and regulations this time, disregarding the hotel's interests. Xian was now the hotel's general manager. Every matter at the hotel was her responsibility, so it was her turn to speak up. She then turned to Qin and asked respectfully, Boss, how do you suggest we handle this? As her words fell, all eyes turned to Qin. Boss? Zhang Zhong and Ma Wenxiu exchanged puzzled glances and looked at Qin in confusion. Qin replied impassively, what else can be done? Since Manager Zhang has violated the hotel's regulations and shows no remorse, and if there's a first time, there will be a second, she should be fired immediately. As for this Ms. Ma, retrieve her car keys from her, and she can forget about becoming the hotel's HR manager. Yes, boss, I'll handle this right away, Xian replied hastily. What is going on here? How did Mr. Qin become the hotel's owner? Zhang Zhong had heard clearly but was still a bit bewildered as he asked. He is the hotel's owner? Ma Wenxiu reacted as if she heard the biggest joke in the world. Isn't that the height of absurdity? I met the hotel's real owner, Yun, just this morning. How come the hotel now belongs to this Mr. Qin? What kind of charade is this? Please don't insult my intelligence. Ms. Ma, Manager Zhang, let me answer your questions. Li Hang felt it was his turn to step and he cleared his throat and spoke up. When he saw the two of them looking at him, he said with a smile, Mr. Qin has acquired all the hotel's shares, including Yun's. Therefore, he is the sole owner of the Azure Hotel.
Ma Ichuan is no longer the general manager here. The current general manager is this Ms. Xian.
As for this Miss Tang Qin, she is now the vice chairwoman of this hotel.
Do you understand? Li Hong, you are telling the truth.
Zhang Zhong said, his face ashen. Every word he said is true.
It was Yan Baik who spoke. Zhang Zhong's expression shifted repeatedly.
If even General Manager Yan Baik admitted it, there was no way it could be a lie. He hurriedly pleaded with Qin for mercy, but his throat felt as if something were blocking it, and his speech was slurred.
Chairman Qin, I was wrong. Could you please spare me this time?
I'll definitely change my ways next time. This will never happen again.
I'm sorry, but I'm no longer your boss.
Those words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing Zhang Zhong's last shred of hope. Chairman Qin, please give me one more chance. For the sake of the years I've worked here at this hotel without complaint, even if I haven't achieved much, at least I've put in the hard work. You.
Shut up, Zhang Zhong, since Chairman Qin has spoken, don't you get it?
There is no point in saying any of this. Working hard and putting up with everything. You think I don't know about all the shady deals you've pulled here over the years, how much you've skimmed off the top?
I don't need to spell it out for you, do I? Yan Baik sneered.
Zhang Zhong's face twisted with anguish. He had nothing left to say.
Ma Wenxiu's face was as pale as paper. This wasn't a dream. She pinched her finger, and it hurt. If it wasn't a dream, then these people were conspiring to deceive her.
In just half a day, everything had changed. Her brother was no longer the general manager of this hotel, and that despicable Mr. Qin had actually become the owner. What's more, Tang Qin had actually been appointed vice chairwoman of this 7-star hotel, a position even higher than her brother as former one.
How ridiculous is that?
Her cell phone suddenly rang. She pulled it out and saw it was a call from her brother, Ma Ichuan. Ma Wenxiu seemed to catch a glimmer of hope and hurriedly answered the call.
The call was very brief.
After hanging up, Ma Wenxiu stood there for a long while, as if she'd lost her soul. She glanced at Tang Qin, her lips trembling as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. She pulled a set of car keys from her handbag, tossed them to Li Hong, and left without saying a word. Watching Ma Wenxiu's somewhat dejected figure fade into the distance, Tang Qin exhaled a long breath, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction.
Chairman Qin.
Yan Baik glanced at Zhang Zhong and brought up a problem the hotel was currently facing. The positions of housekeeping manager and security manager are currently vacant, and old Lu from Human Resources is about to retire. We need to fill these 3 managerial positions as soon as possible, otherwise, it will have a significant impact on the hotel's operations, especially the housekeeping manager position. Upon hearing this, Qin didn't want to dwell on the matter and simply said, let Xian and General Manager Yan decide on the housekeeping manager and human resources manager.
As for the security manager, Tang Qin, do you have anyone to recommend? Tang Qin replied, boss, rather than looking for a candidate, why not have Zhang Xiao temporarily fill the security manager position?
He has been working as a security guard here for 8 years and is very conscientious.
What do you think? Qin nodded. Let us go with your suggestion.
Zhang Xiao, who had been listening nearby, felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. His heart was pounding wildly. He was well over 40 years old and had long since given up any hope of a promotion or raise. He resigned himself to spending the rest of his life as an ordinary hotel security guard, stuck with a fixed salary of just over 5,000 yuan.
Who would have thought that such an opportunity would come his way today? Li Hong looked at the security guard, feeling a touch of envy at his good fortune.
He wondered to himself when it would be his turn to have such luck. After all, ever since Qin became the hotel's owner, aside from Zhang Xiao, no one had benefited more than Xian and Tang Qin, and now, he could only look up to them in admiration. If he'd known this would happen, he would have clung tightly to that golden leg the last time he saw Qin.
10 minutes later. It was still that Rolls Royce. Tang Qin was driving, with Qin sitting in the back seat.
Qin's main goal was to go to Nanyun Xing to pick up his Bugatti Nightwind. Tang Qin would drop him off there first, then go handle the registration for the new company. After running a kilometer this morning to catch a taxi, Qin had come to deeply realize that without a car of his own, getting around was practically impossible. Taking advantage of the lingering effects of the alcohol, he dozed off in the back seat for a while. When he opened his eyes, the car had already arrived at Nanyun Auto. After getting out, he walked alone toward the dealership's entrance. "Hey kid, you're here to buy a used car too, aren't you?" he heard someone call out from behind him. Turning his head, he saw a bald man, one of his thick arms adorned with an imposing tattoo with his arm around a young woman, also walking toward the dealership.
"Yeah, is there a problem?" Qin asked, furrowing his brow. The bald man snorted derisively, "Aren't you in the wrong place? I guess you're here to buy a used car too. But the cars here aren't cheap. Even a run-of-the-mill used car costs over 200,000 yuan. There are plenty that go for several million, and I've even seen some that cost over 10 million. So, I just want to give you a heads up. I can tell you don't make money easily, and you're probably looking for a used car in the tens of thousands range. There aren't any used cars here in that price range, so coming here to look at cars is just a waste of your time." Qin was puzzled. How did this guy figure out he couldn't afford the cars here? He was dressed in designer clothes, the ones he bought yesterday when he went furniture shopping with Tang Qin, so he certainly didn't look like someone without money. Did I really look that ordinary? I seriously wondered if this guy's eyes were in the sky. Feeling a bit annoyed, he asked, "You're here to buy a car too, right?" "That's right." The bald man pointed to the big Mercedes-Benz he'd driven up in. "That's my own car. It cost about 2 million. I brought my girlfriend here today to buy her one. Even though it's a used car, my budget was for a 1 million sports car." After he finished speaking, the woman by his side said, clearly moved, "Thank you, Brother Biao. You're so good to me." The bald man laughed heartily, rubbed his smooth scalp, and said to Qin, "Bro, work hard. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll be just like me, driving a Mercedes-Benz and buying sports cars." As he spoke, he spotted a young woman in a car dealership uniform walking toward him and added, "Look, a pretty car salesperson is coming to greet me. I'll go in first. You should check out some other used car lots, bro. It's a waste of time to come here if you can't afford to buy anything." With that, he took the woman by the hand and walked toward the approaching saleswoman. Qin's expression turned a bit strange. He recognized the approaching saleswoman as Su Wei, whom he had met before. When the bald man saw Su Wei arrive in front of him, he stopped in his tracks, ready to be greeted by the pretty saleswoman. But to his surprise, the saleswoman kept striding forward at full speed without slowing down. She walked straight up to Qin, bowed deeply, and said excitedly, "Hello, young Master Qin. Welcome. You're here to pick up your car, right?" Qin nodded. "That's right. Just take me there. Is Sister Yun here?" "General Manager Yun is in her office, currently meeting with 2 guests. Would you like to see the car first, young Master Qin, or go see General Manager Yun?" "In that case, I want to see Sister Yun. I'll just drive the car away." "Certainly, young Master Qin. This way, please." Qin and Su Wei set off together. Buddy, so you've already bought a car, and you even know Ms. Yun here?" The bald man looked completely taken aback as he asked Qin. Qin looked at the bald man and nodded. "That's right. Do you have a problem with that?" No, I was just joking, bro. Since you actually know Ms. Yun, please don't take what I said earlier to heart. I was just talking out of turn," the bald man said with a hurried, apologetic smile. Qin smiled and walked into the car dealership with Su Wei. The bald man wiped the cold sweat from his brow and muttered, "Thank goodness I didn't really offend that guy just now." "Bro Biao, why are you suddenly so afraid of that guy?" the woman beside him asked, puzzled. "You don't understand. Didn't you hear that employee call in young Master Qin just now? And he knows Mr. Yun. He must be some rich kid. It's my own fault for running my mouth. I almost got myself into trouble." With that, he took the woman's hand and led her into the car dealership as well.
Qin followed Su Wei, quickly ascending to the fourth floor, then entering the small showroom where the Dark Night Wind was displayed. Young Master Qin, because this car is so valuable, we placed it in a sealed crate and had it transported off-site to complete the transfer and other formalities. After it was brought back, we didn't dare leave it in the delivery area, so we drove it up here to this private showroom.
Su Wei opened the showroom door and explained.
Qin replied with satisfaction, "You've thought of everything." As the lights came on, he once again laid eyes on the supercar, which resembled a ghost of the night. Unlike last time, its paintwork was now as glossy as a brand new car, and the body's surface shimmered like a black canvas studded with starlight, a dazzling, multicolored spectacle. New license plates had been installed at the front and rear. Gazing at the 69S on the plates, one couldn't help but think that only such an impressive set of plates could truly match this car.
"Mr. Qin, please wait a moment while I fetch the car's documentation folder and keys."
"Okay, go ahead."
With that, Su Wei walked out. When Su Wei returned, she was holding a bulging document folder.
But behind her, 3 other figures had appeared. Yun Xiaoting was there, and the other 2 included a middle-aged man with a slightly hunched back and 2 scars on his face. The other was a young man in his 30s with a full, well-defined face and a complexion as fair as jade. The young man had an air about him that set him apart from ordinary people, though Qin couldn't help but sense a hint of gloom in his eyes.
"Little brother Qin, we've got everything ready for you. We've even cleaned the car inside and out. Are you satisfied?"
Yun Xiaoting said with a smile.
However, her smile lacked its usual casualness. "It seems this brother here bought the car.
I came over today specifically to look at it, but I didn't expect Xiaoting to tell me it had already been sold. I was actually planning to look for you, and what a coincidence I ran into you here picking up the car too," the young man said with a smile directed at Qin.
"What business do you have with me?"
Qin asked, puzzled. "Let me introduce myself.
My name is Qiao Zhenfeng, and I'm from Shijiang City. May I ask your name, brother, and which prominent family you come from?"
The young man introduced himself while also inquiring about Qin's background. But his eyes were fixed intently on Qin, trying to read something in his expression.
"My name is Qin.
I come from a modest rural family, not some prominent clan," Qin said flatly. "I heard you spent 170 million to buy this Dark Night Wind. I suppose you must be a successful businessman to be able to shell out that much money."
"You don't need to pry into that. Just get to the point."
"In that case, I'll be straightforward."
A flash of anger crossed Xiao Zhenfeng's eyes as he pointed at the Midnight Wind.
"I've set my sights on this car too.
Name your price, I want to buy it from you."
"So you want to buy my car?" Qin said apologetically, "I'm sorry, but I really like this car too, I just can't part with it." "You didn't even ask how much I'm willing to pay for it, you just flat out refused." "Alright, then I'll ask, how much are you willing to pay for my car?"
300 million. Is that enough? Not enough. 400 million? Still not enough. Still not enough.
Yun Xiaoting was somewhat surprised by Qin's response. She hadn't expected Xiao Zhenfeng to offer such a high price, and she certainly hadn't anticipated that Qin would turn down a profit of over 200 million. But when she thought of the supreme card in Qin's hand, it all made sense. Still, she felt a twinge of anxiety. She didn't want Qin and Xiao Zhenfeng to fall out. Moreover, the fact that Qin didn't even know Xiao Zhenfeng made him even more of an enigma to her. If she'd known this would happen, she wouldn't have let Xiao Zhenfeng find out when Su Wei came to pick up the car keys and documents earlier.
"How dare you, you brat!
You dare to be rude in front of the young master." The hunchbacked man standing beside Xiao Zhenfeng had long since lost his patience upon hearing Qin say, "It's still not enough." He could no longer hold back and snapped at him. Back in Shijiang City, who would dare to disrespect his young master? Even here in Nanjiang City, the head of a prominent family would have to be polite and show deference the moment he heard the name Xiao Zhenfeng. And now, he was being toyed with by some greenhorn. The anger in Xiao Zhenfeng's eyes grew deeper, but he managed to hold it in. Though he was known for his brutal temperament, he always maintained a gentle and refined demeanor in front of the woman he loved.
Tan Tan said, "Ghostblade, don't be rude."
"Yes, young master," Ghostblade replied hastily. Qin found the unusual name Ghostblade a bit strange, but didn't he ask any further questions?
Qin, you're not satisfied with 400 million. Name your own price. How much will it take for you to sell?
Xiao Jinfeng said, enunciating each word clearly. In truth, he didn't think much of this sports car, nor did he care how much it cost.
It was simply that seeing
the woman he loved being so intimate with another man had stirred his anger. Driven by that anger, he was even more determined to buy the night wind. He also wanted to show Yun Xiaoting that if someone else could afford it, he could spend even more to snatch it away. Qin chuckled, since you've put it that way, I'll make an offer. 100 billion.
If you're willing to pay it, I'll sell it. 100 billion? That's right.
In my eyes, this car is worth exactly that much.
Ha ha. Xiao Jinfeng burst out laughing so hard tears streamed down his face.
Pointing at Qin with a smile, he said, good, very good. You're the most interesting person I, Xiao Jinfeng, have ever met and the only peer who doesn't take me seriously. His smile vanished, his eyes narrowed, and his tone turned icy. I hope you have the qualifications to look down on me. Also, I'm warning you, Yun Xiaoting is the woman I, Xiao Jinfeng, have chosen for myself. I won't allow any man to get close to her, so you'd better know your place otherwise. As he spoke, he clenched his right fist and slammed it angrily into the wall behind him. There was a dull thud, and an entire square section of the wall about 1 square meter in area was reduced to dust. Dust and debris swirled, leaving only a large hole in the wall.
Otherwise, you'll go the way of this wall, vanish into thin air.
Xiaoting, sorry, I lost my cool. I'll be on my way now. Xiao Jinfeng let out a long, stifled sigh, said a few words to Yun Xiaoting, and strode off. The hunchbacked man known as Ghostblade cast a pitying glance at Qin and followed suit. Su Wei had long since turned pale with fear and stood there, her body trembling uncontrollably. Qin stared at the massive hole in the wall, unable to believe his eyes. He walked over and saw clearly that the wall was indeed built of bricks, not just decorative partition panels.
Good heavens, had I just encountered Superman, or perhaps a martial arts master? That pretty-faced guy, a martial arts master?
Qin was completely baffled. This was beyond his comprehension.
Su Wei, you go ahead and leave first. Don't tell anyone about what just happened, Yun Xiaoting instructed Su Wei. Okay, Mr. Yun, I'll leave right away.
Su Wei handed the folder in her hand to Qin and hurriedly left the room.
Sister Yun, who was that guy just now?
Qin suppressed a hint of worry and asked, feigning composure.
Little brother Qin, didn't he say he was Xiao Jinfeng from the Qiao family in Xizhou City? You really don't know who he is? I really don't. Today is the first time I've ever heard that name.
You'll need to be more careful from now on. You've essentially offended him this time. Given his past temperament, he is unlikely to let you off so easily. He might take actions that could harm you. Yun Xiaoting sighed and continued, this is also my fault for not handling things properly. Had I known this would happen, I would have done my best to prevent him from meeting you. If he really targets you in the future, let me know immediately so I can deal with him. With me stepping in, he'll have to hold back a bit. Seeing the look of deep concern on Yun Xiaoting's face, Qin didn't want to appear in her eyes as a man who still needed a woman's protection. Besides, he possessed the Sinan system and was destined to become the richest person in the world. He could simply hire a few hundred bodyguards each with combat prowess as formidable as Qi Jinfeng's, and they'd crush any enemy they encountered. With that thought, his mood brightened considerably, and he laughed, Sister Yun, don't worry. A mere Qi Jinfeng is no one I'd even bother with. You don't need to worry about me, I'll handle it. Seeing Qin's fearless demeanor and the way he spoke as if he had everything under control, Yun Xiaoting felt much more at ease, especially when she recalled that he also possessed a 5 elements supreme card. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease, but you should still be more careful from now on. It would be best to have a few more bodyguards with you.
Okay, you make a good point.
Qin pondered for a moment, originally intending to ask more about Qi Jinfeng's background or find out if he had any martial arts training. But in the end, he decided against it, thinking he could learn more about it later.
If he asked that question now, wouldn't it make him look like a clueless rookie?
Unless Yun Xiaoting explained it herself.
By the way, Sister Yun, I have a question I'd like to ask. A thought struck Qin, and he remembered something. What is it? Go ahead.
What is your relationship with the former chairman of the Azure Hotel, Mr. Yun?
He has the surname Yun, and so do you. Could he be your uncle? Or maybe your father? Little Qin, why are you asking this? Do you know Mr. Yun? Yun Xiaoting asked in return instead of answering.
I met him for the first time today, so I thought I'd ask you. He is sort of my uncle, since he is a year older than my father and is 56 this year. As for our relationship, my grandfather and Uncle Yun's father were blood brothers. But the family split up before my grandfather got married. He left the Yun family in Jiangnan City and went to make his fortune in Shijiang City.
Now that I've explained that, you should understand my relationship with Yun. How is your relationship with the Yun family in Jiangnan City? Qin nodded and asked another question.
We're not estranged, but we're not particularly close either.
I do drop by to pay my respects during major holidays.
As Yun Xiaoting spoke, he seemed to think of something and said, Brother, you mentioned that Yun is the former chairman of the Azure Hotel.
What is the story there? Is he no longer in that position?
The Azure Hotel has always been a Yun family business, and he is the head of the Yun family.
Has the position of chairman been handed over to someone else in the Yun family now?
It hasn't been handed over to another member of the Yun family. I'm now the chairman of the Azure Hotel, Qin said, looking a bit
embarrassed. You've got to be joking. I accidentally acquired all the hotel's shares, so it makes perfect sense for me to be the chairman, doesn't it? How is that possible? How could Yun possibly agree to sell the Azure Hotel?
It's one of the Yun family's most core businesses. First, I bought out the shares held by Chao. Then, the Azure Hotel shares pledged by Longxia Trading Company also ended up in my hands. Finally, he had no choice but to sell his shares to me as well.
How much did you pay for the acquisition?
About 12 billion, Qin said after a moment's thought. The Azure Hotel is valued at 8 billion.
You spent 12 billion. Why did you spend so much to acquire it?
Qin thought it over and over again before finally saying, mainly, I stayed at that hotel and thought it was nice, so I bought it. Yun Xiaoting was at a loss for words. The look she gave Qin was a mix of resignation and a wry smile. Perhaps this was what it meant to hold the five elements supreme card, spending money in a way that was both capricious and utterly ruthless. Thinking of this, she even felt a touch of envy.
A black Tianying Shuriying was parked outside the Nanyun Xing building.
Xiao Zhenfeng walked toward the car, and Gui Dao, following behind him, hurried forward to open the rear door for him. Xiao Zhenfeng got into the car, his expression shifting between light and dark.
Only after Gui Dao had taken the driver's seat did he say, I don't need to teach you, do I?
Upon hearing this, Gui Dao breathed a slight sigh of relief and quickly replied. Young master, that kid's parents both live in the countryside. He owns 2 properties in Nanjiang City. Huajian Plaza and the Azure Hotel are his, and he just completed the full acquisition of the Azure Hotel today. As for any deeper connections, we haven't,
especially that demoness, Fang Mingyue.
Xiao Zhenfeng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with both hatred and fear. That woman was his eternal pain and the demon haunting his mind. If he wanted to take her down, there was currently only one way, to draw a circle and curse her to die a violent death. When we return to Shijiang City this time, I'll go into seclusion for a while. Hopefully, I'll be able to take that step forward and then Yun Xiaoting will be mine. A sharp gleam flashed in Xiao Zhenfeng's eyes.
Let us go back.
Shortly after the Angel Shuriying drove off, a jet-black supercar with an extremely sleek design slowly pulled out of the back door of Nanyunxing and made its way around to the intersection by the main gate. This car was none other than the Bugatti Nightwind driven by Qin. After exchanging a few words with Yun Xiaoting, he drove away. Once outside, he noticed a strong odor inside the car, so he rolled down the window to let in some fresh air and clear out the stale air. Just then, the bald man Hu Biao and the young woman emerged from the car dealership. It seemed they hadn't managed to buy a car.
Standing next to
his Mercedes-Benz, they were immediately drawn to the Bugatti Nightwind. When they saw Chin sitting in the driver's seat with the window open, they were even more surprised. The car's exterior was simply too flashy. Anyone who saw it would know it was absolutely not cheap. Hu Biao watched longingly as the night wind pulled out onto the main road. With a roar of the engine, it shot forward like an arrow released from a bow and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving him staring wide-eyed. Spotting Sue standing not far away, he hurried over to ask her about it.
A Bugatti Nightwind 180 million.
Upon learning the car's name and price, Hu Biao could barely walk straight.
180 million for a single car. They really don't treat money like money.
I don't even know if I'll ever earn enough in my entire life to afford one.
Hu Biao thought, his mouth going dry.
He'd already made up his mind. The next time he came across that car, no matter what, he'd take a photo with the night wind, then he'd have something to brag about. The night wind accelerated too quickly, so Chin didn't dare drive fast in the city. Plus, since he'd just started driving it and wasn't quite used to the feel of the car yet, he had to be careful with the accelerator. The car headed straight for the Azure Hotel.
At that moment, his mind wasn't as calm as he appeared on the surface.
Ever since binding the sign and system, he'd become somewhat cocky and had been acting a bit recklessly. He'd thought that as long as he had money, nothing was unsolvable. Little did he expect that running into Xi Jinping just now would be such a wake-up call. He finally realized that there are always those more powerful than him, and that money can't solve every problem. There are still many things in this world he simply
can't access.
Seeing that punch, which hadn't even been thrown with much force, blow a huge hole in the wall, Chin broke out in a cold sweat. If that punch had landed on him, even with the sign and system, he would have been finished. This was a psychological setback for him, but it also served as a wake-up call. The car soon pulled up in front of the Azure Hotel's entrance, and a doorman hurried over to help open the door. Upon seeing Chin's face, he froze for a few seconds before speaking with even greater deference. "Hello, Chairman Chin." Chin handed him the car keys and said, "Please park my car and leave the keys at the front desk in the lobby.
I'll pick them up when I come down."
"Yes, Chairman Chin, I'll take good care of your car." Chin smiled at the doorman and walked toward the lobby.
"Hello, Chairman Chin."
Two hostesses, who had been waiting for Chin's arrival, bowed in unison to greet him.
"Hello, Chairman Chin." "Hello, Chairman Chin."
As he entered the hotel lobby, two hotel staff members and the front desk clerk all approached Chin with looks of reverence and greeted him.
"Thank you for your hard work."
Chin nodded to each of them in turn, said a few words, and moved on. He thought to himself that word of his becoming the owner of the Azure Hotel had clearly spread throughout the hotel, and that his photo had been shown to every employee.
This was likely Xian's doing, to ensure the staff wouldn't accidentally show him any disrespect as their boss.
Boss. Xian was also in the first floor lobby and hurried over to greet Chin as soon as he saw him.
"Xian, how are things at the hotel? Is everything running smoothly now?" Chin asked. "Boss, there aren't any issues with the operations anymore."
Xian added, "We've reserved a special room for you at the hotel. It's much larger and far more luxurious than room 3601. I've already had it prepared for you."
"Would you like to go up there now?"
"No, thanks. I'll stay in the presidential suite as before." "Let us keep that room for now," Chin replied immediately. He was feeling a bit down at the moment and didn't have the heart to think about these things. He just wanted to get back to his room. The level 5 check-in had already been activated but hadn't been opened yet.
"Alright, then, boss. Have a good day."
Soon, Chin returned to room 3601. After sitting down, he opened the sign and system panel and saw in the quest column, "Acquire Azure Hotel Quest" had been successfully completed, and the level 5 check-in had been activated, ready to be claimed at any time. His first level 5 check-in. I wonder what kind of reward package I'll get this time.
Sign-in system, sign me in.
Chin eagerly issued the command to the sign-in system.
Ding, sign-in successful.
System points obtained.
Host, please check your account. System points, what on earth are those?
Chin's high hopes were dashed, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him feeling utterly deflated. He looked at the sign-in system panel.
Host, Chin. Age, 25. Physique, 50 average. Spirit, 50 average. Skill, none. Check-in progress, 7.8 billion plus level 4 check-in unlocked cannot check-in yet as progress hasn't refreshed. Quest, none. System points. Balance, 100 million. Inventory, X1. Sign-in system, you're messing with me.
This is a level 5 check-in. You should at least give me a company worth $1 trillion, even if not, you could at least give me some cash.
Then let me ask, what is the easiest thing to get from a sign-in system check-in?
Host, the item with the highest probability of being obtained through check-in is cash.
I knew it.
Sheen fell deep in thought. It seemed the probability of obtaining system points was quite low, but that made sense. If system points were too easy to win, where would he find enough money to keep checking in the future?
As for sign-in system quests, Sheen ignored them outright. Who knows when a new quest might pop up?
He saw on the sign-in system panel that his physique was 50 and his spirit was also 50. As for spirit, Sheen assumed it meant exactly what it said. The stronger the spirit, the stronger one's mental resilience, so he didn't ask the sign-in system about it. He decided to boost it first and see what happened. Sheen kept his eyes glued to the sign-in system panel and asked the sign-in system.
Sign-in system, if I spend some system points, how much can I increase my physique?
For every system point spent, you can increase your physique by 1 point.
In that case,
sign-in system, spend 100 system points to boost my
physique.
Sheen didn't dare to boost his physique too much all at once. If he boosted it too much, his physique might increase, but wouldn't he end up looking like some kind of freak?
How could he face people after that? How could he pick up girls? No matter how much money he had, a strong body would still be fake. Ding!
100 system points have been deducted.
Physique is being boosted and will be complete in 1 minute.
Sheen immediately felt a wave of heat wash over his body from the surface of his skin to his bones and internal organs, a warm, soothing sensation that felt incredibly comfortable. But soon, that warmth faded, giving way to a series of fine currents, like countless ants scurrying through his bloodstream, causing a tingling, itchy, and numbing sensation.
Ding! Hostess 100-point physique boost complete.
As the sign-in system's voice rang out, the itchiness in his body vanished, and Sheen felt incredibly refreshed and invigorated. His body seemed brimming with more strength than before. It felt incredibly invigorating.
Sheen glanced in the mirror.
Thankfully, he hadn't turned into some kind of monster. If anything, he looked a bit more handsome than before. Not bad, he really had become more handsome.
Who would have thought that boosting his physique could make him more handsome? He absolutely loved this sign-in system. He checked the sign-in system panel. Physique, 150 ordinary limit. Ordinary limit?
Sheen fell deep in thought. After a moment's consideration, he steeled himself and said, "In system, use another 5,000 system points to boost my physique."
Warning!
A sudden 5,000 point increase from the ordinary limit physique may overwhelm the hostess' willpower, potentially causing them to kick the bucket. The sign-in system recommends that the host first boost spirit by 2,300 points to the limit of the 5th stage of mortal physique. That way, there will be no problem.
Sign-in system, you bastard, tell me what kick the bucket means? It means exactly what it says. Fine, then I'll spend 2,300 system points to boost spirit. Ding! 2,300 system points have been deducted. Spirit is being enhanced and will be complete in 10 minutes. Pain. Unbearable pain.
Sheen immediately felt as if his head were being pierced by 10,000 needles. The agony was so intense he nearly fainted. After 5 minutes, it felt as though his mind had turned to mush, his soul had been ripped out, and it was being relentlessly kneaded. Though his consciousness was fading, the pain was constant. Sheen would stake his sign-in system persona on it. This agony surpassed anything in the world. It was pure purgatory, relentlessly forging his soul. 2 minutes later, Sheen's mind cleared, his consciousness returned, and his soul felt purified and elevated. The endless agony instantly transformed into an indescribable sense of bliss, leaving him feeling as if he were floating on air. Ding, congratulations, host. Physique plus 2,300 completed.
Although the process was agonizing, it was worth it. Qin's eyes were crystal clear, his mind seemed to have opened up, with all his senses now fully connected. His ears twitched, he realized that even if there were walls blocking the way, he could still hear voices from hundreds of meters away. Footsteps echoed down the hallway on this floor, and Qin felt as though he could see the figure walking there. He opened his eyes and looked down from the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 36th floor. He could clearly make out pedestrians on the ground below, as well as the crystal-clear river water. His sense of smell and perception had also become immeasurably sharper. These were the changes brought about by the power of the spirit. Qin's mind was now incredibly clear, and his thoughts were sharp. Sign and system, use all my system points to enhance my physique. How far will that take me? Consuming all system points currently held by the host will allow you to reach the 10th tier of mortal physique. If I'm just reaching the 10th tier of mortal physique, how many system points will it cost? 7,250 system points are required. In that case, use 7,250 system points to enhance my physique. Ding! 7,250 system points have been deducted. Physique enhancement in progress will be completed in 15 minutes. Qin felt that surge of heat coursing through his body once more this time. It was unbearably scorching, as if his body were on fire. After a long while, it formed a series of fine currents, like countless ants gnawing at him, a sensation that was both aching and itchy, yet also stinging. It seeped into his skin, his internal organs, his blood, every part of his body. That indescribable pain grew more intense with each wave. Qin could endure it, although the agony felt as if his entire body were being sliced and scraped by millions of sharp blades. It was nothing compared to the pain he felt during the spirit enhancement just moments ago. He glanced at the sign and system panel and saw the physique column constantly fluctuating. 300 mortal physique, level 1. 500 mortal physique, level 2. 2300 mortal physique, level 5, maximum. 4,000 mortal physique, level 6. 7,400 mortal physique, level 10. An hour later, Qin slowly emerged from the outdoor pool of the presidential suite and climbed onto the pool deck. He had held his breath for over half an hour, yet didn't he feel the slightest bit of suffocation. The layer of impurities expelled by the washing the tendons and purifying the marrow technique, along with the sweat covering his entire body, had been thoroughly washed away, leaving him feeling incredibly refreshed and invigorated. His body contained boundless power, like a giant dragon lying deep within, and he was itching to throw a punch with all his might. But he knew that under the force of that single punch, every object in the room would be reduced to dust, so he refrained from trying. Looking at himself in the mirror, he seemed to have grown much taller. His streamlined physique looked somewhat slender, yet exuded immense explosive power. Compared to before, his facial features were now more chiseled. Qin stared for a long while before letting out a series of admiring tsks. How did he end up looking like this? That insanely handsome physique, that unrivaled aura. I wonder how many young girls and ladies will be swooning over him in the future. What a headache. He entered the master bedroom, put on the Anima brand clothes he bought the day before, and looked every bit the dashing heartthrob with a transcendent charm capable of captivating countless women. Just then, the phone rang, and Tang Qin answered it. The call was simply a work update. The new company had been registered, the corporate bank account had been opened, and the money Qin had transferred to her personal account had been moved to the company's account. She was now at Huajian Plaza and had found a renovation company. They'd start renovating the office building tomorrow. When it came to building the new company's core team and recruiting employees, Qin instructed Tang Qin to go directly to headhunting firms to find candidates, whether executives or staff. If they couldn't find suitable candidates there, she was to offer high salaries and have the headhunting manager poach talent from other companies, prioritizing the establishment of the legal and finance departments first. Don't be afraid to spend money. It doesn't matter if the company's salaries are 50% higher or even double or several times higher than the market rate. In short, this core team must be assembled in the shortest possible time. If there are difficulties, just throw money at them. I believe there is nothing money can't solve. Hearing Qin's bold and generous words, Tang Qin had no further reservations. After exchanging a few more words with Qin, she hung up the phone. After putting away his phone, Qin felt his stomach was empty and he was very hungry.
Perhaps due to his improved physique, he felt his appetite had increased significantly compared to before. He checked the time, it was already past 6 in the evening. Just as he was about to call room service to have a meal delivered, his phone rang again. This time, it was Lou Curson calling.
Gene, it's Lou Curson.
Tonight is the official dinner to celebrate my promotion, all my coworkers will be there, and Li Qiuping and Gui Yafang are coming too, you're the only one missing.
It's at Yipentang at 7 p.m. tonight. Whether you're free or not, you have to come and be on time. Yipentang? Sheen asked, a bit puzzled. That's a high-end restaurant. It's not cheap there, and you're inviting so many people, can you really afford it? Don't underestimate this lady. A meal is just a few 10,000 yuan, no big deal. A few 10,000 yuan? I'm afraid even that wouldn't be enough. But I don't believe you can come up with that much money. Even if you could, with your stingy nature, spending more than 1,000 yuan would make you wince. Sheen's mind was working at lightning speed. He could tell from the slight awkwardness in Lou Curson's tone that something was up. He asked again, spill it. What's really going on? Sheen, who's the cheapskate here? Am I really as tight-fisted as you? She suddenly lowered her voice and said, actually, the company boss is footing the bill. He told me to treat the staff to dinner, he is paying for it. He also secretly told me he wanted you to come along, but he asked me not to tell you about it. I see. So make sure you come, okay? If not for my sake, at least so I can make this meal worth it. After all, since I'm using the boss's money to treat everyone, I should do something for him in return. Now that you've put it that way, how could I not come? Alright, remember 7 p.m. at Yipentang. Don't be late. With that, he hung up without waiting for Sheen's reply. Hearing the busy tone on the other end, Sheen put his phone away, seething with anger. In the end, he called the hotel staff and had dinner sent up to his room. He figured he'd better eat his fill before heading out, since he was absolutely starving. 10 minutes later, Sheen had finished his dinner, though he was only half full. He knew full well that his appetite was nothing like it used to be back in the day. He wouldn't have been able to finish even half of this large portion. Then he went downstairs and got into the night wind. The roar of the high-displacement engine filled the air as the night wind sped down the main road. Thanks to Sheen's extraordinary spirit and physique, as soon as he gripped the square steering wheel of the midnight wind, he immediately got the hang of driving it, becoming increasingly familiar with the performance of every component of the vehicle. On the road, other vehicles traveling in the same direction would always, whether intentionally or not, give Sheen's midnight wind a wide berth, making for a very smooth ride. He was driving fast and soon arrived at the entrance to Epine Hall. After parking the car, Sheen checked the time. It was a few minutes before 7. He had expected to be a few minutes late, but it turned out he was actually early. He glanced at a black Mercedes-Benz SUV in the distance, then turned away, though his eyes held a hint of icy coldness. He had noticed long ago that the vehicle had been following him the entire way, and he sensed a hint of murderous intent emanating from it. They meant him no good and even harbored murderous intent. Who could it be? Several thoughts flashed through Sheen's mind. Xiao Jinfeng? Whoever it was, he'd face whatever came his way. What was there to fear? Ever since transforming his physique, Sheen had felt a pent-up energy he couldn't release. He was itching for a good, hard fight, and now someone had come right to him, offering the perfect opportunity to test his skills. He called Lou Curson to find out which private room they were in. Then he walked through the entrance of Yipentang, turned the corner, went up to the second floor, and entered a large private room, number 3. Inside, there were 3 tables set up. One table was occupied by regular employees from Qisheng Advertising's design department, while the table in the middle was reserved for management and others. Li Qiuping, Lu Xiaotong, Li Ping, and an older woman named Zhang Mei who handled payroll in the finance department were seated together at the table on the left. Sheen first approached the table that was already full of regular design department employees, smiled and exchanged a few greetings with everyone there, before making his way over to Li Qiuping's table. After all, they used to be colleagues and got along well, so the proper courtesy was still in order. Although their status and positions were different now, Sheen's mindset had always been the same.
he didn't look down on others, nor did he look up to anyone. Even if things had changed a bit now, when facing the wealthy, he was simply a wealthy person himself.
And when facing ordinary people, he was just an ordinary person.
Walking around the table in the middle, Sheen headed toward the other table. When he glanced over there again, he froze, a look of jealousy crossing his face as if he'd swallowed a few flies. He saw Lou Curson sitting there, smiling sweetly as she chatted with Aunt Huang, the landlord of her apartment. Aunt Huang was in her 40s, with a plump waist, thick arms, and short hair. She lacked every trait one would expect of a woman. She had a decent heart, but she talked too much and loved to gossip. The last time Sue came over, she'd run into her, and Sheen had been dragged into a long chat with her. So Sheen really didn't want to see her, but now that he was here, there was nothing he could do about it. If Lou Curson had mentioned the landlady was coming when she called, he would never have come, no matter what.
"Sheen, you're here.
I was just wondering, since you and Curson share the same rental and are co-workers, why hadn't I seen you?"
"I guess you just hadn't arrived yet."
"Just as I thought. Sister Huang, and Lu Xiaotong, Li Ping, and Sister Zhang, I'm here."
"Sheen, you're right on time.
I was just talking about you with Li Ping and the others. We were saying how fierce you were at the office last time, how you went head-to-head with that Fatso Zhang and Zhou Jun for dozens of rounds, and in the end, you left both the uncle and nephew speechless."
Li Qiuping smiled as Sheen sat down.
Sheen glanced at Li Ping and Lu Xiaotong and saw them giggling. She said irritably, "You two really have a way with words.
Why don't you go write a novel?" "Dozens of rounds, really?"
"Sheen, I used to think you were all about work. I never would have guessed you had
that kind of fiery spirit.
Too bad you've resigned now, otherwise, a few single girls at the company would have been interested in you," Zhang Mei added with a laugh.
"Sister Zhang, you're teasing me too." "Sheen, what happened? Who at the company did you go head-to-head with for dozens of rounds? Did you get into a fight? I heard you even quit your job."
Aunt Huang, the landlady, immediately fired off two questions, brimming with curiosity. "Aunt Huang, that's all just them blowing things out of proportion. Don't believe a word of it. I quit because I didn't want to work there anymore. I just wanted a change of scenery."
"It's a perfectly ordinary thing. Don't ask any more questions." Sheen hurriedly cut Aunt Huang off.
"Sheen, from the very first moment I saw you just now, I felt like you were a different person.
The more I look at you, the stranger it seems. Come on, admit it. Did you get plastic surgery?
You seem taller, and you're even more handsome than before." "No, wait, you're way more handsome, even better looking than a TV leading man."
Li Qiuping looked as if she'd just discovered a new continent. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she stared at Sheen without blinking. "That's right.
If you hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't have noticed. I just thought something felt off earlier," Li Ping said earnestly. "You really have gotten more handsome. You look even better than when you used beauty filters in photos."
Lou Curson nodded in agreement.
"That's right," she said. "Beautiful, not handsome."
"You're just noticing this now?"
"Actually, I noticed it a long time ago, and there's one thing you guys don't know yet." Zhang Mei, munching on sunflower seeds, looked at the two girls, who were gazing at him like
fans, and laughed. "Sister Zhang, tell us, what is it?" Li Ping asked. "Didn't you notice that Sheen is wearing anima?
That outfit alone isn't cheap, and those sneakers are designer too. The whole set costs over 100,000 and counting."
"No way. Sister Zhang, is that true? Sheen, tell me quick."
Lu Xiaotong hurriedly looked Sheen up and down, then said, "Sheen, so you've struck it rich. No wonder you wanted to quit your job. Just this outfit alone is worth a year's salary for me. From now on, I'll stop calling you by your name and just call you Brother Sheen. I just don't know if you'll accept me as your little brother." He hadn't thought much of it when the others said Sheen had become more handsome, but when he heard what Zhang Mei said next, he started to feel jealous. Sheen, feeling helpless, had no choice but to lie. "You're all overthinking this. Actually, this outfit is just a high-quality knockoff. I bought it, only cost a few hundred yuan. Sheen, I've seen plenty of designer clothes in my time. As it happens, before I joined Shishang Advertising, I used to work at the Anima boutique, so don't try to pull the wool over my eyes."
You used to work as a salesperson at the anima store? Qin looked at Zhang Mei, feeling both annoyed and exasperated. Zhang Mei nodded with a smile. Qin, stop pretending. Tell us what's the reason you've suddenly become so handsome and rich.
Come clean, Li Qiuping said seriously. Qin glanced at the others in the room, who were all staring at him curiously, waiting for his answer. With a resigned sigh, he had no choice but to come clean. All right, I'll tell you. I am rich now. My net worth is over 20 billion. I drive luxury cars and sleep in presidential suites, so wearing clothes worth over 100,000 isn't too much, is it? Qin knew that sooner or later, everyone present would find out his true identity, so he might as well admit it now.
Qin, haven't you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? Stop lying, tell us already. Li Qiuping was getting angry. Exactly, Qin.
You're a billionaire with a net worth of 20 billion, and I'm the heir to a 100 billion group, Lu Xiaotong said with a look of disdain.
Just spit it out already, don't keep us in suspense, Lu Curson said.
Li Ping, ever the curious one, stared at Qin, her eyes occasionally sparkling as if she were picturing some male celebrity. Qin looked up at the sky in exasperation. Just then, their landlady, Auntie Huang, spoke up. Qin, even if you don't say it, I already know what is going on. You aren't being kept by someone, are you? If you're being supported by some rich woman, that would explain everything. Auntie Huang, you've got a point there. Qin, I never thought you'd be that kind of person. No wonder you stopped going to work, so you're living off a sugar mama after all, Li Qiuping said.
Qin was at a loss for words.
Aunt Huang was still the same Aunt Huang, her mind worked so fast.
But he still had to explain, stop speculating. Anyway, it's not what you're thinking, so please don't ask any more questions.
He delivered this line with a touch of spirit, giving listeners the impression that it was beyond doubt and that they should obey without question.
Alright, since Qin has said so, we won't ask anymore. Otherwise, we all get upset. Lu Curson stepped in to defuse the situation.
The others nodded in agreement.
What about your girlfriend, Sue? Why didn't she come with you? Sister Huang asked again.
His girlfriend broke up with him, Li Qiuping interjected.
Sister Huang immediately perked up. Qin, is that true?
Qin shot Li Qiuping a reproachful glare, looking somewhat exasperated.
That's right. What a shame.
That girl was really pretty. Why did they break up?
Aunt Huang said regretfully, then added with renewed enthusiasm, well, a breakup is a breakup. Qin, don't you like Gui Yafang? She doesn't have a boyfriend either. Why not just go for her? You look pretty handsome these days, the two of you would make a perfect match.
The reason Sister Huang knew about the situation between Qin and Gui Yafang was all thanks to Li Qiuping's big mouth. He just couldn't keep a secret.
Qin shot Li Qiuping an even fiercer glare. Speaking of Sister Yafang, why isn't she here yet? Qiuping, didn't you call her? It was Lu Curson who spoke.
Like Qin, she was a little afraid of Sister Wang, but unfortunately, since Li Qiuping had brought her along, she hadn't known about this beforehand. Curson, I called her. She said she's bringing a friend along, she should be here soon. In that case, let us wait for her. I'll go greet those colleagues first.
You guys sit here for a bit and have some snacks while you wait. Go ahead. Don't worry about us. With that, Lu Curson glanced at Sister Wang and hurried over.
Qin cursed under his breath. If he'd known, he would be postponed coming here.
Hearing what Sister Wang had just said, that the woman named Gui Yafang was on her way, the group started gossiping again. Zhang Mei asked, Sister, is Gui Yafang pretty? She must be quite something to have caught Qin's eye.
Sister Huang explained with great enthusiasm, she is beautiful, a real stunner.
You'll see for yourselves when you meet her. She shares a suite with Lu Curson and Li Qiuping.
I just don't get it, there is such a huge difference in their looks.
Gui Yafang is a natural beauty, but Li Qiuping and Lu Curson are both ugly as sin.
Especially Li Qiuping with that slightly crooked mouth of hers.
Auntie Wang, if you keep talking like that, I'm going to get angry. Li Qiuping was upset.
Everyone burst into laughter, and Qin was no exception. Hear us what we'll do, since Qin likes Gui Yafang, when she arrives, let us do our best to bring the two of them together, suggested Zhang Mei.
That's a great idea, Sister Zhang.
If it works out, Qin will have to remember to thank us, Li Ping said with a laugh.
Then we'll all have to play it by ear later, said Sister Wang. Qin was just about to tell everyone not to meddle with his current perspective. He no longer had any feelings for Gui Yafang. Just then, Li Qiuping suddenly said, "Look, Sister Yafang is coming over."
But you might be disappointed she has brought a guy with her, and it looks like he is her boyfriend. Following Li Qiuping's gaze, everyone turned their heads to look in that direction. Even Qin looked up. Sure enough, they saw Gui Yafang walking over, accompanied by a tall man in a checkered collar suit with slightly gaunt cheeks. Li Qiuping raised his hand, motioning for Gui Yafang to sit next to him. Gui Yafang quickly made her way over and sat down on the stool beside Li Qiuping, with the man sitting next to her as well. Seeing that everyone was staring at her intently, Gui Yafang said somewhat sheepishly, "Sorry I'm a little late. My name is Gui Yafang. Nice to meet you all." Just then, Lu Kersen ran over and introduced Gui Yafang to her three colleagues. Then she pointed at the man and asked, "Gui Yafang, is that your boyfriend?" Gui Yafang nodded and said, "We just confirmed our relationship. He is sort of my boss's boss. He has been pursuing me for quite a while, and I was eventually won over by his sincerity, so I reluctantly agreed to go out with him." "I see. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Liang Shaoan. I'm the marketing director of a project division at Tianhu Real Estate Group. It's a pleasure to meet you all. If any of you are planning to buy a condo, feel free to contact me. I can offer you the best possible deal." The man hurriedly introduced himself, then stood up, pulled out a stack of business cards, and handed one to each person. After sitting back down, he unconsciously placed a set of brand new Mercedes-Benz keys on the dining table. "So you're the marketing director. You must make a lot of money, then," Li Qiuping said as he took the card. Not really. Only about $1 million a year, maybe a little more if sales are good, but my uncle's annual salary is much higher. He is the general manager of the project department," Liang Shaoan said modestly. Upon hearing this, everyone began to look at him with newfound respect. Especially when they saw the Mercedes-Benz car key on the table, as well as the Rolex Green Submariner watch on Liang Shaoan's wrist, which he would occasionally, whether intentionally or not, expose, gleaming with a vibrant green luster. An annual income exceeding $1 million. With his uncle serving as the general manager of the project department, he certainly has great potential. No wonder the stunning Gui Yafang chose him. Qin held the business card Liang Shaoan had handed him, glanced at it, and then set it down on the table. He cast a sideways glance at Gui Yafang and noticed that she seemed to be deliberately or perhaps unintentionally avoiding his gaze. Qin's mind was incredibly sharp. With just one glance, he saw right through the situation. Gui Yafang didn't exactly like Liang Shaoan. She once said that only tall, rich, and handsome men were worthy of being her boyfriend, yet in the end, she gone against her own words. Qin smiled, feeling not a trace of jealousy. For some reason, looking at Gui Yafang at that moment, she seemed to be looking down from on high, dominating and disregarding ordinary people, but the thought was so terrifying that even he startled himself. Lu Kersen glanced at Liang Shaoan, then stole a peek at Qin, feeling a bit of pity for him. Even though this Liang Shaoan had a high income and powerful connections, if she were Gui Yafang, she'd choose Qin over him in a heartbeat. Qin looked both handsome and easy on the eyes right now, whereas Liang Shaoan was tall and skinny, with a face that was actually a bit unattractive. She really couldn't understand Gui Yafang. Never mind, she decided not to dwell on it. She said, "Wait here a moment, the food will be served soon. I'm just going to step over there for a bit." With that, Lu Kersen walked away. Soon, the restaurant staff began bringing out the dishes one after another, and a few bottles of alcohol and soft drinks were placed on a nearby shelf. Since several people didn't drink alcohol, everyone ended up pouring themselves soft drinks. Qin was hungry by then and dug right into his meal. Ah, what a pity. I was hoping to set Qin up with Gui Yafang, but I never expected Yafang to find a boyfriend so quickly.
As the group ate and chatted, Sister Huang's remark drifted into the conversation.
Her voice wasn't too loud, but it wasn't too quiet either. Everyone heard it. Qin's hand froze mid-move as he was about to pick up some food, and for a split second, everyone fell silent.
Oh, so this guy likes my Yafang too?
That makes sense after all, my girlfriend is so pretty.
Liang Shaoan felt a twinge of annoyance when he saw Qin casually toss his business card onto the table.
Seeing Qin's handsome face only made him feel even more jealous. Qin also noticed that slight shift in Liang Shaoan's mood and said with a slight smirk, Gui Yafang is, after all, a real beauty.
Everyone loves beauty, but she's a bit out of your league. Bro, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm not good enough to be Gui Yafang's boyfriend? Liang Shaoan snapped. The atmosphere immediately turned awkward. Everyone at the table put down their chopsticks, ready to watch the show. You two, cut it out. Why do you have to be like a powder keg the moment you see each other? Gui Yafang interjected.
She glanced at Qin and paused for a moment, puzzled.
Why did Qin give her such an unusual feeling? He was handsome, of course, but especially in that outfit he was wearing, which made his distinctive aura even more apparent. Just then, there was a commotion at the table next door.
It turned out the door to the private room had swung open, and two people walked in. They were Zhou Shanghua, the owner of Qishang Advertising, and Wang Ji, the owner.
No one could believe it. At that moment, Su Shaoan turned to Wang Ji with great enthusiasm and said, Uncle Wang, is that you? Do you remember me? I'm Su Shaoan. Su Shaoan? Wang Ji asked in confusion, who are you? My uncle's name is Li Dijing.
Qin also raised his glass, gave a brief nod, and took a sip. Wang Ji and Zhou Shanghua, however, both downed their drinks in one gulp.
Meanwhile,
Lu Xiaoming, an employee in the design department at Qishang Advertising, had had a bit too much to drink and went outside to use the restroom. As he came out of the restroom, he suddenly heard someone say, hurry up and go check it out, there's a top-of-the-line supercar parked down there. If you're too slow, you won't be able to squeeze in. Another person replied, it's just a supercar.
What's so amazing about that? You've really never seen the world. I've got to go eat. Do you know what kind of car that is? Let me tell you, it's a Bugatti Nightwind. You've heard of it, right? The Bugatti Nightwind series that costs over 100 million? That's right. Then what are we waiting for? Let's run.
Then the two of them ran downstairs together.
A Bugatti Nightwind?
Lu Xiaoming was also a sports car enthusiast after all, every guy has his dreams. Naturally, he knew about this car, only 3 were made worldwide. Now that he knew one was parked downstairs, he couldn't hold back either and ran off. Halfway there, he even made a detour back to private room number 3 to share the news with a few colleagues. Then, the name Bugatti Nightwind, along with its sky-high price tag, spread like wildfire through the private room. After Wang Ji and Zhou Shanghua toasted Qin, they didn't rush to leave. Instead, they sat there, shamelessly dragging out the small talk. With the two bosses refusing to leave, the others at the table were in a bind. Even though they were dining, they couldn't quite relax. But seeing Qin's confident yet measured demeanor and his easy, witty banter in stark contrast to the two bosses' somewhat subservient attitudes, the others were all mesmerized. Zhang Mei, having been through similar situations, glanced at Qin and then at Gui Yafang and knew immediately just how much regret was written on Gui Yafang's face. No one had expected that once Qin shed that layer of understated reserve, she would become so dazzling. Comparing Su Shaoan to Qin was like comparing a clown to a ridiculously handsome, rich, and charming heartthrob. As people from the two tables across the room got up and left, rumors of the Bugatti Nightwind reached this table as well. A Bugatti Nightwind worth over 100 million, and it's a limited edition model. You guys stay here, I'll go check it out. I'll just snap a quick selfie and be right back, Lu Xiaotong said as he stood up and walked away. Then Li Ping, Li Qiuping, and Zhang Mei followed suit. Su Shaoan had long since wanted to get up, so he tugged at Gui Yafang's sleeve. Gui Yafang thought for a moment, glanced at Qin, and also stood up to go downstairs. And Wang was still eating, so Lu Kerson sat down next to her, eating while listening to the conversation between Qin and the other two. Qin ate the rice in his bowl while listening to Wang Ji and Zhou Shanghua make small talk. When he finished eating, he put down his bowl and chopsticks and,
"I'm full now. I have something else to do, so I'll be heading out." With that, he stood up.
"Goodbye, Mr. Qin." Wang Ji and the other man hurriedly stood up to see him off.
"Qin, are you really full after eating just that little bit?" Lu Kerson asked, sounding a bit reproachful. "I'd already eaten before coming here." Qin looked at Lu Kerson again and said, "Let us chat another time." "All right." Qin said to Wang Ji and Zhou Shanghua, "Thank you for your kindness. Let me know if you need anything." After saying this, he nodded to Aunt Wang and walked out. Wang Ji and Zhou Shanghua were overjoyed when they heard Qin's next words, "All right, Mr. Qin, take care." Qin went down to the level below the first floor of Epine Hall and, sure enough, saw the Dark Night Wind parked there, surrounded by a crowd of people. Closest to the car was a row of scantily clad young women with graceful figures. Each held a cell phone, snapping photos of the car haphazardly. Those waiting in line behind them were getting so impatient they were practically jumping up and down, while Zhang Mei, Li Qiuping, and others stood near the front watching. Lu Xiaotong stared at the Dark Night Wind, drooling all over the place as he gaped in awe. The Dark Night Wind had caused such a sensation not only because of its sky-high price but also because of its eye-catching license plate number. Many people were eagerly anticipating the moment the owner would appear to see just what kind of person was worthy of owning such a lavish car. Gui Yafang was standing a bit farther away, but she gazed at the Dark Night Wind with envy. "If only I could sit in the passenger seat of this sports car worth over 100 million, she thought, glancing at Su Shaoan before making up her mind. "Director Su, you should head home first. No need to walk me back, I'd like to stay here a little longer." "Director Su?" Just a moment ago she'd been calling him Shaoan, but now she'd reverted to his former title, Director Su. The implication was clear. Su Shaoan's expression darkened, but in an instant, his face softened, and he smiled with his usual gentle grace. "Yafang, I'm surprised you want to stay. Just don't stay out too late. Be sure to keep in touch. My phone is always on for you, 24 hours a day. I'll be heading out now. Goodbye." With that, Su Shaoan walked over to his Mercedes-Benz, a car his uncle had recently purchased for over $1 million. Seating inside, he got in and drove straight to a nightclub he used to frequent. Qin spotted several familiar faces gathered around the Dark Night Wind, and he also saw Gui Yafang. Then, she walked straight toward his car. Pushing through the crowd with a bit of force, she made her way to the Bugatti Night Wind. A young woman in a miniskirt was taking a selfie there. She turned her head to glance at Qin and said impatiently, "Hunk, even though you're good looking, you still have to get in line. Don't bother me." Qin ignored the young woman in the miniskirt, took out his car keys, and pressed the button. A honk rang out, followed by the Night Wind's magical ambient exterior lights flashing to life. The entire crowd was stunned. The car's owner had appeared. So young. So handsome. And a bit aloof. What was even more shocking was that he wasn't accompanied by any beautiful women. This was too much. The girls went wild, all scrambling to get closer to Qin. "Hunk, where are you going? Can I get a ride? Hunk, my foot hurts, can I hop in your car? Sweetie, to be honest, I fell for you the moment I saw you. Do you like me too?" For a moment, the air was filled with a constant stream of sweet, gentle pickup lines. The young woman in the miniskirt who had just told Qin to move away felt her heart pounding. She sensed her chance had come. Now that she was so close to this insanely handsome driver, wasn't she in the perfect position to make her move? She hurriedly struck what she thought was her most attractive pose and said in a dreamy, coquettish voice, "Sweetie, do you think I'm pretty?" Qin shuddered and said, "Sorry, could you move over a bit?" He gently pushed the girl in front of him aside, opened the car door, and got in. Two other young women weren't ready to give up. Bending down, they knocked on the car window and said, "Handsome guy, can you take me for a ride?" Qin ignored them, turned to nod briefly at Zhang Mei, Lu Xiaotong, and the others. Then the Night Wind sped out of the intersection. With the window still open, he left behind a glimpse of his cool, handsome profile. So handsome, I'm in love, I'm in love.
The young women were mesmerized, wishing they could pledge themselves to him that very night.
Sheen? Is that Sheen's car? He's driving a supercar worth over 100 million? Lu Xiaotong's heart couldn't take it. He remembered what Sheen had said. Could it be that what he said about having a net worth of 20 billion is true?
Zhang Mei remained silent. She was beginning to understand why the bosses of both companies were so respectful toward Sheen. Li Ping's eyes turned red, and her face betrayed a hint of deep regret. Li Qiuping, on the other hand, jumped up in excitement, thinking to himself, I've actually been living right next to a wealthy young heir all this time. I'll have plenty to brag about from now on. Gui Yafeng, standing speechless in the distance, could no longer find the words to describe what she was feeling at that moment.
Sheen drove the car out of town.
After a short distance, he turned right at an intersection, then changed lanes a few times, and soon left the city limits behind, heading into the suburbs. The car wasn't going slowly, but it was nowhere near his top speed.
M.Iota.
Sheen looked ahead, his expression somewhat solemn. After driving for over an hour from the Yiping Tang restaurant, the Bugatti Nightwind finally came to a stop. It pulled into an open field about a kilometer down a road that branched off from the main highway. There was no road ahead, only thickets overgrown with grass and shrubs. From the very beginning, Sheen had noticed a car following him. In addition to the one that had tailed him to Yiping Tang, there was now another one.
Sheen's spiritual perception was too keen. Even from a single car, he sensed a heavy aura of malevolence.
From this alone, it was clear that the other party had at least a number of lives on their hands. To be targeted by such people, it went without saying that their intent was obvious, to kill him. He got out of the car and gazed at the bright, full moon, feeling a distinct sense of coolness. 2 gray Mercedes-Benz SUVs came to a slow stop in the distance, and 6 men in black emerged.
The 6 moved silently, forming a outflank shape around Sheen as they slowly closed in.
The leader was in his 40s, with a tuft of long hair hanging down over his forehead, obscuring half of his face, which was missing an eye and half a nose. The other half of his face was covered in pockmarks, making his features indistinguishable. A single, slender, gleaming black eye coldly fixed on Sheen's back. This man was the infamous hired assassin known as Half-Face, whose reputation echoed throughout the cities of Xizang and Nanjing. His martial prowess wasn't particularly high, but he was ruthless and merciless, having killed countless people. No matter who they were, all had met their end at his blade. As a result, he had become a wanted criminal with a long list of heinous crimes in the kingdom of Longsha.
Got a cigarette?
Only when Half-Face had approached still 5 meters away from Sheen did Sheen tear his gaze away from the moon and ask casually, turning around. He hadn't smoked in many years in the past. His throat would hurt every time he smoked, so he gradually quit. Now he felt like having one smoking helped him focus on the task at hand. Whether it was to ease a hint of nervousness or to steel himself. Sheen could tell from his aura that the half-faced man standing before him was physically formidable, far stronger than the average person. But compared to him, the gap was still too wide. Half-Face paused for a moment, looked at Sheen's calm, fearless face, and smiled. A hoarse voice replied, yes. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one for himself, and then tossed the pack and an elegant lighter across the table. Sheen caught them, lit a cigarette, and took a leisurely puff. After 2 puffs, he flicked the half-smoked cigarette aside and tossed the pack and lighter back. Only then did he say, "Who sent you? Care to tell me?" Half-Face caught the cigarette pack and lighter. Hearing Sheen's question, he replied in a hoarse voice. "No need to ask about that. I, Half-Face, only know how to kill. I have no idea who the employer is. Is it Xiao Zhenfeng?" Half-Face's single eye flashed with a sharp gleam, but he remained silent, seemingly too disdainful to answer Sheen's question. "How much did he pay you?" Sheen asked again, though he seemed to already know the answer. Half-Face took a drag on his cigarette, his hoarse voice laced with a touch of sarcasm. "Kid, since you're the calmest person I've ever met, I'll be blunt with you. As assassins, we don't work for money. Those things are of no use to me. We're already wanted criminals in Longsha. Spending money out there would be asking for trouble. Just think of us as ghosts lurking in the deepest darkness, who know nothing but reaping lives. So don't even think about bribing me.
I know you're rich, so what? Are you just going to meekly become another soul under our blade? Since you're not after money, what are you after then? Qin asked, somewhat curious.
A thought struck him, and as he spoke, he suddenly sensed another person hiding in the darkness.
Kid, you talk too much. Why don't you get down on the ground and ask King Yama for yourself first?
Ban Lian waved his hand, and the four men in black behind him who had drawn curved swords from who knows where charged toward Qin. Two of them reached Qin first, one slashed at his upper body, while the other swept at his lower body. Their strikes were both fierce and precise as they slashed at Qin, their movements seemingly rehearsed countless times. But in Qin's eyes, their speed was too slow, their attacks too weak. It was as if a baby were moving against him at a snail's pace. Half-Face found the whole thing a bit boring, so he turned away and lit a cigarette, looking completely at ease. A kid who isn't even a warrior, yet his superiors had dispatched all 6 of them. From this alone, it was clear how much his master valued this man. Still, it wasn't so bad he'd earned the bounty with ease. It was just a bit of a bummer that his blade wouldn't get to drink blood this time. When he was on a quest, his blade would only be drawn against warriors. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him from behind, and 2 figures flew through the air, landing on the ground in front of him. Then 2 more figures followed. Half-Face's expression finally shifted. He hurriedly turned to look and saw Qin still standing motionless in his original spot. Turning back to examine the injuries of the 4 men lying on the ground, he saw that each had a fist imprint seared into their chests, their insides completely pulverized, dead beyond any doubt. You're a warrior too, a 4th-tier body-tempering warrior. Half-Face turned and glared intently at Qin, having estimated his opponent's cultivation level from the wounds on the dead men. No wonder you were so brazen. You're a 4th-tier body-tempering warrior after all. He added doubtfully, why can't I sense even a trace of a warrior's aura coming from you? Upon learning that Qin was a 4th-tier body-tempering warrior, Half-Face couldn't help but feel a bit daunted, as he himself was only at the 3rd tier. A 3rd-tier body-tempering warrior facing off against a 4th-tier one had virtually no chance of winning. However, judging by his age, he was only in his 20s, a complete pretty boy. He likely had no combat experience. Plus, they had 2 others with them, one of whom had reached the 1st level of body tempering. If the 2 of them attacked together, they might stand a chance, especially since the opponent wasn't carrying a weapon. Above all, he had a hidden ace up his sleeve. You talk too much. If you want to fight, just get on with it. This time, it was Qin's turn to use the same tone. When Qin struck for the first time, he realized that the 4 men had been utterly no match for him. He'd already held back significantly, using only 4th-tier strength to land a single punch on each of them. To his surprise, even with that minimal force, all 4 were killed instantly. I'll need to practice more in the future to get a better feel for my own power. Killing these guys tonight is no big deal, but if I accidentally let my strength slip and hit an ordinary person, that wouldn't be good. Half-Face exchanged a glance with the other man and drew his own short sword. A blade glow. A glimmer emanated. This was a weapon crafted from 2nd-tier material. Here they come. Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Dispatching the 4 men so easily earlier hadn't been satisfying at all. He hoped these 2 wouldn't disappoint him and would put up a more thrilling fight. With his keen spirit, he could sense that the blood flowing through Half-Face's body and the workings of his internal organs were unlike those of ordinary people, 10 times stronger than an average person. Was this the warrior he'd mentioned earlier? A flash of blade light. Both men moved simultaneously. Especially the man with the half-face, who in a single stride darted toward Qin like a dark shadow, bringing his blade down toward Qin's head. Clang! Qin pinched the tip of the blade between 2 fingers of his left hand. The half-faced man's face drained of color. He jerked his sword-wielding hand back, but it didn't budge an inch. With no time to think, he slammed his other hand into Qin's chest. Then came a scream as Qin landed a heavy punch, sending him tumbling backward. Lying on the ground, the half-faced man's left arm was crippled, but his right hand still clutched the sword tightly. Qin finally released the 2 fingers that had been pinching the blade. The disparity in their abilities was vast. The difference in strength was immeasurable. Another opponent arrived shortly after, his blade already swinging toward Qin's midsection. Though his speed couldn't match Half-Face's, it was significantly faster than that of the previous 4. Sheen leaped backward lightly, his toes skimming the blade's edge, while his other foot delivered a kick straight to the man's head, shattering his skull and killing him instantly. The battle was just as brief as before, and the outcome was the same: Sheen won with ease. Too weak. That was Sheen's assessment of the 6 men, 5 dead and 1 seriously injured. Why, you're at the master stage. Half-Face coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggered to his feet, and asked, his face etched with shock. Master stage? Sheen had just heard Half-Face call him a warrior, but now he was saying he was at the master stage. His mind raced, and he realized this might be the distinction between the different levels of the warrior realm. Without answering Half-Face's question, he said, speak up. Do you have any last words? Otherwise, I'll be taking action shortly. Half-Face tossed the hilt of his knife aside, as if resigned to his fate, and said with a despondent expression, I won't be escaping tonight. I accept dying at the hands of a master stage. This day has finally come. He sighed softly and continued, to reach the perfect divine organ realm so I could avenge my blood feud, to obtain cultivation resources. I've killed too many people. Yet I never imagined I wouldn't even make it past the threshold of the divine organ realm. Now that I've met you, I can only blame my own mediocre talent. Sheen said with a hint of disgust, you people, why do you always bring up revenge and blood feuds? It's so annoying. Half-Face suddenly let out 2 eerie, cackling laughs. In that case, kid, go die. As he spoke, a palm-sized, oval iron sphere appeared in his hand, and he prepared to hurl it at Sheen. But before his hand could move, Sheen had already seized him by the neck. With a squeeze of his palm, Half-Face's body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Sheen glanced at the iron sphere rolling across the floor, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Could this be a new kind of hand grenade? Half-Face had been muttering to himself moments ago, and the glint of murderous intent in his eyes hadn't escaped Sheen's spiritual perception. He knew this man had a hidden trick up his sleeve. Sure enough, as soon as he saw a movement in the man's hand, Sheen immediately sensed danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward at top speed, seized the man by the throat, and delivered a fatal blow. Kid, you've got some speed, and your reflexes aren't half bad either. It's just that you fight too recklessly, as if you've never studied martial arts at all. From the darkness of the night, an elderly man in his 60s with a straight back and piercing eyes stepped forward and offered his critique of Sheen. Are you with them too? Sheen met the old man's gaze, showing little surprise at his sudden appearance. Long before the old man arrived, Sheen had sensed him and had remained on guard in that direction. Now that the 6 men were dead, this man had finally revealed himself. It was still hard to tell whether he was friend or foe. Don't worry, young man. Actually, I'm here to hunt down those men. I just happened to come across you fighting them. Hey, kid, don't touch that iron ball. There's a button hidden in the groove. If you set that mechanism off, you'll be seriously injured, if not killed. Seeing Sheen pick up the iron ball from the ground and fiddle with it, the old man hurriedly called out to stop him. What is this thing? Do you recognize it? Sheen pointed at the iron ball. You don't know what this is? Never seen it before. The old man ran his fingers through his sparse hair and asked, can you tell me your name and which clan raised you? My name is Sheen. I'm not from a major clan, Sheen, you replied honestly. Not a scion of a major clan? The old man grew even more curious. Then how did you cultivate to the master stage? That's none of your business. Sheen eyed the old man warily and asked a question that had been on his mind. You said you came here to hunt down these people, so what's your status? Well, the old man replied vaguely, I suppose I'm an active agent handling special quests for the Dragon Summer Kingdom. Sheen's eyes lit up. Then if I kill these 6 right now, there won't be any trouble, right? Don't worry. These people are all heinous criminals, especially Half-Face. Because his crimes are so severe, he has just been added to the D-level wanted list. I just happen to be in the area, so I'm taking the opportunity to hunt them down. So, in a way, I'm ridding the world of a menace. Sheen asked with a smile, then could you tell me about this warrior business? The old man's eyes lit up. You're not going to tell me you've never even heard of a warrior, are you?
This is the first time I've heard of it.
Ha, so you're just a greenhorn who has just come into the world.
It's actually quite simple.
A warrior uses the blood or blood crystals of the blood-devouring iron-armored beast to break through the limits of the human physique and thereby become a warrior. Beyond the physique and divine organ realms of the warrior tier, there are also the Hua Jing Grandmaster and the Qi Mastering Grand Marshal.
Now that I've explained that, you should understand, the old man concluded. Qin didn't reply.
From the old man's explanation, he had gleaned two pieces of information. One was the bloodthirsty iron-armored beast, and the other was the warrior tier. The two were inseparable.
So, as a 10th tier physique practitioner, which level of the warrior realm did he correspond to? After a few seconds of silence, he said, "Old man, what realm are you at now? Want to have a go at it?"
The old man laughed heartily. "I've already got 1 foot in the Hua Jing Grand Marshal realm."
"You still want to fight me?"
"Even though I know you didn't go all out in our earlier battle, you're still far behind me."
"That's not necessarily true. Why don't we just test our strength head to head?"
Qin rubbed his chin. He felt that if they were just competing on raw strength, he still had a very good chance of winning. If they used weapons and techniques, however, it would be hard to say. The old man feigned some reluctance and said, "Sai, since you're so earnest in seeking guidance, I'll reluctantly agree to. I'll play along just this once, so you can see the gap between the master stage and a half-step Hujing Grandmaster." On the surface, he seemed very reluctant to fight, but deep down, he long wanted to test Qin's limits to see exactly how far he progressed in the divine organ realm.
Qin's lips curled into a smile. "So when do we start?" "Qin, put that thing down first. Let us head into the woods to fight."
"If we spar here, the force of our strikes might just wreck that sports car behind you."
"Let us head to the woods back there, then." After saying this, Qin set the iron ball on the ground and walked with the old man toward the thicket of bushes and grass behind them. "Are you ready?"
Once they found their positions, the two stood facing each other from a distance of over 20 meters. The old man spoke first.
"Let us begin."
As soon as the words fell, a gust of wind swept through the air. The two moved as swiftly as after images, converging and colliding as their palms struck twice in rapid succession. The clash of their palms sounded like a thunderclap. A shockwave rippled out, and their clothes fluttered wildly in the gale.
Both took a few steps back simultaneously.
The old man looked startled and exclaimed, "You're quite the young man. I underestimated you."
"Let us go again, be careful this time."
"You actually managed to withstand 70% of my power this time. I'm going all out."
"Then let us both give it our all,"
Qin said with a faint smile. He thought to himself, "You've already used 70% of your power, but I haven't even reached that yet." This time, the old man unleashed all his qi and blood, and a layer of white mist rose from his body. He swung his fist forward. A phrase slipped softly from his lips.
"Heaven-shattering palm."
Qin also unleashed the most powerful palm strike of a 10th tier physique.
Boom! A massive shockwave, like an explosion of dynamite.
As fist and palm collided, the surrounding wind cut like a knife. The surrounding bushes were uprooted and sent flying, and leaves were severed, falling in a flurry. Both men let out a muffled groan and were sent flying a great distance before landing. After a moment of his qi and blood surging, Qin's breath slowly returned to normal.
He wasn't actually injured, just feeling a bit drained.
After resting for a few minutes, that sense of exhaustion finally faded, and his entire body was once again filled with strength. He felt incredibly exhilarated. He'd finally been able to unleash the power within him, which had been building like a volcano ready to erupt.
That was awesome. He smiled at the old man and said, "Old man, want to go again? I haven't had enough yet."
He could tell that the old man had sustained significant injuries from their palm-to-palm clash, far worse than his own. The old man had been regulating his breath the whole time. Upon hearing this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said in a low voice, "That's enough for now.
You go ahead. I'll find you again next time." "All right, I'll be on my way then." Qin nodded indifferently and left on his own.
Long after Qin had gone, the old man finally couldn't hold back any longer and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with a pft.
He muttered to himself, "What a prodigy. How could such a prodigy appear in this backwater?
In his 20s, yet his power is no less than mine.
Judging by his demeanor, this is his first time fighting someone.
I wonder which faction could have trained him. I'll have to look into this thoroughly when I get back.
Sheen got behind the wheel of the Dark Night Wind and sped down the suburban highway.
Freeing one hand, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number.
When the call connected, Chow's voice came through. "Brother Sheen, is there something you need?" Sheen chuckled. "Chow, am I interrupting something important by calling at a time like this?" Chow laughed heartily. "Brother Sheen, don't say that."
Never mind whether it's a disturbance, I'm absolutely thrilled you called, big brother.
"I'm calling to ask you about someone." Sheen got straight to the point. "Who?" "Do you know Xiao Jinfeng from the Chow family in Shijiang City?" "Xiao Jinfeng?" "That's right." The conversation suddenly fell silent.
After a long pause, Chow's voice came through, tinged with concern.
"Brother Sheen, why are you suddenly asking about this guy? Don't tell me you've crossed him." "Exactly. That's why I'm asking you, do you know him?"
There was another few seconds of silence on the other end of the line before he said, "I do know a bit about Xiao Jinfeng. There are two people in Shijiang City who stand out the most. One is Xiao Jinfeng, the Qiao family's prodigy, and the other is Shin Buzong, the crown prince of the Shin family. Between the two, Xiao Jinfeng is definitely the more prominent figure, so if you're asking about him, you could call him the top young figure in Shijiang. The Qiao family is one of the two top families in Shijiang City, and the power behind them is far beyond what ordinary aristocratic families can match.
Moreover, Xiao Jinfeng is ruthless in his dealings, hardly anyone dares to cross him.
So if you've truly offended him, Brother Sheen, you must be extremely cautious." Sheen drove in silence, listening intently, then asked, "If we compare your Qiao family to the Qiao family, who comes out on top?" "Brother Sheen, you're overestimating my Qiao family. Never mind comparing us to the Qiao family, even against Xiao Jinfeng alone, we're no match. My father owns 51% of Huaxing Pharmaceuticals, and the company's market value briefly surpassed 250 billion this year.
On the surface, the Qiao family is the wealthiest in Nanjiang City.
But compared to the Qiao family, we're nothing more than an empty shell, one that would shatter at the slightest touch.
So, Brother Sheen, you must understand just how terrifying Xiao Jinfeng is."
Sheen naturally picked up on the implication in Chow's words and laughed. "Chow, thank you for telling me all this tonight. But don't worry, Xiao Jinfeng may seem formidable to you, but in my eyes, he has nothing special."
Chow gave a wry smile.
"Brother Sheen, no matter what, it never hurts to be careful when dealing with Xiao Jinfeng."
"You're right to warn me, I'll be careful. I'm glad you know. If you ever need anything, just let me know, I'll do my best to help you." "No need. I'll let you know if I do. I'm driving right now. Let us talk next time."
"All right, goodbye."
After hanging up, Sheen looked pensive.
It seems that Xiao Jinfeng really isn't someone to mess with.
Too bad he has crossed me.
Seeing that the fuel gauge on the dashboard showed only 1 bar remaining, he pulled over at a gas station by the roadside. After filling up, he had just pulled back onto the road when he suddenly noticed a billboard by the side of the road. The billboard announced that there was a public racetrack 10 kilometers ahead. Mountain Raceway, a semi-open circuit, welcoming racing enthusiasts to drive over and experience it. When Sheen saw the billboard, he felt a surge of excitement. "I never expected there to be a racetrack nearby.
Since that's the case, I might as well give it a try.
Not only can I race and enjoy the thrill of speeding, but I can also hone my driving skills." With that thought, he stepped on the gas and headed toward the racetrack. The 10 kilometers passed quickly, and after rounding a corner, he arrived at the track's side entrance. There was a gate at the side entrance, guarded by 2 security guards. He had to complete the registration process and get a ticket before entering. Sheen got out of the car and went to the front desk to register and fill out the paperwork. Perhaps because it was evening, he hadn't seen any other customers besides himself. After filling out the form and providing his vehicle information, Sheen paid the track fee plus over 100,000 for insurance before the registration was complete.
"Sir, would you like to rent a racing suit?"
Safety comes first, after all, the receptionist asked.
"No, thanks. It's not necessary." "Well, then, do you need a co-pilot?" I could do that, she said shyly. Sorry, I prefer to drive alone.
Sheen had no choice but to come up with a casual excuse to decline. Then, under the front desk clerk's pouting gaze, he walked out.
M.Iota. Xiaolan, stop daydreaming. Just look at what kind of car that hunk is driving. There's no way he'd be interested in you. Another, slightly older front desk clerk tried to reason with her. You never know. How can you tell without trying? What if he really does like me? Besides, he is so handsome. No matter what, I'm going to give it a shot.
The two bantered for a few more moments when their supervisor, a heavy-set man in his 30s, hurried over.
He instructed the two receptionists, we just received an urgent notice. The racetrack is holding a race right now. Immediately suspend access for customers driving in. Xiaolan's face paled.
Manager Zhao, we're in trouble. A customer just drove in. Manager Zhao's expression also shifted.
What a coincidence.
Usually there isn't a single car here at night, but just as one drives in, this notice arrives.
He asked, do you have the driver's contact number?
Xiaolan picked up the form Qin had just filled out and said, sounding both helpless and a little guilty, manager, I forgot to ask him for his number just now.
You? Supervisor Zhao sighed and said, I'll make a call first to report this to headquarters.
Find out exactly who is participating in this race.
After saying that,
he hurriedly grabbed his phone and dialed a number. When the call ended, Supervisor Zhao's face turned ashen.
Supervisor Zhao, how did it go? The two front desk staff, seeing their supervisor's expression, sensed something was wrong. It's over, it's over.
The race started 2 minutes ago, and the participants are all those little brats.
If that customer disrupts the race, I'm done for. Meanwhile, Sheen emerged from the front desk. He, too, had seen the introduction to the racetrack.
The track was built halfway up a mountain, spanning 200 kilometers along the hillside, with 30 turns. He got into the car, entered the racetrack grounds, drove past an on-ramp, exited the access road, and finally made his way onto the track itself. He switched the driving mode from sport to track.
Ahead lay a straight stretch of track, brightly lit all the way along its length.
Sheen wanted to experience the extreme speed of night wind. He floored the accelerator.
A thunderous roar from the engine was followed immediately by a powerful surge of acceleration that pushed him back into the seat.
This car was considered one of the fastest sports cars on the market, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.4 seconds. Just as he glanced at the speedometer, the needle had already hit 100 km per hour and was still climbing at a rate of 60 per second. Soon, the speed had climbed to nearly 400 km per hour. The road ahead blurred as it rushed by at breakneck speed, but fortunately, Sheen possessed an extraordinary spirit, so his vision remained perfectly clear. Not only did he feel no dizziness whatsoever, but he could see the racetrack ahead with crystal clarity, with a field of vision that was both wider and farther reaching. The entire car was like a streak of black lightning. If anyone were watching from a distance, their eyes would be unable to keep up with its shadow. The speed had already reached 400 km per hour and was still increasing, far from the engine's limit. The car didn't feel weightless due to the high speed, and its grip remained just as strong. When Sheen spotted a curve ahead, he slowly began to slow down. After passing the curve, he quickly accelerated again, this time only reaching a speed of 300 km per hour. Although Sheen possessed an extraordinary spirit, making driving second nature to him, his driving skills were still somewhat lacking, especially when navigating tight turns, which remained quite challenging. Perhaps if he practiced on this track more often, relying on his extraordinary spirit, he'd soon be on par with professional racecar drivers after just a few runs. After passing a bend and driving a short distance further, he spotted a streak of headlights in his rearview mirror. A car was catching up. It was moving very fast, closing in on the dark night wind. Sheen perked up, his competitive spirit surging. He slammed his foot on the gas, and his speed shot up. Watching the car behind him fall further and further behind, Sheen smiled slightly.
You think you can pass me? Dream on.
But after rounding a bend, the car behind caught up, and its speed had increased even further. Then there was another slight bend ahead. Sheen had no choice but to slow down, navigating the curve at less than 100 kilometers per hour. Just as he exited the bend, the sports car behind him roared past him. The driver inside even turned his head to glance at him and shook his head.
Was he being looked down on?
That car was also a Bugatti, a red sports car, no less. It looked like a custom-built supercar. A vehicle like that wasn't cheap, and it might even cost more than Sheen's own Midnight Wind. As the car ahead gradually receded into the distance, leaving only its taillights visible, Sheen felt a pang of disappointment. To lose like this and to be looked down upon by the other driver, no less.
As someone equipped with the sign-in system, how could I lose like this?
Thinking of the sign-in system, he was reminded of the skills section on the interface and asked,
"Sign-in system, can I add a sports car driving skill there?" Ding.
Host, adding a standard driving skill requires 50 system points.
Adding the top-tier driving skill requires 300 system points. Sheen gritted his teeth. Then I'll add the top-tier driving skill. Ding. 300 system points have been deducted. Driving skill is being upgraded.
As the sign-in system's voice rang out, his mind suddenly felt crystal clear, and he found himself filled with a wealth of knowledge, countless driving techniques, and a deep sense of the road. It was as if he suddenly gained a flood of memories belonging to top-tier race car drivers which merged and overlapped with his own, blending seamlessly into one.
The sensation was incredibly vivid.
Ding, driving skill upgrade complete. Sheen immediately sensed that as long as his hands gripped the steering wheel, his body and the car's handling were in perfect harmony, achieving a state of man and machine as one.
No matter how difficult the driving maneuver, he could execute it.
In other words, all he had to do was press the gas pedal. Braking had lost its meaning.
Then
he floored the gas pedal, and once again, the car transformed into a jet-black streak of light, racing forward at breakneck speed.
It drifted through a curve and breezed past even a minor bend with ease.
On the straight stretch of track, it reached speeds exceeding 500 kilometers per hour. Before long, he finally spotted the taillights of that red Bugatti and closed in at a speed visible to the naked eye.
The driver ahead seemed to
have also noticed the car catching up from behind, as their speed shot up rapidly. Sheen let out a cold laugh and continued to accelerate, closing in on the car until he was almost upon it. The driver ahead panicked, and the car's speed skyrocketed past 350 kilometers per hour, approaching 400 kilometers per hour. But Dark Night Wind was still slowly catching up. At a bend ahead, the red Bugatti was forced to brake sharply just to make it through. Dark Night Wind glided past effortlessly, and the distance between the two cars closed significantly. Soon they reached another sharp turn, and this time, Sheen was ready to pass. The driver ahead knew the car behind was about to overtake her, and she felt a mix of shock, panic, and anger. A momentary lapse in concentration, especially on a sharp turn where even the slightest misjudgment of speed could lead to a major mistake. The car failed to negotiate the turn. The drift turned into a spin. A series of screeching tires followed by a massive crash as the car slammed into the track barrier, sending plumes of black smoke billowing from the tires.
Oh no!
Sheen frowned, pulled over to the side of the road, got out, and walked over to inspect the damage. To his relief, the driver inside the car was unharmed. Before he could even approach the wrecked red Bugatti, the dented door was kicked open, and a tall, slender woman stepped out. She was wearing a racing suit, though she'd already tossed her helmet aside. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and her face was breathtakingly beautiful. After getting out of the car, her anger still evident, she stomped on the red Bugatti twice with all her might.
She cursed, "Trash. You can't even measure up to others. What use are you to me?"
Her voice was pleasant, but her words were a bit crude. After those two kicks, the car was actually on the verge of falling apart. Looking at this woman with her slender waist yet surprisingly immense strength, and such a violent temper, Sheen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He regretted getting out to check on the situation. Now he couldn't leave, and standing there felt awkward.
After muttering a few more curses, the woman finally walked toward Sheen.
When she reached him, she said emotionlessly, "Nice driving.
How come I've never seen you before?"
Although this woman was a bit violent, Sheen wasn't the least bit afraid.
Is that so strange? I've never seen you before either. The woman was at a loss for words.
She turned to look at Dark Night Wind, spotted the license plate number, and gave Chin a strange yet serious look.
Finally, she said, "Lend me your car for a bit.
I still need to race. I don't want to lose this race."
Race? Chin asked in confusion. This lane. Isn't it open now? Are you saying you're having a race?
Right. The woman replied briefly, then added with a touch of irritation.
You actually came in from outside? What are the staff here even doing?
No sooner had she finished speaking than the roar of sports cars began in the distance, growing louder and louder. More than 20 sports cars, like a flood of ferocious iron beasts, formed a long convoy and raced past in the blink of an eye. Leading the pack was a silver-gray Aston Martin Phantom. In addition to these 20-plus sports cars, more were steadily catching up from behind.
Can I borrow your car? Or better yet, I'll just buy it from you. How about double the original price?
The woman sounded a bit impatient, but her expression remained calm as she spoke.
Do you want to catch up to the car ahead, or should I drive? Sheena's competitive spirit was stirred. Then let us go, the woman said, rushing to the passenger seat of the Dark Night Wind. Sheen also got into the driver's seat.
With a launch start, the Dark Night Wind shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow.
The speed shot up rapidly, reaching 300 kilometers per hour in the blink of an eye.
It took a perfect drift through a sharp curve at nearly 300 kilometers per hour. The woman turned her head to glance at Sheen, her expression impassive. They overtook a sports car on the next curve, closing in on the car ahead. Overtaking one after another, they finally caught up with the main group. This was a very long straight stretch of track, and she could see the 20-odd sports cars ahead. Although there were cars in front, the Dark Night Wind didn't slow down much, maintaining a speed of 400 kilometers per hour. The woman furrowed her delicate brows slightly and once again cast her calm, water-like gaze upon China's face. Looking at China's focused and confident expression, she felt a stir in her heart. For the first time in her life, she found a man to be so handsome. Looking down from high above, one could see the Dark Night Wind darting through the convoy like a streak of black lightning. Overtaking one car after another, it reigned supreme over the entire track. The Dark Night Wind maintained an average speed of 380 km per hour, while the other vehicles traveled at around 250 km per hour, a stark contrast between the two. Whether viewed from a distance or up close, the scene was utterly breathtaking and had a tremendous visual impact. With other vehicles still on the road, even on a long, straight track, driving at such high speeds placed an even greater strain on vision and reaction time. Covering over 100 meters in a single second, if an accident occurred ahead, even if a driver could react in time, it would take a very long braking distance to come to a stop. It was only because Chin possessed top-tier driving skills, combined with the super-powerful spirit, the two being equally indispensable, that he dared to drive like this. Soon, the Dark Night Wind surged to the front of the convoy, with only that Aston Martin Phantom yet to be overtaken. Although the car ahead still held a commanding lead, Chin was confident that catching up to it would be a matter of just a few minutes. What he hadn't expected, however, was that Jiang Xian's car was also in the convoy behind them. With no cars blocking the way ahead, the Midnight Wind picked up even more speed. Chin turned his head to glance at the silent woman and saw that she still wore an aloof and indifferent expression. Fan Tao was driving the Aston Martin Phantom at breakneck speed. He had caught a glimpse of the red Bugatti that had just crashed into the guardrail, and a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. That car, it can't be hers, can it? He quickly dismissed the thought. Although he had left the convoy far behind, he wasn't complacent and didn't let his guard down for a moment. His focus had always been on the woman ahead. He didn't expect to overtake her, but as long as he could close the gap a little more with each race, he'd be satisfied. One day, she would be moved by his sincerity and become his woman. At the thought, his heart raced with excitement, and he accelerated even further. Just as he was basking in his triumph, he suddenly spotted Dark Night Wind catching up in his rearview mirror. His expression froze. Who is it? Who could be driving faster than me? Does he also want to compete with me for Fong Mingyue? A chill flashed in Fan Tao's eyes as he gradually increased his speed. Once he hit 300 km per hour, he dared not go any faster. This was already his limit any faster, and he did feel the constant risk of rolling the car at any moment. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the dark night wind kept slowly catching up. Fan Tao's expression grew increasingly grim, until finally a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and he actually slowed down. Sheen saw that the Aston Martin Phantom ahead was beginning to slow down. Assuming the driver had given up, he let his dark night wind pass.
With a faint smile, the dark night wind continued racing forward, quickly closing in on the Aston Martin Phantom. M.Iota.
Just as the two cars were very close and the dark night wind was preparing to pass, the Aston Martin Phantom veered slightly to the left, suddenly swerving into his lane, and it looked as though the night wind was about to crash into it. The moment Sheen noticed the front wheel of the car ahead shift slightly, he knew exactly what the other driver was up to. Raising an eyebrow, he hesitated for a split second before slamming on the brakes. If he hadn't T-braked, a collision would have been inevitable. At such high speeds, even a sharp turn, he would certainly lose control and roll the car. But if he hadn't T-slowed down and had crashed head-on, he wouldn't have cared whether the other driver lived or died. It was just that this midnight wind, which he'd just gotten his hands on, would essentially be totaled. There was a screech of brakes. Fortunately, thanks to the midnight wind's excellent traction and Sheen's steering control, the car didn't veer off course much despite the sudden braking at such high speed. Fan Tao glanced in the rearview mirror at the car that had begun to fall behind, a look of regret on his face. That kid's lucky this one be enough to take him out. A driver's natural reaction is to swerve out of the way when a car comes toward them, and Fan Tao was counting on that to set a trap for his opponent. If the other driver tried to swerve, at this speed, even the slightest delay in reaction would wreck the car, and he didn't care whether the driver survived or not. Sheen hit the brakes, waited for the car to steady itself, then accelerated again. He looked at the gray sports car ahead with a cold expression. There are still 30 kilometers to the finish line of the race. We need to pass the car in front as soon as possible, the woman suddenly said, her eyes flashing with a cold gleam as she looked at the Aston Martin Phantom ahead. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Sheen gripped the steering wheel and said with absolute certainty. Soon, the night wind caught up with the Aston Martin Phantom again. This time, the driver ahead was blatantly trying to block Sheen's car from passing. Sheen was driving in the left lane, and the car ahead also moved into the left lane. When he moved to the right, the car ahead followed suit. If he tried to close the gap, the other driver would suddenly slow down, catching him off guard. If he tried to change lanes at that moment, the other driver would cut him off. They drove like this, neither too fast nor too slow, for 10 kilometers, with the Aston Martin Phantom still holding a slight lead. Sheen gripped the steering wheel, his expression calm, as he spotted a curve ahead. The woman stared silently ahead, her gaze growing colder by the moment. Finally, they reached the curve ahead. The Aston Martin Phantom slowed down slightly and took a wide left turn. Behind it, the dark night wind suddenly accelerated and took a tighter left turn. At that moment, Fan Tao up ahead was stunned, and even the woman in the passenger seat of the dark night wind showed a rare flash of tension. A series of piercing screeches from the tires filled the air. Amid billowing dust, the dark night wind executed an extremely difficult drift, front wheels to the left, rear wheels to the right, sliding sideways until it finally overtook the Aston Martin Phantom without incident. The woman's arched brow relaxed slightly. She turned her head to glance at Sheen, thinking that at that moment, he looked absolutely stunning. Fuck, he actually managed to make that turn, Fan Tao cursed bitterly. With only 10 kilometers left to the finish line, he'd still been overtaken by that kid. This time he'd come in third in Fong Mengyue's eyes. Wouldn't that make him even more insignificant? Just as Fan Tao was feeling both furious and helpless, the dark night wind ahead suddenly slowed down and maintained a very slow cruising speed. Seeing this, Fan Tao's heart leapt with joy. Could it be that car has broken down and can't go any faster? With that thought, he couldn't help but immediately accelerate significantly. Just as the Aston Martin Phantom was about to overtake the dark night wind and reclaim its title as the coolest car on the track, the dark night wind suddenly swerved its front wheels toward his lane. It looked as though it was about to collide with the front of the silver-gray car, but then it swerved again, returning to its original lane. In that split second, Fan Tao tried to swerve to avoid the collision. He jerked the steering wheel slightly to one side, causing the car to lose traction and slide uncontrollably toward the roadside. As the car's center of gravity shifted, all four wheels spun, and finally, the entire vehicle flipped over. With a loud thud, it landed upside down against the guardrail, its parts scattered across the ground. Sheen saw the Aston Martin Phantom roll over in the rearview mirror and smiled slightly. The slight frustration he'd been feeling had finally been vented. The woman, rarely showing a hint of a smile, said, "With that move you just made, weren't you worried the other driver might get hurt?" Sheen replied bluntly, "Of course I was worried. It broke my heart to see that car crash. I can only offer a silent prayer for him. I hope that person gets what's coming to him and doesn't suffer any further misfortune. If he really does, well, that's none of my business." Ha! The woman couldn't help but laugh. After driving for a few more minutes, Sheen finally arrived at the racetrack, the finish line. All the lights at the racecourse were on, and dozens of people were standing at the finish line, waiting. Sheen drove past the finish line before stopping and said to the woman, "I'll drop you off here. I should be on my way." A gentle smile spread across the woman's previously expressionless face. "Thank you. If it weren't for your help this time, I might have lost. See you next time." With that, she got out of the car with a crisp, decisive motion. But after a moment's thought, she tapped on the window of the Dark Night Wind. Once the window was rolled down, she asked, "I still don't know your name. Would you mind telling me?" Sheen rubbed his nose and said with a twinkle in his eye, "Since we're just passing strangers, let us skip the names for now. If fate brings us together again, I'll tell you then." With that, he stepped on the gas, and the Dark Night Wind vanished without a trace. Although he thought the woman was very beautiful, he felt it would be inappropriate to reveal his name at that moment. After all, he still had to deal with the trouble he'd caused on the racetrack that night. Fang Mingyue stood there dumbfounded, watching longingly as the Dark Night Wind disappeared from view. Finally, in disbelief, she muttered, "He actually turned me down? Are there really people like that?" She took out her phone and dialed a number. When the call was answered, she said, "Sister Yun, what is the name of the owner of that license plate I gave you?" Yun Xiaoting's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly asked, "His name is Qin." "Mingyue, why are you asking about him?" "He has offended me," Fang Mingyue said bluntly. "What? How could he possibly have offended you?" Yun Xiaoting was even more startled. His face turned slightly pale. "What is your relationship with Qin?" Fang Mingyue asked again. Yun Xiaoting thought for a moment and said, "How should I put it? It's not exactly ordinary, but I've taken him as my younger brother." "All right then, as long as he is not your boyfriend." With that, Fang Mingyue hung up the phone. Yun Xiaoting's hand holding the phone froze in place as he mulled over, tried to understand, and dissected Fang Mingyue's last sentence, remaining silent for a long time. Fang Mingyue held her phone, thought for a few seconds, and dialed another number. "Chairman Fang, what are your instructions?" The call connected quickly, and a very respectful female voice answered. "Look up someone for me. His name is Qin, and his license plate is from Nanjiang, with 6 nines. I want his full details by tomorrow. Even the color of his underwear has to be clearly noted." "Understood, Chairwoman Fang. Also..." Fang Mingyue paused for a moment before adding, "Make sure his information is kept confidential. Don't let anyone else track him down." "Yes, ma'am." After hanging up, a man approached and greeted her, "Sister Fang." Fang Mingyue glanced at him and said, "Go clear everyone out of here first. I have important business to attend to." "Yes, Sister Fang." Fan Tao finally managed to crawl out through the shattered car window and looked at the overturned Aston Martin Phantom lying on the ground. His face contorted with rage. This was a limited edition sports car that had cost him over 50 million. Now it was reduced to a heap of scrap metal, filling him with both heartache and hatred. Whose car is that? Which bastard did this? If I find out who it was, I'll have you cut into 1,000 pieces and make sure you die a miserable death. It was only thanks to the fact that he was wearing his racing suit and helmet that he was even able to stand there ranting. Just then, a Ferrari F90 sports car slowly pulled up and stopped in front of him. A man got out of the car and hurried over to steady Fan Tao, who was on the verge of collapsing.
Brother Fan, are you okay? Should I call an ambulance? Zhao Song, I'm fine. Take me to the racetrack first, I still have business to attend to.
Okay. Zhao Song helped Fan Tao into the passenger seat of the Ferrari, then started the car. At the racetrack, more and more cars were gathering eventually, over 30 of them were parked there, all of them expensive sports cars. People got out of their sports cars and gathered on an open, flat area beside the track. Whether they were professional racers brought in by someone or the famous, usually arrogant rich kids, they all stood there quietly at that moment, looking at Fang Mingyue, who stood motionless in front of them with a mix of respect and fear.
Fan Tao and Zhao Song arrived shortly afterward, walking at the front of the crowd.
When Fan Tao saw Fang Mingyue, his expression lit up with excitement, as if he'd found his anchor. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. Sister Fang, I was actually the first to reach the finish line besides you. On the way, I ran into a car that came out of nowhere. The guy behind the wheel was trying to cut me off. You've got to stand up for me on this one.
Fang Mingyue remained silent, her expression as aloof as ever.
She simply rubbed her slender fingers between her hands. Her gaze betrayed no emotion whatsoever.
Fan Tao continued, Sister Fang, you have to believe me.
If you don't, you can go check the surveillance footage. Fang Mingyue finally stopped rubbing her fingers, walked up to a man, and ordered, Jiang Xian, give me your helmet. Yes, Sister Fang. Jiang Xian hurriedly handed his helmet to Fang Mingyue.
Fang Mingyue took the helmet, walked slowly a few steps toward Fan Tao, and addressed him. That car you mentioned, I was sitting right inside it at the time.
Fan Tao immediately sensed trouble.
Sister Fang, that's impossible. How could you possibly have been in that car?
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Fang Mingyue brought the helmet down hard on Fan Tao's head. Fan Tao's head was covered in blood. Another blow from the helmet left one side of Fan Tao's face swollen. Yet another strike fractured one of Fan Tao's arms. Then the helmet kept coming, relentlessly pounding into Fan Tao's body. Fan Tao had long since collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The excruciating pain would jolt him awake only to send him back into unconsciousness. Not a single person in the crowd dared to step forward to stop her. They stood there as silent as mice, eyes closed, listening to the faint, intermittent screams that occasionally pierced the air. When Fang Mingyue decided to beat someone, no one could stop her and no one dared to. Once, a rich second-generation heir had spoken to her in a seemingly disrespectful manner, so Fang Mingyue went straight to his home. Right in front of his father and grandfather, she beat him half to death. This incident was merely the most insignificant of the many rumors circulating about her. Someone muttered under his breath, this Fan Tao really dares to take such a risk.
Relying on the fact that the Fan family is the second most powerful clan in Nanjiang City, he actually declared outright that he wanted to marry Fang Mingyue. The moment I heard that, I knew this day would come. Doesn't he even stop to think about what kind of person Sister Fang is? She is the kind of woman who dares to beat up even her own father. Who else wouldn't she dare to beat up? Fang Mingyue finally stopped.
The helmet was shattered, and the man was beaten to a bloody pulp, clinging to life by a thread. That was Fang Mingyue's style. No matter how severely or painfully she beat her opponent, she never killed them. Fang Mingyue cast her usual impassive glance at the crowd. She saw that the vast majority dared not meet her gaze. Many were pale as ghosts, trembling uncontrollably.
Fang Mingyue suddenly spoke up, Jiang Xian.
Jiang Xian's face went pale, and he stammered, Sister Fang, what do you need from me?
My car is wrecked. Have someone tow it back. Also, ask your aunt to find me a nice sports car.
It doesn't matter if it's expensive, but if I'm not satisfied, I'll break both your legs.
Got it? Sis Fang, I got it.
Don't worry, I'll definitely find a sports car you'll be satisfied with. When Jiang Xian heard the threat about breaking his legs, his knees went weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He intended to offer an explanation, hoping that even if Fang Mingyue really wasn't satisfied, she wouldn't actually break his legs, but when he saw Fang Mingyue's icy gaze turn back to him, he could only force a smile, one that looked worse than a cry, and promise her. Inside, however, he kept wailing inwardly, why was his life so miserable? Out of all the people in the room,
Why did Fong Mingyue have to pick him?
Jiang Xian knew one thing for sure: if Fong Mingyue really did break both his legs, his dad wouldn't help him, he'd only discipline him even more severely.
Fong Mingyue spoke to him again. Hand over your car keys.
Jiang Xian didn't dare utter a single word of refusal. He obediently handed the keys to his Lamborghini to Fong Mingyue.
Fong Mingyue took the keys and said, "I'll borrow your car for tonight. Come back tomorrow to get it." With that, she walked toward the racetrack. Then, getting into Jiang Xian's Lamborghini, she sped out of the racetrack in a flash.
Seeing Fong Mingyue leave, everyone present couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, finally relaxing their expressions. Some hurried to help the barely conscious Fan Tao to his feet, some called an ambulance, and others notified Fan Tao's family.
Still others cast pitying glances at the pale-faced Jiang Xian.
Meanwhile, Qin drove out of the racetrack gates and sped straight toward Nanyun Mansion. Half an hour later, he arrived at the gates of Nanyun Mansion, only to be stopped by the security guard on duty. Qin had no choice but to get out of the car to register the vehicle's owner information before driving inside. By the time he returned to the villa, took a shower, and changed into a fresh set of clothes, it was already 11 p.m. Even though Qin's physique was unlike before and his spirit was immeasurably stronger, after everything that had happened tonight from the fight to the race, he had expended a great deal of physical and spiritual energy, and was now
feeling quite sleepy. After plugging his phone into the charger, he went to bed.
He woke up very early the next day. Glancing at the time, it was 5:30 a.m. Qin rarely went to bed and woke up this early, so he pulled the covers over his head, intending to go back to sleep. But his mind was simply too alert. He didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. There was no point in sleeping any longer, so Qin got out of bed. After washing up, he sat in a leather chair and fell into deep thought. He opened the sign and system panel and took a look. He had a measly 56 system points left.
What could he do with 56 system points?
It certainly wouldn't be enough to add any martial arts skills, so he might as well save them for now. I'll have to figure out a way to earn system points in the future, improve my combat strength, aim for a level 5 sign-in, and hopefully try for a level 6 sign-in. And then there was Qiao Zhenfeng. Just because they had a minor verbal clash during their first meeting, he sent people to try and kill him. Although those men weren't particularly strong, open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden threats are hard to guard against. Who knows what kind of people he'll send next to cause him trouble?
In that case,
Qin's gaze turned slightly cold.
If I get the chance, I'll eliminate him outright. With his half-step Hujing Grandmaster physique
and his spirit, Qiao Zhenfeng actually dared to send people to assassinate him, so why couldn't he go and secretly take him out? Qin made a silent decision. After all, he was the owner of the sign-in system. If he let a minor figure bully him like this, he'd surely end up getting trampled to death. Glancing at the early morning sky outside, Qin stepped out into the garden, threw a few powerful punches, and then landed a punch on a rock in the rockery. With a thunderous crash, the massive rock crumbled into dust as if made of paper under the force of that single punch. Looking at the powder and rubble scattered across the ground, Qin was somewhat surprised. This was the result of him using only 60% of his strength. After practicing a few more times and going for a run, he returned to the lobby on the first floor of the villa. He drank a cup of warm water, picked up his phone, and began reading a novel. It was an online novel he'd been following for a long time, but he hadn't opened it in the past few days because he'd been too busy spending money.
The novel was titled Me and My 10 Girlfriends.
The story was touching and inspiring, and Qin was particularly fond of the male protagonist and his 10 female leads. Before he knew it, half an hour had passed, and he had reached the latest updated page of the novel. Qin felt content as he read and decided to tip the author. Normally, he would tip just a few mao, but now things were different. He no longer cared how much he spent.
So he simply typed in a number and sent the tip.
A 2 yuan tip for this book from Xiao Xianyu. The sky was gradually brightening, and a beam of sunlight shone onto the villa's floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Qin felt a little hungry, but the fridge in the kitchen was still empty. There were no ingredients inside, so making breakfast himself was out of the question. A thought crossed his mind: looks like I need to find a housekeeper as soon as possible. He got up, got into his dark night wind, and drove out of the gated community. By the time he returned to the villa, he was carrying a bag filled with breakfast.
As Chin ate breakfast, he checked the time. It was already nearly 8 a.m. He called Kong Xiaoyi and asked her to bring the nanny over for an interview. Kong Xiaoyi eagerly agreed, saying the domestic service agency wasn't too far away and that she'd head over right away to bring the nanny.
In the end, he waited an hour before Kong Xiaoyi finally arrived at the villa. Chin used the electronic screen of the intercom sign and system to unlock the front door.
Soon, Kong Xiaoyi led a young woman into the villa.
After Kong Xiaoyi and the young woman had sat down, Chin couldn't help but take a good look at the nanny applicant. She was very young, probably not even as old as Kong Xiaoyi. Although her clothes were a bit old-fashioned, and she had the shyness and reserve typical of a girl from the countryside, she couldn't hide her curvaceous figure or her stunningly beautiful face. In particular, upon closer inspection, Chin noticed the girl has slightly pointed, elongated ears. She was a girl whose looks deserved a perfect score, and for some reason, Chin's heart skipped a beat the moment he laid eyes on her.
"Is this the nanny you found for me? Are there really nannies this young?"
Chin shot Kong Xiaoyi a slightly reproachful look.
"Mr. Chin, didn't you say you wanted a young, pretty nanny? I found one for you,"
Kong Xiaoyi hurriedly explained. "I seem to recall only saying to find a nanny who was a bit younger, not a young nanny," Chin said, thinking it over. Kong Xiaoyi stuck out her tongue, as if she meant well but ended up doing the wrong thing. However, this nanny wasn't from an agency. Yesterday, through manager Zhu's connections, she contacted a very well-known agency and found a nanny she thought perfectly met Mr. Chin's standards, a woman in her 30s. But when she called that nanny just now, the woman said she already found an employer. With Mr. Chin waiting for someone, Kong Xiaoyi had no choice but to bring Xiaogua, who lived with her, over for an interview. Xiaogua is also a nanny by profession, but she had just resigned from her agency last week and was currently unemployed. Seeing that Chin seemed very dissatisfied with Xiaogua, Kong Xiaoyi hurriedly said, "I'm sorry.
If Mr. Chin isn't satisfied, I'll find someone else for you. M.Iota."
Chin glanced at the girl, who was looking down with a somewhat pitiful expression, and said with a sigh, "She is already here, so let us just go with her."
Chin had already gotten a taste of Kong Xiaoyi's personality. She was simply clueless.
This time she disliked the nanny for being too young. Next time, she might just send over someone in their 70s or 80s.
"What is your name?" Chin asked again.
The girl replied in a soft, sweet voice, "Hello, sir.
My name is Xiaogua. I'm from Wuching, Qingzhou." "Xiaogua."
Chin repeated the name, a flicker of interest passing through his eyes. "Yes, my name is Xiaogua," Xiaogua said, her large eyes fixed on Chin. Thinking Chin might not have heard her name clearly just now, she hurriedly confirmed it again.
"Wuching in Qingzhou is a long way from Nanjing City. How did you end up working here?" Chin asked.
Xiaogua lowered her head and said, "I came here with 2 older sisters from my village.
Once we arrived, we all joined the domestic service agency together." Chin listened quietly.
"Sir, maybe I should introduce myself and tell you about my skills?" Xiaogua stole a glance at Chin and said in a soft, sweet voice,
"No need for a self-introduction. You'll stay in the guest room on the first floor.
Just take care of the daily cleaning and cooking. We'll see how you perform."
"Okay, thank you, sir."
"I'll definitely make sure you're satisfied," Xiaogua said, beaming. "What are your salary expectations?"
Chin asked again.
Kong Xiaoyi was also very happy that Chin had accepted Xiaogua, but when the topic of salary came up, she felt it necessary to clarify something. She cast a cautious glance at Chin and whispered softly, "Mr. Chin, there is something I haven't told you yet. I'd like to apologize first.
Something is fishy."
Seeing Kong Xiaoyi's expression, Chin knew right away that the young lady was hiding something from him.
"Go ahead, what is it?"
"Mr. Chin, here's the thing. Yesterday, with manager Zhu's help, I did indeed find a housekeeper for you through the domestic service agency. But when I contacted that housekeeper just now, she had already found another employer. Since time was of the essence, I asked Xiaogua, who lives with me, to apply for the position. But don't worry, Xiaogua was still working as a nanny at the agency just last week. She just had a few employers with bad attitudes who all fired her, and in the end, the agency wouldn't take her back either.
So, Mr. Chin, could you please forgive me this once for bringing Xiaogui here without telling you beforehand?
After saying this, Kong Xiaoyi looked like a child who'd done something wrong, fearing an adult might tap her on the head, and she lowered her head in fear.
Xin ignored Kong Xiaoyi and turned to Xiaogui, asking, Xiaogui, tell me what caused so many employers to let you go?
Well, Xiaogui replied somewhat sheepishly, maybe my cooking wasn't quite up to par, it just didn't suit their tastes.
Is that the only reason?
Xiaogui nodded earnestly. Xin felt a bit of a headache coming on. He had a nagging feeling that there was more to this than met the eye. Finally, with a sigh of resignation, he said, never mind that for now. Just move in for the time being.
I'll give you a key card for the villa in a moment.
As for your salary, let us make it 10,000 a month. I'll transfer 100,000 to you right away.
10,000 is your salary for this month.
Take the other 90,000.
By some daily necessities, you'll need them for your daily routine. When you run out, I'll give you more.
Kong Xiaoyi, standing nearby, also broke into a happy smile.
Finally, Xin asked Xiaogui for her phone number and bank account information. As he was transferring the money, Xin glanced at Xiaogui's simple, down-to-earth outfit. I'll transfer an extra 100,000 to you. Go buy a few more outfits, think of them as your work uniforms.
While you're at it, pick up some groceries, the fridge at the villa is still empty. So Xin transferred 200,000 and handed her a keycard for the front door.
Xiaogui and Kong Xiaoyi then skipped out, bouncing along as they went.
Only after the two girls had left did Xin's expression turn slightly somber. In fact, from the very first moment he laid eyes on Xiaogui, spirit had been deeply unsettled. It was as if he were experiencing an illusion or perhaps a sixth sense that involuntarily stirred a sense of fear within him whenever he faced her. This fear didn't stem from Xiaogui herself, but rather from a sense of imminent, objective danger he seemed to perceive emanating from her. It was as if he were standing right here, yet feeling fear toward a nuclear bomb 10 kilometers away.
Xiaogui is no ordinary person, Xin concluded, while also feeling a growing curiosity about her.
Just then, his phone on the table rang. He picked it up and glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number.
Hello?
Hello, this is Li Junxiao.
Sorry to bother you. May I ask if you're planning to visit the sales office at Tianhu Century City today?
Oh, that. Only then did Xin remember that yesterday he had promised Li Dazhou he would go to Tianhu Real Estate to buy 4 buildings. Considering that the distance from Nanyun Nanzhuang to the Tianhu Real Estate sales office wasn't too far, he'd be there in no time. So he said, all right, I'll head over right now.
Okay, young Master Qin, take your time.
I'll be waiting for you at the sales office.
With that, he hung up the phone.
He glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the morning.
He got up, went out the door, and drove off. The sales office for Tianhu Century City was located in the middle section of Yunhe Road. Qin had actually been there when it was under construction. It was less than 3 kilometers from Nanyun Mountain Villa.
After Dark Night Wind left the residential complex, it took less than 3 minutes to reach the entrance to the parking lot outside the Tianhu Century City sales office. The arrival of Dark Night Wind immediately caught the attention of people who had come to view properties. Several pairs of eyes turned toward the Dark Night Wind, hoping to catch a glimpse of the driver inside. The person closest to the car saw it parked at the parking lot entrance, waiting for the gate to open. He quickly took out his phone and snapped 2 photos of the Dark Night Wind. One of the photos captured the sports car's side profile, clearly showing a side view of Qin's face.
The photographer's name was Lu Qiao.
He knew a thing or two about sports cars and felt the car looked somewhat familiar. After taking the photos, he searched online for information on this model and discovered details about the Dark Night Wind. With a list price of over 80 million, only 3 units were produced, and even now, some people were offering over 130 million yet still couldn't buy one.
Lu Qiao stared in awe.
When he looked up again, the Midnight Wind had already entered the parking lot, and all he could see from a distance was its jet-black body. He felt a twinge of regret. He should have taken a few more photos earlier.
Lu Qiao, why are you staring at that sports car so intently? It's beautiful, sure, but we're in a hurry to go see the house. There are just too many people here today looking to buy property. We need to make the most of our time. What do you know?
That SA sports car worth over 100 million.
How could I not take a few more looks? What? A sports car worth over 100 million? He Luotong was stunned.
It was the first time she'd ever heard of, let alone seen with her own eyes, a sports car that expensive.
Is that true? Why would I lie to you?
Judging by the design of those wheels, it's definitely the Dark Knight Wind.
Only 3 were ever made.
I saw you take 2 photos just now.
Quick, send them to my phone. I want to post them on my moments. He Luotong's eyes lit up.
Sure. As soon as she received the photos, He Luotong immediately posted them on her moments. After a moment's thought, she also sent the 2 photos to her middle school class chat group. She typed, "Classmates, my husband and I came to look at apartments today, and we even saw a sports car worth over 100 million. As soon as she posted this, a flood of messages popped up.
Luotong, are you just bragging? Is there really a sports car worth over 100 million? You're buying an apartment today? Congratulations, He Luotong.
After reading the messages in the class group chat, He Luotong smiled smugly and replied to a few of them.
In reality, they only brought enough money for a down payment.
The smallest unit here was 100 square meters and cost nearly 4 million, and who knew how many years it would take to earn that much?
Sheen parked the car and walked toward the sales office.
The entire sales complex covered a vast area. Not only was there a spacious parking lot, but one also had to pass through a long corridor and past a pond over 200 square meters before actually entering the sales office. Both the corridor and the 3-story sales office building were decked out with festive decorations, and the place was teeming with customers. The scene was incredibly bustling.
Sir, welcome. Are you here to buy a home?
While still more than 10 meters away from the sales office, a young sales consultant ran up, held an umbrella over Sheen, and asked with a slight bow.
I'm here to buy a home. Is Li Junxiao, the vice president of your real estate company, here?
Sheen furrowed his brow slightly.
Li Junxiao?
Sir, so you know Mr. Li from the company.
How may I assist you?
Upon hearing Sheen mention Li Junxiao's name, the young woman's demeanor became even more courteous.
Just have Li Junxiao come see me right away. My name is Sheen. Certainly, Mr. Sheen. Why don't I take you to the lounge to wait for a moment?
As soon as Mr. Li arrives, I'll bring him to see you right away.
All right.
The trace of displeasure Sheen had felt moments ago vanished. Li Junxiao had said on the phone that he would be here to greet him, but his main purpose was actually to confirm whether Sheen would show up today. When Sheen said he was coming right away, Li Junxiao might have mistakenly assumed Sheen was staying at a hotel and wouldn't arrive here for quite some time. He was probably still on his way to the sales office. In that case, he might as well sit and wait a bit.
Sheen followed the young saleswoman into the sales office and sat down in the first-floor lounge.
The saleswoman went to get him a glass of water, then stepped out. Bored, Sheen took out his phone, intending to read a novel to pass the time.
Just as he opened his phone, someone called. It was Jiang Xian. As soon as he answered, Jiang Xian asked eagerly, "Brother Sheen, tell me, did you drive the Dark Knight Wind up the half-mountain racetrack at 9 o'clock last night?" "That's right." Sheen didn't deny it. "Brother Sheen, you're amazing.
I knew it had to be you right now. The Sports Car Alliance's WeChat group is going crazy. Lots of people want to know who owns the Dark Knight Wind with a local license plate. Brother Sheen, your performance last night was absolutely mind-blowing. It was like a racing god had possessed you."
"I was racing at the time, too, and I saw a black sports car flash by. All I could make out were the taillights.
It really gave me a scare." "Come on, tell us, how fast were you going?" Hearing this, Sheen thought for a moment and said, "I wasn't going that fast, it's just that you guys were too slow." Jiang Xian was taken aback and sighed, "Brother Sheen, you're already a big name in the scene now. Lots of people want to apprentice under you to learn driving skills, and they're all trying to track down your identity.
But no one has been able to find any information on you. They don't even know your name."
One guy found out that Sister Fong was the one hiding all your information, so he didn't dare dig any deeper.
After hearing that, a lot of others stopped looking too. Of course, I knew it was you all along, I just didn't make a big deal out of it. Brother Chin, remember to take me to the races sometime. I'd like to learn some techniques from you too. Chin ignored Jiang Xian's words and asked, you said Sister Fong hid my information. Who was this Sister Fong? You don't know? Of course I do. If I did, I wouldn't be asking you.
Jiang Xian paused for a moment, then remembered something.
Oh, right, last night, Sister Fong's car crashed into the guardrail. Did that have anything to do with you?
I heard you were riding with her the whole way, passing every sports car on the track to reach the finish line. As soon as Chin heard this, it all clicked. So the Sister Fong you were talking about is her. Her car crashed into the track barrier because of me.
Because of you? Jiang Xian was shocked and asked, didn't she beat you up? Why would she beat me up?
Though come to think of it, that woman is pretty violent. She drove that car until it fell apart. Jiang Xian asked again, I heard Fan Tao's car crashed too and that you set him up.
Is that true? You mean that silver sports car?
Don't go spreading rumors. His crash had nothing to do with me. He was just a careless driver. He has no one to blame but himself.
By the way, is the driver dead? He might as well be.
He is still in the hospital, and he hasn't come to his senses yet.
That bad? Chin was a little surprised.
It wasn't the crash that left him like that. He got beaten up, Jiang Xian said, still shaken.
Beaten up?
Don't tell me it was his own dad who did it, Chin asked, even more curious.
What are you thinking? What kind of father would beat his own son that badly?
It was Sister Fong who did it. I guess it'll be a few days before he
wakes up. Chin laughed heartily and said, good for her.
He deserved it. That Sister Fong you mentioned might be a bit violent, but I have to support her on this one. Brother Chin, that's all well and good, but you'd better be careful. I'm afraid Fan Tao will come after you once he recovers.
The Fan family is a real powerhouse in Nanjiang City, even more influential than our Yin family. I know. I'll keep an eye out for him. Brother Chin, I'm a little curious, weren't you with Sister Fong last night? Did she say anything to you? Jiang Xian asked curiously. Chin thought for a moment.
She didn't say much. She doesn't seem to talk much. It was just when she was leaving that she asked me my name.
And then?
Jiang Xian was quite surprised. He couldn't believe Sister Fong would actually take the initiative to ask someone else's name. After that, I didn't tell her my name, I just ran off, Chin replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's heart began pounding, and he broke out in a cold sweat for Chin. After thinking it over, she said somewhat seriously, Brother Chin, I'm cutting ties with you.
Cutting ties? Right. You've already offended Sister Fong. I'm afraid she'll kill me too. Are you really that scared of her? She's just a bit violent. Would she really kill someone? Who says she wouldn't kill someone? Brother Chin, you don't know her at all.
She has actually killed a lot of people. In all of Nanjiang City, apart from her grandfather, no one isn't afraid of her. Even her own father got beaten up by her. So whatever you do, don't judge her by ordinary standards, and especially don't get any ideas about her just because she is pretty. So she has got some serious connections.
What's her name? Chin was taken aback. Her name is Fong Mingyue.
She is the eldest daughter of the Fong family.
Fong Mingyue.
Chin asked again, she is not that old.
Why do you call her Sister Fong?
In Nanjiang City's circle of wealthy second-generation kids, no one dares not to call her Sister Fong in her presence, even if you're much older. Jiang Xian added, of course, there is one exception, someone you've met before, Chao.
Chao. Right. Why?
Chao is Sister Fong's cousin.
I see.
But even Chao has to address her as cousin in her presence.
Chin.
The two exchanged a few more words before hanging up. Just as Qin was on the phone with Jiang Xian, the real estate consultant who had greeted Qin earlier went straight to the sales office manager, Yang Wei.
He mentioned that a client named Qin had specifically asked for Li Junxiao. After hearing the sales agent's report, Yang Wei pondered for a moment.
Finally, he said, "I'll give him a call and ask." He picked up his phone and dialed a number. As a real estate sales manager, Yang Wei had the contact numbers of all his superiors on file, whether from the project department or headquarters. The phone rang several times before someone picked up.
"Manager Yang, you were looking for me?" Li Junxiao asked as soon as he answered.
He recognized Yang Wei's number. As the vice president of a real estate group, he dealt with many clients, most commonly those buying apartments.
Having visited the sales office frequently, he was quite familiar with Yang Wei.
"Presently, here is the situation. A client has come to the sales office and specifically asked for you to come over."
"You want me to come over? What is his name?" "Qin." "What? Qin?"
Li Junxiao's expression changed.
"That is right. Do you know him, Mr. Li?" Yang Wei was taken aback by the strong reaction on the other end of the line. "I do."
"You must make sure to treat this friend of mine with the utmost respect. Don't let him down under any circumstances."
"I'm on my way to the sales office right now. Don't worry. I know what to do,"
Yang Hui assured him.
"Good."
After hanging up, Li Junxiao's face betrayed a hint of anxiety and frustration. He was currently on his way to the sales office by car and had originally assumed Qin wouldn't arrive so quickly. It only just occurred to him that Qin might be staying at Nanyun Mansion and had already arrived at the sales office ahead of him.
"Junxiao, has Qin arrived at the sales office yet?"
Gu Qianqi was driving and had overheard Li Junxiao's earlier conversation, so she had a general idea of what was going on. Gu Qianqi was driving a dark purple Bentley Flying Spur, and at that moment, she unconsciously accelerated considerably.
"That is right. If I'd known this would happen, I would ve left earlier."
"Since Qin is already there is no point in rushing. Just meet with him later and offer a sincere apology."
Li Junxiao nodded, sounding a bit self-reproachful. "I hope he'll understand.
I really didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. If he really comes to buy those 4 buildings, it would be incredibly important both for the Li family and for me. Not only would it help us build a good relationship with him, but it would also provide us with a large sum of money as quickly as possible."
Gu Qianqi also nodded.
Li Junxiao thought for a moment, then dialed another number on his phone. Li Dijang, the general manager of Tianhu Real Estate's project department and Li Junxiao's uncle. Li Junxiao had only just left Tianhu Real Estate's headquarters and was still more than 20 minutes away from the sales office. Li Dijang was stationed at the Tianhu Century City project office, so having him temporarily step in for Li Junxiao to receive Qin was the perfect solution. After receiving the call and hearing Li Junxiao's explanation, Li Dijang said somewhat sheepishly,
"Junxiao, why didn't you tell me sooner?"
"I haven't reached the project office yet, and it'll take me another 10 or 20 minutes to get to the sales office." Li Junxiao replied helplessly, "In that case, uncle, you should head straight to the sales office as quickly as possible. Once you get there, ask sales manager Yang Hui. He should be meeting with young Master Qin."
"I might arrive a little after you."
"Okay, I'll take your advice.
I'll head over right away." "Su, you're here to buy a house too?" "He Luotong?"
After He Luotong and Lu Chao entered the sales office, no sales consultant came over to greet them. There were simply too many customers. The staff were swamped. The two weren't in a hurry, so they first went to the model display area to check out the floor plans. Afterward, they decided to head to the lounge to sit for a while. Unexpectedly, as they passed the consultation area, they happened to spot Su sitting inside. Su and He Luotong had both grown up in the same neighborhood. They were not only elementary school classmates but also middle school deskmates. They still kept in touch, though they rarely chatted over the past couple of years.
"Auntie is here too, and Su Cohen, you're here as well." He Luotong also spotted Su Cohen and Su's mother sitting at another table. Su Cohen was sitting with his legs crossed, completely engrossed in a video game.
He showed no reaction to Yi Luotong's words. It was unclear whether he had hurt her or not.
Luotong has grown up so much.
I almost didn't recognize her after all these years, Su's mother said with a smile, turning to Yi Luotong. She had also heard from Su Cohen yesterday that Su had found a new boyfriend and dumped her ex, Chin. What's more, her new boyfriend was planning to buy Su a house.
Buying a house was a major event and a top priority for the Su family to bring honor to the family name.
So, shortly after hearing the news, she came to Nanjing City on her own to find Su.
If Mrs. Su had disliked Chin in the past, she now liked Su's new boyfriend, Feng Yuan, all the more.
He was handsome, wealthy, and willing to spend money on Su. The more the mother-in-law looked at her future son-in-law, the more she liked him. When she saw Yi Luotong, who had grown up with Su, arrive at the sales office as well, Su's mother felt the moment had come to make a good impression. First, she pointed at Lu Chao and said to Yi Luotong, "I heard you got married.
Is this your husband? He is quite handsome."
"Yes, his name is Lu Chao." Lu Chao also greeted the group. "Where do you work?
Is the pay decent?"
Su's mother asked with a smile.
"Hello, Auntie. I'm a supervisor at a factory."
"The pay is so just over 20,000 a month," Lu Chao replied with a smile.
"Over 20,000 a month, that's not bad."
As she spoke, Su's mother pointed proudly at Feng Yuan, who was sitting next to Su, and said with a touch of pride,
"This is my daughter's boyfriend, Feng Yuan.
His family owns several supermarkets, and he has over 100,000 a month just in spending money. He came here today specifically to spend a few million to help my daughter buy a house." Hearing Su's mother's introduction, Yi Luotong and Lu Chao both turned their gaze toward Feng Yuan. Yi Luotong said enviously, "A few days ago, I saw Feng Yuan in some photos Su posted in our class group chat. Now that I've met him in person, he really is quite handsome. Su is so lucky to have found a boyfriend like this. She'll be a rich wife someday." These words made Su's heart flutter with joy, and Su's mother was overjoyed as well. If Su became a rich wife, then she, as her mother, would certainly benefit from it too.
"Yi Luotong, what are you talking about? Who is going to be a rich wife? Your husband, Lu Chao, isn't bad either.
He is already a supervisor at such a young age. He'll go on to become a manager and then a general manager, and you'll be the general manager's wife." Lu Chao smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. He worked hard just to reach the position of supervisor. Climbing any higher without connections was simply impossible.
"Luotong, you and your husband are here to buy a house too. Why haven't you met with a sales consultant yet? The sales consultants are swamped. Who would ve thought the sales office would be this packed today?"
Yi Luotong said helplessly.
"True. Good thing I came early.
I've already looked at the ready-to-move-in units, and the sales consultant is just about to draw up the contract."
Su smiled, then paused to ask, "Luotong, are you planning to pay in full or take out a loan?"
"We've only managed to save up for the down payment so far. There is no way we could pay in full. That I can't compare to you. Your boyfriend is so rich."
"Don't be discouraged. Being able to afford the down payment puts you ahead of a lot of people. If I were still with my ex-boyfriend, I wouldn't even have enough for the down payment."
Yi Luotong nodded in agreement. Then, as if an idea struck her, she said, "Su, why don't we take a photo together and post it in our class chat group?"
"What do you think?"
"Sure," Su nodded. Then, with Lu Chao acting as the photographer, Su and Yi Luotong had their picture taken. Yi Luotong looked at the photo with satisfaction and posted it to the class chat group. She added the caption, "Over at the sales office, so happy to run into Su and her boyfriend." As soon as the message went out, several classmates who'd been lurking came out of the woodwork. "Su said a few days ago that she was going to buy a house. She really wasn't lying to us. What a coincidence that she ran into Yi Luotong at the sales office. I'm so jealous of you guys who can afford to buy a house and in a big city, no less. I heard Su's boyfriend is really rich. He just gave her an apartment as a gift." "Luotong, group admin, post another photo of her boyfriend so we can see if he is handsome." When Yi Luotong saw this message, she secretly snapped a photo of Feng Yuan and posted it.
"Wow, he really is handsome.
He is a true rich second generation. All you beautiful classmates, come check him out." I'm so jealous that Sue found her prince charming. Thank goodness she dumped Chin. If I were her, I'd do the same.
Exactly. To be honest, Chin was holding Sue back. Otherwise, she'd have been a rich wife by now. Guozhini, Dujing, aren't you guys going too far? We're all classmates, how can you talk about Chin like that?
This message was posted by Li Shi.
Guozhini, what is wrong with me saying that about Chin? Isn't he the one who held Sue back? Didn't you hear Sue say he is a total cheapskate?
He even makes Sue pay when they eat out, and in nearly 2 years, he hasn't bought her a single decent gift.
Dujing, I second that.
Li Shi, some of what Sue says might be true, but you're taking her words at face value.
Guozhini, if her words aren't true, does that mean we should believe what you're saying, Li Shi? Dujing, Li Shi, I know you want to defend your best friend, but isn't this futile? Just look at what Chin has become.
Li Shi, damn it, you two, are you done yet? Just because Sue found a rich boyfriend, you're all trying to suck up to him.
M.Iota. Guozhini, Li Shi, what did you say? Say that again.
Li Shi, you stinking snob.
As the three of them locked horns, the group chat erupted into chaos.
Many people chimed in, some trying to mediate, others taking sides, but not a single person spoke up for Li Shi, who felt increasingly isolated and helpless. After He Luotong posted a photo, she stopped checking the class group chat.
She didn't notice that the group had erupted into an argument over that very photo.
The real estate agent who had just assisted Sue walked over, bringing the purchase contracts. Since Feng Yuan was footing the bill, he had handled all the details of the contracts. Sue only needed to sign them at the end. She picked up the contracts and skimmed through them casually. When she flipped to the second one, her expression changed. She realized she was holding a loan agreement with the bank.
Brother Feng, didn't you say you'd buy this apartment for me in full, so why has it turned into a mortgage now?
Sue said, sounding a bit displeased. Feng Yuan looked a bit awkward and hurried to explain, Sue, I've invested all my savings, so I can't come up with that much money right away. Besides, I've already put down over $1 million for the down payment, and I'll be covering the monthly payments from now on. So, for you, paying in installments is no different from paying in full. Sue's expression wasn't as sour as it had been a moment ago, but deep down, she still felt something wasn't quite right. The reason Feng Yuan had agreed so readily to give her an apartment wasn't just because Su Cohen had brought it up and pressured him into making a decision. The most important factor was that Su had told Feng Yuan she hadn't given her virginity to anyone yet, and if he wanted it, he'd have to agree to buy her an apartment first.
When Feng Yuan heard that, he got very excited and agreed without hesitation.
Originally, Su had set her sights on a much larger apartment, one measuring 140 square meters. But Feng Yuan said he didn't like that one and chose a smaller unit of just 100 square meters, priced at $3.8 million. Su put up with this as well. After all, she wasn't the one paying for it, so she had to take Feng Yuan's preferences into account. But in the end, without even consulting her, Feng Yuan decided to buy it on a mortgage, with a down payment of only $1.2 million.
This stark contrast instantly doused Su's initial excitement.
She seemed to realize that Feng Yuan wasn't someone she could rely on.
Take a look at the contract. We'll be signing it in a moment.
I'm just going to the restroom, Feng Yuan said before heading toward the restroom. He Luotong was sitting very close to Su and had overheard the entire conversation between Su and Feng Yuan. Seeing Feng Yuan leave, she walked over, picked up the purchase contract from the table, and glanced at it. Finally, she said, Su, I'm not sure if I should say this.
What is it? Go ahead.
He Luotong leaned close to Su's ear and whispered, I don't think your boyfriend is being entirely sincere with you. He is so wealthy, yet he is buying you such a small apartment, and in the end, he is even taking out a loan just to cover the down payment.
So what?
Su forced a smile and said, even though it's a mortgage, Feng Yuan did say he'd cover the monthly payments, and the deed is in my name.
He Luotong glanced around and said to the real estate agent waiting for Su to sign, go wait over there for a moment.
I need to discuss something with her.
Okay. The real estate agent glanced at Su and had no choice but to walk away. He Luotong whispered, Su, let me ask you, have you and Feng Yuan done it yet? Done what?
Don't play dumb, I mean exactly that.
Not yet. That's the right answer.
He Luotong explained, Su, what I fear most is that Feng Yuan is just after your body and putting on a show in front of you.
What do you mean by that?
I know the nature of rich second-generation kids all too well. They're womanizers who go from one woman to the next. If Feng Yuan truly wanted to be with you, he wouldn't have taken out a mortgage to buy a house. It would be a loss of face for him if word got out, wouldn't it?
Besides, have you ever thought about what would happen if he gets tired of you and dumps you? Will he still help you pay the monthly mortgage payments then?
What I'm most afraid of is that not only will he stop helping you with the payments, but he'll also demand the over $1 million he paid for your down payment back.
Su was startled. Luotong, are you saying that Feng Yuan could demand the money he paid for the down payment back later? Didn't he pay it for me? Isn't that the same as giving it to me?
He did pay it for you, but he never said it was a gift. He paid the real estate company directly from his bank account, so it can be interpreted as a loan. He has the right to reclaim that money in the future.
As he Luotong explained, Su's expression grew increasingly grim. Luotong, what do you suggest I do?
Maybe your worries are unfounded. Maybe Feng Yuan isn't at all what you think he is, and he really just doesn't have that much cash on hand right now. But if we make assumptions like this, aren't we judging a gentleman by the standards of a petty person? Su speculated, though deep down she had long since accepted he Luotong's words. She knew Feng Yuan's character to some extent. He was by no means a faithful man, and she, Su, was certainly not the only woman in his life. It was just that Su was still clinging to her dream of being a wealthy wife, choosing to ignore some of Feng Yuan's flaws. Especially in front of her former best classmate just moments ago, Su had been looking down on her from on high. If the tables were to turn suddenly and she fell out with Feng Yuan, losing face like that, would Su even have a place among all her middle school classmates in the future? At this thought, Su fell silent. Su, even if you have to be the villain, it's better than getting the short end of the stick. I suggest you stand your ground and insist that Feng Yuan pay for the entire house in cash. You should also draw up an agreement stating that the money he spends on the house is a gift to you, to avoid any trouble later on. I'll do as you say, but what if he insists he doesn't have that much cash on hand? Then wait until the next time a house comes up for sale. Keep waiting until he admits he has enough money and comes back to buy it outright. Of course, you'll also need to keep some distance from him. He'll be even more anxious than you are.
Alright, I'll take your advice. Su was finally persuaded this was indeed the best approach.
While the two were talking, Feng Yuan returned from the restroom. Upon seeing Feng Yuan come back, he Luotong pretended nothing was wrong and walked away, though she felt incredibly relieved inside. The frustration she felt moments earlier had completely vanished. Once Feng Yuan sat down, Su laid her cards on the table.
Brother Feng, I've thought it through. Let us hold off on buying the house for now. Feng Yuan was taken aback. Su, weren't you really eager to buy a house? Why did you suddenly change your mind?
Didn't you say you didn't have enough cash on hand because you'd invested it all? After thinking it over, I'd rather wait until you have enough money to buy the house outright.
If we take out a mortgage, we'll have to pay the bank a lot in interest, right? It's better for you this way. Su explained. Feng Yuan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he quickly put on a nonchalant air. Su, you have a point. Let us just buy it next time, then. As for tonight, I've already booked a room at the hotel. Make sure you show up, okay? Su smiled faintly. It's still early. Why don't we wait until I bought the house outright? Feng Yuan couldn't help but say, so you're saying you won't agree to be with me unless I buy you that house outright? That's right. And you'll have to draw up an agreement stating that you're giving me the money as a gift. After that, I'll leave everything entirely up to you. What do you think? Su said, looking a little bashful. Hearing this, Feng Yuan could no longer hide the displeasure on his face. His voice dropped to a low growl. In that case, don't count on me to pay for your apartment. Feng Yuan had never truly intended to help Su buy an apartment.
With several million to buy a place, he could find several women just as attractive as Sue. If it weren't for Sue Cohen fanning the flames from the sidelines and hearing Sue say she was still a virgin, he wouldn't have even given her a verbal promise. Today, when they came to view the apartment, He Luotong had seen right through Feng Yuan's scheme. He planned to get Sue into bed, have his fun, and then kick her to the curb. That way, he get to have his way with a woman for free. What a bargain. But why had Sue suddenly gotten so clever? Feng Yuan shot an annoyed glance at He Luotong, who was eavesdropping nearby. It must be this woman ruining my plans. I saw her whispering to Sue right here a moment ago. Women, what a hassle. Brother Feng, what do you mean by that? So you're not actually broke, you just don't want to help me pay for the apartment in full? Sue said, her face pale. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now. I apologize to you. Feng Yuan hurried to explain, though deep down, he felt it was still very hard to accept giving up on Sue just like that. Sue snorted. Brother Feng, I'll let this one slide as a moment of anger, but don't expect me to forgive you next time. Sue certainly didn't take Feng Yuan's earlier remark as mere hot air, but she didn't want to let things get completely strained either. However, even though she said this on the surface, her inner feelings had already shifted. She no longer pinned her hopes on Feng Yuan and had begun to guard against him. Sighing with deep frustration, her thoughts involuntarily turned to Qin. Meanwhile, a few minutes after Qin had sat down in the lounge area, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Qin, what are you doing here? Gui Yafeng had carried a case of 24 bottles of mineral water from the innermost room of the lounge and was walking out with some effort when she spotted Qin sitting there. She let out a surprised and delighted exclamation, then set the case of water down on the floor. Gui Yafeng, I'd almost forgotten you're also an employee at the Tianhu real estate sales office. Qin smiled as he looked at Gui Yafeng, whose face was slightly flushed from carrying the heavy load. Qin, you're not going to tell me you're here to buy a house too, are you? Gui Yafeng asked. The way she looked at Qin now was different from before, no longer that distant, superficially gentle gaze that kept others at arm's length. Instead, she met him with a warm, considerate, and friendly demeanor. You're actually right, I did come here today to buy a place. Has a sales consultant shown you around yet? I made an appointment with a friend, he'll be here to meet me shortly. I see. Gui Yafeng felt a hint of disappointment. Although she currently had a client to attend to, if Qin didn't have anyone showing him around right now, she would have gladly turned down her own client just to spend time with him. There are quite a few customers here, many of the sales staff are swamped. You must be busy too, right? Qin asked. It's okay, I am a bit busy, though. I just saw off one client and am now meeting with another. Gui Yafeng gave a wry smile. Why are you the one carrying the bottled water? Where are you taking it? Just to the meeting area next door. They ran out of water there, and the client I'm with is waiting for a drink, so I'm taking a whole case over. But I couldn't find anyone else to help, so I had to do it myself. Gui Yafeng said with a wry smile. How about I help you carry this case of mineral water over there? I saw you were really struggling just now, Qin said as he stood up and walked over. It's no trouble at all. Qin smiled slightly and effortlessly lifted the case of mineral water from the floor. The meeting area was very close to the break room, just a few dozen steps away. After placing the case of mineral water in a corner of the meeting area, Qin turned to Gui Yafeng. I'm heading back to the lounge for now. We can talk when you're done and have some free time. Qin, Gui Yafeng hurriedly called out to Qin, who was about to leave. Do you need something else? Qin asked. Well. Gui Yafeng mustered her courage and said, Qin, to put it simply, I want to be your girlfriend. Would you love me? After saying this, she looked at Qin with a mixture of shyness and anticipation. Qin gave a wry smile. Yafeng, you're putting me in a tough spot. Actually, ever since you said those words to me last time, I've never had any other feelings towards you, especially after breaking up with Sue. I really don't want to date anyone right now. So, Yafeng, I'm sorry, but let us just stay friends. Gui Yafang's expression darkened, and she said somewhat dejectedly, "Qin, you're really turning the tables on me, you've left me speechless." Just as Qin was about to reply, he heard someone call his name. "Qin, it's you." He looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the speaker was none other than his ex-girlfriend's younger brother, Su Koan. After finishing a round of gaming, Su Koan's throat was a bit dry, so he went looking for a bottle of water. Seeing someone had left a case of mineral water there, he walked over. That's when he spotted Qin and couldn't help but call out in surprise. Then, as if he discovered a new continent, he became quite excited and waved at Su. He shouted, "Sis, look who's here." Although Su and Feng Yuan hadn't exactly fallen out, their relationship was as good as non-existent. Just as she was feeling quite unhappy, she heard Su Koan calling her. She looked up and immediately spotted Qin standing there. "What's Qin doing there?" Su couldn't help but stand up. "What's going on?" Feng Yuan asked. "My ex-boyfriend, the one you met last time, he's here too." "So it's that guy." Feng Yuan let out a cold laugh. "Come on, let us go check him out." Then Su and Feng Yuan walked over together. As soon as Su left, He Luotong's gaze followed hers and she spotted Qin as well. She said to Lu Chao, "Let us go, I've spotted another familiar face." With that, she tugged Lu Feng along and headed over. Qin hadn't expected to run into Su Koan and Su, the brother and sister, as well as Su's new boyfriend, all at the sales office. These were the very people he despised the most and wanted to avoid, and now they were all standing right in front of him. His expression darkened. He glanced at Gui Yafang and started to walk away, unwilling to deal with the group approaching him. "Qin, where are you going? Are you scared just because you see my brother-in-law here? Weren't you acting pretty cocky last time?" Su Koan taunted. Qin stopped in his tracks and narrowed his eyes at Su Koan. "Su Koan, I don't want to beat anyone up, but if someone shoves their face in my face, I won't hesitate to expend a little energy." The words were spoken calmly, yet they carried immense presence, and he had even channeled his spirit. As the words fell, Su Koan's heart lurched, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back, his face turning slightly pale. Finally, forcing himself to remain composed, he said, "Qin, what do you mean by that?" "All right, little brother, just keep your mouth shut." Su stepped in to stop Su Koan from saying more, then looked at Qin with a somewhat complex expression. "There are some things that, when you hold them in your hands, you don't cherish until the moment you lose them, only then do you realize how important they were." That was exactly how Su felt when she looked at Qin. You at that moment. It had only been a few days since their breakup, but Su had already noticed that Qin had completely changed. Not only was he more composed than before, but he was also even more handsome, and his demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. She recalled all the little moments from the past, especially how Qin had taken such good care of her when she was sick, and how he was always there for her whenever she needed him, showing her the utmost care and attention. Although Qin couldn't provide her with much in the way of material comforts, his feelings for her were absolutely genuine. Thinking of all this, Su felt an urge to cry, especially now that she had seen through Feng Yuan's true nature and knew he could never be as devoted to her as Qin had been. With these thoughts in mind, Su walked up to Qin, her expression seemingly tinged with a hint of tenderness. "Qin, what are you doing here at the sales office?" Gui Yafeng, who had never met Su before, asked Qin, "Qin, who is this?" "My ex-girlfriend, Su," Qin replied bluntly. Gui Yafeng nodded, then scrutinized Su closely, a hint of pity for her in her eyes. "Hey, kid, I hear you're quite the pretender, a hotel driver trying to act like a big shot in front of me," Feng Yuan sneered at Qin. Qin ignored Feng Yuan, and he also ignored Su's earlier remark. He spotted a familiar face approaching. It was He Luotong. "Qin, it really is you." "It's been a long time," He Luotong said with a smile as she approached. "You're He Luotong," Qin quickly recalled the name of his former middle school classmate. He had a fairly vivid memory of He Luotong, as she had been the class monitor back in middle school and was now the administrator of their alumni chat group. He, I thought you wouldn't recognize me," He Luotong said with a smile. She pointed to Lu Chao behind her and introduced him, "This is Lu Chao, my husband."
Upon hearing He Luotong's introduction, Qin nodded briefly at Lu Chao. "Hello." Lu Chao greeted him, though he was puzzled inwardly. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have recognized this old classmate of He Luotong's. But when he saw Qin's face, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he'd seen him somewhere before. "Qin, aren't you supposed to be working as a driver at the hotel? How come you've ended up here working as a porter?" Seeing that Feng Yuan had also spoken up to confront Qin, Su Kuan felt emboldened and sneered smugly at Qin. "A porter? Su Kuan, are you saying Qin has started working as a porter here?" The question came from Su's mother, who had just followed them over. Seeing everyone running toward that spot, she followed out of curiosity, and that's when she spotted Qin. As her daughter's former boyfriend, Su's mother was, of course, well aware of Qin's background. From their very first meeting, Su's mother had harbored deep animosity toward Qin. In her view, her daughter Su was beautiful and exceptionally capable. A daughter like that deserved a son-in-law who was both wealthy and accomplished. But what kind of good-for-nothing was Qin? He had no money, no connections, and nothing to recommend him. Wouldn't a son-in-law like that bring shame to the Su family? If Su were to marry him, she'd only suffer and struggle. Especially after Mrs. Su saw old man Zhang from next door, who had found a good son-in-law and whose family had immediately become wealthy. She was consumed by jealousy for quite some time. Mrs. Su became the most vocal opponent of Su and Qin's relationship within the Su family. She had met Qin twice, once during the spring festival, when Qin accompanied Su home for their first meeting, and another time after the holiday, when Qin came to pick Su up. On both occasions, Su's mother gave Qin the cold shoulder. Not only did she constantly belittle him, but she also urged Su to break up with him right in front of Qin. In the past, Qin had always kept his anger to himself when facing Su's mother, but seeing her again now and recalling the past, he couldn't help but feel a deep loathing for her. "That's right, Mom. Qin brought this case of mineral water over and put it here. I saw it with my own eyes." Su Kuan pointed to the case of mineral water on the floor. "So that's how it is, Qin. I knew it in my eyes. You're the most good-for-nothing of them all. Just look at Su's new boyfriend, Feng Yuan. He came over today just to buy Su a house. And you? You're just a lowly laborer here, earning that meager monthly wage, yet you still dare to dream of marrying my daughter." Su's mother was smug and delighted, her eyes narrowed as she launched into a tirade of scorn. Su grew impatient and tugged at her mother's sleeve. "Mom, could you please hold your tongue a little? Su, why are you still defending him? He's not your boyfriend anymore. Even if he were, I'd still have every right to criticize him." "Excuse me, ma'am, there seems to be a misunderstanding here." At that moment, Gui Yafang spoke up. "He helped me carry this case of mineral water here. Qin isn't an employee here, nor did he come to move anything." "Qin isn't an employee here?" Su's mother asked, sounding somewhat displeased. "Then what is he doing here?" "What I'm doing here is none of your business and certainly not something you have the right to meddle in." Qin spoke up, his voice flat, but the look he cast at Mrs. Su, whether intentional or not, was laced with contempt and disgust. Seeing this expression, Mrs. Su was deeply displeased and snapped furiously, "Qin, who do you think you are, speaking to me like that? And who do you think you are, to speak to me like that?" Qin wouldn't back down. As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. Click. He Luotong stepped outside and secretly snapped a photo of Qin, Su, and the others. Then she posted it in the class chat group. She wrote, "Ran into Qin at the sales office. Qin and Su's mother seem to be about to get into a fight. Everyone, come check it out." In an instant, several messages popped up. How did Qin end up at the sales office? Did he come for Su's sake? Luotong, you said Qin got into an argument with Su's mother, is that true? You didn't get it wrong, did you? Maybe it's actually Qin arguing with Su's new boyfriend. This is going to be a show. Seeing how lively the group chat had become, He Luotong sent a message to explain. Qin was helping move things at the sales office when Su's mother made a few snide remarks, and the two of them got into an argument. As soon as that message was posted, the tone of the group chat gradually shifted.
Led by Guozhini and Du Jing, the chat soon became filled with nothing but sarcastic jabs and scorn directed at Qin. During the earlier argument between Guozhini, Du Jing, and Li Shi, many classmates ultimately sided with the two girls. Li Shi, unable to hold his ground alone, was eventually forced to fall silent. Now Guozhini was even more smug, speaking with even greater audacity. Their words were filled with utter loathing for Qin. It seemed that only by expressing such contempt could they truly convey their delight. He Luotong glanced at the messages in the group and realized she'd stirred up a hornet's nest. She began to regret posting Qin's photo earlier. Since you put it that way, Qin, don't count on Sue getting back together with you. I know Sue dumped you, and you're definitely not ready to accept it. You're still thinking about winning her back, but why don't you take a look in the mirror and see yourself? Sue's mother seemed to have seen right through Qin's thoughts and warned him. Rest assured, even if Sue were to get down on her knees right now and beg me to get back together, I'd never agree. So what you just said is completely out of the question. Qin laughed sarcastically. Tough talk, Sue's mother sneered. Qin, stop pretending. My sister is so beautiful, who wouldn't like her? You can forget about it. Are you people crazy? You're way too full of yourselves. Qin never once said he wanted to pursue Sue. How did that become so unrealistic in your minds? Gui Yafeng couldn't stand it anymore. Who are you? What is your relationship with Qin that you're speaking up for him like this? Sue's mother shot Gui Yafeng a hostile glance. Seeing that the girl defending Bang Bangyu was just as good looking as Sue, if not better, made her even more annoyed. I'm Qin's friend. Of course, I like him too. Unfortunately, he didn't accept me, Gui Yafeng admitted frankly. What? You actually like Qin? Many people were stunned, unsure whether Gui Yafeng was being serious or not. Although Gui Yafeng was wearing a sales representative's uniform, she was strikingly beautiful, especially when standing next to Sue. She seemed to outshine her slightly. A girl like that actually likes Qin? Even Feng Yuan looked at Qin with a touch of jealousy. If he had to choose between Sue and Gui Yafeng, he would pick the latter without hesitation. You said you know Qin, so you're obviously sticking up for him. I don't believe for a second that you'd like that poor kid. So, Qin, if you're not here for my daughter, why are you here? Don't tell me you're here to buy a house too? Sue's mother couldn't believe that a girl even more outstanding than her own daughter would like Qin, so she pressed further. Of course Qin came here to buy a house. Is that so strange? Gui Yafeng continued to speak up for Qin. She, too, had little regard for Sue's mother and the others. Qin coming here to buy a house? Miss, don't let him fool you. That kid's a master at putting on a show, Feng Yuan sneered. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice filled with surprise rang out. Mr. Qin, so you're here. The sales consultant who had originally greeted Qin, accompanied by the sales office manager, walked toward Qin with a smile. Then, Yang Hui, who had been standing behind them, hurried forward a few steps and addressed Qin with great deference. Mr. Qin, I'm Yang Hui, the manager of this sales office. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I've already contacted General Manager Li. He is on his way and will be here shortly. After speaking with Li Junxiao on the phone, Li Hui had rushed over to find Qin, but couldn't find him in the lounge area. It took him quite a while to track him down here. Oh, so you're the sales office manager here. Mr. Qin, why don't you follow me up to the VIP reception room on the second floor to wait? General Manager Li will be here shortly, Li Hui invited. Manager Yang, don't let this kid fool you. He doesn't have the money to buy a house. You'd be better off entertaining us instead of him. Seeing the sales manager treat Qin with such respect, Feng Yuan felt as though he was being looked down upon. That's right, my brother-in-law is spot on. Are you blind, sales manager? Entertaining a penniless kid like him is no match for entertaining my brother-in-law, Su Koan chimed in. Yang Hui looked at Feng Yuan, then at Su Koan, glanced at the rest of the group, and finally let his gaze settle on Gui Yafeng. Gui Yafeng, who are these people? They aren't clients you're hosting, are they? Manager Yang, I don't know them. They were being quite rude to Qin just a moment ago, Gui Yafeng explained, seeming to have caught on to something. In that case, call security to have them thrown out, Yang Hui said coldly. Li Junxiao had made it very clear on the phone that Mr. Qin must not be neglected under any circumstances, and Li Junxiao was already on his way here.
Someone actually dared to offend such an important figure. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for him to prove himself? What did you say? You want to kick us out? I'm a customer here looking to buy a house.
Is this any way to treat people? I'm going to file a complaint against you, the sales office manager, Mrs. Su said, clearly furious.
Go ahead and complain all you want.
The main entrance is over there, please, make yourself of this.
You're not welcome here. Yang Hui pointed toward the door.
Mrs. Su felt a tightness in her chest from anger. She pointed at Yang Hui but couldn't get a word out.
Manager Yang, you're kicking us out but plan to personally entertain this kid? I think you've lost your mind.
Since that's the case, I'll file a complaint directly with General Manager Li from your project department. I know him personally, Feng Yuan said with a cold laugh. Feng Yuan had met General Manager Li from Tianhu Real Estate's project department through a friend at a nightclub. Just before coming here to view the property, he called Li and secured a special discount. Feng Yuan, you really know how to work things.
Go ahead and call that General Manager Li to complain.
I can tell just by looking at this manager Yang that he is no good, Mrs. Su said proudly.
Brother-in-law, make that call right away.
Let us see if this manager dares to keep acting so arrogant.
As you wish.
Call whoever you want, but I'll say it again, please step outside first, Yang Hui said, showing no sign of fear. In that case, don't blame me for being blunt. Feng Yuan's gaze turned cold as he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, Feng Yuan exchanged a few polite words before getting straight to the point, lodging a direct complaint against the sales manager. You mean Manager Yang is with you in the negotiation area? The voice on the other end asked.
That's right, Feng Yuan replied quickly. All right, I'll be right there.
With that, the other party hurriedly hung up. After putting down his phone, Feng Yuan sneered, I never expected such a coincidence. President Li is already here and will be over shortly.
Manager Yang, you might just lose your job this time.
Qin glanced at Su Kuan and the others with obvious disgust.
Manager Yang, let us get out of here.
It's annoying to have to watch these clowns make a spectacle of themselves.
Yes, Mr. Qin, please follow me this way.
Upon hearing Qin speak, Yang Hui hurriedly gestured respectfully toward the door.
Qin glanced at Gui Yafeng. We'll talk another time. I'm going to take a seat over there first. All right, I've got work to do too. With that, Qin strode toward the door, followed by Manager Yang and the female sales representative. Hold on. You think you can just leave like that? Did you get a guilty conscience when you heard President Li was coming, or are you just scared? Su Kuan blocked their path and sneered. Move aside. Qin shot Su Kuan a cold glare.
He'd long taken a dislike to Su Kuan, and if the other man's next words were any less polite, Qin was ready to knock him down with a single palm strike to vent his pent-up frustration.
Su Kuan, move aside. What are you doing blocking the way? Unexpectedly, Su snapped at Su Kuan at that moment.
She had remained silent until then because she'd been torn inside, unsure of what to say. She slowly walked up to Qin, and what she said took everyone by surprise.
Qin, I'm sorry. I'm formally apologizing to you. I was wrong. M.iota.
The moment those words left her mouth, even Qin was taken aback.
What's this woman up to? She can't possibly have changed her ways.
The noise that had filled the air just moments ago suddenly died down considerably, and Gui Yafeng, who had been about to leave, also stopped in her tracks. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Luotan looked at Su with a puzzled expression. She still remembered how Su had been bad-mouthing Qin in the class chat group just 2 days ago, and now she was actually apologizing to him. Suddenly, Lu Chao's voice, filled with shock, rang in her ears.
Luotan, I finally remember. What did you remember?
Luotan turned her head and gave the man beside her a puzzled look.
Didn't we see a sports car worth over 100 million on our way over? Yeah, why are you bringing that car up?
The person driving that car was none other than your old classmate, Qin.
Lu Chao nodded toward Qin. What?
He Luotong snapped back to reality with a start.
I'm not lying. Take a look if you don't believe me.
Lu Feng hurriedly pulled out his phone and pulled up a photo he'd just taken. It was a side view of the dark night wind, and Qin was clearly visible in the driver's seat. After Lu Xiao's reminder, he Luotong took a closer look and quickly recognized Qin's profile. It really was the same person, even wearing the exact same clothes. Qin is driving a sports car worth over 100 million? Holy crap, this is insane. He Luotong was so excited he couldn't put it into words. He then opened the class chat group, went to the photo album, and immediately posted the photo of Dark Night Wind showing Qin's profile again. He added, "This is the second time I've posted this photo today. Everyone, take a guess, why did I post it again?" Luotong, I saw you post that earlier too. You said it's a sports car worth over 100 million. Stop beating around the bush, tell us, what's the big deal? Seeing that someone had asked, he Luotong typed out a message explaining the reason. That's Qin in the car. If you don't believe me, take a close look at the photo. Isn't the Qin behind the wheel? After thinking for a moment, she sent another message. Su just apologized to Qin. After posting that message, he Luotong stopped checking the class chat. But the chat was already in an uproar. It can't be April Fool's Day, can it? How did this suddenly turn into Qin driving a luxury car, with Su even apologizing to him? It's true. I looked closely at the photo. It's definitely Qin driving that sports car worth over 100 million. I'm blown away. Who would VE thought? We VE all been kept in the dark, even Su didn't realize it. Qin is a big shot who has kept his identity deeply hidden, a top-tier tycoon who can drive a sports car worth over 100 million. Su must have discovered Qin's true identity, regretted it, and is now apologizing and begging for his forgiveness. Who knows if the car Qin's driving is rented, or if he is just acting as someone else's driver.
Wozheni chimed in. Wozheni, aren't you overthinking this? This is a limited edition sports car worth over 100 million. Anyone who owns one would definitely keep it to themselves and drive it personally. Why would they rent it out? Hiring a driver is even less likely. Even if that car belongs to Qin, and even if he is really rich, so what? He is still nowhere near Li Junxiao's level.
Du Jing said bitterly.
Of course there is no comparison to Li Junxiao. Not to mention the gossip in the class group chat. Su, have you lost your mind? Why on earth would you apologize to Qin? Su's mother looked at her daughter in disbelief. Sis, have you lost your mind?
Feng Yuan, meanwhile, wore a stony expression, his eyes flickering with anger.
Su simply stared straight at Qin, saying nothing.
Su, I don't know what you're up to, but let me make this very clear, there is no way we can be together.
Don't delude yourself into thinking I'll change my mind, Qin said, furrowing his brow.
At those words, Su's body went limp. She took a step back, a pallor spreading across her face. Just then, a middle-aged man with a potbelly and a receding hairline hurried in. As soon as Feng Yuan saw the man entering, he exclaimed joyfully, "President Li, you're finally here." Li Dijang glanced at Feng Yuan but ignored him, turning to Yang Hui and asking urgently, "Manager Yang, where is Mr. Qin?" Yang Hui hurriedly introduced him, "President Li, this is Mr. Qin."
"Mr. Qin, hello, hello.
I'm Li Dijang, General Manager of the real estate project here. I heard you were coming to buy a home, but I wasn't able to personally welcome you. It's truly my fault, my fault." Guided by Yang Hui, Li Dijang hurried over to Qin, smiling respectfully and apologetically. Feng Yuan, who had been smiling broadly while greeting Li Dijang, found his smile freeze involuntarily.
Surprised and bewildered, he muttered to himself, "Mr. Qin?"
That the general manager of a major real estate group's project department would show such deference to Qin aside from Gui Yafang and Yang Hui, who had some knowledge of Qin's identity iota, left everyone else utterly speechless. Even Yi Luotong and Lu Chao, who knew Qin drove a sports car worth over 100 million, were no exception. This only further confirmed Qin's status.
"General Manager Li, you're too kind.
I'm just dropping by to buy a few buildings, there's no need for you to greet me personally.
Mr. Qin, you're joking.
You're a distinguished guest of Tianhu Real Estate.
Your presence graces our sales department and brings honor to me, General Manager Li, don't you agree?
Upon hearing Qin's words, General Manager Li couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is that even human speech, just dropping by to buy a few buildings? How casual that sounded, as if he were popping in to buy some groceries. Nevertheless, his expression grew even more respectful. It was clear from Qin's words that Li Junxiao's description was not only true but even more accurate than he suggested. Watching the conversation between Qin and General Manager Li, Mrs. Su slowly snapped out of her daze. No matter how slow-witted she was, she knew Qin's status was no ordinary one. Judging by their conversation, Qin really was here to buy a house. Could it be that Qin actually had powerful connections or was incredibly wealthy and had deliberately kept it hidden from them all along? At this thought, Mrs. Su felt she had missed out on a huge opportunity that rightfully belonged to the Su family and that she might even have destroyed the chance with her own hands. After all, while Su was dating Qin, she would frequently call to pressure Su into breaking up with him. Su eventually broke up with him, though the main reason was that the boss's son at her company was pursuing her, and she couldn't resist the temptation of money. Ultimately, part of the reason was also Su's mother's constant nagging, which had affected her state of mind. Su's mother's expression shifted. She seemed very reluctant to accept this reality, hoping it was all just an illusion. She couldn't help but ask, Qin, you really are here to buy a house? Qin glanced at Su's mother but ignored her question, turning instead to Li Dijang. Let us go somewhere else to talk. Of course, Mr. Qin, this way, please. Li Dijang hurriedly stepped aside, gesturing for him to lead the way. This time, Su Koan didn't dare to intervene. He could sense the tension in the air, and with General Manager Li present to keep things in check, he knew it wasn't his place to speak up. Seeing that Qin had ignored her, Su's mother felt not the slightest bit of anger. Instead, she grew even more anxious. Wait. It was Su who spoke. Many might not have noticed what Qin had just said, but she had heard it clearly. Precisely because she had heard it so clearly was she filled with utter shock and heartache. Hearing that Qin was about to leave, panic gripped her, and she couldn't help but call out to him. Qin had taken only a couple of steps before stopping. He had no choice but to turn back and look at Su, waiting for her to continue. He was also a bit puzzled. Su's behavior just now was as if she were a different person, lacking her usual arrogance and irrationality. Qin, you just said you came here intending to buy several buildings. Not several apartments, nor several villas, several buildings? Su paused to gather her thoughts, then finally repeated what she just heard, waiting for Qin to confirm it himself. A few buildings? How many buildings does Qin want to buy? Question marks popped up over the heads of everyone present. They thought about it. They did indeed have a vague memory of Qin saying something like that. But who knew if it was a slip of the tongue, or if they simply misheard him? To come here to buy several buildings, such an impossible notion, and yet Su had actually asked it out loud. One by one, they all cast amused glances at Su. Su, what has gotten into you today? How could Qin possibly come here to buy several buildings? Even if he really did say that, would you actually believe it? Su's mother looked at her with concern. Sis, you've really lost your mind. Su, don't you think about it? A single building has over 150 units. How much would that cost? The price is unimaginable. Even if Qin were rich, he might not be able to afford an entire building. Feng Yuan chuckled. He Luotong and Lu Chao, the married couple, nodded in agreement. Even Gui Yafan thought Feng Yuan had a point. Just as Feng Yuan finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from outside. Su, you're right. Young Master Qin is indeed coming over to buy a few buildings. As the words were spoken, two people walked in. It was Li Junxiao and Gu Qianxi. Li Junxiao. Li Junxiao, and classmate Gu Qianxi, you're here too. Seeing Li Junxiao and Gu Qianxi enter, two voices rang out simultaneously. Su and He Luotong spoke at the same time. Li Junxiao had once captivated the hearts of countless young girls. Needless to say, Su was no exception, and even He Luotong wasn't surprised. Back in middle school, Li Junxiao's fame was simply too great. There was no one who didn't know him, no one who didn't envy him, and no one who didn't admire him. Even He Luotong, now married, felt a spark of excitement upon seeing Li Junxiao again. He was as dazzling as ever. Li Junxiao, I'd almost forgotten Tian Hu real estate belongs to your family. A flurry of emotions flashed through Sue's eyes as she gazed at Li Junxiao, her eyes reddening. When she saw Gu Qianqi standing beside Li Junxiao, she couldn't help but feel the flames of jealousy blaze fiercely within her. Li Junxiao looked at Su calmly. He had once felt a great deal of guilt toward this girl, but by now, his heart had long since hardened into stone.
Su, it's been a long time. And Luotong, I never expected to run into you here. Li Junxiao.
A thought struck He Luotong, her eyes lit up as she smiled.
I'd actually forgotten that this development belongs to your family.
I just happened to come here to buy a place since we're old classmates, could you give me a discount?
Hearing this, Li Junxiao was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing.
He Luotong, after all these years, you haven't changed a bit.
No problem. For the sake of our old class president friend, how about I give you a 50% discount? At that price, I'd practically be selling at a loss.
Great, it's a deal, He Luotong said, clearly delighted. Lu Chao, standing beside him, also looked thrilled. He hadn't expected that coming to buy a house today would turn out to be such a stroke of luck. He'd hit the jackpot.
He really hadn't imagined that He Luotong had such an impressive classmate.
Add this old classmate Qin to the mix, my goodness, this place is truly full of hidden talents.
Why don't I have such awesome old classmates?
Alright, managerly, later on, whichever apartment my old classmate sets her sights on, just sell it to her at half price. Yes, Mr. Li, Yang Hui replied hurriedly.
Li Junxiao turned back to Su, a smile on his face. Su, you aren't here to buy a house too, are you?
I can sell it to you at half price as well. Su stood there in silence, biting her lip hard and not uttering a word.
Su, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and say yes to your classmate. Su's mother grew impatient and urged Su to agree.
She had figured it out. The large real estate development they'd come to buy from was run by the family of this man standing right in front of them, who was also one of Su's former classmates. Now that was a true rich kid, Feng Yuan was no match for him. How wonderful it would be if this man became a son-in-law of the Su family.
Auntie, let me introduce you. Li Junxiao and Gu Qianqi here were all classmates of Su and me back in the day.
You've probably heard of Li Junxiao's father, He is Li Dezhou, the richest man in Shachang. In high spirits, He Luotong stepped closer to Su's mother to introduce them. Oh my, so you're the son of Sha City's richest man. Su never told me he had such an impressive classmate. Mr. Li is a household name in Sha City. I've heard he is also a great philanthropist.
Mrs. Su's eyes lit up as she looked at Li Junxiao, and her envy grew.
She thought to herself, how wonderful it would be if Su could hook up with him.
Auntie, you're joking.
Li Junxiao nodded slightly at Su's mother. Seeing that Su still hadn't responded to him, he had no choice but to add.
I'll leave it at that for now. Think it over and let me know when you're ready.
With that, he and Gu Qianqi strode purposefully toward Qin.
Young Master Qin, I'm sorry. I formally apologize to you.
I arrived late and failed to greet you properly. It's my fault, Li Junxiao. With that, Li Junxiao and Gu Qianqi both bowed their heads to Qin in unison. It was the kind of respect a weaker person shows to a stronger one, willing and wholehearted, without a trace of inferiority or shame.
But, except for Li Dezheng, who knew him inside and out.
Everyone else, upon seeing Li Junxiao bow his head to Qin and admit his mistake, looked as if they'd seen a ghost.
The more composed and calm Li Junxiao appeared, the more stunned and shocked they felt inside.
The son of Shacheng's wealthiest man was actually bowing his head to apologize to the very person she had once looked down on the most.
Su's mother's face was completely frozen in shock. How could this be? It's a lie, it's all a lie. How could Li Junxiao, so outstanding, act so submissive in front of Qin?
Su took a few steps back, her heart twisting in agony. In that moment, it seemed as though she finally understood so much. She had been wrong to break up with Qin, and wrong to miss out on the very opportunity that could have propelled her to the heights of success, turning her into a wealthy socialite and a lady of high standing. Especially considering how deeply Qin had once loved her. Gui Yafang stood there in silence, her heart heavy with regret and sorrow. He Luotong's hand, clutching her phone, was trembling slightly as well. Qin was, in fact, the top dog among their classmates, the most secretive and elite scion of a wealthy family. Not only did he drive a sports car worth over 100 million, but he could also make Li Junxiao bow down to him, even forcing him to address him as a young Master Qin. Feng Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and nearly stumbled. In that moment, he realized the truth: Qin wasn't some driver at a hotel, nor was he just an ordinary wage earner. He was a true tycoon, a big shot who could crush him with a single foot. "Since you've apologized, I'll let it go," Qin said indifferently, glancing at Li Junxiao. Only then did Li Junxiao and his companions straighten their backs. "Is the real estate purchase contract ready?" Qin asked. "The purchase contract?" Li Junxiao and Gu Ruoshi exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. They never imagined Qin would want to sign the contract the moment he arrived. They'd assumed they'd need to negotiate first. After all, buying 4 buildings was no small matter, or perhaps haggle over the price before preparing the contract. "I'm here to sign the contract with you, not to negotiate. Didn't we agree yesterday? 22 billion for the 4 buildings. Just have the purchase contract ready, and I'll make the payment." "I don't have time to hang around here," Qin said impatiently. "Yes, young Master Qin, the contract will be ready shortly. Why don't you follow me upstairs to sit down, have some coffee, and enjoy some pastries while you wait?" Li Junxiao said with a bow. "All right, I'll wait a little longer." Immediately, Qin, Li Junxiao, Li Dijiang, and the others headed out and went up to the second floor. Those left behind were dumbfounded, yet deeply shaken. This time, everyone had heard it clearly, word for word. Qin really had come to buy several buildings for, to be exact, worth 2.2 billion. No matter how hard they tried to disbelieve it, they knew this was real, not a dream. Gui Yafang gazed at Qin's receding figure, a towering, unattainable silhouette from last night until now. Her perception of Qin's status had been shattered time and time again. To be able to spend 2.2 billion on buildings, it was impossible to fathom just how much wealth Qin actually possessed. With a wry smile, Gui Yafang silently set off to attend to the client in her care. Yet Qin's cold, stern face kept swirling in her mind. "Su, is this real? Am I dreaming? Qin is going to spend over 2 billion to buy 4 buildings." After a long silence, Su's mother finally couldn't help but ask. Earlier, Li Junxiao's deference toward Qin had stunned everyone, and then Qin's announcement that he was spending 2.2 billion to buy 4 buildings had left everyone speechless. What does it even mean to spend 2.2 billion on 4 buildings? Only a tycoon whose wealth has reached a certain level could pull that off. Li Junxiao couldn't do it, and likely not even Li Dezhou, the richest man in Shachang, could manage it. People at this level were beyond the imagination of Su, He Luotong, and the others. Their wealth couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. Yet just a few days ago, Su herself had become one of them. Su stared blankly at her mother and said listlessly, "Mom, so what if I am? So what if I'm not? What does this have to do with you?" As soon as those words left her mouth, Su's mother's expression shifted several times. She wanted to say something, but in the end, the words got stuck in her throat and she couldn't bring herself to speak. Indeed, what could she say? Su had long since cut ties with Qin. No matter how rich or capable he was, what did it have to do with her? "Su, I should be going now." Feng Yuan's expression was so grim it was almost frightening. "You know the reason you were deceived by him last time. Your ex-boyfriend is simply someone I can't afford to mess with. The only reason I've offended him this time is because of you. Don't contact me again." With that, he stormed out, his face dark with anger. "Feng Yuan, what did you mean by that? Why did you just leave?" Su's mother watched as Feng Yuan left after uttering a harsh remark she didn't understand. Feeling anxious, she asked Su, "Your boyfriend has already gone, what are you still standing there for?" Su's mother had been counting on Feng Yuan to help Su buy a house. Now that the deal hadn't gone through and he left, her frustration only grew. "Mom, there is no need to chase after him. He didn't come here today with any real intention of buying me a house." Su's expression was calm. "You? What are you talking about? Then why did he bring you here today?" When she heard this, Su didn't know how to respond. It was Su Cohen who spoke up at that moment. "Sis, Feng Yuan's gone, just let him go. Don't worry about him. See if you can get back together with Qin and be his girlfriend again. If the two of you are together, he is so rich and has bought so many properties, giving me a couple of apartments would be a piece of cake for him." Su's mother's eyes lit up. "That's right. Su Cohen's right. Su, see if there is still a chance, why don't you go win Qin back?" As the saying goes, when a woman pursues a man, it's like parting a thin veil. Besides, you two used to be a couple, who knows, maybe Qin still loves you. Su remained unmoved. "Mom, didn't you used to hate Qin the most? Why are you suddenly telling me to go after him now?" "My dear, times have changed. I admit, I was blind before a look. Qin is actually quite handsome, even more so than that Li Junxiao. A man like that is worth you putting your pride aside to go after him," Su's mother urged. "Su, Auntie is absolutely right. Happiness is something you have to fight for. Qin probably doesn't have a girlfriend yet, so you'd better act fast. Otherwise, take that girl from earlier, didn't she just say she likes Qin too? That must be true." He Luotom also stepped in to offer her advice. As a married woman, she understood these things better. There are certain opportunities, if you seize them, you can rise above the rest and live a happy life forever. Su's vacant gaze brightened for a moment, but when she thought of Qin's attitude, it dimmed again. She shook her head and said, "I know Qin's personality. If he were an ordinary person, maybe I'd still have a chance. But what he showed just now, whether it's his status, position, or financial standing, is far beyond what ordinary people can even imagine. Given his attitude, the chances of him accepting me are practically zero. Don't lose heart. How will you know it won't work out unless you try? Alright, take your time to think it over. I'm off to look at a house. Li Junxiao promised me a 50% discount, so I need to hurry and finalize the deal." After offering a word of encouragement, He Luoton took her husband by the arm and left. She didn't forget to brag about it in the class chat group. "Hey everyone, I've got to go look at a house now. Li Junxiao promised me a 50% discount on a new home." As soon as she posted that, it drew a flood of envious comments. In fact, she had already typed out and posted every detail of what had just happened in the class chat group. The reason she was so eager to post every bit of exciting news in the class group chat was mainly to liven up the atmosphere. After all, she was the group admin. As He Luotong's messages poured in one after another, they were like a series of depth charges dropped into the group, pulling even long-time lurkers and classmates who hadn't spoken a single word in over a year out of the shadows to engage in heated discussions about Qin. It all started when she mentioned that Qin was driving a sports car worth over 100 million, and that Su had even apologized to him. Then the sales manager showed up. He seemed very polite to Qin and even tried to kick Feng Yuan, Su Cohen, and the others out. The classmates began to discuss Qin's identity with great interest. Some even speculated whether Qin had won the lottery to be able to afford such an expensive car. As soon as this message was posted, several others chimed in to agree. In particular, Guo Zhini and Du Jing, who had never been fond of Qin, were absolutely convinced that Qin had indeed won the lottery. That is, until Li Luotong posted a message saying that General Manager Li from the Real Estate Project Department had come over and, surprisingly, was there for Qin as well, addressing him respectfully as Mr. Qin. As soon as this message was sent, the tone of the discussion about Qin in the group shifted. While new speculations about his identity emerged, no one mentioned the lottery win anymore. Guo Zhini and Du Jing didn't mention a word about their earlier speculation. Instead, they brought up Li Junxiao to compare him with Qin, saying that no matter how wealthy Qin might be, he could never measure up to Li Junxiao. As it turned out, Li Junxiao and Gu Qianqi actually showed up. To everyone's surprise, the two of them bowed their heads to Qin, admitted their mistake, and addressed him as young Master Qin.
This news sent shockwaves through the group and left Guozheni and Du Jing thoroughly humiliated. The two fell silent and didn't T-post anything else.
No one could have anticipated that Qin, who had remained quiet until now, would suddenly emerge as a figure surpassing even Li Junxiao at the very pinnacle of success.
When even Li Junxiao had to bow his head before Qin, what else could they say? All they could do was look on in awe. Finally, it was revealed that Qin intended to spend 2.2 billion to buy 4 buildings.
As soon as this news hit, everyone in the group fell silent. For a moment, no one typed a single word. They were all processing the shock this information had delivered.
This was no longer a matter of speculating about Qin's identity or status.
Estimating how rich someone is and actually having that much money at their disposal, real, cold, hard cash piled right in front of you, are two completely different matters.
2.2 billion. Good grief.
If he were to set aside even 1/10 of that.
No. Let us say just 1/100th. If he were to set that aside and divide it equally among them, wouldn't they instantly achieve a moderately prosperous life and live in affluence? That's the sheer power of Qin.
With this final revelation about Qin's identity, everyone in the group was on the same page, showering him with endless flattery and praise. The most dramatic turnaround was that of Guozheni and Du Jing. From their initial harsh words toward Qin, even when they knew he owned a sports car worth over 100 million, they still had plenty of complaints. Then they fell silent, not daring to utter a single word. After seeing Yi Luotong's final message, they completely reversed their previous attitude and began typing again, speaking highly of Qin. Their words couldn't hide their flattery toward Qin, it even bordered on sycophancy. Just then, Li Shi, who hadn't posted in a long time, typed a message. Li Shi, Guozheni and Du Jing, can the things you just said be as fleeting as a fart? You might forget them, but I remember them clearly. You're the ones who said the bad things, and you're the ones saying the good things now. I've taken screenshots of everything the two of you just said, and I'll send them to Qin in a minute to see if he even gives a damn about you.
M.Iota.
As soon as those words came out, Guozheni and Du Jing's faces went pale, and the hands holding their phones began to tremble slightly. They hated Li Shi with a passion and were filled with extreme regret. Qin regretted it too. It was the most regrettable thing he'd done since acquiring the sign-in system.
Why did he have to blurt out such a stupid thing about buying 4 buildings?
It was like digging his own grave and jumping right into it. As he looked at the mountain of property purchase contracts piled before him, these thoughts flashed fiercely through his mind. Sighing, he had no choice but to pick up a pen and start signing. Fortunately, thanks to his unparalleled spirit and physique, even though signing so many contracts took a long time, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue.